This story is read in the Kingdom of Heaven, a very beautiful place where the islands soar in the clouds. The unprecedented heights of the towers rise above the mountains, and the roofs of houses are lost in the clouds. Night. The dim light is visible from the gazebo. Its source turns out to be a huge bowl in the form of a lotus, a spatial eye, in front of which, with his hands behind his back, is a man. He says that he is interested in what fate he was prepared for by heaven, and that he started a whirlpool of providence, and he is not going to refuse. In the mirror surface of the spatial eye, he examines some guy. The man extends his hand and touches the image with his finger. At the same moment, a ray emanating from a spatial eye rushes down to an ordinary world, to where it is now located. The guy stands in the ring in a defensive rack. Many students gathered around the site. Considering it, the man says that he has never seen a more ridiculous level of skill of Tai Chi, one of the species of Wushu. Paranek, the external student of the sect of Udun Yunchun-un, is determined, and he does not agree with such an assessment of his abilities. He hopes that everything is not so bad. The teacher asks what nonsense he mutters, and tells him to concentrate on sparring. Enchun-un asks for forgiveness, but he is confused. He certainly heard someone's voice and does not understand what it was. A person who is in the heavenly kingdom, what is happening amuses. It turns out that a guy can hear him. Enchun-un turns his head to the sides, not understanding where the voice comes from. The face of his enemy shouts with anger. He clicks through his teeth. Did you completely lose fear? And then he quickly rushes on the attack, indignant. How does the guy dare to ignore him? Enchun-un decides to block the attack first, and covers his face with his hand. The enemy is gloating. He offends the guy, and says that he is completely open from below, and then hits him in the stomach. The blow of a red-haired youth is excluded. His fist crashes into the body of Yunchun-una, forcing him to suffocate in pain, while he, bent in half, takes his breath. The external student of the sect of the Udun Yun-shi-hu Evil the Evil. How did the guy only be enough to be distracted and ignored him when he stood right in front of him? Clutching his fists, he promises that today he will kill him with his own hands. Students standing around the site are talking. Again, Yunchun-un was beaten without a single chance of victory. They are striking in perseverance, with which the guy constantly challenges Yun-su-hu. One of the guys believes that his ability to take blows is more surprising. Friends agree with him, and Evil laughs at Ian Chun-won. Meanwhile, the fist of the young Sea Hollow crashes into the guy's face. Getting angry, Yunchun-un shouts, "Do they really think that his patience is endless?" And clenching his fists, he rushes at the enemy. He strikes the blow, but Yun-shi-hu easily evades his fists. The red-haired youth is amused by the fury of the guy and his barren attempts. Yun-shi-hu puts a bandwagon, and his enemy, trying to stay on his feet, takes a few steps forward. To the hearing of Yunchun-una, his words come. I wonder how such worthless people get here. This makes him grind his teeth more tightly. Rushing at the enemy, the guy shouts that he, like Yun-si-hu, came here to become stronger. But he again evades, and Yunchun-un simply waves his hands in vain. He is cursing, and the enemy says that he is just ridiculous to hear it, and the guy should leave this venture for the next life. Yun-shi-hu strips a powerful blow with his foot into the chin, Yun-chun-unan. The guy's body throws high into the air. Having lost consciousness, he falls to the ground. The inhabitant of the heavenly kingdom is upset. Watching how the guy is pulled from the ring, he thinks that it is damn unpleasant to look at all this. He thinks Enchun-un has the potential. Does he really have any progress, only because he does not know the correct methods of training? Sparring continues on the site. The guy lies nearby. The students dragged him aside and left him to recover. Enchun-un thinks that he always wanted to become a master of martial arts, even when he could not really go. Thanks to them, he realized that a person created from blood is intended not only to crawl on the ground. The inexplicable admiration that he experienced in childhood oversaw it into envy, which became an incentive that prompted him to enter the sect of Bud as an external student. The guy wonders, perhaps because he had no talent from the very beginning. In the end, he will finish it. He hears someone persistently demands that he wake up. Enchun-un, turning to one side, muttering in response, another 5 minutes. But the loud roar makes him jump in fright. A resident of the heavenly kingdom asks, how can he sleep when he was beaten so? And he screams in response, sorry. The guy sits with his eyes round with fear. The students look at him in surprise. One of them says that he scared them, and asks, what is he doing? The man standing at the spatial eye is satisfied. Judging by the reaction, the guy hears him exactly. Enchun-un continues to sit with a dumbfounded look. He asks the question, what was it? Did the others not notice anything? Is this telepathy? The students passing by do not understand what is wrong with him. Are they really beaten in a dream? The man grumbles. Telepathy. Does anyone have such skills here? The guy continues to look around, looking for the one who is talking to him. He dares to ask, who is his interlocutor? The man seems to be Jang Xianfong. Its monolithic statue rises, closing the guy the sun. Yun Chun-un raises his eyes up. His amazement has no limit. Zhang Xianfeng also calls a stupid, uncouth Tao's. He was known as a bizarre person, known for his same attitude, both to the emperor and to commoner, despite their ranks. He is known for developing a Taoist philosophy and founded a sect of Bud. It is believed that he was the one who created Tai. The guy dares to ask, is he the same, known to everyone, Zhang Xianfeng? And he hears in response, yes, exactly. Yun Chun-un sits, opening his mouth. He is able to pronounce only, yeah. Zhang Xianfeng is outraged. What is this reaction? The man asks. Doesn't it seem absurd to him? He considers the guy strange. The image of Yun Chun-una from the spatial eye answers, is it not better if the matter is absurd, and he has not gone crazy? Zhang Xianfeng laughing means choosing between unusual and abnormal. Will he prefer something unusual? Certainly. The guy must grab everything on the fly if he wants to become the best master of martial arts. The man is interested in, what is Chun-un doing now? He makes a figure of stones and leaves. He explains that due to the fact that he looks at this high stone statue, his neck hurts, so he made such a small figure. Zhang Xianfeng laughs. He considers the guy funny. And Chong-un now communicates with Zhang Xianfeng, looking at the figure he created. He says that a man does not pick up expressions, as expected from an uncouth Tao's. His interlocutor laughs. He admits that he missed this nickname. A young man in the form of a student approaches Yun Chun-unit. He asks, what is this guy doing? And then it reminds that the time has come for sparring analysis. He is interested. With whom is this Chun-un says? Really with stones? The guy replies that he will come now. He leaves, mentally unflattering, responding to the mental abilities of Yun Chun-un. The guy sighs heavily. Rising, he shakes the dust from his trousers, thinking that the repetition of morning exercises is intended to analyze errors. He sighs again. Unfortunately, Yun-su uses them as an excuse to beat him again and again. The guy decisively pulls the belt. He does not want to run away. He is not a coward that is surrendered at the first opportunity. Looking at his hands, he thinks that he wants to become stronger and win. And Chun-un resolutely squeezes his hand into a fist. A pebble depicting a head on a figure created by a guy. In a voice, Zhang Xianfeng says that he seems to be in a very difficult position. The guy who grabbed pebbles with him to continue the conversation agrees with him. The interlocutor is interested in whether he smiles too radically for the one who will have problems now. He replies that maybe he and a strange guy, but doesn't the uncouth Taos like strange things? Zhang Xianfeng replies, of course no. The man is even lower than the spatial eye, and then adds, he just loves them. The guy has a strange feeling that the nape from the sun bakes. But the shone was in front. He does not notice how the ghostly face of the interlocutor looks at him from heaven. The enemy's fist crashes into the guy's cheekbone. He falls on the site. Around are students. A shout is heard, Yun Shi-hu! The teacher recalls that the review lesson is not intended for fighting, and he asks to refrain from direct hits. Yun Shi-hu asks for forgiveness, but Yun Chun-un understands that this is just an empty warning. Due to the active support of Yun Shi-hu, even the internal students of the sect are careful with him. An invisible interlocutor of the guy gives a hint. A blow to the elbow needs to be applied without any preparation. Trying to hit harder, it too much strains the upper body, loses stability, and it is counterattacked. He asks, the guy will try to do this? The teacher asks Yun Chun-un to concentrate. He asks, the guy got a blow to the chin instead of hitting the elbow. What basic technique for protection can be used? The hint immediately comes to the head of the guy from his invisible interlocutor, and he obediently repeats, 6 captures and 4 seals? His opponent is surprised. He is mockingly interested. The guy wants to use this technique, standing so close. He mocks at Yun Chun-un and insults him, saying that his body is forced to suffer from his head. Yun Shi rushes on the attack. Zhang Xianfeng warns a guy. Comes. The red-haired youth running to him screams, try to do it. Chun-un receives commands. Group and move the weight. Put both legs to the ground. Keep balance. The enemy is already nearby. Sound another team, group and move the weight. The guy's legs are trembling with tension, but he obediently fulfills orders. He manages to catch the enemy's leg to strike. Yunsu Hu cannot believe what is happening, and Zhang Xianfeng continues to command. He tells the guy to use both palms now, and Chun-un executes the instructions. It is necessary to repel with two hands not only for the attack, but also to control the distance between him and the enemy, his invisible interlocutor explains. Yunsu Hu from the push loses his balance and retreats. He praises insults, but the guy's hands, who are at his face, prevent him from seeing. Zhang Xianfeng, meanwhile, advises the enemy to block any review. In front, back, right, left, from above, and below. Yunsu Hu with anger grinds his teeth. The guy, listening to the teams, strikes. Then he receives a new order, the dynamic circulation of qi, but Zhang Xianfeng advises not to control her directly, but to let her flow. His opponent is lost in space. He cannot navigate and respond to a blow. The students watching the battle are surprised. The coach notes that the guy's movements suddenly became smooth. The enemy races the name of the guy. Yun Chun-un slowly exhales. Yunsu Hu rushes to him, wondering what tricks did he use to slip away from him. But the guy is ready to meet. He beats the enemy in the chest with his palms. He flies to the door and breaks them with his body. Lying among the wreckage, he cannot understand what happened. Questions are heard. Is it in order? The guy is surprised to examine his palms. He asks, "Are these really 6 captures and 4 seals?" Zhang Xianfeng is selflessly interested in how he likes it. Yun Chun-un, smiling, says that it is damn nice. He joyfully says that it really was like 6 grips and 4 seals, the students watching him whisper. It seems to them that the guy is not quite in order. He talks with himself. One of the students says that before that, he was talking to a stone. Zhang Xianfeng laughs. He is amused by the situation. He turns to the guy, saying that he does not know why the heavens made such a choice. Then he suggests, if Yun Chun-un wants, then he will teach him martial arts. The guy is delighted. He gestures the interlocutor with a gesture, and readily answers, "Yes, master." In the early morning, when the students are still sleeping, the man sweeps the yard. And Chun-un meets the sunrise on a high cliff. It stands on its very edge, and its school is far below. The guy's face expresses determination, and his hands are clenched into fists. When a voice calling him a lousy is heard, the guy looks around in fright and hesitates. Behind him, a rather caricature image of Zhang Xianfeng is visible on a stone. The man asks, what is his hands for him? The inhabitant of the heavenly kingdom is outraged. He is interested. Does he really look so terrible? The guy, the check of the back of the head, and with difficulty restraining laughter, says that he has a question for the teacher. Zhang Xianfeng tells him to stop laughing when he looks at the drawing. The man infuriates this. And Chun-un asks, if his words are true, now he is in the heavenly kingdom? He considers it just incredible. When the interlocutor answers in the affirmative, the guy is interested. Does this mean that the place exists? The man does not understand what he was talking about, and the guy explains what he meant paradise. He heard that this is a magnificent and cozy place. But Zhang Xianfeng replies that he is disgusting here. Yun Chun-un is amazed. Without believing the ears, he asks, what? And the interlocutor repeats, it is simply disgusting here. The guy asks, how can he say that? The man answers, so what? What is good to stick out here? He says that in this place Bodhi Dharma, the monk from which Zen Buddhism began, plows all day under the scorching sun, and the heavenly demon is busy carrying buckets with slopes. Moreover, this wretch gets in trouble whenever he gets drunk. He poured all these impurity on the inhabitants of hell and angered them. The guy is surprised. Heavenly demon? He clarifies. The interlocutor speaks of that very heavenly demon. In his head, the idea is carried that paradise is a rather terrible place. Swaying back and forth near the spatial eye, Zhang Xianfeng tells him it seemed to him that it was worth getting used to it and everything would work out. But he died as a fool, but did not leave the successor after himself. If only he had the heir, then life here would not seem so terrible to him. Almost crying, the man complains that he is almost the youngest here, and this is terribly infuriated by him. But since he turned away from the spatial eye at that moment, the guy stopped hearing him. Hearing the complaint of Yun Chun-un that was not heard, the men came to their senses and fell silent. He tells the guy that he sees a little potential in him. He does not quite understand what he was talking about. Zhang Xianfeng explains. He does not know how the spatial eye broke through the barrier and created such a miracle. But this should have a reason, and in order to recognize her, he is meaningfully silent, not finishing the phrase. The guy complains that for some reason, goosebumps ran through his skin. The man believes that he needs to make a decision. Yun Chun-un, trembling, is interested. What did Zhang Xianfeng spoke so suddenly about? He is worried. Did he get unconvention? The interlocutor replies, not yet, and promises that they will be seen tomorrow. The next day, a training is going on in the outer courtyard of the Udun sect. Like the guy, some students are sincerely interested in martial arts, but there are rich families who make their children join the Squai sect to get the status of an external student. This is because even if they have good connections, the second and third sons will always relate to the obstacle. But just like the light followed by darkness, there are always exceptions. For example, someone like Yun Su-hu from the Dokbun Yun clan. Climbing the stairs, the guy thinks they hate him because he is opposed to this red-haired youth. He believes that this is why other students are so cold. En Chun-un, standing on the training site, reflects on the fact that Yun Si-hu will never leave him alone. He will definitely try to take revenge, so you need to prepare. Medical hall in the courtyard of the sect of Udan. Yun Si-hu sits on the bed. His torso, shoulder, and hand are bandaged. The man who enters the room says, it seems that the young man is very angry. The manager of the medical hall of Shinjayen asks him to calm down and promises that he will take measures. Yin Shi-hu, curving with pain, says that the usual punishment will not suit him. The man answers, he knows, because this is due to the eldest son of the Dokpun Yun clan. Shin Jae-yen recalls his request voiced earlier. The young man, mentally cursing, says his father promised him support, so he will receive a report after a couple of days. The man pronounces, as expected from a respected clan. He takes out a box out of his pocket and puts it in front of the young man. Removing the lid, he demonstrates the pill. Yun Shi-hu jumps up from the bed. He does not believe his eyes. The interlocutor says that this is a manifestation of his sincerity to the eldest son of the Dokpun Yun clan. The young man, with a joyful anticipation, considers the offering. Shin Jae-yun says this is a rather rare elixir, and he asks to accept it immediately. Yun Si fouls a pilule to the lips. He swallows her and feels how she walks through his body. His face is transformed, and a blood-red aura flashes in his eyes. He pronounces promisingly, Ian Chun-un. Zhang Xianfeng asks a question to a guy lying near a stone with his image. Does he want to know how to survive against Yun Su? He answers in the affirmative. He knows that he does not have a single chance of victory if he does not weaken vigilance. The interlocutor likes his objective self-esteem. He says, if they fight again, he will beat Yun Chun-un until all his anger splashes out. The guy, chewing a twig, asks the teacher to stop the mock. He asks, is there any way? He answers, of course there is. And Chun-un significantly perked up. He jumps up and asks, right? The man even recoiled from surprise from the spatial eye. He says the boy scared him. The guy appeals to the drawing on the stone, asking him to tell him away. Zhang Xianfeng asks to listen carefully. He promises to teach him the manufacture of poison. And he advises adding him to this insolent food. And when he wakes up a few months later, then the path will hit him. Yun Chun-un, shocked. Are his thoughts so terrible? The interlocutor asks. Does it make sense to answer? Each time a man sees his possession of Tai Chi, he immediately wants to tear his eyes out. He considers his skills disgusting. The guy shows the stone tongue. The man asks, is he angry? And Chun-un asks a question. Are there in paradise martial arts that will help him fix this? Zhang Xianfeng sighs. He was still going to train him, because he is now his master. The guy is beside himself with joy. The man says it seriously? Zhang Xianfeng, demonstrating movements, says, of course. This is a martial art that he himself created. Making a wave of his hand, he is surprised. Is that hand? How strange. Quite a lot of time has passed, so he is not particularly sure that he remembers everything. Noticing that the guy is moving away, the man asks, where is he going? En Chun-un, confused. He mutters that he was shocked only by the thought of his greatness. He thinks he cannot say that he was spending time studying some nonsense. The man is puzzled. What is this reaction? Suspicious. He tells the guy to sit down and cross his legs. Zhang Xianfeng says that from that moment, he can be offended by how much he wants. As soon as he accepted his proposal, he immediately became his student. Does he understand this? Ovodibly sitting down and taking the required pose, the guy as confusedly asks, what? Suddenly, a chill ran down his back. The man, directing his energy down, tells the guy to accept her. He promises to teach him to control the mind. And Chun Yuen is undergoing a study of the cultivation technique. It is akin to illumination. This is a guide for those who want to follow the righteous path. Nothing can be missed. No. Its strength is so swift that it breaks the leaves from the tree, and they circle in the air. After a while, the guy still continues to sit on a cliff. The energy transmission process is over. Jang Xianfong, laughing pretty. He tells the guy that he can now get up. It is quite difficult to fully master this cultivation technique. Now she can only help him not get injured during training and get rid of useless habits. Seeing 2 leaves in the hands of the guy, he's suddenly silent. He himself looks at them with surprise. A man cannot believe Chun can do it? The guy does not know what to say. He says he will try. He performs the necessary actions, concentrating energy in the solar plexus. Watching him, Jang Xianfong thinks, incredibly. He tells the guy to collect energy at his fingertips. Its actions form a whirlwind, circling green leaves around it. Further from Ian Chun Una, you need to think about creating waves on the surface of the water. And it's okay if they are small. The guy obediently fulfills all the instructions, and energy circles are formed around him. The man is satisfied. The guy got very large waves. He decides that it is time to move on. And his student again sits down in the lotus pose. But now a powerful aura comes from him. Seeing this, a man cannot hide surprise. How is it? He demands to move even further. A few days later, Zhang Xianfeng says enough. The guy's body has changed beyond recognition. His muscles increased and became embossed. True, the clothes could not stand their growth and broke. But this is not particularly upset by Yun Chun Un. The guy asks, now he will overcome Yun Shihu? The man answers, not a single external student is an enemy for him. He is sure that since the guy took possession of the technique of conscious cultivation, he will no longer be distracted by all sorts of trifles. Exactly, like his master. The man in excitement nibbles his nails and curses. The guy stands in front of the manager of the medical room of the Tire Jaja Enom and asks, what does he mean? Go down the mountain? Zhang Xianfeng is perplexed. What did the Squan sect have turned into? Xinjia Yun calls the guy a dumbass and says that this is why he still has not achieved anything. He adds that he ordered him to go down the mountain and never again approach this place. And Chun Un is perplexed. Why? He asks, is it because of Yun Suhu? The guy believes that this is discrimination by origin, and he is interested in a man. Was the Udon always such a place? He, jumping up, hit the table with his fist. He screams, how dares such as Yun Chun Un to condemn the great sect of Bud? Shin Jae-yu demands that he get out immediately. His last mercy is to let the guy leave without punishment. Yun Chun Un in fury. He wants to say something, but he understands that he needs to restrain himself and grips his teeth tightly. The guy believes that he would definitely lose his temper if he had not studied the technique of conscious cultivation. The angry Yun Chun Un leaves the room. He thinks that while you need to tolerate, he mentally asks the manager to just wait, and he will make him regret. The night came. A lunar disk shines in the sky. The guy thinks it's still good. Zhang Xianfeng is interested in what's good about it. Walking along the path with a clothing bag on his shoulders, Yun Chun Un says, he means that he immediately began to call the interlocutor a master. It would be strange if he called him the ancestor after he was kicked out of the sect. The man answers, what nonsense. The guy stops and looks back. He casts his last look at the school, where he comprehended martial art for some time. Yun Chun Un lowers the clothing bag to the ground. Turning, the guy knelt down and bows his head low. He says that although he leaves the sect of the Udun, he will perform 9 bows to the master. The red-haired youth, laughing, asks, what is he doing here? Does his knee bow to apologize for his mistake? Raising his head, Yun Chun Un sees Yun Su and his 3 friends. The offspring of a noble family says that he pray for forgiveness, and maybe he will let him go after a little beating. Rising and shaking his clothes, the guy is interested. He wants to be cut down from one blow again? The enemy showers him with curses. 3 youths, on the command of Yun Su, rush to Chun Unit. They are already looking forward to quick reprisal. The guy is surprised. He sees everything, each of their movement. Zhang Xianfeng considers it natural, which is why the technique is called conscious, and Chun Un easily avoids the attack of opponents. Realizing that he does not have time to dodge, he strikes, and one of the youths flies to the tree, painfully hitting his trunk. After a few moments, all attackers are already lying on the ground. Yun Shihu cannot believe his eyes. The guy is interested. Why did he freeze? He calls the bully, beckoning his hand. Well, come here. Yun Suhu looks at his friends whom Yun Chun-un laid on the ground. The red aura covers the hands of the youth. His face distorts anger. He does not flatteringly speaks about his victims of his assistance. Rushing the attack, he promises to remind the guy of the good old times. Zhang Xianfong advises his ward to be careful. He says that, judging by the eyes of Yun Shihu, he is clearly not in himself. The guy agrees with the mentor. Meanwhile, the enemy is rapidly approaching him. Zhang Xianfeng says that the young man has combined two techniques, a step and a heavy palm. He tells Yun Chun-un to wait until he puts the block with his hand and intercept her like a hook. And then he will be able to evade. The man advises him to feel it and understand. He explains that this is an intuitive understanding, and Chun-un does everything that the mentor tells him, and after a moment his opponent cannot believe what is happening. The guy easily blocked the attack and put him a bandwagon, sending him on a short-term flight. Yun Suhu is rapidly approaching the ground. Having fallen, he hardly tries to rise, thinking that even the accepted elixir does not give him the opportunity to deliver at least one blow. And Chun-un turns to the enemy, repeating the prompted Zhang Xianfan to the words. He demands that he stop. He accuses him of trying to suppress him with rough power, and this is not the martial arts of the sect of Buck. Yun Shihu asks what kind of nonsense is he carrying. Then he rises sharply, and verbally insulting him, hits the guy in the face. And Chun-un is forced to retreat under his pressure. The red-haired youth, continuing to attack, says that when it comes to a fight, there is no place of honor. The guy replies that maybe he is right, and then he sends the energy impulse into the enemy with his fingertips. His blow falls down in the forehead, forcing him to recoil. Above the guy's eyebrow is visible. He is somewhat discouraged. Yun Chun-un is enough young man by the breasts, got caught. He inflicts a crushing blow to him with his fist in the solar plexus. Yun Shihu, bent in half, settles to the ground. The guy goes to his clothing bag. The enemy, with difficulty squeezing out the words, is interested in how he became so strong. But Yun Chun-un does not intend to frankly with him. He replies that this does not concern him. Throwing the bag on his shoulders, the guy says that he never reappeared in front of him, unless, of course, he wants to be trampled again. Yun Shihu, never recalling his defeat, is indignant. Trying to get up, he screams after a stinging guy, "Stand! Stop!" But he does not react to his cries. Zhang Xianfeng rejoices. Finally, he passed his 10 years of chronic stagnation. Looking around, he wonders, was the heavenly kingdom always so beautiful? He believes that it cannot be. Having cleared his throat, he turns to En Chun-un, whose figure is visible on the surface of the spatial eye. In the martial arts of the Orthodox fraction, he himself is the only enemy that needs to be thought, first of all. To improve martial arts means surpassing your former yourself. Do not focus only on victory over others. Does he understand this? The guy answers in the affirmative. A man asks for distrust, right? En Chun-un says. Of course. He realized how much he realized. Zhang Xianfeng is incredulously interested in. He thinks so seriously? He was worried that the brutality of the guy would be so strong that he could not get out of heaven. But this small one surprised him. He wants him to himself. His attention is felt as a sudden impulse of a warm wind. It seems a little unpleasant to him. Suddenly, Zhang Xianfeng recalls the order of the Jade Emperor, who needs to be urgently completed. He tells the guy to find asylum for himself and promises to return soon. The man says, if he correctly raises this youth, then he will no longer be considered one of the younger ones. He does not notice that someone is following him. The unknown is interesting. What is he doing here? Okruk Shenyan. And Chun-un is in a hurry to the house, near which a man, woman, and child await him. The guy still shouts from afar that he was returning. Father Yun Kyun-jin, Mother Kan-sok, and younger brother, Yun Chun-ao joyfully meet him. The man, cracking him on the shoulder, says, he is glad to see that the future master of martial arts has returned intact. The boy hugs the guy. Yun Chun-un, dropping his eyes, tells his father that he has no forgiveness. En Kyun-jin replies that everything is in order. If his words are true, then this sect is unlucky. Mother, wiping his tears with a handkerchief, reports that his father could not close his eyes when he heard the news. The husband asks her to calm down. The guy thinks, it seems he was very worried. Everything is as kind, although he tries to maintain a harsh look. There is a voice of Yenkyun Gaina, who is rushing the guy so that he would greet his grandfather. Already from the house there is a voice of a guy who informs his grandfather about his return. Yun JM welcomes him. Looking at him, Yun Chun-un thinks that he is now facing a man, thanks to whom he began to admire the masters of martial arts. The old man tells the grandson, if everything went smoothly, then he would not return home. Yunjae, looking at the books, asks, was he excluded? The guy is forced to admit, yes, it was. Having put books, the grandfather is interested. Is this his fault? The guy says he did something, but this is not his fault. The old man laying out books on the shelves answers, then everything is in order. He asks, what does Enchunun plans to do next? NJM freezes, putting his hand on the book when he hears the response of his grandson. He thinks about staying at home for a while. He casts a look at the guy and is interested. He already lowered his hands and does not want to be a master of martial arts. Grandfather is nauseous for a guy who is in no hurry to answer. He asks, does he remember that he told him before? He is not obliged to live a great life. The guy continues, quoting the words he had heard once, if he really wants it. He remembers his grandfather's promise to support him even if he wants to hold his sword instead of a brush. And J.E. asks, is he really like this? The guy, boldly looking into his eyes, replies that he did not give up, and he has a goal. Something happened, and he had to return home, but he was not going to stop. The old man says that he understood and lets go of the guy, allowing him to go. He says goodbye and leaves. N.J.E. looks thoughtfully out the window. He asks the question, when was the last time the child looked directly into his eyes? He believes that while they did not see each other, the grandson's gaze became much more confident. Grandfather is surprised, and when only the guy grew up like that. Enchunun, leaving the house, says that he finished all the necessary things. He believes that you cannot take off from training. His gaze falls on the stone lying at the wall of the building. Enchunun sets at him in the lotus pose and plunges into meditation. Soon, energy begins in his palms. Without opening his eyes, he thinks, thanks to the technique of conscious cultivation, the conversation with his grandfather was much better than he expected. Grandfather is a good person, but he always nervous in front of him. Suddenly, the guy hears a voice in his head. How talented he is that such hopes are assigned to him. But this man is not Zhang Xianfong. Then an unfamiliar voice says, the technique of conscious cultivation. The unknown continues. This is the unification of the secret technique of Tao, combined with the canon of changes in the muscles, and supplemented by Yoga Tianju yoga techniques. Yun Chun-un is surprised. The master has already returned. But he spoke as if he planned to leave for a long time, and his voice changed a bit. The spatial eye now has a Bodhi Dharma. He did not know that the guy hears him. Yun Chun-un. It seems strange to the conversation. Getting off the stone and stretching, he asks, maybe the master will stop joking. Not hearing an intelligible answer, except for exclamations, the guy believes that it seems that the mentor has become bored. Bodhidharma is pleasantly surprised. He had not been called a master for a long time. The guy thinks, Zhang Xianfeng said that you can complain as much as you like. Maybe that's why he makes him train so hard, strict and serious regime? He asks the master to speak with him the same way as before. A man offers to teach him one martial art technique. The guy happily agrees. He says that it will be honored for honor, and asks him to teach everything that he only wishes. Bodhidharma likes when the guy calls him a master. He even feels a surge of strength. Its muscles increase, tearing the tissue of the robe. He promises that he will show the guy a technique until he completely masters it, so he may not rush and study it properly. Yun Chun-un thinks, strange. Every time his body absorbs this technique, he feels how a solid core is formed inside. It looks like an unshakable root system. The guy is immersed in meditation. The energy, concentrated in his hands, radiates a golden aura, and Chun-un continues to increase its power. He swings his eyes with surprise and asks the master, what is it? He has the feeling that the qi flowing in him becomes his blood and flesh. Bodhidharma, observing his actions, replies that this is called Earth's essence, and what he taught him is the technique of earthly essence. The guy believes that the names are ideal for these martial arts, and Chun-un says that he felt a solid core in the body. His mentor is surprised. He comprehended the essence of martial arts so quickly. Bodhidharma believes that he is a really talented guy with a pure mind. The man says that he watched the guy for several days, and now he understands how Zhang Xianfeng laid such a strong foundation. Yun Chun-un is surprised. He asks, isn't it a man of his master? The tired Zhang Xianfeng returns home. He finally finished his affairs. Walking, he complains to the Jade Emperor, who, according to him, sucked his whole soul out of him. The idea that he can now devote time to his dear student is pleasing to a man. Suddenly, he notes that Bodhidharma bowed over the spatial eye. This is led by Zhang Xianfeng. He flies on an uninvited guest, asking, what did he forget here? And is he going to leave here? The guy hears the mentor's voice and rejoices in his return. But, hearing how the master, turning to the one who taught him to new martial art, calls him Dharma, he opens his mouth with surprise. In Sanskrit, this person is called Bodhidharma. On the central plains of Putidamo, the legendary master of martial arts is most often called Dharma, the founder who was the first to discover the gates of Shaolin in a small forest on Mount Sunhan. The venerable founder of Shaolin, the Shrine of the Mountains Taishan. Xianfong demands to repeat from the guy again. What exactly did he study? He answers, the technique of Earth's essence. Bodhidharma, folding his hands in an apologetic gesture, is following the conversation of a mentor and student. Xianfong is furious again. He screams that it was supposed to be the divine technique of the Earth's core. Bodhidharma is trying with all the appearance to give him understand that he feels his guilt. Chun-un confused. That is, he learned another martial art? If two methods have the same root, then they can be tied, the guy believes. But the boon in Shaolin, if these two techniques collide, then be a disaster. He says that then, it seems, he will have to stop the practice of the Earth Essence technique, or the divine technique of the Earth's core. A voice comes to him. No, know her. He cannot believe that the mentor says it seriously. Xianfong replies that this, of course, infuriates him. But this old Dharma really improved the divine technique of the Earth's core. It fills the gaps and even smooths those moments that would contradict the already studied technique of conscious cultivation. The guy thinks that the pride of the master is greatly hurt. But given that his pride is above heaven, then this is understandable. Someone else showed his student the best way. Such an outcome is not surprising. And yet, despite this, the mentor invites him to accept the best way. And Chun-un understands. This means that a man values a student's development more than his own pride. Noticing the tears that performed from the guy's eyes, Xianfong, as in surprise, asks, what's wrong with his face? The guy replies that he is very touched. The teacher believes that he was sympathetic because of some nonsense. Bodhidharma. The man somewhat embarrassedly says that he really was a little sorry for this guy. Chun-un asks, is he in debt to Dharma? Xianfong shouts indignantly. Is he in debt? Yes, not in life. It's just... But Bodhidharma interrupts him, he explains. This is because the canon of changes in the muscles was included in the technique of conscious cultivation that the guy learned. Chun-un shocked. He learned the canon of changes in the muscles? The oldest method of self-improvement in the practice of wushu? Xianfong says, yes, it is. Since he could not change his fragile body only with the help of Tao's training, he added several methods of the canon of changes in the muscles, and through the technique of conscious cultivation handed them to him. The guy thinks, isn't that theft? The man looks at him with suspicion. What kind of facial expression? The guy is inclined in a respectful bow. He thanks the master and says that he is simply amazing. Chun-un asks, but can he study the canon of changes in the muscles? Xianfong answers in the affirmative. He says that his second master, who created him, has already given his consent. Bodhidharma silently rejoices. The man, throwing an oblique look at him, makes him understand that he is still the first and most important. Bodhidharma says that it is better not to disclose it to the public. As a rule, Shaolin attracts cruel people. He believes if the monks find out about this, then they will interest them. Where did he learn him? And if the guy gives the name of his teacher, then he will be considered crazy and beaten. Chun-un completely agree with him. He believes that he would have acted in their place. He rejoices that he follows the master Xianfong, and now he proudly considers himself a student of Bodhidharma. He welcomes his masters, folding in a traditional gesture. He says that for him a great honor to be their student. Men calmly reply that it is natural. The guy sighs. Their pride is simply amazing. Xianfong says, be that as it may, he will teach him so as to unite it as much as possible with Buddhist martial arts. He advises the guy to learn everything that he told him. Bodhidharma also gives him instruction to study hard. He promises that he will do everything possible, so as not to deprive him of his skills. Chun-un rejoices. He agrees. Let them take care of him. Now all the difficulties that were behind. He is sure. From now on everything will go like clockwork. A month later. The guy stands 1 foot on a long club, erected on a pillar surrounded by stakes. On his shoulders, he has another club, to the ends of which huge cobblestones are tied. The mentor says if he at least slightly pursues his breath, then in the end, he will become an idiot shy. Yunchun is kept with the last forces. Sweat rolled down his face. He thinks, this is not at all like clockwork. He believes that it is more like a road to hell. In front of his mental gaze, a staircase leading up, on both sides of which the fire blazes. At her foot, there are his smiling masters, inviting him to climb her. The training is finished, and the guy happily falls to the ground. Zhang Xianfong immediately begins to scream. Did someone say that you can relax? Let's move. A wide smile appears on the guy's face. He agrees with the master, but tears flow from his eyes with a stream. Yunchun is standing near a series of tall pillars. He walks along them, dodging the huge cobblestones attached to the rope, shaking from side to side. The guy overcomes one obstacle after another. He thinks, if the technique of conscious cultivation strengthens and saturates the mind and spirit, then the divine technique of the earth's core develops and strengthens the body, like an earth's crust, which covers everything. He believes that thanks to this, the recovery rate has also increased. And Chunun overcomes obstacles with the help of internal energy. Thanks to her, he easily crushes stones. Slowing down later, the guy exhales. He jumps from the last pillar, thinking that the masters were making sure that he does not do anything after his sleeves. The guy sinks to the ground and takes his breath. He is sure that they teach him so that he is constantly in the balance of death. Hundreds of times he thought about giving up. He looks at his fist, which has significantly increased in volume during this time, realizing that he will not abandon classes. And the reason why he will not abandon is a burning desire to prove to the wrongness of Yun Sihu and Shin Jejen. The voices of his mentors who are repeating in unison are heard. There is no time to relax. Sweeted, come on. The guy answers, I'm already going. Yunchun rises with difficulty. At an incredible speed, the young man moves between the trees without touching the earth. Based on the trees, he moves forward. Finally, he lands, finding the place he needs, the training ground, Yunchun. The lower part of his face is hidden with a scarf. He is surprised to look around. A torn land, the wreckage of huge stakes and a series of arrows in the ground. Without noticing a person standing behind him, the young man says in surprise, the whole work of the hands of that immature youth. Near his ears the voice of Enchong-un, who is interested. Who is they have here? The young man is trying to attack, but the guy can easily go around him and beats his foot in the back. Rising and bowing his head low, he again heads to Yunchun. Removing the fabric hiding his face, the young man says that he grew strongly in such a short time. The guys silently stand opposite each other. Bak Mu-ho smiles, looking at the guy. Enchun, not hiding surprise, asks, where does he come from? Before him is his best friend, the eldest son of the Bak clan family of guards. Among people, he is known as the most outstanding genius. Standing into the combat rack, the guy says, he only wanted to say hello quickly, and he took it and dodged. He warns, now he will see how the guy will escape this attack. Smiling, Yunchun with a wave of fingers invites him to attack. The young man rushes to him at an incredible speed. He uses the MANHUA chaotic flowering technique, the variation of the shock technique of Manhwa. The guy easily avoids his blow. Mayu, rain from the petals of the falling plum of Manhwa. It is characterized by quick and unpredictable blows, but despite the constantly changing trajectories, the least moves of the elbows. Yunchun intercepts the young man near the elbow. He makes a jerk, and Bak Mu-ho makes a forced somersault in the air. The young man falls to the ground. It is hard to call it soft to call it, but Yunchun manages to put his leg under his back of his head, protecting him from injury. The guy holds out his friend's hand, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. They walk along the forest path. The young man says, that means what he was doing. He reproaches the guy. Since he returned, then it was worth visiting his older brother at first. Enun replies that such a genius cannot understand this. How can he look a friend in the eye when he was shamefully excluded? Bak Mu-ho, putting his hand on his shoulder, says that he became incredibly strong. He thinks, if we take into account that they excluded a person, like his friend, then the sect of Udon is now in the past. The young man believes that leaving the guy's skills to rot in this place will be a big loss. He has a great idea. The young man immediately breaks down, leaving Enun-chan in bewilderment. The guy screams after, where is he? But he, continuing to move, throws, see you later. And Chunun has a bad foreboding. A few days later, friends walk along the street. The guy asks, Bak wants him to join him? He answers in the affirmative, and then asks, instead of sticking at home, will it be better to practice? The guy thinks about his words. Jang Xianfong believes that he definitely lacks experience. Bodhidharma also thinks that this is a great opportunity. Chun-un accepts a friend's offer. He says he knew that the guy would agree. They are approaching a huge building on which the sign Security Bureau of the Baek clan hangs. Most of the goods in the Shenyang district are sold using this clan. Even after the cessation of wars, chaos reigns in the world due to the confrontation of orthodox, unorthodox, and demonic forces. Therefore, merchants are risky to move unaccompanied. So security agencies in Murim have a huge impact. And Chun-un's eyes are rounded with surprise. Bakma leads a guy to the hall. Chun-un says that it is so spacious and beautiful here. A friend is complaining. Only here to get out here is such a hass. The inhabitants of the heavenly kingdom observing them agree with him. Even here she is not visible to the end of the region. And Chun-un thinks, what are his masters doing there? He is upset. Will he also force him to perform strange actions when he gets into heaven? A friend is surprised. Why did he suddenly spoke with himself? Chun-un asks him not to pay attention. In recent days he has been practiced in martial arts in complete solitude, so sometimes he can speak with himself. But the young man all seems very suspicious. A beautiful girl approaches them and welcomes Chun-un. The guy is glad to see the eldest daughter of the Baek clan, Baek Sol A. Pulling a friend, he joyfully screams, calling the girl a sister that they had not seen each other for a long time. She believes that he has changed a lot from their last meeting. The guy is interested in how she lived all this time. The girl lowers her eyes, and here Bakmuho intervenes. A squeaky voice, pretending to be responsible for his sister. He says that the guy does not even imagine how she sobbed when he left them. And when the news came that he returned, she did not sleep at night in anticipation of their meeting. The girl, laughing, says, "Stop joking like that," and he beats his brother in the face with his fist. She says Chun-un that they will see herself later, and waves his hand. When the girl left, the guy looks at a friend who's spread on the floor. He is interested. How does he feel? Steps are heard. A man comes to them, accompanied by a group of people. The head of the security bureau of the Baek clan, Baek Jin Song, says they have not seen each other for a long time. The guy's trepidation through the hair and applying excessive efforts to this, the man asks how much time has passed. He notices that the guy's body has become quite toned. Baek Jin Song says he was worried when he heard that he wanted to go with his son. But now he sees that he was worried in vain. And Chun-un does not understand what is at stake. He looks at a friend who makes a carefree look and mentally scolds him. He does not like that he does everything that he will embarrass him, without taking into account his opinion. Looking at the guys accompanying the man, he thinks, it is not surprising that the guards look at him as if they want to kill. They definitely consider him an uninvited guest who came here with the help of ties. The man's hand lies on his shoulder. Baek Jin Song says, it seems he was able to know enough. This is only his decision, and the opinion of the people accompanying him is also important. The guy asks, before whom does he need to prove himself? Nodding at the guys, the man answers, to anyone who is dissatisfied but better to everyone. One of the guards thinks that he does not like the guy. He looks like a person who lives in the illusion that anyone will cope with work in their bureau. His hand clenches into a fist. Even he had to go through brutal competition in order to get this place. He does not recognize this young man who came only thanks to the connections. The head of the security bureau turns to the guys. Are there any people? The displeased guard, stepping forward, claims that he will be the first. Most of all, he infuriates that the young man put his eyes on their mistress. Going to the guy, the guard is mentally indignant. How does a short-distance laugh, who did not even withstand the training in the outer sect and escaped, look at the young mistress? Approaching Chun-un, the guard says. He heard that the guy was thrown out of the outer sect of the boots. He asks, so what? The guard calls him an arrogant mall and brings a fist to strike. But the guy deviates, and the enemy's fist passes by without hitting him. Continuing to dodge, Chun-un thinks that the attacks of the guard are filled with emotions. He must be very hostile to him. The enemy thinks, even though the guy is weaker than Bakmu but is quite serious. He asks, how much more will he be defended? And Chun-un understands. Since his attacks are full of anger, he clearly wants to hurt him. The guy hates Yun Shi-hu, so he fought with him without hesitation. But he has nothing against the current enemy. Protecting, Chun-un cannot decide how much strength should he use. The head of the security bureau, observing the battle, reflects. Even if there are claws that can break others, mildly heart may not allow them to be fully mastered. He looks at the diverging guard and thinks that this is a battle in which one will necessarily harm another. Thoughts give rise to excitement, and excitement, indecision. And in the end, there is absent-mindedness, he believes. And Chun-un retreating almost falls and stops. Opponents stand opposite each other. The man closes his eyes, thinking that this is the end. The guards are talking among themselves. One says that he thought so. The guy is useless. The second answers. And what was he hoping for? After all, he got here thanks to his acquaintance. Baek Mu-ho is puzzled. What is wrong with a friend? And Chun-un thinks, what should he do? Jang Xianfong asks, is he mocking? He is not at the limit because of the superior enemy, but because of a simple newcomer? Did you want to die? Bodhidharma says, to cultivate, you need sound reason. He advises to clear the mind, and his body will move itself. The guy understands that the masters are right. He thinks that the point is not about the people who are looking at him now, as he has something that does not meet their standards, so they have things that he does not accept. But since the strongest teaches martial arts, his failures will affect them too. He can't tarnish the names of the masters with his mistakes, even if no one knows that he is their student. And Chun-un grabs the enemy by the breasts and throws up with force. The fallen guard rolls his eyes, foam bubbles on his lips. He clearly can no longer continue the battle. The head of the security bureau is amazed at what happened. All guards look in surprise at En Chun-un, security bureau of the Bek clan. There is a voice calling for the guards frozen in surprise to attack the guy. The call is repeated, and they quickly rush to Yun Chun-un. The enemy's fist is almost at the guy's face, but this does not seem to be very worried. Masters advise him to follow the trajectory and then redirect it. En Chun-un executes the instructions. He easily evades and intercepts the guard's hand. Masters recommend finding vulnerabilities and using them. Interrupt the attack and drop the enemy. The guy follows their instructions, and the guard flies to the side, and he goes to other attackers. This leads the guards as a rage, and they rush to the guy with even more enhanced zeal. Yun Chun-un is ready to meet them. His hands radiate powerful energy, and here 2 more opponents lie behind him, unable to rise. The inhabitants of the heavenly kingdom are satisfied with their student, and support him. Excellent. That is how it is necessary. The assistant to the head of the bureau of the security agency thinks, well, let him often arrange riots, but he will not take, accompanied by anyone. He asks back Jin Sunya, isn't this the baby Chun-un whom he often treated? Not so for a long time. He became the external student of the Udan sect, but his skills are amazing. The chapter answers, this is the essence of their technician. But, in addition, there is something else in his movements. It seems surprisingly familiar. He is interested in the interlocutor. What will he say to it? He answers, how does he know about martial arts? Baekjin Sun clarifies that he is talking about Chun-una. The man replies that he seems quite capable, and he is interested. Is it worth it to accept it? He believes that this time the accompaniment is quite reliable, and it will never hurt to acquire a reliable ally. The head of the bureau agrees with him. He also thinks so. He asks the quiet guards, are there still those who want to oppose? Without waiting for any reaction from the guys, he says, it seems that no one. He tells them to take note that En Chun-un will participate in their next task. Baek Jin Song sits at the head of the table. On the left and right hands of him were En Chun-un and Baek Mu-ho. The man is interested in the guy, who taught him to martial arts. He is writing, not knowing what to answer. Zhang Xianfong is interested in what he was slown in. It was him. En Chun-un mentally asks the question. He understands that then he will be considered crazy. Realizing his hesitation in his own way, the man asks, that man asked not to disclose his name, right? The guy thinks, just the opposite. Baek Jin Song says that his skills are different from what they teach in the Squai sect. And Chun-un Hinet mentally does not agree with him. He has a true technique. Although the man is interesting, he promises not to ask questions anymore. His son is trying to say something, but his father, with the help of an energy impulse, covers his mouth. And then he does the same with his hand. At the same time, the man asks, the son wants to say something? He struggles to squeeze out. He gives up. Baek Jin Song says that he was actually worried when he heard that the guy was going to the Squai sect. But since Yun Chun-un joined them with the help of his grandfather's connections, he said nothing. The current head of the hall, responsible for the students of the external sect, is a man of a nearby mind. The guy is interested. Does the man know him? He replies that this is a non-insignificance Shinji-yun constantly divides people into classes. He is neglected to those who are not supported by large birth. Baek Jin Song rises from the table. His son lies in a disconnection. Putting his hand on the guy's head, the man says, Since he left the sect, then let him make himself a name. He believes, the more famous the guy will be, the more he will annoy the jade Jianushin. The morning of the day of the start of the mission, Yun Chun-un left. The whole family went out. He asks for forgiveness for making a decision so suddenly. Grandfather believes that he is already an adult, so he should not ask permission for everything. Father says he take more money. Mother asks, do he really need to go? He was just returning. The younger brother presses at his feet, and Chun-un arrives at the security bureau, where Bak Mu-ho is already waiting for him. The guy stands, bewildered by the back of the head, and looked up. A friend niches him. Why did he froze there? It's time for them to go. And Chun-un answers, good. And he thinks, maybe it seemed to him? On the roof crest there is a girl with long hair fluttering in the wind. She looks at the convoy, serving. Baksol, and it was she, staring at them intently. The convoy follows along the intended path. The guards accompany him on foot. En Chun-un asks a friend to tell him again about their current task. He replies that this is a request from Jung In-agel from the Junshin Trading Company. He asks, the guy knows them? This man is widely known in these parts as Mr. Jung. Like the grandfather of the guy, he was a state official. Thanks to this, he had good ties in Hube. What distinguishes him from his grandfather, Iun Chun-una, is that he made even his acquaintance for the sake of benefit. Any friendship will fade if there are no more advantages that he can use. After leaving his post, Jung In-agel actively used his connections to establish a trading company. And what in the end? Incredible success. Several merchants united to do a large business, and the Junshin Trading Company grew to such an extent that it displaced all established institutions. Well, the most interesting thing, among the people whom he instantly replaced from the market, there were many who helped him at the very beginning. They stuck a knife into their backs and took everything away. The guy considers this person disgusting. Although the paths of his and grandfather's Yun Chun-un are similar, only this nasty character proves a huge difference between them. Bak Mu says that halfway they will unite with the Security Bureau of Manhwa. As soon as they deliver goods to the destination, they will be free. The guy, looking at the fluttering flag with the emblem, answers, to be honest, he does not understand at all. Professor bureaus never work together. Does this make sense? To hire two security bureaus is the same as announcing their mistrust to both of them. Doesn't this hurt a draw of pride? A friend says, right. Usually this does not happen. In fact, if such a request came to them, they would have rejected it without hesitation. But they have a debt to the Security Bureau of Manhwa. The guy looks at Bak Jin Suna, jumping on a horse next to the body, and thinks, so they do this for them? To repay the debt? He thinks. The Security Bureau of Manhwa is engaged in the execution of the request, and the BEC family just helps them. And Chunun is interested in a friend. What kind of goods do they accompany? Bak is in a whisper admitted that this is a fake. The trick is such. He explains the fact that the trading company has so quickly increased its power means that many became their enemies. And with the greatest caution, the Junshin Trading Company belongs to the Hanwha sect. As the trading company Junshin began to encroach on many of their interests, therefore the Hanwha sect is trying to contrast at least something. But Jung In-agel has such good connections that they cannot do anything. The young man says that the situation has changed a bit due to an official recently scheduled to the Ministry of Personnel. And Chunun clarifies, is it in Hube? He thinks that the Ministry of Personnel is responsible for human resources management. Like the one who appreciates the connection, Jung In-agel definitely wants to establish relationships with this person. He asks, is it really about bribes? Beck wants to answer, to be more precise, then this is a bait that imitates bribes. So far, two security bureaus deliver the goods, attracting attention. The real load is moved in a completely different way. The guy doesn't like it all. En Chun-un is alarming and stops a friend. The rest of the guards are also worried about the sides. But no matter how they look closely, they fail to see anyone. The guy resorts to inner power and understands that the danger is very close. He feels the intention to kill. The guard says that there is no one here who is to be afraid of. Some kind of noise in the bushes attracts his attention. Suddenly, a man with a blade in his hands jumps out of the thickets. He does not have time to react in any way. But someone's hand, grabbing him by the scruff of the danger zone. En Chun-un saves the guard from faithful death. The armed man says that he was lucky. He immediately attacks Yun Chun-un, but he evades a blow. The enemy is puzzled. He did not expect this young man to deliver him trouble. The guy again easily avoids a collision with the enemy. The man is sure that this is not an accident. The kid foresaw his attacks. Behind the back of Yunchun-una, there is another person with a sword in his hands. The senses transmit all the information about the enemy, his steps, movements, and even breathing. This is the path from the boat to Shaolin. The guy gives out a powerful energy surge, and his opponents fly apart. The accomplices of the fallen attackers are somewhat discouraged by their failure. They cautiously look at Yunchun-un, from which waves of powerful energy come. The guy notices that they are confused. He rushes forward, thinking, those whose spirit is broken become a slight target. Suddenly, the voice of Jang Xianfong is rattling in his head like childish. Chun-un is interested. Why did the master appear so suddenly? He replies that he expands his gaze and peered deep into it. He says that the guy does not create gaps in his thoughts and his vision of the world. And Chun-un asks, does this really mean that he has a limited perception? What did he miss? Looking back, he sees fighting guards, and understands that the load is in danger. A friend shouts to him so that he does not go too far. Otherwise, their system will collapse. Running Yunchun-un thinks that he was too arrogant. The purpose of their mission is escort, and he focused on the battle. He uses all his resources, trying to complete the task. Feeling the danger, he immediately stops. The men attacking him are surprised. Does he have his eyes at the back of his head? One of them calms the friend. Since his stand is broken, they have a chance. But Yunchun-un easily avoids a sword to strike. And then, using the technique of the explosive power of Shaolin, he hits the enemy, flying far back to his surprised partner. A man without much excitement is still trying to attack a guy, but he gets a kick in the face. Chun-un and Bak Mu-ho stand there back to the back surrounded by opponents. A friend is interested. Does not use a sword at all? He answers, why? Bak Jin-song, successfully repulsing the attacks of the attackers, says that the security bureau Menvan was not just asked for help. His assistant, fighting nearby, answers. A rather troublesome task came across. He asks, maybe it's time to give up. The interlocutor answers, it is impossible. They have not yet paid off their debt. Men become back to each other. The head of the bureau asks, he sees it too? The assistant clarifies, does he mean Yun Chun-un? He believes that Baek Jin-song and his son became interested in the guy's skills. The head of the bureau answers, of course they are very interesting. He mentally adds, although this child was excluded from the sect of the Boots, he can still use their complex techniques. Watching how the guy straightens the next enemy, the man asks the question, how does he know the technique of Shaolin? He looks at the aura Unchun-una with increasing interest. Hiding the sword in the scabbard and looking around the enemies scattered around the body, the head of the bureau says, they figured it out, almost everything. He orders to tie all the survivors and join the security bureau of Menvan as soon as possible. Soon, connected captives follow the wagon that continued their way. The guy's masters are pleasantly surprised. He managed to cope without serious losses. Now they only have to join another security bureau. Cursing, Zhang Xianfeng tells the student to gather. Yunchun-un is surprised. What happened? A terrible picture opens with their eyes. The meadow is strengthened by the corpses of the guards from the Menvun bureau. Baek Jin-song is perplexed. What happened here? Having dismounted and examining the victims, the man says that these villains cut all the insides with their swords. The guy asks a question to his masters. In their time this often happened? They answer, countless times. These were truly terrifying times. And Chun-un thinks, there is a big difference between the awareness of something and the contemplation of this. Now that he was faced with all this, he understands how terrible it is. If it were not for the technique of conscious cultivation, he would not be able to control trembling in his hands. The head of the bureau orders the captives. When the bound men were brought, Baek Jin-song turned to them. He will not complicate the situation. He tells them to tell everything that they know. Otherwise, he will not stand on ceremony with them. Realizing the seriousness of his intentions, the captives prayed for mercy. They promised to tell everything they know. But the first to whom he turned his eyes begins to cough and is in no hurry to answer. The man declares, if he is not able to give an answer, then he is useless. And with one blow of the sword, the prisoner decreases. Then he again addresses bound men, urging them to listen carefully. He says that he will spare only one of them, the one who will give the most useful information. Baek Jin-song asks, putting the sword to the throat of one of the captives. So, in the Junshin Trading Company there is a spy? He hastily answers, yes, it is. The head of the bureau considers it strange. If they have such a reliable source of information, they would know that the operation to escort was to distract attention. His son does not understand why then they had to attack the guards of Bureau Menvun and back. The guy believes that their goal was not just to kill. It looks like they were looking for something. Jang Xianfong says, "A lie hidden by a lie?" The guy does not understand what he has in mind. Back Jin's song is conceived, and then he orders to search the carts. He says that you need to look for something small, such that you can hide even in the human stomach. One of the guards is surprised to look at the contents of the chest. To the hearing of the head of the bureau and his assistant, screams are reached. They found it. The find turned out to be the purest white nephritis. Baek Jin Song mentally costerit Chong in gel. He understands that Menvun's security bureau was still a bait. Only now the real load was hidden from them. He asks the question and what to do now. The assistant believes that now their contract is invalid. They can immediately stop Escort, and the Junshin Trading Company will not be able to present anything to them. The man asks Yun Chun Un, what does he think? He thinks that the head of the BEC Bureau wants to break the contract due to the debt to the Menvun Bureau. He is sure that Baek Jin Sun is not one of those people who would take money. The debt that he did not return is connected with life. Since their comrades were attacked, they cannot sit aside. He turns to the chapter. He said that they have a debt to the Security Bureau of Menvun. He confirms. Right, it is. The guy offers to continue. He believes that they will still come for them in this jade, so they will not even need to look for them. The man laughs. It is strongly said. He believes that the guy will become a good warrior. Then he announces to the guards that they had all heard. They will continue escort. Baek Jin's song suggests showing these villains with whom they contacted. The decision has been made. They continue escort. The guards answers together. There is. And Chun-un, does it feel guilty? Are they really because of him? A friend replies that this is just his hands. Suddenly something attracts their attention. In front of them is the deputy head of the sect Honva Hong Mongduk, accompanied by his warriors. He asks Baek Jin Suna, are they strong enough to reckon with them? The head of the Baek Bureau says, so Honva is behind all this? A person standing next to Han Moondok replies, and who else is capable of this? He says that they would like to avoid unnecessary enmity. Nevertheless, Menvun's Security Bureau cannot be compared with them. He believes that none of them make sense to shed blood. He still continues to speak, but Baek Jin Sun's sword blows his head from his shoulders. She falls at the feet of the head of the BEK Bureau. Han Moonduk, who did not expect this, is shocked. Baek Jin Song, holding a bloodied sword in his hands, says that unfortunately, he is one of those who believe that the duty is never too late to pay. And it seems, today, it is still without bloodshed in any way. On both sides, the order flies at the same time, to kill them all. Baek Jin Song resolutely throws herself aside a cloak, and then he rushes forward at an incredible speed. The guards follow him. The first row of opponents is immediately disarmed. The guard, whom the guy saved, overtakes the head of the bureau, screaming that he would take them on himself, but a man hurries towards him at times, surpassing him in height and strength. After asking where he rushing, the thunder strikes a powerful blow. Advising the guard to get lost, the enemy strikes another blow with a fist. And Chun-un hurries to his aid, covering him with his power field. He blocks the blow, but will experience a very severe pain. Grimila, calling him a bug, demands that he stop acting on his nerves. Rushing the attack, he asks, can the guy repeat it? The voices of the masters sound in the head of Yun Chun-una. Do not block, evade. He is a little surprised by their timely appearance. The student successfully follows the recommendations of mentors. His enemy is angry. He is outraged. The guy is spinning like a ludagun. Rice roll, in a literal translation, a smoking donkey. He demands to stop these tricks, and is interested in, what about pride? He does not have it at all. The guy thinks that if he had not obeyed the teachers and tried to block the blow, his body would not stand. The man, calling the guy with a small midge, delivers another blow, but he again evades. He sees that because of his arrogance, the enemy began to use simple attacks. Taking advantage of the moment, he grabs the thug by the hand and promotes him in the air above his head. He with force throws at times the enemy superior to his earth. And then in the jump, he strikes him with a powerful blow. Jumping to the side, the guy sees how the man rises. Grimila pronounces, not bad for the child. A unkind light lights up in his eyes. He says that this even redeemed him. The guy, becoming in the combat rack, is mentally cursing. He put so much strength into a blow that the enemy's neck was supposed to break. He asks the question, does he have a chance against a man? Masters immediately begin to shame him. He studies martial arts for less than a year, but is already looking for easy paths. Judging by the age of his opponent, he trained at least 20 years ago. Jang Xianfong says that this does not mean that there is no way out, but but the guy will fall without feelings for several days. Chunun asks to teach him. He believes that this is nothing compared to the fact that he can lose in such a situation. The mentor agrees. He says that it is necessary to extract the essence of the technique of conscious cultivation. The guy replies that he will try now, but Xianfong objects that it is not enough to try. If he does not succeed, then he will die here. The enemy of the guy is puzzled. He asks, "What is he muttering there in the midst of the battle?" Bodhidharma wants to convey to the student the essence of the divine technique of the Earth's core. Yunchun-un is surprised. Didn't he get her anymore? The master explains, the basis of the Earth's essence technique is the divine technique of the Earth's core. But he took only part to fill in the shortcomings of the guy. These two techniques are different. It may be difficult, but he does not need to understand everything now. The strength of the master passes the distance and flows into the guy's body. Chun-un believes that even with a purified mind, it is difficult to withstand. If not for the technique of conscious cultivation, he would have died. He feels how incredible power seems to destroy the border between his flesh and bones. She fills his whole body. Awareness and understanding come to him. Liberation from the membrane of the earthly essence is the true essence of the divine technique of the Earth's core. She manifested itself. At that moment, the enemy attacks the guy. His huge fist rushes right into the face of Yunchun-un. He thinks that now he will not evade. He is sure that he will cope with him. When the guy makes a movement towards the man, his masters are unanimously demanding to break the enemy. Their fists are found and the man howls in pain, shaking his hand. He does not have time to recover. The guy inflicts a crushing blow to him. The body of the big man flies at an incredible speed. He crushes 2 carts, and representatives of the warring parties are surprised to monitor his flight. The trunk of the tree stops his movement, and he slides to the ground. The guards and warriors of the Manhwa sect freeze in bewilderment. Now the guy understands what the true power of the divine technique of the Earth's core is. Suddenly his whole body pierces the pain. He falls to his knees and coughs with blood. Chun-un does not understand why this happened so suddenly. The craftsman reminded. They warned that he could not take a step for several days. Bodhidharma explains. Since he by force handed him the divine technique of the Earth's core, he began to experience side effects. Hanmoon-duk had no doubt that the back of the back is strong. Therefore they took the elite of the sect, Hanva, but now they were simply crushed. Hanmoon-duk does not understand what is happening and what is the reason for their defeat. He is perplexed. Was the back clan always so strong? He looks at the big man whom the guy printed to the trunk of a tree. The man wonders, is it really the whole thing in this kid who dealt with him? Chun-un, it seems that his body is tearing to pieces. It's even hard for him to breathe. But he is not given time to think. Mentors have already attacked him. He does not think at all. He can still move. Their training is not so ordinary that the guy falls apart from pieces from something like that. Jang Xianfong is alarmed. Is he really not able to move a finger? Bodhidharma demands that he pull himself together. Masters say that he take a step on the expense of 3. They think it is important to inspire for himself that he will master it. They start the countdown. 1, 2. Somehow the guy takes the first step. He thanks the mentors. Now he can move. Zhang Xianfeng is touched and calls for a friend to see how their student takes the first steps. Bodhidharma says thoughtfully, "It looks like raising a child." Meanwhile, 3 men armed with blades appear before Chun-un. It's a pity to look at the guy. Tears pour from his eyes, and arms and legs tremble. He pronounces, "They say, if you share flour with a neighbor, it will become easier." He pushes away with his foot and attacks opponents in the jump. Raiding to them, he concentrates the strength in his palms. Having struck with all power on armed men, he says, "Feel this pain." But they are unlikely to hear him. The power of his blow is such that they are scattered far to the sides. The guy literally growls with pain and anger. Back Mu-ho with some worry of a friend. Is he really ate rice with ginseng in that sect? And in general, is this the martial arts of the Bun? The opponents approaching him are interested in, what is he muttering there? Surroundedly wincing, the young man replies, "Do they not know?" In their days, it is fashionable among young people to talk with themselves. Opponents in confusion, is this some kind of illness? What kind of nonsense? But Back is tired of talking, and he straightens out with both opponents with one blow. The young man pronounces, "Forget, you still won't understand." Screams are heard, "Stop this shirt already! Kill it until he has a stronger one." Representatives of the Manhwa sect are horrified. The guy again rushes on the attack. A powerful force comes from his hands. He easily straightens out with several opponents with one blow. Yunchun-un stands in a circle formed by numerous bodies of enemies defeated by him. Drops of sweat roll along the guy's face. His view is incredibly tired. He says that now he is really at the limit, and falls to the ground. Opponents are puzzled. What was it? Is he just disconnected? They rush forward, wanting to deal with the source of their troubles. The head of the BC Bureau orders them to stop them. Opponents come together, and a furious fight is tied. Representatives of the Hanwha sect are sure. Their turn has come. The call sounds to cut the guy's throat, but under a few blades, ready to sink onto the guy's insensitive body, substitutes his sword of back moo. He with all his might holds back the onslaught of enemies. Father rushes to his aid. He asks, do they really think that they can deceive the guy before his eyes? Opponents are forced to retreat. Chun-un is taken into the ring people from BC Bureau. A friend leans over him, wanting to make sure that everything is in order. The assistant chapter is interested in Baekjin Sunya. Is he sure that the guy is a student of the sect Udun? Military arts that temporarily increase strength are usually based on techniques that arouse dormant energy. Is it not demonic sects that use something similar? The man objects. Chun-un Kiki, not dirty like these abuse. He knows several martial arts capable of this. He thinks he knows who taught the guy. The inhabitants of the Heavenly Kingdom in confusion? Were they really discovered? The head of the Security Bureau back says this is definitely a great sage with moon. Mentors are surprised. Why? The assistant clarifies he speaks of an unsurpassed genius who was once a student of 9 great sects. If this is the cultivation technique, the merger of 9 great sects, then the strengthening of Qi does not raise any questions. In the end, this martial art is based on conflict and harmony. Zhang Xianfeng is not satisfied. They think too much. Bodhi believes that from their point of view is the most logical argument. Jang Xianfeng admits, if you think, then in the kingdom of heaven, there were rumors about the unification of the foundations of martial arts of all 9 great sects into perfect equipment. Although, apparently, nothing happened. Baek Jin-song says Hongmongduku that it's time to give up. He asks, how did everything come to this? The deputy head of the Hanwha sect replies, all because Jung and Gel used them. The head of the BC Bureau believes that he will soon pay them in full. Han Moonduk regrets that he will not be able to see it personally. He asks, can both retreat? In return, he offers his life as a collateral. Baek Jin-song replies that gratitude is doubly paid, and the insult is 10 times. Isn't that the law of Murim? Naive sympathy will later often turn into the blood of its own people. Looking around the battlefield, he says that he asks him to understand, but those who are involved in the destruction of the Menvong Security Bureau will be destroyed by the one. Han Moonduk says thoughtfully, that's how. He tears his clothes on himself, bites his finger, and writes with blood on a cloth of fabric that he was against. He says, when his brother comes to take revenge, let him give him this message. Throwing back Jin Sunu, he adds that Jung and Gel looks like a snake. The head of the backing should be patient. Not that they themselves wanted to arrange a bloody massacre. Clutching in his hands a bloodied fragment of fabric, the head of the BEC Bureau says that he will find a worthy application. Han Moonduk, looking at En, Chun-una advises to take care of him. He believes that the guy has worthy potential. Baek Jin-song agrees. The child is really promising. The deputy head of the Hanwha sect replies, of course, because it was this child who violated the balance in their plans. If not for him, they would not be so easy for them. Raising the sword for the attack, he says that it is time to commit it. Throwing at the enemy, he says, since these are the last moments, then it is worth losing to the full, like true masters of martial arts. Yun Chun-un feels the cold. He lies on the ground half covered with snow. Snowflakes continue to fall from above. In a snow whirlwind, a female figure appears in front of him. She holds out his hand, and the guy reaches for her. A little more, and he will touch her. He calls, Salt, and Chun-un with difficulty opens his eyes. He vaguely sees a man leaning over him. He does not confidently asks, Sister? But in response he hears a cheerful voice of a friend. What other sister? Did he finally woke up? Night. In a clearing in a semicircle there are tents. In the middle, a fire is burning, around which several guards gathered. Jumping on the bed, Yun Chun-un indignantly questioned Baek Moo, calling him crazy. What does he do? He replies that he looks at himself, moves perfectly. A friend thought that because of the pain, he could not even move. The guy looks at his hands in surprise, and then with a groan falls on the bed again. Baek Moo Ho, chuckling, rubs his hands. He says that the guy should not call him that when he could not even get up. The young man tells him to relax. He will do massage with the help of MANHWA's chaotic flowering technique. His fist descends onto the guy's head. Baek Jin-song enters the tent. He asks how Yun Chun-un does. He, slightly rising, answers, "He will do." The exhausted backing is on the floor. Pulling his son's body on his shoulder, the man goes to the exit from the tent. He says that he will take this problem from here. He advises the guy to rest. And Chun-un, following him, asks the question, "What happened to people from the Manhwa sect?" The head of the security bureau replies that Han Moon-dooku and his subordinates are over. He wanted to let him go, but still in Murim, this does not say goodbye. The guy looks upset by this news. Baek Jin-song says that Chun-un helped them a lot and advises him to relax. Then the man leaves the tent. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the guy complains that he is even hard to sit normally. Some sound attracts his attention. In front of him is the guard with whom he fought. His colleagues are visible behind him. "Chesh," the young man is interested in. "He woke up?" The guy answers in the affirmative and in turn asks, "What's the matter?" The interlocutor clearly feels not at ease. A little embarrassed, he asks for forgiveness for everything and thanks the guy for saving him. He adds that not only he is grateful to him. Feeling himself embarrassed, Yun Chun-un answers, "Good." The guard says that he is time, and the stroke leaves the tent. His friends waiting for him at the entrance scream after. He runs away. Their voices are heard to the guy. Someone asks, "Is he there, admitted in love?" In response, rushing, "Slam!" Sitting in the lotus pose, Yun Chun-un asks the masters, "Will they hear him?" They answer in the affirmative. They believe that there are no serious problems, and this is good. Determined, falling on the bed and shedding later, the guy says, "Okay?" Yes, he has the feeling that his whole body is pierced with needles. And Chun-un is interested in how long he will be in this state. Mentors cannot give an exact answer. Maybe 2 days? In this opinion, they are unanimous. In the meantime, it will even be difficult for him to move. Yun Chun-un in horror. How much? The inhabitants of the kingdom of heaven are recovering. It is more correct to say only 2 days. Jang Xianfong says. And this is because he laid the foundation with the help of the earth essence technique. Otherwise, he would have to spend about 6 months in bed. The guy thinks, here it is. The term decreased from 6 months to 2 days. Now he realized how well his teachers developed his body in various ways. But still it seems to him that 2 days are a lot. And it upset him. Zhang Xianfeng is angry, is upset. Does he complain of such luck? The man considers him spoiled. The guy is trying to justify himself. No, he did not mean that. And Chun-un is concerned that in these 2 days a friend may throw out that it is unknown. Mentors with a groan grab their heads. Bodhi Dharma believes that natural recovery is always the best choice, but so, if you make a little effort, then he will be able to move by tomorrow morning. He warns that it hurts, but not as much as when he first knew the divine technique of the Earth's core. The guy is concerned about his words. The mentor is interested. Will he withstand? Rising to his feet, Yun Chun-un replies that he does not want to lie with a layer for 2 days. Standing on shaking and bending legs, Yun Chun-un says, "It is better to die of pain." The mentor believes, since he is so decisively tuned, let it be so. In folded palms of the guy, energy is concentrated. Bodhidharma pours his strength into his body. He delighted the guy to endure such a pain, and believes that his willpower is simply incredible. Zhang Xianfeng stops him. Having carefully looked at Yun Chun-un, he notes that he was exhausted while standing. Bodhidharma is puzzled. The guy makes a further path sitting in a wagon. Mentally, he turns to mentors with the question, how long does he need to completely master the divine technique of the Earth's core? The guy portrayed his mentors in the form of 2 straw stuffed animals, so that it was more careful to conduct a conversation with them. They think, if you do not harass themselves, then it will take 20 years. It seems to their student that this is too much. He asks, seriously? And Chun-un hoped to do this next year. Bodhidharma says, if he has in mind the manifestation that he used in the last battle, then he will be able to repeat it in a month. The guy is delighted. Is this really just the level of manifestation? He believes that this is incredible martial art. Bodhidharma, looking with what delight the guy raises his straw stuffed up, agrees with him. Zhang Xianfeng says he waited. He promises to give him what will surpass the divine technique of the Earth's core. And Chun-un exhausts incredulously. Does this really exist? The mentor is furious. He is ready to pounce on Bodhidharma. The guy asks them not to quarrel. Behind the body, followed by Baek Mu. He seems to be puzzled by a friend. The young man thinks, even being wounded, he can chat so much. Last time, he easily defeated him. He is going to torment the guy until he restores his strength. Baek Muk has pounced on a friend. He says he will take care of him, but Yun Chun-un interceptions his hand. He makes a throw, and the young man, having jumped out, falls to the ground. Father and his assistant, jumping on horses, are interested in, "What this time?" Baek asks, "So the friend has already recovered?" And Chun-un laughing answers, "Yes, thanks to him." Finally they reach Hubei. In the courtyard of the mansion, a man, pleasing, turning to the elder. He promises to take care to deliver the gift that he prepared. He replies that he is counting on it very much. He adds that the rest depends on them. He bows in a bow, promising that he will not let him down. A man extends a sign with the inscription Security Bureaus of the Bek clan. He carefully examines her. Then he asks, "Did they deliver the cargo of Mr. Chan?" Baek Jinsong answers, "It is." The man, looking at him and the guards, thinks, "A gang of thugs." He condescendingly invites them to go through and says that they hurry to unload things. Then he adds, looking at gloomy guards, "When they finish, then let them do not stagger here but immediately leave, such as they cannot stay in such a place for a long time." And Chunun demands that he show respect. He says that people risk their lives to deliver the goods. The guy recalls everything that happened to them on the road. He adds that he did not expect a warm reception, since this is part of the work of the Security Bureau, but they cannot treat them with contempt. The man, without hiding neglect, answers, "Why would it be?" He himself in childhood grabbed his sword before the brush. He believes that the guy does not even know his place. Yun Chun-un becomes furious. He asks, "What did he say?" A hand lies on his shoulder. Baek Jin-song, laughing, says that disputes here will be a waste of time. They follow. The man, looking after them, grumbles. Such a character at such a young age. Baek Mu-ho, knocking him off his feet, hurries after his father, carrying a box in his hands. He shouts a little late, "Attention!" from the road. The young man complains on the go. How many things, horror. A man who fell to the ground shows him with curses. A young man runs up to him and is interested. Is he in order? The already rising man says, that is why he hates dealing with swordsmen. He is packed, it doesn't matter, and then he is interested. Why did he come? The young man replies that he needs to convey something to him. The mentor's voice comes to Yun Chun-un. It seems that that minister is much more important than he seems. A person passing by the back unexpectedly drops the box, and the guy is alarmed as he asks, "What's the matter?" The courtyard is full of warriors with outlined heads who simply shine in the sun. The young man, covering his face with his hands, screams, "My eyes!" The guy is surprised. Shaolin? Behind them, a man with a scream rushes unfriendly to them. "Wait!" With difficulty breathing after a quick run, he clarifies. They are from the Security Bureau of the Bek clan that arrived from Shenyang? The man asks, maybe they know someone with the surname En, and the name JJ or the Jia? They say that the master delights this man very much. He assures that the master will be glad to hear news about this man. Baek Jin-song, laughing, answers, of course they know. He asks Yun Chun-un to approach them. The head of the bureau, pointing to the guy leaning in a welcoming bow, says that the man was successfully hit. In front of him is the grandson of that man. Baek Jin-song assures that no one knows about the master more than a guy. He, again bowing, calls his name. The man is confused and does not know what to say. The head of the Security Bureau frankly laughs. Is this not fate? Joining the common fun, the man laughs with a jammed manner, thinking at the same time that he is the end. Previously, a non-friendly man is now trying to please guests. He accompanies them to his master. The head of the bureau thanks that he spent them. The man reports that he brought people from the Security Bureau of the Bak clan. The elder welcomes them. He is glad that they got intact and unharmed. He asks them for permission to present his interlocutor with whom he discussed something before their arrival. The head of the trading company Junshin Jung-in-gel says that his name is with Yun En. He holds the post of Deputy Minister of Personnel in Kubei. The head of the bureau is inclined in a welcome bow. He also seems to say that his name is Baek Jin-song, and adds that he is the head of the small security bureau from Shenyang. With Yun En, Mr. Jung talked about them. Jung-in-gel says that the head of the back is a pure soul man. He has a great reputation, and the best skills of the known to him. So it is worth contacting him if a man needs someone who knows how to fight. With Yun, smiling politely, he replies that he will surely trust him, since Mr. Jung recommends him. Yun Chun-un is looking closely at men. He thinks that people who have achieved something are usually distinguished. Maybe they look decisively like the head of the bureau. or maybe wisely, like his grandfather. But it seems to him that there are no such features in Yun-in. As if he adheres to the middle path, not outstanding, but not weak. In a way, he is an ideal candidate for a civil servant. But he understands that it is impossible to judge the book only by the cover. Jung-in-gel standing next to him is a good example. He smiles as the most innocent person in the world, and this hides his completely different side. He knows that the master admires his grandfather, so he used the security bureau as a one-time instrument, which was inadvertently falling into the backwood clan associated with his grandfather. Jung-in-gel, looking around in surprise, says that he does not see people from the Manhwa Security Bureau. He asks, really something happened? Enchun-un is indignant at his hypocrisy and mentally insults him. Baek Jin-song is warningly coughing. He says, regarding this, he needs to tell something. Before they united with the Security Bureau of Manhwa, they were completely destroyed by a group of unknown evil creatures. He asks with Yunin, is it really true? Jung-in-gel is lamented, it cannot be like that. How so? What a blessing that none of their bureau suffered. Do they really not know who it was? Baek Jin-song mentally wonders, does he want him to accuse the Manhwa sect? Jung-in-gel will win if Mr. CO hears about it and leaves with a negative impression of them. Looking at the smug appearance of the head of the Zhunshan Trading Company, he mentally calls him a cunning villain. But he is not going to play along with him. He says, since his work is over, he will begin to deal with this a little. Jung-in-gel supports him warmly. He says, that's how it is needed. You need to find those who did it. Mentally, he will annoy. His plan to substitute the sect Manhwa failed. And Chunun thinks that Jung-in-gel crossed the line. The head of the trading company says, since this happened because of his assignment, he will do everything to help in the investigation. Baek Jin-song, smiling, replies that he is glad to hear it. The guy is intrigued by him with a grin. He thinks that Baek is so smiling when he wants to care for someone. Jung-in-gel, with Yun-en and Baek Jin-sun sit at the table. En-chun-un and Baek Mu-ho stand behind the head of the bureau. The head of the trading company Junshin asks what the head of the backing person wants to tell them. The young man asks his father to ask about her rather, showing him something in a small knot. When the fabric was deployed and laid on the table, Jung-in-gel recognizes nephritis. The head of the bureau says that there was nothing like that in the list of goods that he asked to deliver. Baek Jin-song, chuckling, answers, if this does not belong to anyone, then his son would like to take it to himself. Then he adds, but it seems to him that she belongs to Mr. Chong. He, trying to laugh, does not even know what to say. The head of the security bureau understands that he cannot answer not. He thinks that as a bribe, Jung-in-gel does not use it. He is interested in how the old snakes will react. The head of the Junshin Trading Company, holding out a hand to Jade, says, it seems that this is what he has lost. He adds that he is very ashamed. The man explains that he was looking for her and thought that he gave Mr. Ko, but she finally returned to him. The inhabitants of the Heavenly Kingdom with interest follow the development of events. Jang Xianfong is amazed. Jung-in-gel does not even give up in such a situation. The head of the trading company appeals to Yun-enu. Since everything turned out so, he hopes that he will accept this gift. Silence reigns. The deputy minister of personnel, after some thought, asks the guy, is he the grandson of Mr. Ian? He answers in the affirmative and calls his name. The man asks, how does he think if he should accept this gift? And Chunun does not know how to answer. The head of the security bureau and his son mentally appeal to him. Act. The guy answers, why not? He doubts with Yun-yo, still accept? Pointing to Jung-in-gel sitting nearby, he adds, as Mr. Young said, this is a gift. He believes that gifts are given when they are waiting in response. The guy says, although accepting such an expensive gift with his position may seem like something bad. He adds, but while the man observes the balance, that is, justice and neutrality, is everything in order? Does Yun-en absent-mindedly asking for a balance? The guy believes that he copes well with this. The man laughs, and then asks for forgiveness. Just the memories of the past surged. Once upon a time, when he was still an inexperienced official, he turned to his grandfather for advice, and he told him the same thing. If he retains the balance without being biased, and will adhere to the middle path, he will achieve a lot. He adds with Yun-en, the guy is definitely his grandson. He says he accepts this gift. Jung-in-gel is satisfied. He thinks, it doesn't matter whether it is a bribe or not. After that, he will definitely look at him with favor. The guy, squinting at him, believes that it is too early to celebrate. The inhabitants of the Heavenly Kingdom are happy to watch the performance unfolding in front of them. The head of the trading company seems to them a smart person. They write off his inaccessibility to the fact that Bak Mu and his father really found the man by surprise. With Yun Yen, he needs to apologize to Jung and Gel. He replies that he is not worth it. He feels embarrassed. The deputy minister explains to the head of the trading company, since he accepted the gift, then if he undertakes to be beneficial to Mr. Chan, will people not decide that he received a bribe? Jung and Gel suspected something was wrong. Cold sweat spoke on his face. With Yun Yen, he explains that he should be careful. So in the future, when he will deal with the issues of the Ministry of Personnel, he will have to be a little stricter with him. The head of the trading company laughs strainedly and, slightly stuttering, is interested. There is nothing to do with it? He rises from the table and says that he should go. Jung and Gel leaves their society. A man who so unfriendly met the head of the security bureau and his people asks, "Is Mr. Young is really leaving?" He is outraged. How did these bastards dare to deceive him? He is furious and mentally promises to pay them to 100, no, 1,000 times more. Looking after the hastily removing Young-gel, the guy thinks, judging by his behavior, he has many enemies. As soon as it becomes known about today's events, there will be a lot of people who want to test the relationship between Jung and Gele and with Yun and Yun Chun-un is sure that the head of the trading company will have a hard time. Bak Jin Song and Mouses show the guy a gesture. Great work. Their faces are decorated with equally satisfied grin. Yun Chun-un thinks, oh, this family. He answers them with the same gesture and no less satisfied smile. The voice of the head of the security bureau is heard. The man turns to with Yun Enu. He wants to say something. The deputy minister expresses the hope that he wants to turn to him with a request. He says that he would like to pay him for the fact that he reminded him of a lot. Then he adds, as well as for the fact that, thanks to him, he received a wonderful thing. Baek Jin Sung replies, when they came, the atmosphere was as if a gentleman was connected with Shaolin. He asks, could he give Enchun Unan a couple of instructions? A little surprised with Yun Yen, the grandson of the elder of the martial arts master. The guy is trying to object, but the head of the bureau stops him. During the last battle, he realized that Yun Chun-un was connected not only with the boot, but also by Shaolin. He thought that it would be nice for a guy to get a couple of instructions from a trained person. And Chun-un understands that nothing was hidden from the man's eyes carefully. Baek Jin Song, a guy's rex through his hair, says, it is quite strange that a student of the Udan sect uses Shaolin's techniques. But he is sure that there are reasons that he cannot explain. En Chun-un thinks, as a student of the Udan, he really cannot explain why he uses Shaolin's techniques. But if here he is taught something, this can be used with knowledge transmitted by the master of Dharma. He incesses his head in a traditional bow in front of Jonanom, asking him to provide him with such an honor. The man smiles and replies that he will try. The night came. A voice is heard. Bombgak here. The student tends his head and asks, did sensei call him? The man replies that the master turned to them with a request. He adds that he needs the help of his interlocutor. 3 monks leave the mansion in the morning. One of them complains that this situation infuriates him. He just wanted to enjoy the holiday and leave. The head of the monks, Bombgak, viciously stomps with his foot. He is outraged. I demand that they get along on the basis of the fact that they are of the same age. He believes that this is a waste of time. Bak Mobu says something, Yun Chun-un now, and clearly copies someone. He complains that even his stomach hurts from laughter, but asks his friend to repeat again. Bombgak, looking at the fun guys, thinks, is this the same guy? He believes that he looks like a typical spoiled son of the rich. Wiping away the tears that performed from laughter, the guy asks his friend, what about the Uncle Bak and others? Bak Mu-kyu suggests that he with the master talks about his grandfather, and Uncle Iceland and the rest are preparing to return. The young man adds, they were told to exchange a pair of strokes. Yun Chun-un, folding back on his chest, answers, this is not a battle, but simply training. The voice of Bombgak calling his name is heard. The monk asks, in front of them is Chun-un. Jang Xianfong is outraged. Does this person have the arrogance of introducing himself, standing in a collapse? The guy folds his hands in a traditional greeting, bowing his head and confirms, it is, his name is Yun Chun-un. Bombgak, without ceremony, interrupts him, saying that he doesn't care, he just wants to know. Can Chun-wan call him? The young monk reports. He heard that the guy studied the martial arts of Shaolin. He offers Yun Chun-un it show him what he knows. Seeing that the guy is in no hurry to demonstrate his skills, Bombgak, yawning, demands that he move. He has little time. And Chun-un thinks, maybe he should leave? He still decides to tolerate. The master of Dharma was looking forward to a meeting with Shaolin. If he just leaves, he can cause problems back Jin Sunu and Mr. Company. And Chunun answers, good. He demonstrates his skill. Yunchun shows learned techniques. Bombgak with a nasty grin is interested. The guy understands that he does everything wrong. The guy's amazed. The monk finds fault with the skills transmitted to him by the master of Dharma. Bombgak with all appearance shows aversion to his skills. He claims that the guy does everything absolutely wrong. And he is interested in where he learned this. In some backward academy of martial arts? Bodhidharma hides his face with shame, and Zhang Xianfong laughs. That's how Shaolin became. An angry guy asks, means backward. The laughing monk replies that his movements lack grace. Bodhidharma is angry. The guy thinks, grace? 5 animal fists of Shaolin. At the same time, martial art and method of self-discipline. Where does the grace come from there? While Zhang Xianfong cannot calm down, Bodhidharma continues to be angry. He is in the whole bonfire of the monk, considering him a man of a nearby mind, who has lost his ability to think with his hair. Yunchun is amazed. Master Dharma really said this? Bombgak says he expected something like that. Shaolin's martial arts are now incredibly popular. The guy mentally asks him to shut up. The monk continues. Any dog says that Shaolin's martial arts took possession of the martial arts. Enchunen believes that this is already crossing all the boundaries. But the young monk does not disappear. He continues to say that the guy was trained by some scammers. At these words, Bodhidharma is lost. He scolds the monk with all kinds of words. The guy covers his ears with his hands. He thinks that something needs to be done. He has the feeling that a little more and the anger of the master will hit him. When he removes his palms from his ears, he hears the monk says that, out of kindness of sincere, he will give him a chance. He attracts the guy's finger to himself, promising him to personally show how bad he studied. And Chun-un turns to the master asking, he heard? The guy rejoices. This villain himself dug his grave. Hands of Bombgak, who became in the combat rack, covers a fiery aura. He is interested. How do you like it? He smugly thinks that he demonstrates the real martial art of Shaolin, that such a dumbass has never seen. Bombgak rushes to the guy, but he easily evades, avoiding his blow. The monk twists his head in bewilderment. Where did the enemy go? His own failure angers him. He thinks that the guy is fast, just like a rat. He again rushes on the attack, confident that this time the enemy would not dodge anything. But Yunchun and is not going to dodge. His hand, clenched into a fist, also covers a shining aura. The guy strikes. His hand rushes right into the face of the enemy. Suddenly he realizes that after knowing the divine technique of the Earth's core, in his body there is an impressive amount of internal energy. He understands, if it hit with all his strength, then the monk will remain crippled. Noticing that the enemy is receding, the guy thinks, it seems like the 5 animal fists of Shaolin have both the rules of the offensive and the retreat. He thinks that the enemy never studied this. Noticing a smile on the face, Bombgak fury. Is he laughing? The monk attacks using the technique of the palm of progeny. Watching him, the guy thinks, quickly, but too many shortcomings. The hand of Bombgak, listed to strike, does not reach the goal. Yunchun thinks, it's still just a trick to deceive his eyes. Zhang Xianfong is surprised. A meaningless movement in martial arts? The guy replies that this is a bad theater. The enemy is surprised by his assessment. The master is interested. What is the name of the one who uses techniques that are easy to read? The guy answers briefly. An idiot. Bombgak bagroffs with rage. Both mentors ask a leading question. And then who is his opponent? Looking at the monk's face distorted with anger, Yunchun answers. An idiot engaged in stupid things. The guy's fist falls on the target. Bombgak receives a crushing blow. His eyes are closed, and he, flying away at a significantly distance, falls to the ground. The guy expects whether his enemy will rise or not. There is a voice. Enough. Sensei is approaching them. Dissatisfaction is written on the man's face. The man expresses the hope that Bombgak copes. He won, the Shaolin monk thinks. The guy's name is Chun-un. He believes, if this same little man, behind whom Mr. Ko himself is looking at, would be nice to make his acquaintance with him. The man thinks, if the peers will train together, then this is only good. Before his eyes, Bombgak flies through the sight, and then his best student falls to the ground. Havon's face is getting dark. What is going on here? He demands. Stop! The monks accompanying the bomb of Gak are scared by the appearance of the master. Bodhidharma is angry, so he raised that idiot? He believes that the master is always responsible for the student's mistakes. He says that Zhubaptsov needs to be admonished with a pretty blow. Zhang Xianfong is having fun. Another round? Yun Chun-un unpleasantly amazed. Another fight? The guy believes that this person is a completely different level than his previous opponent. Meanwhile, his friend, crouching near Bombgak, fits him, asking him, "He died?" Bodhidharma angrily hangs over the guy. "He will re-man?" He, sighing, answers, "No, not at all." Un thinks that while he has not even approached the first stage of the internal energy of the earth, but okay, he will try. Seeing that the guy was heading for him, Sensei is having fun. He decided to compete with him? He warns, if the guy misses a blow, then only a wet place will remain from him. Yun Chun-un smiles. He directly feels how he believes in him. House emits a fiery aura and believes that missing a blow is also a kind of lesson. The guy laughs and says, "Thanks, it is inspiring." Without even entering the battle, he feels incredible pressure. This is what the difference is in level. Wrapping his fingers, the guy thinks, in this situation, instead of strength against power, as in Shaolin, the flexibility and smoothness of the sect of the boars is better. He becomes in a combat rack. Chun-un believes that this collision can really be a lesson that he does not yet understand. He thinks, let it be dangerous, but he chooses Shaolin. Quickly rushing to the attack, he thinks, if you do it, then for sure. The man meets his fist with his palms that radiate powerful energy. The guy is amazed at the ease with which Sensei blocked his attack. He won. Directing the energy concentrated in his hands, admits that he has power. The guy delivers another blow, but to break through the defense of the monk is not able to. Jang Xianfong speed with respect. A real hand of a mighty diamond Buddha. Bodhidharma adds, eternal classic. Meanwhile, the guy is forced to confront the force directed at him. He thinks that he cannot fall so easy. Chun-un tries to strike with his foot, but the enemy calmly blocks him. Confronting the pressure of Hivan, the guy feels as if the wall had fallen on him. A crushing blow knocks him down. He falls at the feet of a friend, excitedly asking, "Is he in order?" Sitting, Yun Chun-un answers, "Yes, but he is offended." Looking at him, Sensei thinks that even in such a situation, the guy managed to throw a fist forward. He considers him unusual. He watches how his young opponent rises and thinks, who taught him this? The guy is interested in his master. This result does not suit him? He answers, of course, no. He considers him impudent. He squeezes a fist covered by a powerful aura. Chun-un asks him and apologize. He did not tell him. The enemy's figure is fully enveloped in energy. The guy now does not see weak places. He asks the question, how can he break through? Bodhidharma says that he does not ask him to make the impossible. Chun-un considers, if the master of Dharma said that this is possible, then this is really possible. Assessing the enemy's gaze, he thinks even if he strengthens the Earth's essence technique to the limit, then something will hardly succeed in him. He hears the question Zhang Xianfeng, what is it? To stand opposite the enemy, who cannot be defeated, no matter how hard it is. Masters believe that everyone has their own weaknesses. Bodhidharma says, and on the contrary, in the smallest person you can find a strong side. And if there are many these sides, then together they become weapons. Masters ask, what is his strong side? The guy thinks for a while, and then he answers, he is a student of his masters. The guy's fists envelops a luminous aura. He is ready for battle. Thinks, now he realized why Bombgak lost. Although the techniques of the young enemy are outdated and devoid of grace, they fully preserve the essence of Shaolin, in all its purity. The man understands that the victory of the guy over his student is not just luck, but he believes that the enemy to train for another 10 years to train. Meeting the attack by Yun Chun-un, the man decides to demonstrate to him one of the 3 great techniques of Shaolin. Sending a concentrated energy with his hand to the guy, the monk says that he assimilate the lesson. He is incredibly surprised, realizing that his opponent had evaded. The guy understands that you need to attack right now, and puts all your strength into a blow. The monk, thinking that this is not Shaolin's energy, blocks the blow and knocks the guy off his feet. But Yun Chun-un attacks him again. Looking at the guy's aura, Hivan understands that he returned to Shaolin again. He considers it dangerous, and uses the technique of the divine hand of Arhat. The guy crashes into his energy shield. He sees him as a huge hand that protects the monk. She hangs over him, and he understands that it is impossible to dodge. Suddenly woven from energy, the palm cuts outside her. A person who approached says that they had not seen Hivan for a long time, and he has changed a lot during this time. Baek Jin-song cannot believe that he began to use such a serious equipment against children. Clutching the sword in his hands, the man says that this is already too much. The head of the security bureau believes that the monk has changed a lot. He is surprised that he applied the divine hand of Arahat against the boy. A man is indignant and does not hide it, masters grumble. They are unhappy that the guy lost consciousness, as always in the most interesting place. Mentors are sure that it would have been a little bit, and he could take another step forward. But they believe, even what he has achieved is already enough to be proud of. Bodhidharma says that this still makes you think how much their boy can become. Zhang Xianfong replies that the performance of the ideals of the master is the duty of the student. Lying on the bed, Yun Chunun asks, was he in a disconnection? Bodhidharma replies, about 2 seconds, about 4 hours. He is interested. Is the guy's body is okay? Rising and trying to understand his sensations, he says that in order. Although his head is still spinning with sudden movements, he does not consider it necessary to inform about this. Having opened the shirt, Yun Chun-un sees an imprint of a huge palm on his chest. Master Zhang Xianfeng says, if he had received a direct blow, then his chest would have exactly the same shape in his chest. He escaped only with a scar only because he was protected by Baek Jinsong. Zhang Xianfeng says he disconnected even from the release of residual force. He believes that it will be necessary to thoroughly practice it. Bodhidharma agrees with him. The guy replies that he tried and even hit the face of the enemy. But the master says that this was not enough. He believes that this is his fault. He could not teach him properly. Enchunun thinks that it is better to change the topic, otherwise Bodhidharma will be angry again. In the middle of the site where the battle was held, an impressive dent is visible. The guy is interested. The head of the bureau and really stop that man? The master answers in the affirmative, and with ease, and they seem to be familiar. He turned to the monk informally, naming only by name. Sitting on the bed, the guy thinks, isn't Baek Jinsong not a student of the Hua sect? With his status, it is not so easy to make acquaintance with the student of the main monastery Shaolin. His thoughts are interrupted by the master's voice. As they say, remember the tiger, and he will appear. Baek Jinsong enters the room. The man is surprised. He thought that the guy was still unconscious, and he was already waking up. Yun Chun-un is glad to his appearance. But the man did not come alone. He is accompanied by Hivon. The monk tends his head in a traditional bow, and says that first of all he should apologize. While the guy was unconscious, Bombgak himself told him everything, and admitted that this was his fault. And Chun-un says that this is his mistake, because he rushed thoughtlessly into battle. The monk believes that this outcome is caused by his hasty and stupidity of the student. He again asks him to forgive him. He does not think that a guy can be blamed for something. And Chun-un believes that Sensei is a kind and understanding person. He turning to the door, says, come in. The door of Bombgak is sticking through the door. With a guilty look, he asks the guy how he feels. He hopes that he is already easier. Entering the room, he bows in a bow and asks the guy forgiveness. The young monk is interested in, is it all right with his head? And Chun-un replies that she is still buzzing. Bombgak admits that he was too rude and spoke too much. Looking at the bruise under the eye of a young monk, the guy holds out his hand with the words, well, now they are on the calculation. They shake hands with each other and Bombgak thanks the guy. Hivon asks, now there are no more offenses between him and Yunuan? The guy answers in the affirmative, believing that the incident is exhausted. The monk says, if he is interested in Shaolin's techniques, then why not come and not see it himself? Bodhidharma is delighted. Zhang Xianfeng did not delight the news. The man is outraged. He is the first master of the guy. Why go to Shaolin? He is against. Why should the student go to Mount Sun? When is Mount Buck in Hube? But the second master does not even want to hear anything. He requires a trip to Shaolin. Bombgak and the head of the security bureau believe that this is somehow too much. Ha-one asks, isn't that a great opportunity? Baek Jinsong did not want to arrange a meeting for them? He does not decisively answer that it is. Attempts by Bombgak to say something Sensei suppresses. The head of the security bureau says, if you send there only Ian Chunun, then Salt will not leave this just like that. The monk asks for incomprehensibly. He talks about his daughter. He confirms, it is. He smiles knowingly. The guy is perplexed. Where is the sister Sol A? The monk says, he heard that women in his family are simply incredible. The guy, listening to the dispute of the masters, thinks that he does not have to go to Shaolin with his mentor Dharma. Mentally asking for forgiveness from Bodhidharma, the guy decides to speak. But he suddenly declares that in Shaolin there is something that he left. If the guy takes it, then this will help greatly in his training. Chun-un exclaims with joyful face. Shaolin! He certainly wants to go there. Master Jang Xianfong curses. And then he is interested in the merry Bodhidharma. Is he too happy? The village near the Shaolin monastery. Chun-un asks a friend with whom he walks along the street. Did they definitely go here by himself? The young man replies that in any case the father is busy, so he could not go with them. The guy is interested. Why did he not remain to help his father and got into him? He replies that he could not help but go. Baekmu-hu adds, if the guy shaves his head, then his sister will definitely demolish her. The approaching Ha-won asks him, his mother in good health? The young man is surprised. Does he know his mother? The man answers, of course. In their generation, few people did not hear about her. Baekmu-ho cannot hide surprise. Is his mother really so famous? The interlocutor answers, of course. He won, putting his hand on the shoulder of Yun Chun-un, and looking testively into his eyes, says that in fact he wanted to invite him to think about staying in Shaolin. Both guys are stunned by his words. Looking at the young man who drenched in a cold later, the monk adds, it seems that he has many friends who would not want him to go to the monastery. He-won continues, he does not know why the boys refused him, but, in his opinion, the guy is more suitable for Shaolin. Chun-un thanks him for a high assessment. At this time, a friend persistently slows him off. Refuse. The guy expresses regret and explains that he cannot join the ranks of Shaolin. The monk replies that his proposal remains in force, so if he changes his mind, then let him not be shy, and addresses him. Chun-un says, if his plans are changing, then he will do so. Then remembering something, the man puts his hand on the head of Bombgak, holding multicolored bundles in his hands, and makes him raise his face. The young monk says they have to go. When he raises his head, his swollen cheek and a swimming eye immediately cast in his eyes. He-won says that he would like the guy from time to time to communicate with this Prochinde while they go to Shaolin. Bombgak, recalling the heavy hand of Yun Chun-un, votes. If he once again training with these guys, he will die. The mentor gives him a slap. They are already close to Shaolin, so let him follow the words. Monastery Shaolin. Looking at the crowds of people, the guy admires. Shaolin is much more than he heard, and there are a lot of visitors. Zhang Xianfeng rings. It's just some kind of bazaar. Bodhidharma replies. We can assume that this is evidence that their teachings spread widely. Chun-un asks Bombgak, there are always so many people here? The young monk answers, not to such an extent. In front of them is a procession in which one man stands out with its growth and strength. Bombgak says that many people here are precisely because of them. These are the Vasramling students of 9 schools. He explains, they say that they gathered in Shaolin in order to strengthen harmony and educate a noble spirit. Then adds, funny, of course. Chun-un looks inquiringly at the satellite. Suddenly in the crowd he notices Yun Su-hu. The guy wonders. The students of 9 schools meet from time to time, arranging meetings. But why does he represent the sect of Udan? Is he too weak to come here? Yun Chun-un is not able to hide surprise. The guy hears Baekmu-ho exclaiming in surprise. And he is here. He is interested. A friend knows him too. He replies that he is talking about Mi Genfen. Looking at Yun Shi-hu, the guy asks, who does he mean? He understands that we are talking about someone who is standing next to the object of his attention. A friend answers, if he does not know, then he does not need to know. He turns away and leaves. Yun Chun-un looks thoughtfully after him. He asks the question, and that he did not share with this Ma Genfun? Baekmu-ho throws over his shoulder. Mr. House waits for them. He offers to hurry, and Chun-un continues to storm the back of Yun Su-hu. His hand involuntarily clenches into a fist. The guy reassures himself. He did not come to Shaolin for such trifles. He decides that it is better not to pay attention, and goes to his companions. While they climb the slope of the mountain, He-won admits that, in fact, he had another reason to invite the guy to Shaolin. And Chong-un asks, he wants to introduce him to someone? The man confirms his hunch. He says that this someone is very close to the origins of the martial arts of Shaolin. The guy replies that he can't wait to meet him. Bodhidharma became interested in his words. Source? Are there such people in Shaolin? And Chun-un thinks that even the master of Dharma is not too pleased with the current Shaolin. He-won hopes that the guy will be able to learn something from this person. Chun-un mentally asks for forgiveness if the monk is disappointed. But he has no special expectations from the so-called master of the source, because he already has a mentor of Dharma. Following the mountain trail after He-won, Yun Chun-un thinks that now another thing is more important. You need to find what the master of Dharma in Shaolin left as soon as possible. Hei is knocking on the door. Satellites stand behind him in anticipation. They are allowed to enter. The room reigns twilight. At the foot of the Buddha statue at a small table is a man immersed in reading. Having looked closely, the guy sees a rather elderly monk. He notices endlessly deep eyes, a look full of adamant will and appearance similar to the beggar. Masters rejoice. Undoubtedly, this is him. Crazy! The old man asks. Again they dragged anyone? Suddenly he screams loudly. Infuriates! Yunchunun thinks. A really strange old man. His masters are howl in unison, and the guy covering his ears with his hands is indignantly interested. Why do they behave like that? Mentors are delighted. They believe that this little man seems to have the potential to achieve an elevation. Bodhidharma rejoices. Now they will finally get rid of the obligation to be younger. And Chunun is surprised. This old man can reach an elevation? Looking at the old monk, he thinks that he is a very strange person. It is difficult for him to understand the heaven. He humbly tends to his head. He says he met a guy in the world. He seems to know the origins of Shaolin, so he led him here, to the great master of Thasajo. And Chunun shocked. He recalls the hierarchy: Sabek, Saba, Sasuk, and Sako. This is the older brother in teaching or a master. There are Sabekjo, Sasukju, and Sajo to the level above them. Thasajo is one more level higher. The guy thinks that the mentor Hivon has a pretty high title, but even for him this old Thasajo. He is a monster who has lived for more than 100 years. The old man screams, no matter. In any case, the origins no longer have a place in Shaolin. He won fearfully, pulling his head into the shoulders. Pointing to Bombgak, an elderly monk says that his student eventually betrayed them too. He is trying to hide behind sensei. He tries to convince him. He says that accelerated courses are a forced measure to fight the followers of the demon cult. The old man interrupts him. Nonsense. If it is difficult to achieve skill in youth, then it is better to go out into the world and take possession of art later, at a more mature age. He screams. Such stupid thoughts as the desire to become famous in his youth lead only to empty hopes. The old man does not want to see all this, and demands that the uninvited guests be cleaned. Bodhidharma asks the guy to speak with him, otherwise he will not be able to do anything. Enchun-un sighs okay, and feverishly tries to come up with something. His gaze falls on the scrolls lying on the table near the old man. From his angry movement, they scattered on the floor. Bodhidharma is surprised. Junto Singun? This is his incomplete technique that he used before reaching heaven. But he did not think that she was still preserved. The guy is amazed. Is she, Junto Singun? His gaze is fixed to the scroll lying on the floor. The old man, jumping to him, asks, what did he say? Enchun shudders in surprise. When he was there, grabbing the guy by the breasts, the old monk demands that he repeat his words. He obediently says, Junto Singun. Thasazo exhales. Really? Holding a deployed scroll to him, the old man demands that he read. Enchun cannot read. Who dares to read it at all? The old man, flashing his eyes, replies that he can. He demands, read. The monk fiercely shakes the guy's breasts, and poking a scroll in his face, requires him to read. Having closed his eyes, Yunchun resists. He cannot. He is just an outsider in Shaolin. He does not know what it is, but even he understands that reading the contents will cause a problem. Bodhidharma calms him. Nothing. Junto Singun is a technique that he brought to perfection in heaven. It differs from the incomplete version, so it can be conveyed. The old man says he had a great idea. He offers Enchun to become his student. He asks him to stop. Thasazo is surprised. Isn't that what he wanted from him? He asks. He won, after all. He wanted attention. So why is he dissatisfied now? The guy thinks, enough from him. Using his skills, he eludes the old man's hands. He is furious. He angrily asks, but how does the guy laugh? Throwing a scroll, the old monk is attacked by Onjung-un. He defends himself. Having stopped, Thasazo is interested in, is he by chance not from the sect? Studging his foot, he proclaims, it doesn't matter. From today, a guy is a student of Shaolin. And Chun-un replies that he cannot. The golden aura envelops the body of the old man. He repeats that he doesn't care what he thinks. Around the guy there are many copies of Thasajo. He is wary around, not knowing what to do. Smiling ominously, the old man says, it seems that he can't convince him with words. But if you break a couple of bones, then he thinks that the guy will become more accommodating. Around the guy, the innumerable many copies of the old master are spinning. Trying to protect himself from all this, he covers his ears with his hands. The old man will not calm down. He asks again whether Yunchun will become his student. The guy grabs his head. It seems to him that he is about to lose consciousness, if at least a little weakening control. Unable to stand it, Yun Chun-un is screaming. If the Sajo continues to crush like that, then he will bit his tongue. The old man is surprised. He thought that it was worth pressing a little, and the guy would give up, and he was going to commit suicide. He stops the entire bustle, and his copies disappear. Silence reigns, and Chun-un is trying to recover. Holding a scroll to him, the old monk asks, "Is it impossible to do anything?" Bowing in a bow, he asks Chun-un for help. The guy is surprised, so urgently that he has changed his attitude in an instant. He believes that it would be better if he continued to crush his strength than that. Bodhidharma asks him to help the old master. He asks, is he really not sorry for the old man? And Chun-un thinks that even the master of Dharma took pity on him. After such words, it is difficult to refuse. But he also does not want to stay in Shaolin. In addition, he directly feels how the friend's eyes drill a hole in his back. He says he has an offer. If we are talking about not to be strangers in Shaolin, then you can become a student who remained in the world. But this will not solve the problem in essence. The guy explains. The students who remained in the world, and the students of the main monastery cannot study martial arts on the same level. The old man does not understand what he is leading to. And Chun-un says, he heard that in Shaolin there is a title that is given to those who provided significant assistance to the monastery. The old monk clarifies, does he mean the title of honorary student? The guy exhales, yes. The old man is a little puzzled. Is this option possible? It was so long ago that few people remember this. He plunges into thoughts. And Chun-un smiles. Grandfather loved to tell him stories about the world of martial arts. The Sazo thinks, an honorary student. If we are talking about the last legacy of the Master of Dharma, it has sufficient value. He agrees, and demands that the guy begin to read the scroll. He is surprised. Right now, the old man hisses violently. If these is-holes bother him, then can he get rid of them? The guests are frightened from him. The guy answers is not the point. First, he needs to officially get the status of an honorary student. The old man insists. He said that Yun Chun-un student, then everything. If anything, then he shakes the abbot by the scruff of a couple of times, and everything will be decided. He throws a scroll into the guy's hands. The old monk turns to the guests and says, they interferes, which means let them leave. Those do not dare to argue with a formidable old man. When everyone retired, Thasazo's impatient voice is heard in the room. Start! Yun Chun-un turns the scroll. He looks at him for a while. Then he begins to twirl it in different directions. The old man boils. He cannot read? The guy assures what he can and asks to wait a bit. He demands that the master of Bodhidharma begin to read faster. But he is in no hurry to fulfill his request, and Yun Chun-un provides to save his head. He replies that he is embarrassed, as if reading a diary from childhood. The guy is indignant. What a confusion. His head is about to split his head. The master continues to be embarrassed. He is ashamed, but in the end, agrees. He reads, heaven and earth mixed, and the world was in chaos. Laws were divided into 100 in different ways, and the exercises compete for the case. It became clear that many are looking for the true path, and these lines will remain for the seekers of truth, eager for enlightenment. The guy thinks, compared to that version of Junto Singun that he studied, this technique seems more imperfect, as if there are gaps in it. After a while, Chun-un says he finished, but the old man is now far from him. He meditates surrounded by lotuses. He quietly thanks the guy. The old man says he thought that in life he could never touch the true teachings of the master. He asks, the guy wanted to become an honorary student because he does not want to be attached to Shaolin? The old monk pronounces, if in the future Chun-un encounters difficulties in Murim, he can name his name. Those who remember him do not dare to harm him. The guy asks, what is his name? The old monk answers, Gunna. The guy smiles broadly. It was this name that he often heard from his grandfather when he mentioned Shaolin. This is a great man known in Murim under the nickname Holy Monk. The old man confirms, yes, he is the Holy Monk Gunna. Since the guy found out everything, now he could also leave. Chun-un does not believe his ears. What? But the old man rinses him. Kish! The guy is outside the door where the satellites are already waiting for him. A friend is interested. How is he? The head is intact? He once says that this is not quite what he planned. But one way or another, Yun Chun-un became a student of Shaolin. The guy for the first time in Shaolin and asks for permission to look around a little around. Sensei does not mind. He says that now Yun Chun-un honorary student Shaolin, so let him look around how much he wants. The guy thanks him. thinking at the same time. Excellent. Now you need to find what the master of Dharma left. He invites a friend to go with him. He asks, "Where?" Bombgak carefully listens to the conversation. The young monk tells the mentor that the guy's for the first time in Shaolin and is called to conduct them. He won him by the ear. He believes that he needs to be training to manners again. He wishes good luck to the guys. He advises them to take a walk slowly and leaves, dragging the student behind him. Bakhmukov asks a friend to tell what Junto Singun is. The guy answers, "Let him shave, become his student, and then he will tell him everything." The young man thinks, "Shave?" He asks Yunchun-un. He is in his mind. The guy smiles. Looking at the friend walking ahead, he thinks, "It is not known, of course, that the master of Dharma left here. But it would be good to share it with Bakhmu-ho. After all, he is the one with whom the guy has to go further. If only he will grow, then this can confuse their relationship." He adds mentally, "Besides, you will never get bored with him." Suddenly, Yunchun unclies with Yun-shi-hu. He is instantly poured with rage. He asks that the guy forgot here. Enchun-un looks at the red aura, which is radiated by the red-haired youth. The guy is interested. Is Yun-su-hu going to attack? The young man looks at him, thinking that it is better not to contact him now. It will only complicate everything. He turns around and silently leaves. Yunchun-un contemptuously clicks, "A coward." A friend asks, "Who is it?" The guy is a little puzzled. He says that he usually does not differ in restraint. Yun-shi-hu is angry. Why did he come here? Because all the students of 9 great schools ignore him. A little earlier, a hand drops on the shoulder of Yun-su, and the question is heard. Is he the oldest brother of the son-in-law? Looking around, he replies, "Yes, this is he." The young man from the Huashan sect says that he heard about him. He is a student of the Uda sect, who remained in the world. His name is Mi Genfun from Huashan. Yun-shi-hu says that his brother is quite strong. The interlocutor laughs. He should be hard with such a relative. He adds, looking at the object of their conversations, "You can't figure out worse than to be in the shadow of your youngest." Then he expresses sympathy. Yun-su-hu turns red. He understands that Mi Genfun pretends to be comforted, but in fact he simply carries him out. He believes that the interlocutor with rotten inside. Ma Genfun encouraging him on the shoulder. Then he says that he holds on. The world is harsh, but let him hold on. And laughing, leaves. A voice is heard behind him, asking him to calm down. Looking around, he sees his brother, Yun Sonvan from the sect of the Juns. He says that he understands how Yun Shihu is angry, but he better not deal with that guy. He adds, "Besides, since Chan and the Will here, then people here are serious. Do not inflate the problem." The red-haired youth mutters that he understands everything. Chan and Vol, the daughter of the head of the Guardians of the Gate, who is called one of the 10 best swordsmen of all Murim. Although she is a woman, her skill is far ahead of the level of peers. Among outstanding people, it is the most outstanding. Everyone is trying to impress her. Walking among the crowd and feeling universal attention, the girl thinks, "What unpleasant personalities." Mei Genfun, feeling in the crowd like a fish in the water, rushes 9 schools for students. He offers to go and continue the feast at the top of the Jungic. Young people pass by them. Someone comes to Yun-su-hu. Who is this? In response it sounds, the elder brother of the son of the Shunskaya school. The face of the young man will have a barrow. Someone is joking, asking the son of a son to be a good older brother. Mentally he is cursing, and he wants to kill all of them. Mount Sunhan consists of 3 large peaks. In the center of the Jungic, Junji. In the west of the Sosil, Xiaoshi, Xiaoshis. And in the east Pasil, Taisha. Shaolin is located on the northern slope of the top of the sausage, so it got its name. Friends go along the slope of the mountain. Suddenly Bodhidharma declares that here the guy needs to practice the Django technique. He is surprised. Right here? The master asks, "Will he handle it?" Enchun-un, squinting at the yawning satellite, mentally answers, he, of course, will look at him askance. But he will try to take care of the moment. He calls a friend. He asks, "What is it?" The guy says that he is hard and offers to rest. Back is a Murti. Now? Here. Enchun-un explains that after Taisado he feels exhausted and wants to rest a little. The guy sits in the lotus pose and closes his eyes. He is glad. It turned out naturally. A friend looking at him thinks that he is still strange. Did you think something again? Meanwhile, the figure of Yun-chun gets covered by a luminous aura. The young man sits down to rest nearby. The radiance of energy attracts some monster sitting on a cliff. At the sight of a bright glow in the forest, his eyes light up. He hastily rushes down. Its speed is simply amazing. With gigantic leaps, he rushes over the trees in the direction of the friends who crouch to rest. The monster lands right in front of the affected guys. They look at all their eyes at the huge one that arose in front of them so unexpectedly. In unison, they are a little stammered, pronounced gorilla. In the guy's head, the voice of the contented master of Bodhidharma is heard. He finally came. The inhabitant of the heavenly kingdom says that he had to rise to heaven for a long time, but he did not. Yun-chun-un is indignant. This one? To heaven? Bodhidharma explains, although outwardly he looks threatening. In fact, it is a spirit that has been more than 1,000 years old. The guy, looking at the gorilla standing opposite him with a golden fur, is interested in, the master used the Junto technique to call him, noticing that the monster wants to get closer. Back is screaming so that he does not come close. Otherwise, he will kill him. The guy stops his friend. He says everything is fine. He is most likely not going to attack them. The gorilla with a wave of a huge paw invites them to approach. Back does not doubt. Is it definitely safe? Enchunun uncertainly answers, it seems. The gorilla holds out their paw. The guys ask the question, does he want to shake his hand? The guy gives his hand, and the monster carefully squeezes it. Back Momo is struck by the courage of a friend. Suddenly, the gorilla throws the guy up. Then there is enough for Back for the head, and he also takes off up, thrown by her mighty hand. Enchun-un, who founded himself on the back of the beast, is trying to get comfortable. A moment, and next to him is his friend. The young man scolds the beast. What is he doing? But the guy tells his friend to stay stronger by the wool. Bakmu does asks, why? And Chun-un does not have time to answer. Gorilla makes a giant jump. The young man reproaches his friend. He said that it was safe. And Chun-un asks him to tolerate a little. He assures that it will definitely cost it. The guy is delighted with what is happening. Back is interested, is this one of the legends? And Chun-un answers, maybe he himself certainly does not know. A friend asks, did he accidentally learn about this from a scroll? The guy thinks, if you think, then it may look like that for him. Gorilla continues to carry them in an unknown direction for them. And Chun-un answers, no, not quite, but he received permission from the real owner. He asks his friend to trust him. He believes, if the guy says so, then it is. In any case, he doesn't care. He says, the main thing is that it is fun. The gorilla lands at some crevice in the mountain. She goes inside. Friends continue to sit on her back. Soon they find themselves in a cave with flowering flowers, which illuminate the sun's rays, breaking through from above. The gorilla stops in the center of vegetation, free from flowers. The guy believes that they arrived in the right place. They descend from the back of a huge monkey. The gorilla points them with a finger at the piglet, where they are now. Enchun-un decides that she tells them to wait here. A friend agrees with him. Bodhidharma confirms, right. He is not a person, but better than any of the people. The guy understood everything correctly. Let him wait. While Yun-chun-un communicates with a mentor, the back of the Muru smells flowers. The guy is interested. Why does only one of his masters say? He replies that Jang Xianfong is a little busy. And Chun-un is interested. What is he so busy? Bodhidharma explains. He skipped something to help the guy, and is now working out. And Chun-un believes that he is in an amazing place, and he is very interested in what is hidden here. Noticing that a friend froze in front of one of the walls of the cave, the guy asks, what is he doing there? But Back is silent, and Yun-chun-un goes to him to see himself what he is looking at so closely. He freezes, seeing that the entire wall is cut by lines. Bodhidharma is surprised. Are they still preserved? The guy asks the master, what is it? He replies that these are traces of one harmful type. And Chun-un is interested. Who is he talking about? He thinks that judging by the teacher, these traces were left at least in his time. Even after 1,000 years, they still retain their energy. Who could leave them and why? Bodhidharma says that his friend has much more potential than he expected. Finding something in these traces is not such a simple task. The guy answers, nothing surprising. This is his friend. The master says, however, it must be stopped. It's too early for him to approach them. And Chun-un calls back Muho, but he stands as if enchanted. The guy once again entwines him, and he turns to him. But it is impossible to recognize him. This is the face of a completely different person. Around the young man, a red aura lights up, the same as the energy in the lines on the wall. The guy is forced to cover his face, defending himself from the power emanating from him. And Chun-un understands. If you do not bring a friend to life, things will be bad. Looking at the back of the Mu, surrounded by a red glow, he frantically thinks, what to do? Suddenly a gorilla appears and rushes to back Mu-ho. The guy is desperately screaming. SPOSS, he called him so because of the radiant golden wool. The luminous aura of the beast falls on the young man, extinguishing his red energy. Back Mu-ho becomes the same. Yunchun-un is in a hurry to a friend. He asks in alarm, is he in order? He exhales and is interested. What happened to him? The guy puts his shoulder suddenly weakened to his friend. He says, does he really remember anything? If not for SPOSS, he would probably never have woke up. Back Muko is surprised by his words. Gorilla puts a huge jar in front of them. The guy looks at her puzzled. Back asks, is this water? And thanks, Gorilla. Spas extends a huge bowl with a young man's liquid. He drinks the proposed drink in one gulp. A squeamish expression appears on his face. Bodhidharma says that the liquid is valuable, so let not spit out. Yunchun-un immediately closes his mouth with his hand to his friend, forcing him to swallow the drink. He insists that he would drink everything. Having swallowed the liquid, the back of the Mur is exhausted to the ground. The gorilla watches them with a smile. The guy carefully glances at the drink in the bowl, hoping that in 1,000 years he did not deteriorate. But since the teacher said that he was valuable, he would have to drink. Yunchun-un brings the bowl to his lips. Giving the empty bowl of the gorilla, he thanks. Thanks, excellent water. The beast pours out the remnants of liquid from the can, and Yunchun-un understands that the gorilla wants to give him everything that remains. The guy again carefully looks at the bowl. He thinks, if the master says that this water is valuable, it probably strengthens spiritual power. The beast guarded its millennium without gnawing. Indeed, this creature is much more noble than man. The guy thinks then Spas must get something. He holds out a bowl with a gorilla liquid, saying that this is her. The beast is surprised, but the guy calms him. He asks him not to worry and drink it calmly. The guy, pointing a finger at the hieroglyph drawn by him on the floor, says that they are friends now. Back Mu-ho, smiling, nods according to. On Earth, a hieroglyph is clearly visible, meaning friend. The gorilla eyes are expanding knowingly. Then Spas begins to joyfully jump and beat himself with paws in the chest, as in a drum. Friends look at each other and laugh. The beast devastates the bowl. He is enveloped in a golden glow, and he infuriates above the ground. The guys watch him in surprise. The radiance is becoming brighter. They do not understand what is happening. Then a blinding flash follows. Bodhidharma, standing at a spatial eye, pronounces the words of prayer. The energy emanating from him rushes down to Sansan. The body of the beast is constrained by the energy shell, which he breaks after a moment, breaking into freedom. The pacified gorilla continues to steam in the air. She sits in a lotus position, folding her hands in a prayer gesture. Watching the guys do not understand what is happening. Yunchun-un turns to the master, and he explains, this is deliverance. After a long time, Sports finally met a friend. The gorilla extends forward the index finger shining with energy. Sansan draws a hieroglyph in the air denoting the word friend. He flashes with dazzling fire. Sparks from him crumble at the guys. They are covered by a flame. At first, they are scared, but then they understand that nothing bad happens to them. The guys fall on one knee in front of the beast. Spas, smiling, raises his thumb up, and then he smoothly infuriates up. Yunchun-un looks at him. Friends lie on the floor of the caves near the flowers. The guy hears the master's voice. He expresses the hope that one day he will also reach this place. With difficulty rising, Yunchun-un is interested in the mentor. How is Sansan? He replies that, thanks to him, he got well. The guy is glad of this news. The master asks, how does he feel? And Yunchun-un replies that he feels completely devastated. He says, usually when you drink mixtures, Dantian is filled to capacity, but now he is absolutely empty. Bodhidharma advises to try to activate the technique of Junto. The guy readily follows his advice. His body is covered by a flaming aura. He is surprised by such a result. Yunchu unanimes, incredible. The fact that he could achieve only with extreme concentration, using the technique of conscious cultivation, is now given so easily. Empty Dantian is filled. He asks the master, where does the force come from? A moan is heard nearby. The guy turns to the wild friend. Back Mu-ho hardly stands on all fours, then asks, Sansan? And Yunchun-un replies that he has gone far. The young man complains that he did not even manage to say goodbye. The guy is interested in his well-being. He, sitting on the ground, analyzes his condition. Then he suddenly vigorously breaks away and begins to actively move. He is surprised. His inner energy has increased so much. He delights how easy his body became. And Chun-un believes that it is time for them to return home. They already lingered. A friend agrees with him. But the young man is in no hurry to follow another. He again looks at the lines with which the wall of the cave is dotted. It seems to him that he can repeat it. Having exposed the blade, he tries to follow the lines. Then, stopping, sighs heavily. Not even close. He thinks, who could leave this? Maybe this is the one who has reached heaven. A friend's shout is heard. Let's go faster. Bak Mu-ho rushes after the guy. He thinks that at the moment this is enough. Just walking on the heels is already fun. Night. In the forest there is a group of warriors. The lower part of their face is hidden by a cloth. One of them, taking a sip from a flask, asks, "What did he say?" The second answers, "Yes. Everything seems to be as usual." Ah, and yet, he put on a red bandage so that it was easy to recognize at night. A man with a flask asks to be more attentive, demanding type. Well, if everything is as usual, they most likely are already heading to the top of Jungik. The interlocutor answers, "These rats from orthodox fractions love to show off." The man laughs. This is in his hand. Then he is interested. What are the results of intelligence? Warriors bow their knees. Then one of them says that two are approaching them. The man asks, "You can see a red bandage?" And he receives a negative answer. He says, "They were not lucky," and gives the order to several soldiers to deal with them and join the main group. Those hastily fulfill his order. The man believes that they relaxed, being within the possessions of Shaolin. Throwing a flask, he pronounces, "You need to deal with them quickly and smoothly." He gives the command to the remaining soldiers. Forward. Friends return to Shaolin. And Chun-un is interested. Why is it Bak Mu-ko smiling all the way? He answers, "He became stronger." Can't you be happy? The guy wants to talk about the traces of the sword on the wall of the cave, but suddenly a warrior attacks him, the lower part of which is hidden by the fabric. Without hesitation, the guy beats the attacker with his fist in the face. The next two men are waiting for the same fate. And Chun-un walked defeated opponents, wondering, who are these people? Why did they suddenly attack them? A friend hurries to him, asking, "Is he in order?" Looking at the warrior who has fallen under a tree, the guy asks, "Bak Mu-ho. How does he think? Who are they?" He, looking at the second man settled by the stone wall, answers, without a concept. They approach the third warrior lying on the ground, and who has lost his headdress. The young man says, "Maybe it was necessary to ask first, and then knock out?" The guy has nothing to say. Bodhi Dharma says, "A technique that they just used belongs to Maziao's techniques." Yun Chun-un is surprised. "The demon sect?" He says thoughtfully, "Maziao, that means." A friend is interested. Why did he immediately decide that they were? And Chun-un answers, his intuition is good. Bak Mu-ko looks at him incredulously. The guy is thinking. The master of Dharma said that these are people from Maziao. Did he really notice them right away? But if so, why didn't he warn? Maybe he kept silent about this because of some principle. Or is it a heavenly law? He considers his guess quite likely. Otherwise, why should he expose his dear student of danger? Some strange noise comes from the forest. Friends look at each other. What else is it? Yun Chun-un listens. Then he says, "The sound of the rattle? Did the demonic sect attack someone? But to whom?" A friend is surprised. Who could carry a weapon into Shaolin? Bak Mu-ko suggests that the students of 9 schools were attacked, but he does not understand what could be the reason for this. He believes that only a demonic sect could attack young students. If this sabotage succeeds, then the war cannot be passed. The guy thinks that the goal is most likely the destruction of all students of 9 schools. This time, the meeting attracted more people due to the participation of Chan with the volume. If all future sect leaders are killed, this will be a serious blow for orthodox schools. They would not have toiled in Shaolin, not preparing. Among them there is clearly a master of the level of the monk Havon. En Chun-un asks the question, what to do? To rush to the rescue right now? Or return to Shaolin and report it? But what if during this time Chan and the will or one of the students of 9 schools will die? In this case, as a friend said, there is no wars. Bak Mu-ko asks, what will they do? Bodhidharma says, if he wants to intervene, then let him act. He will not help him directly, but as his master, he can teach something. The mentor continues. The guy reached the first level of divine technique of earthly essence. Now the master wants to show him how to use it correctly. Yun Chun-un, delighted with his promise, rushes a friend. Let's go. He is a little puzzled. Again, he spoke to himself. He asked, where? Yun Chunun is surprised. Where else? To help those poor fellows. Bak wants to ask a question. The guy understands how dangerous it is? And Chunun answers carelessly. It's okay. The guy is clearly inspired and torn into battle. He promises to bury them all. Meanwhile, the battle is in full swing. The attackers believe that the students hold well. The squad commander thinks, even though it is young, but they can't occupy the strength. Watching the course of the battle, he thinks. A proverb in the world of martial arts. Young masters are in demonic sects, and the old ones in orthodox schools now seem to be deprived of meaning. But of all students, he especially distinguishes one. Seeing how the girl fights with his warriors, he calls her a frantic girl. She easily paves her way for herself, with one wave of the sword, dealing with the opponents. She is like her eyes on the back of her head. It is impossible to take her by surprise. The commander carefully observes her. This is the very art of the sword, uniting the best features of all fencing techniques in the world. The absolute skill of the guard guardians. Chan in the will masterfully wields a sword, enhancing it with his own energy. The girl attacks the detachment commander, and he is forced to retreat before her pressure. She knocks her hat off his head. He obviously did not expect such agility from her. But the man quickly came to his senses, and reflects her blow with his blade. Their swords are crossed. They look into each other's eyes. The girl says, the technique is murder in the void of darkness, right? He is amazed. How? She adds, the martial art of a demonic sect. Now she understands why they attacked them, but she believes that it's time to finish. The man interrupts their confrontation and jumps back. He says that he should not decide when he is finishing. The girl attacks again. The energy between them literally explodes. Chan and the will continue to advance. She says, now that she found out who her opponent, his tricks on her will no longer work. The man is furious. This girl was much stronger than he represented. To defeat her, he will have to fight in full force. A warrior warning is heard nearby, on the right. Looking back in the indicated direction, he does not understand who lit a signal bonfire. They tied everyone with a battle. Is the first group failed? If you do not finish quickly, Shaolin will intervene. The girl's voice comes to him. If they want to escape, then this is their last chance. He asks, will she really let them go? Chan and the will answer, it is better than allowing to die even more people. The man screams violently, something else. They came for their lives. He gives the command to use pills to his soldiers. Those hastily fulfill the order. Their bodies are filled with blood-red energy. She makes them be painfully changing. Pupils of 9 schools are in surprise watching the transformation. A man whose eyes burn red chi tells everyone to kill everyone. Its energy is so strong that it is not able to withstand even Vul in the will. She literally knocks her down. Rising, the girl thinks, this is the power of fiery pills. The situation is critical. They will not last at such a pace for a long time. If at least one student of 9 schools will die, they lost. Yunchun, Un and Bak Mu-ho burst into the thick of the battle. None of the warring parties expected their appearance. Hurrying to the rescue, friends are talking among themselves. Bak Mu says, if a forest fire begins, then it will be on the conscience of Yunchun Un. He answers, this is better than returning to Shaolin. The leader of the representatives of the demonic sect looks at the new arrivals in surprise. In insulting expressions, a man is interested in, is this their business? Bak Mu tells a friend, asks if their hands are a signal bonfire. And Chunun, stretching his lips in a smile, answers, well, since he asked, then we must answer. He answers as a secret. The man is furious. He orders to kill them. His warriors are in a hurry to fulfill the order and rush to the guys. And Chunun says that he will do them. A friend answers, see you later. The guy offers to check the new equipment. And Chunun uses the point of limit, and then the path of power. The monstrous energy comes from him. Opponents scatter in different directions when he uses the technique that the master of Dharma has honed over the centuries. He resorts to the technique of heaven. Those present are shocked by his power. This applies to both opponents and those on whose side the guy fights. From afar, hiding behind a tree, some person is watching them. He asks the question, who are these two? In the heat of battle, the guy almost hurts the Chan with the will. He immediately raises his hands and assures that they are allies. And what happened is just a misunderstanding. The girl answers. She sees that they are not enemies. En Chun-un apologizes again and asks to understand him correctly. Chan and will be interested. Are they from Shaolin? The guy does not know how to answer. He is riding. And then the master's voice is heard. Do not dare to relax. And Chun-un immediately with his foot strikes a crushing blow to the enemy. He shudders. It hurts. If it were not for the divine technique of the Earth's essence, then the fracture could not have been avoided. He is attacked by the commander of the detachment. The girl warns him to be careful. Their opponents are under the influence of fiery pills, so it is dangerous to fight them. The guy barely manages to evade. He is surprised. Is it all because of the pill? Well, well. However, what's the difference to him? Standing, he thinks that the enemy attacks will not inflict damage to him. With his fist, he blocks the blow to the squad commander. He retreats under his onslaught, thinking that the masters taught him a lot. A man is beside himself with anger. He screams that he will kill them all. And Chunun thinks, come on, try it if you can. The clash of their energies causes an explosion. And to the place where the man stood, stone blocks are falling. Watching the tactics of the battle, Yun Chunun, the girl thinks, from the boat again to Shaolin? Who is this person? The guy triumphs. The last attack was not particularly smooth, but otherwise everything went fine. The master answers, if Zhang Xianfong was here, he would have arranged him. And Chunun reflects, although this is just a basic technique, but after he mastered the divine technique of the Earth's essence, his body became somehow tense. He thinks, maybe it seemed to him. If this is not the case, then the master Zhang Xianfong would hardly count him. The guy resolutely turns to the soldiers who approached him. The master tells the guy that his friend is not so simple. Yun Chun-un looks in the direction where Bakmu-ho fights. He agrees, in every sense, an outstanding guy. And Chun-un believes that his feeling of sword is the same as that of the master who left traces on the wall in the cave. To steal the nature of the trace left 1,000 years ago. Bakmu-ho really a genius. The guy thinks, but was a friend always so cruel? Bodhidharma replies, should he judge him? The guy says, indeed, he has masters. Bodhidharma replies, although if we are talking about pure talent, Enchunen conceived talent? Was he once? He barely managed to maintain the status of a worldly student of the sect of Udan. The master reminds, however, now is not the time to be distracted. Explosion. Stones fly in different directions. The detachment commander is selected from under the blockage. He says good. Now he will not restrain himself. A man uses the technique of murder in the void of darkness, the 8th form. The cold aura Chun-un is opposed to the scarlet energy of his enemy. Chan and the will approach the guy. She says she will help him. He replies that they themselves will cope. And Chun-un advises her to help other students. The surprised girl says she understood him and counts on them. She is in a hurry to help other students. And the guy is preparing for a battle with a fairly serious enemy. They feel a friend's arc. Their thoughts are intertwined. They don't need words. The guy feels. The enemy put his life on this sword. A person who is ready to put his life on a stud acquires incredible power within his will, and the will of the one who is ready to sacrifice is far away. But what about that? This dog is able to bark only at those who can win? Yun Chun-un feels regret. He mentally offers the enemy to attack. He answers the same way, as he says. They understand each other without words. Then, with a cry, die, the man attacks Yun Chun-un. The clash of their energies causes an explosion. The man screams in pain. The guy strikes with a fist, putting not only physical strength into it but also ki. A blinding flash occurs. The enemy is defeated. He lies on the ground, unable to rise. With his energy and power, the guy literally sweeps him. The students of 9 schools are amazed. Who is this guy? But no one has an answer to this question. The brother leaning over the earth lying on the ground, Yun Shi-hu, calls the name of the guy, Yun Chun-un. He is perplexed. How could he gain such power in such a short time? The young man wonders. He blessed the heavens. But why En Chun-un and not him? He also wants to become strong. Yun Shi-hu asks his wounded brother, is he in order? Yun Son-won, trying to smile, answers, is fine. From this he will not die. Having clamping the wound on his brother's body, the young man thinks, why did it happen? He thinks, is it really because he is weak? Or because of the lack of talent? Yun Son-won, his younger brother, was not the same as now. As a child, it was an ordinary guy with ordinary abilities. But at some point, everything changed dramatically, and he began to demonstrate incredible power. He could not grow up in a short time. It was like a gift. Even if the talent is acquired, then it still remains talent. The young man thought that his brother would come to Murim, but the family sent him to the sect of Juns. Even the main student there is allowed to lead a worldly life. The family decided that Yun Son-won in the sect of Jun would successfully advance and be able to apply for the post of head of the family. If he joined the sect and took a high position, it would be good too. Therefore, the choice fell on the sect of the Juns. Unlike Yun Shi-hu, who was considered an insignificance, it was obvious that the family thought a lot about the future of the younger brother. At that moment, he realized that in the future that his father sees for the family, there is no place for him. He recalls how his father, putting his hand on the head of the sun, tells him that he should become those who will bring the glory of the genus Dokpun Yun. Watching how Yun Chun-un fights the enemy, Yun-su thoughtfully pronounces his name. Chan with the will shouts, "The balance is broken. We must continue to crush." The girl and other students of the sect in his eyes are headlong forward. The young man calls a brother named Sunwon. He says even if he perishes, he is unlikely to be able to become the main student of the sect, Jun. The brother does not understand what is at stake. Yun Si-hu continues to think. Perhaps the strength of the family aimed at his brother will switch to him? With one hand he presses his brother's wound, and the other tightly clamps his nose and mouth with his palm. A few moments of struggle, and now everything is over. Yun Si-hu continues to sit near the body of his brother. He removes his hand from his face. The eyes of the grandson are widely open. Around the mouth, blood is visible. Yun Si-hu examines his bloodied hands. Then he covers their face and pronounces the name of his brother, Sunwon. He removes his hands from his face. His lips stretch in a smile, more reminiscent of a grin. He asks for forgiveness at the son-in-law, saying that a good brother did not make him. He continues to sit over the cooling body of the son-in-law. A man with a red bandage on his head, observing everything from behind the trees, says that it is becoming more and more interesting. Then, taking off the bandage and clutching it in his hand, he says, "Why, it seems, can this be considered a defeat?" Yunsu puts his hand on his brother's wound and screams, "Hold on!" Raising the son of the sun by the shoulders, he begs him not to die. He complains that he was so weak and asks for forgiveness from his brother. Sobbing, he prays to forgive him. Meanwhile, people are approaching them. Someone asks, "Is everything all right?" He won, and the monks who came with him freeze near the brothers. Yunsu hugs the body of the son-in-law. Behind him are the students of 9 schools. The monks froze a little further. The words of prayer sound. One of the monks is interested in, "Are there any wounded?" They cannot believe that this really happens in Shaolin, as if the attack of the demonic sect was not enough. And then one of the students of Junnam died. He thinks an unpleasant situation. If it is wrong to settle it, then the reputation of Shaolin may suffer. He asks someone to explain the situation to him. While they are bandaged the wounded, Hivon says Yun Chun-u now. He heard that thanks to his efforts, he managed to reduce losses. The guy objects. This became possible only because everyone acted together. But, of course, he also made a lot of effort. The monk thanks him and says that the apple from the apple tree does not fall far. BEKMOTHASSISTANT. Is this a compliment? And thanks the man. Hivon asks the guy, "Is he wounded?" Then, taking out something from a wide sleeve, he says, "It is good that he took it with him." Bodhidharma is impressed. He says this medicine is an elixir of conservation of vitality. The monk holds out the box Yun Chun Unao. The master explains to the guy that the elixir is included in the category of rare medical means. The guy timidly notices that this is a very valuable medicine. The monk agrees with him. It is. This is a unique tool. A man smears a wound on the guy's hand with a medicine and says that the elixir really is of particular value. Yun Chun unimpressed. The pain is gone. The monk laughs. He said that this is a very rare remedy. Bodhidharma explains that the training in Shaolin is extremely exhausting, and the elixir of conservation of vitality is one of the best drugs to cope with the loads. The guy thinks that such a medicine would not hurt him. The monk says that, of course, they do not give him to every person he met in transverse. He recommends using it economically. Yun Chun-un is amazed. Hivon gives him the medicine. The monk confirms, yes, he received permission to do so. Now the guy is no longer just a guest Shaolin. In addition, his help to the monastery was very significant. And Chun-un, looking at the box with the medicine, thinks that he only followed the instructions of the master of Dharma. But thanks to this, he transmitted his martial arts and prevented large losses among students of 9 schools. Yes, there were still victims, but everything could end much worse. Hiding the medicine in his pocket, the guy asks, "What did the monk mean when he said that the elixir is of particular value?" Hivon answers, "They made this decision together." Probably the guy already understood this. And Chun-un thinks that something is clearly in this reward. He asks, Hivon means the further development of the situation? The man says, yes, given the enemy forces, they cost little blood. But the victim of the student of Junam will not be left without consequences. They will probably begin to act. And among the supporters of the war, discontent is already brewing. The guy asks, "Is the political situation complicated?" House answers, "Everything is right, and he can also be drawn into it." Yun Chunan is sure that since he proved himself, they will clearly be aimed at him. The monk says, if he were ambitious, then they would have a chance. He is interested. The guy is ambitious. Yun Chunan is conceived, glory and power. He replies that he does not care about such trifles. He won, putting his hand on his shoulder. He says that he thought so. If it were otherwise, he would not refuse the position of student of the master of Tasajo. If Yun Chun-un is hard in his decision, then it is better for him to leave Shaolin before the problems begin. The monk, looking for something again in a wide sleeve, says he was going to help the guy here in Shaolin, but apparently it would not work. It is very annoying that he leaves them. However, he still has something for him. The guy, bowing in a bow, replies that there is no need for additional gifts. He thinks that he had already received a lot from Shaolin, but the monk insists that he accepts another gift that will help him in training. The man gives him a bracelet, saying that the master of Tasajo ordered to give it to him. It is believed that it helps to collect more pure energy. Yun Chun-un is interested. What is it? He puts the bracelet into his hands with the words, "Since he gave it to him, then he will definitely use it for the benefit." He understands that this is a real artifact, and only thought comes to his mind. The master asks, "Is it still here?" En Chun-un, looking up, asks, "What did he say? Is this what he thought about?" A friend is surprised. Is the guy looking into the sky again? Bodhidharma confirms the guess of Yun Chun-un. Yes, this is what he used in due time. Yun Chun-un is delighted. He issues a wild cry of joy. Others look at him like a psycho. He laughs, and his student believes that the guy gets out again. Chan and the Will watching what is happening in surprise. She asks the question, why did the Sajo presented him with this? Who is he? She thought his technique was a Shaolin, but it is also similar to the techniques of the Squen sect. The girl suggests that the guy is a special student of both sects. She is very interested in who he is, and she was still told that at a meeting of 9 schools it would be bored. Looking at Yun Chun-un and his friend, she thinks that this time her father was mistaken. She was able to find 2, the girl thinks. Well, she is sure that they will still see. From her gaze, the guys make his way a trembling. Right, the frost has passed on the skin. Chan and the Will leave, leaving friends with the monks. A person with a red bandage continues to hide behind a tree. Does he think luck or failure? Then it comes to the conclusion that it is not for him to decide it. A bird flies in the night sky above the heads of the guys. The fiery gates of hell. The arch of the cave shines like a starry sky. A huge boiler standing on fire can be seen. Someone as if a melted hand gets a skull from Vreva. The voice sounds, "So he is the same Demo Emperor of the Black Wind?" A loud name for such a discharge. The skull flies to the rest, lying against the wall of the cave. Someone pronounces, "It's funny to see how any trash calls himself demons." Moster, an unknown who threw the skull so casually, wipes his hand with a rag. He wonders, is it really so lacking in the demonic sect? He lowers his hand flaming with a red aura, saying that it is sad, and wonders how many years have they gathered to rot in these hellish lands. He concentrates energy in his palm and says dismissively, "Garbage." His energy attracts the body of the detachment commander from the demonic sect to him. He grabs the man by the hair. Then he says, since he was brought first, it means that he is their leader. How many atrocities are in his soul? With these words, he forces him to look a man in a mirror surface. The face of this expresses painful pain. Suddenly, the owner of the fiery gates of hell was interested in something. In the memoirs of the detachment commander, he saw En Chun-un. He was interested in his technique by the blow of heaven. He says that this is the technique of Dharma, created by him in heaven. Looking through further events, he says, and this is the technique of sect of the Udan? He releases the commander of the detachment. Then he pronounces Xianfong and Dharma. What did they start there? In his hand, energy is concentrated. At this time, the guy's masters are jerking. Now their frost has gone on the skin. The owner of the fiery gates of hell knows the inhabitants of the heavenly kingdom, who taught the guy to this technique. He is wondering why they need him, and what goals they achieve. Meanwhile, Yun Chun-un and his friend descend the long staircase, leaving Shaolin. Bak Mu says that it does not even look like a flight in the middle of the night. The guy agrees with him. Everything is somehow too open. At the foot of the stairs, Yun Chun-un is inclined in a farewell bow. He says that they leave using the hospitality of the monks. His friend is surprised. What hospitality? Yes, they are in debt in front of them. He notices a flickering radiance around the presented bracelet on the guy's hand. Bak Mu-ho also folds his hands and bows his head in a traditional farewell bow. He says that he also tried, but he was not presented to him. It was necessary to take a bomb with him to take with him, he jokes. Yun Chun-un laughs in response. A young monk for a friend or something to take him with him. Walking along the forest path, friends continue the conversation. Bak Moth Asishan. A guy at least represents how useful is he. He also often gets food. En Chun-un answers. When they meet next time, they will make him a fix. The young man is intensifying. Are they going home right now? Yun Chun-un asks. He doesn't want to return. A friend believes that not every day there is a chance to go out, so he does not have much desire to return immediately. The guy says that he is already constantly rushing back and forth. Back objects. But this is not the same thing. For the first time he has a free trip to Murim. En Chun-un thought a little, agrees with him. Of course he misses the house, but in a short time he used too much. Maybe it's better to return and calmly engage in training? The guy thinks this is not a way out. If the words of the monk Havon are true, then 9 sects have already become interested in them. If he returns home right now, he can create problems. He does not know what to do. Here, Bodhi Dharma intervenes. If the guy wants to travel the world, why don't he go to Mount Huashan? En Chun-un asking, Huashan? A friend looks at him in surprise. Bak Mu-ho is delighted. He believes that Huashan is a great solution. He has a special connection with this place. From an excess of energy, the young man climbs the trunk of a tree, and then, turning to the guy, he says, what if there is something interesting there too? Bak Mo jumps to the ground and depicts Sposon, drumming himself in the chest and dancing. Yun Chun-un laughs. He thinks, a friend said that he wanted to enjoy freedom, and in the end he was delighted to gain new power. The young man rushes around the clearing with a scream. Forward on the Huashan! Having folded his hands on his chest, the guy watches him, thinking at the same time. Although, if you think about it, from his point of view, it may seem that he becomes stronger, deciphering old manuscripts. Even in Sunshan, he received a good strengthening. En Chun-un is asking a question. Maybe he wants too much? The guy believes that now is the time to absorb knowledge and grow. He thinks that it is necessary to correct the mistakes of 9 schools, which were considered the basis of orthodoxy. Yun Chun-un is sure that this is the best that he can do for his masters. To do this, he needs to take a position in which they themselves will bow their heads in front of them. Therefore, he needs power. If there is an opportunity to get something, then he must get it. Raising the index finger up, the guy says, forward. A friend jumps with joy and screams, on Huashan! On a narrow mountain trail bordering on a cliff, there is a man. A bird rushes to it. The man holds out his hand, and she sits on her. A person reads a message that the bird delivered. Burning a note with the help of Ki, he says, failure. Of their people, only some youth from the sect of the Juns died. He knew that they were useless. But so, the whole body and eyes of this man emit incredibly powerful ominous energy. He believes that if you look from the other side, then everything is not so bad. Touching the poultry of the poultry, he says, the Juns are not peaceful guys. The bird disappears in a fiery flash. Walking along the path, the man says that this is not the best outcome, but he will also fit. A few days later, forest next to Huashani. Friends drink water from the river. Yun Chun-un wipes his mouth with a sleeve. Bak Mu-ro cannot tear his head off the water. The young man rises sharply. Yun Chun-un laughs. A friend's lips captured a large fish. They strung a catch on a stick and placed over the bonfire. Friends are sitting by the fire, waiting for the fish to be fried. Soon, only the raised bones remained from an unexpected catch. Bak Mu-ho, throwing a sword on his shoulders, says, they ate, now you can practice. The guy agrees with him, but is in no hurry to rise from the ground. Nevertheless, he begins to train. His whole body radiates radiant energy. He thinks that every time he hones the martial arts of the master of Dharma, he feels how he changes himself. It seems to him that his bones and muscles become strong, like steel veins, and the body is strong, like hardened iron. He believes that in the future, perhaps, he will be able to beat off the blows of swords that cut iron, like soft clay with his bare hands. And Chun-un understands that we must not forget about the teachings of the master Jang Xianfong. Having finished training, the guy exhales tiredly. He believes that today is enough. Yun Chun-un sits under a tree. Plunging into meditation, He thinks about the bracelet that he received from the monk Ghana. He heard that this is a fragment of the relic which was used by the immortal. The more he looks at him, the more amazed. The master of Dharma went to check how much the gift is suitable for him. The guy is interested. Is Zhang Xianfong still busy? He was used to the fact that one of the masters is constantly nearby, and without them he feels some kind of emptiness. The guy thinks that he even managed to miss them. Suddenly, the voice of Zhang Xianfong notifying that he had come. Enchun-un is interested. How is the master doing? Zhang Xianfong says that Bodhidharma told him that the guy forgot about the technique of buck. Enchun-un thinks that he hurried to miss the master, and decides to take his words back. The mentor says that they will leave the guy's mistakes for later. He reports that he now wants to introduce him to someone. The guy is interested. Who? The master answers. Didn't he tell him? There is one person who everywhere carries a bucket for discharge. Enchun-un does not understand what the mentor is talking about. Then the hunch illuminates his face. Is it really? Does he say with enthusiasm and hope? Heavenly demon? The object of his delight says that he stops making such a stupid face. He looks as if he had just got into hell. Enchun-un cannot believe that he was in front of him. He is confused and is not able to tie even two words. Finally, gathering his thoughts, the guy asks the question, does he really carry a bucket of garbage with him and drives demonic warriors? The man laughs. He considers Enchun-un funny small. The heavenly demon says that it will be a pleasure to train this. The guy is at a loss. Train? The heavenly demon wants to take him as a student? He decisively shakes his head. Asking forgiveness, Enchun-un categorically refuses to study demonic techniques. He says that he belongs to the Udan and Shaolin. He is a warrior of an orthodox school. The guy thinks that after the attack of the demonic sect on Sunshan and Marima, is already restless. If he is suspected of the fact that he is a spy of a demonic cult, then they will simply kill him. The heavenly demon says, if the guy worries that someone learns that he studied demonic techniques, then he will teach him how to hide such things. Enchun-un is delighted. Among the legendary masters of Murim, along with Bodhidharma and a bloody demon, they are also called a heavenly demon. And now he has a chance to learn his martial art? The guy still doubts a little. The heavenly demon is interested. How is the martial arts of Dharma to him? Enchun-un says they are excellent. The interlocutor answers, what he will teach him will be approximately the same level. If you remove all unnecessary conventions and leave only the essence, then the martial arts of the Dharma and his are not so different. He explains that people are used to giving all the names and set the boundaries. Good and evil are also a kind of framework invented by man. In essence, martial arts are not divided into good and bad. The guy agrees. That makes sense. He asks, why is the master Zhang Xianfong silent? But the first of his mentors continues to remain silent. Enchun-un asks a question. The master does not mind that he study at the heavenly demon. The guy remembers that when the master of Dharma intervened, the mentor was still more worried about his development than his pride. If you think about it, then he most likely brought a heavenly demon because it will be useful for him. The heavenly demon tells him not to waste time on thought. In the end, he does not have much choice. The man adds, if he wants to save his friend, then he will have to study his martial art. That technique of owning a sword belongs to him. The heavenly demon says, even though Bak just imitated, but still, he conveyed the essence well. The guy thinks, it turns out that strange aura that he felt was the energy of the heavenly demon. He asks, his friend is in danger? The man answers, the innate talent Bak Mu and the ambitions turned against him. If there is no mentor nearby who will direct him on the right path, he will certainly break. Enchun-un asks, what will happen to him if everything is left? The heavenly demon believes that the young man will not be able to eliminate the gap between the studied martial arts and will forever remain a third-grade warrior. And then he will either go crazy with internal discord or plunge into darkness and will become the one whom he despises so much. The guy thinks, if this is true, then things are bad. Why then did not the master of Dharma tell him about this that time? Maybe he was sure that even without a heavenly demon, a guy could solve this problem. Or maybe he was going to attract a heavenly demon from the very beginning. Enchun-un thinks, if so, it becomes clear why Master Zhang Xianfong is just watching silently. The guy asks, then what should he do? The heavenly demon invites him to fight a friend. He says, if Enchun-un wants to understand how much back he wanted to be influenced, first let him conduct a test. This is the only way to decide whether to use strict measures or a sufficiently soft approach. The guy clarifies, that is to save his friend, He needs to fight with him? The guy bows in a bow. He asks for a heavenly demon to take care of them. He answers, let's see. Yunchun goes to a friend. He says that Bak will take a fighting rack. They will fight. The young man is transforming again. From him comes an unusual aura for him. The guy says that since they returned home they did not really fight. Then a friend did not even use a sword. He offers to try real. Bak is surprised. He says, seriously? This is not the same thing that the battle is on fists. And Chun-un understands this? The guy says it would be strange if he did not understand this. They spent so much time watching each other. Smiling ominously, Bak wants to answer. Well, good. He has long wanted to fight him for real. And he warns in advance, recently his sword behaves somehow strangely. Because of this, he feels not at ease. The young man adds, so if he suddenly chopped off something, then let his friend not be offended. With these words, he lunges with a sword. And Chun-un barely manages to evade the rapid attack by Baek-mu. A friend looks somewhat confused. He did not expect such agility from a guy. En Chun-un says that they don't talk to friends. Throwing a sword on his shoulders, Baek-mu Miru laughs. I'm sorry. He explains that recently he has not been following words. The young man again rushes with a whirlwind to Yun Chun-un. The guy is interested. And when did he follow them? Baek-mu Ho brings a sword to strike. He asks, the guy is mocking? Okay, then he will try to chop off something carefully. The guy wishes him good luck. He thinks a friend behaves strangely. As if it changes, it becomes the same. It turns into someone else. Exploring the attacks of Baek-mu Ho, Yun Chun-un is thinking, if he does everything, as it is said, then it should become better, right? Okay, you need to trust the masters. At least the master Jang Xianfong never did anything to him. So, the heavenly demon will not fail. He said that he would fix the state of his friend and teach his martial art. Baek-mu Ho strikes with a sword. The guy blocks his weapon with his hands. And Chun-un barely restrains the pressure of a young man. He thinks that this is a heavy blow, and he does not look like the style of MANHWA, who studied Baek-mu Ho. He substitutes a bracelet under a friend's blade, but he is seriously configured. He increases the onslaught, and Chun-un, holding back his sword, asks, now it was the style of MANHWA? The heavenly demon says, a mess. He put the spirit of the sword into it, but due to dispravity, a gap is felt. Holding the pressure of the young man, Yun Chun-un is interested. Then what should he do? Baek-mu Ho suggests once chopping off something. The guy is outraged. He advises the young man to chop off something to his father, so that he will not produce such nearby mind. Yun Chun-un is nervous. He asks the heavenly demon, is this not the end? A friend becomes all fiercely. How much more is he to dodge? He asks the question, when does the most beautiful plum bloom? Cerning under the onslaught of Baek-mu Ho, the guy thinks, what kind of nonsense? He is no longer able to withstand the pressure of his friend, and a scream breaks from his lips. On the face of the young man, a celebration is written. The guy asks him, when the most beautiful plum blooms, and he begins to recover. Taking advantage of the moment, Yun Chun-un increases the distance between them. Baek-mu Ho absorbs, plum, which means he plunges into thoughts. When it blooms, the most beautiful. The young man covers his eyes for a moment, and then he throws up his hand holding the sword up. So he stands, holding a weapon above his head. In his head there are words, a lonely flower, blossoming at the wrong time, tends his heavy body. He continues to stand, and the words all sound. Even if the petals are covered with snowflakes, a flower that stands steadily remains beautiful in winter. Bak's gaze is filled with determination. Yun Chun-un notices that the young man's eyes were clouded. He is worried. Is a friend okay? Baek-mu Ho attacks the guy again, and he barely manages to evade. The tip of the sword cuts close on the hand of Yun Chun-un. The guy thinks that the enemy has slowed down, but getting from the blows became harder. The heavenly demon is delighted, an amazing talent. If he was alive, he would certainly take him as a student. The sword passes literally millimeters from the guy's face. He asks, the heavenly demon, and really thinks so? He asks him not to scream, otherwise he knocks down concentration. There is very little left. Yun Chun-un should just hold out a few more movements. Following the actions of Baek-mu, the man says, as soon as the young man learned to give the sword to the sword, the speed increased again. The guy barely leaves the blow. He is outraged. Does the heavenly demon offers him just to wait for a friend to cut him with a sword? The man replies that with every wave the young man becomes stronger. When making an incredible jump, Yun Chun-un is indignant, so he will die before. The heavenly demon says, it seems that his friend understood something. The guy insists that he can no longer. He will die now. The man replies that he will give him this knowledge. He will teach him the void. And Chun-un does not understand what is at stake. Meanwhile, a friend who again rushes at him with a sword. The heavenly demon asks, "What is a hep?" Looking in a friend's eye, Chun-un answers, "Time." While the guy performs incredible somersaults, avoiding a shock by a sword, the heavenly demon asks another question. Then what does the absence of a hep mean? Chun-un asking for mughep? Lack of time? He still does not understand anything. Bak Mu-ho brings a sword for a crushing blow. The heavenly demon says, when he knows the void, he will achieve illusory. The sword inexorably descends onto the guy's head. The man continues to speak, and when he reaches illusory, he will see the world as he is. The heavenly demon explains that the beginning of knowledge begins with awareness. He sends an impulse through the spatial eye right in the head of the guy. An unbearably bright flash occurs in the clearing, which is visible very far. Words sound in the guy's head. Only he can be called worthy. Two auras belonging to friends are opposed to each other. In his thoughts, Chun-un, Una, continues to sound a voice. For the sake of power over everything, he will even erase the time. The guy grabs his hands by the head. Bak Mu-ku frantically squeezes the hilt of the sword, which is about to fall on Chun-un. In the guy's head sounds, words that are not subject to reason, roll like a tide. Only he is delighted. Chun-un lowers his hands. In a few moments he became a completely different person. His face expresses gloomy determination. It sounds in his head, worthy of one single-handed, in proud loneliness. Bak Mu-ho looks somewhat confused. The guy uses a demonic handle technique. The heavenly demon looks in disbelief to the spatial eye. What is it? How is it possible? After all, he just explained to the guy the essence of the teachings, and he instinctively understood him. Standing nearby, Xianfong says that this is not the first time. Does the heavenly demon ask, the highest skill? True, Dharma also existed. Xianfong says, a genius who is able to comprehend martial art in a moment, while others study it all their lives. The interlocutor asks, does he really want to say that this is possible? Meanwhile, Bak is in front of the power of Chun-un. The guy continues to use the demonic handle technique. Unable to withstand pressure, the young man kneels, but still continues to squeeze the hilt of the sword. And Chun-un reinforces the onslaught, and the friend is forced to spread on the ground and release weapons from his hands. A guy covered by a blood-red aura calls him Hey. He says that because of him he again loses consciousness. Leg Chun-un. He falls to the ground near a friend. The heavenly demon is puzzled, no matter how gifted the guy was. But all this seems strange to him. He asks the question, is that embodiment of the expelled god? Xianfong laughs. That is why Dharma has been absent recently. Even by their standards, the guy's abilities definitely go beyond the usual. He asks, why complicate everything? And advises thinking easier. He says that this guy is their student. Looking at Chun-un, he continues, there is no teacher who does not rejoice at the successes of his student. He offers the heavenly demon to just rejoice. The man's eyes light up with some kind of soft, warm light. He repeats, the student then. Arch of the gate, above the entrance of the plate is Shaolin. The man furiously asks, knocking on the table with his fist, what does this mean? There are no guilt in this? From the blow, its cup is overturning, and the drink spreads along the countertop. In addition to him, there are 7 more people at the table. He, taking a sip from his cup, admits that there were shortcomings in the guard, but he cannot accept other accusations. He believes that in words there is nothing to solve. Since the attack occurred outside their territory, can they be blamed for slowness? The monk says that given who attacked, the fact of restriction of damage caused is already a miracle. He asks not to belittle this fact. He understands that he is on a platoon due to the loss of a potential student, but such an attitude is unacceptable even in such a situation. He says that he would like to listen to his point of view. He asks, so what will he say? A man, with a face skewed with anger, answers, be that as it may, this time the student Shaolin played a significant role. He is interested in where this boy is now? The monk says, there is no problem with him. He asks, maybe they will discuss something else. The man does not calm down. He asks, after such an incident, he states that there are no problems. Does he hide something from them? With a knock, putting a cup on the table, he warns that he does not make thoughtless statements. He was chosen by the great master. Is the man surprised? Master? If the master chose him, does this mean that he is his student? He adds, Strangely, he had to hear about the student of the Udan. And what is this news? Some of those present join him. They also heard. The woman asks. Rumors have reached her that he used the technique of blates? One of those present answers. Surprisingly, he did not know about it. A man who pacified his anger a bit suspiciously narrows his eyes. A student of a master who uses the technique of buck? If this is true, then he would like to look at him. All those present turn their eyes to Yvonne. He, taking another sip from the cup, thinks that he will not be able to completely take his eyes from the guy. He hopes that this boy will not suffer from such an interest. En Chunun with difficulty opens his eyes. Rising, he complains. He was cut through again, which is already again? How long will it still last? Looking at the friend lying nearby, the guy squeezing his fist says, "This is all because of him." Finally, the awareness of what happened covers him. Approaching the back of the Mu, lying in his depression formed by his body, Yun Chun-un says, "This is what power." He has the feeling that he is connected with everything that he sees around. Even for a short moment, but it seemed to him that the whole world was in his hands. Even back seems to him a joke. The heavenly demon, noticing that the student came to his senses, is interested in his well-being. The guy answers confusedly, "Yes, master." The heavenly demon asks, Yun Chun-un is surprised that he is stripping with him so gently. The guy answers, "A little." The heavenly demon says that they would be seen soon, so he came to see him so that it was not so embarrassing at the meeting. And Chunun is surprised. Will they soon meet? Is this? It turns out that he will die soon. The man answers, "This will happen if he again imprudes this way." Does he remember what he did yesterday? The guy answers embarrassedly. He does not know, and does not remember. The heavenly demon explains, he crossed the border with his miserable skills. He touched hell, reached him, and even tried to manage. He saw much more than was worth it. The guy smiles, right? The man says, this does not mean that he has the power to manage him. Yun Chun-un agrees. Yes, he has not yet become one of them. The interlocutor believes that the guy does not know what this means. He agrees again. Does not know. The heavenly demon laughs. He says, if those who are chasing him learned about him, they would have broken their heads on the floor. And Chun-un asks, this is a story about someone who did not know how to walk, but suddenly ran? The man corrects him to say correctly. Unable to walk, suddenly takes off. This means that an imbalance appeared inside it. The heavenly demon says that it's hard to even imagine how bad everything is after such an experience. Simply put, if he continues to use this power, then he does not find his bones. And Chunun believes that he was lucky that he survived. He knew that this was a dangerous skill. Still, this is a great power. Zhang Xianfong says, apparently he successfully went through conscious cultivation. If there were no Dharma bracelet, then, after a little silence, he continues. Not every master of the level of 8 Danov would be able to survive this blow. The treasure of the Dharma is truly amazing. The guy looks at the bracelet with surprise. What? He was able to restrain such power? Yun Chun-un knew that the bracelet was not simple, but so much. Suddenly, a crack on the bracelet catches his eye. He talks about this to the master. He answers, the glory of heaven that only cracked. Zhang Xianfeng explains, thanks to him he was able to survive. He asks the guy in the future not to go as far as this time, otherwise it can end badly for him. The man promises to teach him new technology soon. Yun Chun-un is delighted. He knew that the master had a plan. Zhang Xianfeng laughs. He tells the guy to relax, and says that it is time for them to work. At these words, the face of the heavenly demon darkens. He thoughtfully says that he will also need to prepare something. Masters, having given parting words, are leaving. And Chunun thinks, what technique will he be taught? Then his gaze falls on a friend who continues to lie unconscious. He pulls him by the scruff, demanding that he get up. Back comes to his senses. Seeing Yun Chun-un, he joyfully welcomes him. The guy sends him to a short flight. He asks, does he not remember what happened yesterday? Having landed, the young man asks, yesterday? He is interested. What does he need to remember? For breakfast they had a fish, and maybe a plum? No, he does not remember. And Chunun believes that a friend is lying. Having folded his hands on his chest, the guy asked harshly, so he wanted to chop him into pieces, and his memory was chopped off? Maybe from another magic pendle something will clear up in his head? A friend stops him. He says that he seems to remember something. Yun Chun-un flashes with an unkind aura. Remembers then. It turns out that he was so waved in his right mind with a sword. Bak mu no ugot. He does not understand how everything has grown into it. Joking, he makes a guilty appearance and admits that he was guilty. Friends continue the way. Suddenly, the young man declares that he chose. And Chun-un asks, "What is it about?" Baek-mol explains, "A new technique for the art of a sword." He pronounces, "A sword of snowplum." That's what he came to. The guy is interested. And where is his gift, since thanks to him he learned new equipment? He replies that he will show him a sweet face. He does not have time to finish, as a crushing blow with his fist knocks him down. Back is rising. His cheek was slightly swollen from the blow. He says, "Maybe, well, this mountain? It is better to stop nearby and practice." The guy is surprised. He asks, "How so?" Back, after all, did he want to go there? And in general, you should not be such anxious training, otherwise it will faint again. The young man's eyes light up. Maybe they just train? The guy answers is still light and tells him to move on. Back is humble. Good. But when it gets dark and two guys in the middle of the night, shedding later, fighting hard, the young man's eyes acquire an unhealthy shine, and he begins to mutter, "A sword of winter plum. Come on once." And Chun-un mentally turns to the heavenly demon. He said that he had repaired a friend. But apparently, he is still not in himself. He asks the question, how to stop it. Pointing behind the friend's back, the guy asks, "Is it by chance that it is not a Baksalta?" The young man twists her head in fright. "Where is she?" He turns to the guy saying that the girls are not here, but he sees how Yun Chun-un runs away from all legs. He starts in pursuit, pulling a sword and shouting from the scabbard. He dared to be sure to do it? He manages to overtake the guy and dump him off his feet. Substituting the bracelet under his sword, Yun Chun-un proposes, "How about to save new equipment and show off with her in front of her sister?" The young man thinks, "To show off in front of her sister?" Holding his onslaught, the guy says, "If you debut, then with a grand scale." Yun Chun-un asks, how is this idea to him, or is he shy? Maybe then he better give up. He thinks, to show off in front of his sister? Then he asks a friend, only once? Suddenly, someone calls back Mu-ho. Friends turn their heads on the voice. A young man goes to them. The young man asks what he is doing here, and Chun-un is interested in a friend hiding the sword in the scabbard. Does he know this person? He replies that this is a student from the Skasan sect. A young man who approached them says, and he thought, who made his way here? Back Mo-ho politely interested. How are they doing? He says that he only lost time in vain. The young man, pretending to support a secular conversation, says, he also lived well. The young man believes that he has not changed at all. Beck wants to answer. How can he change like that? The guy does not understand anything. What kind of conversation is this? The student of the sect Slassen is interested in. What are the fate of the young man here? He swore that he would not even come to the sacred symbol of the Shasan sect, the window. The guy thinks about a friend, crazy. Baek Mu-ho in turn asks, and here he is in what business? And Chun-un recalls that the young man began the conversation with the fact that someone made his way here. He does not think that they come and check every time. He asks a question, something happened? He replies that recently near the mountain, but he does not have time to finish the phrase. His attention is attracted by a fire flared in the village. Cursing, he rushes there. Friends are bewildered after the student of the Slasan sect. Returning, Yun Chun-un says back Mu-ho, let's go. They rush after the young man. The guy asks a friend, he knows how the smoke comes from? He answers, from the village of Shasan. And Chun-un, having caught up with their recent interlocutor, is interested. Who dared to attack the village that Skasan guards? He answers, let him just follow him. Batted with them, Back mockingly says, apparently their unsurpassed student Skasan, Jungmanjoku, is difficult to say about it. The young man continues, they always have so many secrets you can just tell. He sighs. Oh, how miserable they are. The face of the young man is vigorous. He breaks forward, but the friends are not behind. En Chun-un says, he knows that Baek will not be silent until he tells them. The young man continues to mock, but actually he himself does not know. Young man Jock still dares to tell. He does not want to admit it, but recently those who dared to disturb them appeared. Baek Mu-ho cannot be silent. With a surprise, the young man says, he knows how to talk. En Chun-un considers those who dared to disturb ordinary inhabitants. He says, although they have a strong sect, it will not be easy to protect such an extensive territory. Isn't it better to ask for the help of the main in the province? Young man Jock replies on the run that they have already sent people, but it seems that he also has problems. This did not happen before. and the soldiers all went north. They say that there are very few of them, and Chun-un believes that in this case there is only one way. The young man answers. He himself knows that he needs to catch and get rid of them. He is eager to find out who is behind this, and eradicate to the last. A man with a blade in his hand stands, looking at the dead bodies lying around and curses. Drops of blood flow to the ground. One of his associates is interested in, shouldn't it be faster to extinguish the fire? They can be noticed. The man swears dirty and tells him to think first, and then speak. How was he going to extinguish him? There is not even a well nearby. He replies that he himself missed everything, and now he yells louder than anyone. A man, grabbing his breasts, asks, "What did he say?" The ally answers, "If he caught him, I would not have to arrange a fire." Sitting on the mountain of dead bodies and a person leaning on a sword, a man with a gloomy face tells him to shut up until he killed them. He believes that now is not the time to find out who is guilty. Better let them go and collect in one pile of surviving inhabitants. His assistants willingly hurry to fulfill the order. The guys who came running to the village see traces of blood on earth. Young man Jock says he does not know how many thugs are here, but he promises to kill them all to one. Chun-un asks him not to cut everyone indiscriminately. You need to try to catch them alive. The young man turns his head to him. Does he tell him? The guy calmly answers, no, both. He believes that killing them all would be a good way to release steam, but they need information. They need to find out who is behind it. And the more prisoners who can give it out, the better. Looking in the back of a friend he is interested in pressing. Did Back understand him? He is reluctant to answer. Okay, Yun Chun-un sighs. Judging by the reaction of the young man, he wanted to kill everyone. When a person has a goal, he makes plans. But it is worth facing reality, and all plans are inevitably collapse. The guy thinks that the villagers set fire to their homes, hoping that someone would see a flame and come to their aid. But now their bodies are being cut into shreds. Friends with bitterness look at the body of a mother, unsuccessfully trying to save their child. She was nailed with a sword to the ground. Even after death, she continues to squeeze the child in her arms. The body of Yun Chun is covered by an evil aura. He reminds himself, to catch alive. The words spoken with pretense of confidence are now distorted in his head. At this moment, he again realizes how much experience he lacks and what he will have to face. He understood this, only seeing the work of their hands with his eyes, and Back knew this without even looking. The young man says, they did not even get rid of the bodies, apparently in a hurry. They knew that smoke would attract someone. Young man Jock believes that they are somewhere nearby. He invites them to disperse in different directions. They are stagnant, rushing in the search for villains. The guy sees in front of an armed man. He immediately rushes on the attack. He clearly did not expect an attack. He reaches for the blade. The guy's hand, glowing by force, lies on his hands. And Chun-un put into the blow all the hatred that he experiences for the killers of civilians. But then he is forced to make an incredible somersault, moving away from a sword blow. In the jump, he beats the enemy with his energy, and he rolled on the ground with Kuburom. The guy lands on both legs, even for a moment without losing balance. The enemy's body lies at his feet. The impact power was such that in the place where it fell, a distinct dent in the ground is visible. The guy's body is covered by a blood-red aura. A voice is heard in his head, advising to break the neck of the enemy. He saw the bodies that until the last breath watched their families die. Does he not hear the cries of pain emanating from dead bodies? The voice insists on just killing. He demands, kill. And Chun-un clenches his hand into a fist and delivers a crushing blow. But he falls on the ground, at the very head of a man lying without feelings. The guy's hand is embraced by an incredibly powerful aura. Bowing, he takes his breath. With difficulty, he manages to put his thoughts in order. Now he understands what the heavenly demon warned him about when he was talking. If he continues to use this power, then he does not even find his bones. Holding behind his head, he turns away from the body lying at his feet. And Chun-un asks the question. Is the side effects due to power? Is this its essence? He puts his hand to his chest, realizing that cultivation holds back the force that tries to break free. The guy recalls the initial plan when he calms down, not to kill. The enemy comes to his senses and tries to raise his head, and Chun-un says, he simply does not know how to do it. Therefore, let him enter the position if he hurts. The man looks at him with surprise. Behind Yun Chun-un, Vol sounds, all sorts of were grown here. Turning his head, he sees the leader of the thugs. He says, he would have to understand that he will die if he does not need to poke his nose. The guy answers, it's ridiculous to hear it from the person who himself does this. A man is angry and insulting En Chun-una. mentioning his young age. Promising to deal with him, he immediately rushes on the attack. The guy intercepts the enemy's hand, covered by murderous energy, and makes a throw. And Chun-un is easily leaving to the side, but the man attacks him again and again. The guy strikes a crushing blow, and the enemy, suffocating, kneels. Wrapping his hand, Yun Chun-un is interested. How is he a blow from a green youth? The enemy is interested. Who is he? Bak wants to doubt. Do the guys catch the alive of the villains? He is not even heard by a rustle. Could they catch everyone? Here at least someone is obliged to stay. He believes that this is not like the handwriting of a demonic sect. He thinks that the raiders had a different goal. The young man grabs his head and complains that his head is cracking from these thoughts. He prefers to rely on intuition. And then, glancing behind his back, he adds, as now, for example. Baek Mu-ho manages to turn in time and substitute his sword, under the enemy's blade hit by him. He manages to disarm the striker. The young man speaks, looking at the man rubbing his wrist. He heard that the essence of a person by his art of a sword, and by movements, his history can be found out. He suggests that he was taught the technique of a sword of black death, but not through normal training, but through practice. The enemy keeps silence. Baek Mu does asks, where does he come from, and what is his goal? The young man's face is gloomy, he warns. If the answer does not satisfy him, then the man will die a painful death. Silence reigns in the village. There is a voice summarizing the information received. So someone poisoned them and threatened not to give an antidote until they destroy all the villages around Mount Shrasan. Pointing to the building near which they are, the guys ask the prisoners beaten and standing in front of them. The villagers in this warehouse now? Young man Jock complains that they could not find out who was behind the attack. Baek Mu-ho calls bandits people of a nearby mind. He is interested, and why did they decide that they would give them an antidote, even if they follow this order? The young man says that at least they found out that they have a customer at all. He believes that you need to try to go out on him. The student of the sect Shaolin agrees with him. He asks, it turns out that this is the work of the demonic sect? En Chun-un proposes to begin to free the inhabitants of the village. He says that he is anxious from the reigning around the silence. He opens the door to the warehouse. The guys stand behind him. Related people are on the floor. Yun Chun-un rejoices that they are alive, but he is worried that they are silent. Youngman Jock believes that they blocked key points. Watching how their captives die, he says that because of the poison, they will not know anything. En Chun-un and Baek Mu-ho rush into a fight. The young man roots the friend, who said not to kill, but he himself finished these villains until losing consciousness. If the captives were interrogated before, they could have learned about the locking of key. He is justified, but how did he know that they were all poisoned? Young man Jock stops them. He says that they studied something similar in the sect of Shaisan, but he, of course, cannot say that it is strong in this. He is inclined over one of the men, explaining that the points of key are essentially vital zones of the body. If you make a mistake, you can make a cripple out of a person. He believes that it is better to bring elders than to risk their lives. The guy replies that then he needs to run after them soon. Baek Mu-ho, smiling, says that it will be hard for a young person. The road will take there at least half a day. Unfortunately, he will not be able to go there instead. Rising, Youngman Jock mutters that he hates him. Baek is wandering around. Well, what got up? If Slauson does not go to his student, then the student goes to Shasan. Youngman Jock hastily retires. The young man screams after. A passing wind. Looking at the retreating young man, he says that he is quite fast, and then adds that their captives eventually died of poison. But he does not regret this a bit. They earned such a fate. Yun Chun-un agrees with him. Friends standing on the porch, look at the bodies of dead thugs. The guy plunges into gloomy thoughts. With his back he feels the rage of connected inhabitants of the village. En Chun-un thinks that this is not surprising. Their calm life was destroyed because of these villains. He returns to the warehouse. The woman looks at him imploringly. Tears flow from her eyes. En Chun-un promises that now it will help prisoners. He knelt down and folds his hands as if in prayer. He says only by this. His body is wrapped in a golden aura. It spreads throughout the room. Baek Mu-ho continues to stand on the porch. The guy leaves the warehouse. A friend is interested. Why did he relax so much? A little embarrassed by En Chun-un explains that he read them soothing prayers. He thought suddenly it would comfort them at least a little. He asks, was it strange? Baek Moshol. I answer that it was pretty good. So much so that if that crazy old man heard it, he would again try to recruit him. The guy says, do not bring nonsense. He believes that he did everything he could. Now they can only wait. Suddenly, some kind of noise attracts his attention, and he has one jump on the roof of the house. The guy sees galloping to the village of armed horsemen. He thinks, well, when was everything simple at least once? Yunchun uncurses. Judging by clothes, this is really enemies from the north. Surprisingly, a friend, he explains, those who have been in the saddle since 5 years and can shoot from a bow. He says that there are about 50 of them, and is interested in Baek Mu. He thinks they can do it? He answers, well, 2 people will be able to kill. The guy believes that in this case, they need to hold out. He asks, how does a friend think about what they are aimed at? He replies that most likely to a warehouse with groceries. Yun Chun-un agrees with him. So they need to protect him. The only question remains, how to do this. Baek Mu says, if they begin to shoot with fiery arrows, then everyone will die. The guy wonders, is it possible to avoid victims? He does not want this to happen. I really don't want to. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Suddenly it overshadows him. He says there is something. The master, of course, warned him not to use this, but in any case, he will have to sacrifice himself. Baek Mu could her question. What is he talking about? The guy explains that he will try to do everything in his power and let his friend cover him. Without waiting for the young man's answer, Yun Chun-un is sitting from the roof. Baek Mu-kov asks, what is he planning? But he did not wait for an answer. Raiding forward, the guy thinks, what will the masters say if they see? Praise? Or will they scold for recklessness? Overcoming obstacles, he summarizes the thoughts. He will find out later. Yun Chun-un gets up on the road at the detachment, jumping to the village. The riders are already very close. He clearly sees the face of their leader. One of the warriors asks a man what to do with the boy. He tells the archer to kill him. An arrow fired from a skirt with a skillful hand flies straight into the guy's chest. And Chun-un thinks, everything is in the palm of his hand, but they need to play along with them. He allows the arrow to hurt his forearm, thinking that the warriors will come closer if they take him for an ordinary guy. The leader laughs, what a brave boy. Pointing a saber to the guy, he promises to reward the one who falls into his heart. Arrows whistle near the guy, touching him from all sides. He suffers. He needs them to come closer. Yun Chun-un grimaces. It hurts, however. He makes a scream, notifying his readiness to fight. The riders are already very close to him. They, holding someone in their hands, and who are a spear, aimed at killing him. The red aura envelops the figure of Yun Chun-un when he raises his hand and extends it towards enemies. He calls on demonic power. The guy collapses all his power to the opponents. They are confused. What is it? The leader of a drop of cold sweat flows around the face. In front of him is a monster, and there is no need to wait for mercy. Memories rush in his head. He sits at dusk by the fire and asks, what this time? Near him there is a girl with a bag in her hands. She says, he knows that you can't rely on her strength so much. He objects. Thanks to her skills, they were able to win. He asks her to see the sake of interest what the heavens say there. The girl thinks she can see if luck will smile at them. She takes something from the bag and throws it into the fire. The flame flares up more and an energy clot appears in its epicenter. The girl carefully looks at him a moment, and he turns into a monster. In horror, she recoils from the fire. The man asks, what is it? She replies that she has a bad foreboding. He says thoughtfully, that's how. Even heaven condemned their greed, but the customer gave them too good a job. The man decides. They will assume that this time she was mistaken. He tells her to stay behind if he is scary. The eyes of Yun Chun-un burn with red coals. The thought beats in his head. I will kill. He uses demonic power. The girl, in horror, clamping her mouth with her hand, hides behind the cart. Around the chaos and death reign. Crying, she thinks. It was necessary to dissuade him. It seems to be over. Sobbing, she leaves her shelter. The girl makes her way to a horse nearby. She jumps into the saddle and spurred the animal. Desperately chasing the horse, she rushes at full speed. And Chun-un comes to his senses. He tears him with blood. Healing, falling on one knee, he leans above the ground where the fragments of the bracelet are. The guy, collecting pieces, regrets, split. But it was presented by the master of Dharma. He thought that he could endure, as at that time with Baek Mu-ho. He understands that you will have to gain experience to use demonic arts again. The next time, he will definitely die without a shield. Yun Chun-un is nauseous. He asks the guy, what was it? Yun Chun-un shows pieces of bracelet. Baek specifies, so it was a gift from the master of Dharma, in which part of his strength is concluded? The guy answers in the affirmative. He is sure that he would not have managed without him. A friend recalls that he also received the legendary equipment from Central Lands. He thought that a friend put this bracelet not for beauty, so his guesses were confirmed. Yunchun units a friend's smile. Crazy lights light up in the eyes of Bak. He says that it immediately came to him that the guy's strength was like the energy of a black hole. He asks, "Is this also the merit of the Master of Dharma?" Chun-un answers, "Probably." Mentally, he asks for forgiveness from the heavenly demon, but he cannot admit that it was a demonic technique. A friend rejoices. So he has learned the famous sword of Dharma? The guy asks him to behave quieter. If someone learns about it, then they will be taken to Shaolin and gain. Bak Moho is outraged. Him? Fit it? What will the sister think? He agrees. Perhaps it is better to keep quiet. Yun Chunun exhausts. He hopes that this will be enough. Thanks to the speed of young Manjok, help arrived earlier than planned. One of the elders gives an order to help residents of the village. Although the bandits destroyed many buildings, almost nothing was stolen. Thanks to the students of the sect, Shisan, the village was able to quickly return to the previous look. Friends also helped to the best of their strength. Residents of the village, as they could express their gratitude to them. Children joyfully wave their hands, guys answer them the same. Young Manjok with a bag on his shoulders approaches them. He complains that he will die now. The guy is interested. Is he okay? He advises him not to contact Bak Mu, otherwise he will suffer. Chun-un asks, "What happened to him?" A friend answers, "Yes, those poisoned villains began to fight in convulsions, and they began to tear them with blood." Chun-un lies incredulously at a friend. The question is heard, "Suffered from a fight?" The guys turn their heads to the person approaching them. In front of them is the elder. He says, just incredibly, "The students of their sect are amazing." He suggests, as soon as they finish, the guys can go with them to Skasan. He will help them recover. And Chun-un thanks him. When he leaves them, the guy is interested. Who is he? Beck wants to answer. An honest and noble person. The young man tells he is a little strange, but he never heard someone to scold him. Everyone says only good about him. He believes that the elder has not changed a drop. Yun Chun-un does not agree with him. He says that something in a man is wrong, he looks inhuman. Young Manjok interrupts him and tells him to follow his tongue. He decides that in general the guy can rest. They will make the rest themselves. The young man leaves, dragging the resting Bak Mu-ho behind. The young man resists and screams. Where did he drag him? He answers, "He is in order, so let him go." Yun Chun-un, looking after them, laughs. The voice of Jang Xianfong is heard. They beat him while they were absent? What about him? Together with the first master, Bodhidharma came to look at the success of the student. Chun-un rejoices and asks, "Where were they?" The guys who have not yet had time to go far have to look at the glances with worriedly, looking at him. Young Manjok suggests that he hit his head. Beck will not already that he is always like that. The guy disappeared behind the observation tower, and having built 2 small idols from the stones, symbolizing his masters, tells them about the events that had occurred. Mentors fall asleep him with questions. Did he use that strength again? And in the process, the defense weakened? He replies that everything is true, and he thinks that now they will scold him. Zhang Xianfeng asks, "Did he understand everything?" The guy is surprised at his question. The master explains, "He almost sacrificed his life for the sake of unknown people. And I also lost so few treasures." He asks the question again. What did the guy understand for himself? Remembering everything that he had to endure, frightened eyes, and then gratitude to the inhabitants of the village, Chun-un replies that he does not regret anything. He is sure that he did everything right. Zhang Xianfeng says, "Then okay," the guy asks, "right?" Bodhidharma replies that everyone will ever die, and he is no exception. In the end, he will have to choose one of two, to accept this death or not. The guy echoing after him, "Take." The mentor quotes Confucius, "If you know the right path in the morning, then in the evening you can die." The guy's face brightens. Everything is true. Teachers say that now he does not have to ask their opinion. Masters can tell the road, but not manage it. Bodhidharma is proud of them. Zhang Xianfeng calls him smart. The guys leave the village and say goodbye to its inhabitants. Good luck and thank them for everything. Together with the representatives of the Skasan sect, they hit the road. And Chun-un notices that everything is not in the best mood. Zhang Xianfeng says that people are always angry when what they cherished is destroyed. Bodhidharma believes that therefore, anger is sometimes simply necessary. But he can suppress a person too much. The guy should remember this well. The elder says that everyone had a hard time. especially since they kept everything in themselves. He praises everyone. Well done. Show them true feelings to the inhabitants of the village. It would also be difficult for them to recover. The man believes that vulnerable places should be hidden from prying eyes. Everyone agrees with him. A mountain rises in front of them. Her top is hidden behind the clouds. And Chun-un is interested? Is this Slassen? And how to get there? Zhang Xianfong says that he has not been here for a long time. The elder asks his friends, can they use the flight skill? Yun Chun-un is surprised. Bak wants to be responsible for him. He does not know how to. And he adds that the guy does not even have a master who could teach him. Mentors, having heard his words, laugh. There is no master then. And they promise that everything will be now. The elder says that not everyone is given this. But it's okay if at his age he has not yet learned this. He advises them then to rise slowly. They can just admire the landscapes of Skasan. Friends agree. They will not rush. The man rushes upward. The rest of the people follow him. Friends remain together. En Chun-un is interested. For those who cannot use the flight skill, there is also a road. BK wants to answer in the affirmative. Mainly people use it who want to enjoy local views. The guy asks, what way will the friend choose? He says, what does he think? En Chun-un offers to argue who will rise first. A friend laughs. Born to crawl, cannot fly. The guy insists, so what will they argue with? Or is he chilled? Beck wants to answer that he himself asked for, and offers to argue for a desire. Yun Chun-un says, excellent, he accepts the conditions. They count and start. Beck follows the elder and the rest of their companions. The guy tells the masters that the time has come to teach him. They begin, interrupting each other, giving recommendations. Running, jumping, running, quick jump. Zhang Xianfong believes that with such a skill it will not work out soon, and he is too artistic, so everyone will immediately understand that he is from Shaolin. Bodhidharma says that his run is not much different. They begin to argue, quick run or a long jump. The guy intervenes, he will lose at this pace. Bodhidharma asks, how about combining their skills? Zhang Xianfeng agrees with him. He offers from the clouds to create a staircase. Bodhidharma tells the guy to take advantage of the skill of long jump. They decide that the merger will help them. Bak Ma easily rises. He asks, can reduce speed? The young man is satisfied with himself. He is sure a friend will need a lot of time and effort to catch up with him. But to his surprise, Yun Chun-un easily catch up and restrains him. He uses a shining heavenly gear. Behind him leaves the affected young Bombgak. Breaking forward, he throws a friend, born to crawl, then he cannot fly, right? He screams in surprise. How is it? Stop! The members of the Shaolin sect are surprised no less than him, because the guy said that he did not know how to use the skill of flight. A man stands on a narrow mountain trail and looks down. He tells everyone to hurry. With surprise, he observes the approach of Yun Chun-un, who was carried away, almost rushed further upward. The cry of a man who took him as a ghost is scared by a guy. He lands near him. He asks, who is he? En Chun-un replies that he is a man. But the man does not believe him. He claims to be a ghost. He assures that he is a man heading for Skasan. But the man does not believe him. How did he get up? This is impossible. And looking at him, it cannot be said that he is capable of this. He exposes the sword, wanting to verify the veracity of the guy's words. If blood drops do not spill, then he is a ghost. If on the contrary, then it is, he will believe him. And Chun-un barely manages to dodge, jumping away from a man. The guy assures him that he is a man, but he replies that he is not so worried. He will beat lightly. The stranger believes that this will be enough to find out who he is. The body of a man radiates a powerful aura. And Chun-un with his whole body feels pressure, and most importantly, he cannot withstand him. The man approaches him, rapidly reducing the distance between them. The guy calls the masters, believing that the meeting with them is inexorably approaching. Zhang Xianfong spoke immediately, demanding that he come to his senses. Bodhidharma asks, the guy wants to win or evade the sword. En Chun-un doubts that he can win. He barely manages to evade the blow again. He believes that he will be sufficient to avoid enemy attacks. The guy decides to read the movements of a man as a master Zhang Xianfeng, to fend off the blows as a heavenly demon, and move with the help of the divine art of the earth of the master of Dharma. Zhang Xianfeng supports him, like that, well done. Bodhidharma believes that he was lucky, a good training will come of it. The enemy, increasing the power of pressure on the guy, is approaching him again. He says that in Murim he will receive glory for being able to get rid of the ghost. En Chun-un is upset. The man does not want to listen to him at all. He decides that it is best to just run. But the enemy is not behind. Behind the guy, his voice is heard. Look at him. Running in the clouds? Or not? It seems to be, but it seems not. And Chun-un is surprised that the man recognized his skill. He believes that he is not such a simpleton. The enemy brings a sword over the guy's head and screams, "The ghost will disappear!" Bak is upset. He lost. The elder puts his hand on his shoulder and says that his friend is necessary. The young man thinks angrily, dishonestly. And where did the friend learn to this? Did this Bodhidharma taught him this? An unexpected noise attracts his attention. He and his companions are surprised to watch how Yun Chun-un is scorched from a man with a sword. At the same time, the guy screams that he is a man, but his pursuer, not paying any attention to his words, assures that he will lightly hit. Bak is surprised. What is he doing there? The elder is also amazed. What is their priest doing? With a crazy laugh, a man continues the chase. He is surprising how a ghost can use such techniques. He suggests that the guy learned from someone. He thinks if he is somehow connected with the GU sect, then the Huashan sect must be too. He threatens to send him to the next world. But Yun Chun-un says, late. He resorts 1,000 souls to the demonic technique. His aura is getting dark, and a red light flare up in his eyes. The guy easily avoids impact. The priest says that he really moves like a ghost. Yun Chun-un triumphs. The enemy opened. Shouting that he is not a ghost, the guy is striking a crushing blow. A stunned priest falls on the roof of the house. Bodhidharma believes that the heavenly demon must personally see this. Zhang Xianfong thinks. Their student reflexively uses part of the spatial power of 1,000 souls as a substrate. Martial arts of a single master are slowly turning into a survival product. The man comes to his senses and tries to rise. He is surprised. A ghost hit a man? Then he notices that the guy standing in front of him casts a shadow. Yun Chun-un says, he has repeated many times that he is a man. The priest replies that it was necessary to at least warn. The guy only sighs. It turns out that the road on which he rose can be used only by a few people. So they attacked him. He appeared there so suddenly that the locals thought that they had a stranger with bad intentions. But all members of the Huashan sect began to sigh as soon as they heard that the priest was trying to catch the ghost. The elder asks the guy to enter the position. Their priest is a little strange person. En Chun-un replies that you can't say otherwise. The man says that he gives the guy the right to choose. He asks what punishment he deserved. En Chun-un is surprised by such a question. He thinks that the priest is already middle-aged. Is this normal? Seeing how his recent opponent says something impulsively, who bowed his heads to his students, he is interested. Is he always so talkative? The interlocutor answers in the affirmative. En Chun-un is interested in, how about to conduct a discipline of silence? The elder's eyes become round in surprise. Joking, he asks the guy to wait a bit. Approaching the priest, the man informs him that he was sentenced as a punishment to the discipline of silence. He is shocked by such a solution. The elder thanks the guy. The sect members express their appreciation to him and call him their savior. The guy thinks, the priest is probably a tongue without bones. Suddenly he feels some kind of energy. He already felt her earlier, and as if he was familiar with her. Baek Mu-ho, who put his hand on his shoulder, laughs and wipes his tears. The young man says that the priest is tormented with this discipline. The guy believes that she would not hurt a friend either. Bak is surprised. Why would it be? En Chun-un replies that they had a dispute to desire. From this day, while they are here, he will add on the day in case of disobedience. The young man is cursing, and immediately the voice of his friend sounds, plus the day. En Chun-un dresses in the room provided to him. There is a laughter of a Bodhidharma, and then the voice of a heavenly demon. Is this a sect of Huashan? He is interested in. How did the masters find out where he is? The heavenly demon replies that he was here a couple of times and misses this place. The guy is surprised by his words, but he is even scared to ask the details. The heavenly demon, looking at the spatial eye, says, he is glad that the student used what he taught him wisely. He is interested. How did the guy like to move in the air? En Chun-un answers, not that wisely. He believes that he was just lucky. He is still surprised that the master knows everything. He was not here yesterday. He says that emptiness and illusoriness are his path. Even he does not know how the spatial eye was able to break through the ceiling barrier and connect to the ground. But if this happened inside the upper center, that is, the heavens located outside the barrier, then connecting energy flows will not be difficult. He explains, if you get a suitable artifact and connect it with the eye, you can see the true picture of what is happening. Bodhidharma is interested. Why? The heavenly demon answers, I do not like it. Let them try to drive out. But who, if not he, will take up this? He says. What is it? Bodhidharma can also take a boy under the wing. However, he is stubborn in the same way as a lot of hair on his bald head. How many years have passed, and he all there? And Chun-un understands that there is no better relationship between them. The people from the Huishan sect left to defend nearby villages. They apologized to the guy that they could not properly take care of him. Running Yun Chun-un says to his friend, hurrying after him, that this is even for the better. He suggests looking for treasures. The guy thinks that on Mount Sunshin they were able to get a bracelet and gifts of gorilla. He is interested in what they will find here. A man in the robes of the Huashan sect is coming towards them along the mountain trail. Friends stop in front of him. Yun Chun-un asks Bak Mu-ho, does he know him? The young man recalls that they shook hands yesterday. He asks, why did the guys come to such a deserted place? En Chun-un replies that they accidentally wandered here and wanted to look around. He mentally adds that they are actually here in search of treasures. He asks, what did the young man forget here? He answers, he thought that if someone wants to attack, then he would slip through this path. Having slapped Yun Chun-un on the shoulder, he says, let them walk, and he will go on. Suddenly, the guy understands that the unusual energy that he felt yesterday belongs to this person, and Chun-un believes that something is wrong here. A friend, not unclenching his lips, so as not to violate the agreement, tries to ask, what exactly? The guy reflects, or is it all right? Maybe he himself is strange? He believes that do not suspect him. He tells his friend that he wants to help members of the sect. Perhaps he will be able to come in handy for the detachment? The guy believes that then they may need information. He asks the question. Maybe then it was necessary to ask the attackers. He understands that now it does not make sense. The dead do not say. And Chun-un repeats thoughtfully, the dead do not say? He turns to the heavenly demon. Does he accidentally work in hell? The heavenly demon examines his possessions. Who did it? It is in the boiling boiler of hell. And it seems he found the one who dared to use it. From a huge boiler, he catches a man who did not listen to the prediction of the girl. He asks, how did he dare to use it? He explains, at least you need to be a student of the heavenly demon to think of this. He is interested. How is the pain felt? Then he tells from this moment to answer his questions. He recently asked his student. The guy wants him to beat those who get to hell and find out information from them. Yun Chun-un is interested, but not. The heavenly demon believes that this is a good idea, but due to the law of causality, it will be difficult. The guy does not understand what he was talking about. The heavenly demon explains. Deities from the heavenly kingdom are forbidden to intervene in the world of mortals. Therefore, illuminated reflection is especially. For some reason, it connects the master with the student. He says that even it may not withstand the consequences of using heavenly power. If you delve into the topic too much, the conversation will never end. Yun Chun-un Wella. Heaven, so they do not allow? Even in Shaolin, the masters always avoided direct instructions. Now he understood why. Do not burden. The heavenly demon promises to try. Although this is the request of the student, he became curious how things were going on Mount Huashan. It seems to him that amazing stories are lurking there. En Chun-un thanks the master. Bakmook the point. Blank looks at him thinking, crazy. Friends walk along a narrow path bordering on a cliff. Bodhidharma says a little more and will be visible. The guy thinks, weakly, of course, but he still feels the energy that was on Sunhan Mountain. Friends find the entrance to the cave. They rejoice because they stumbled upon her by accident. Activating small lighters, they enter. Guys are more and more moved away from the entrance. And Chun-un warily looks around. Bak is delighted. The guy is watching a friend in a hurry to the wall of the cave. He carefully studies the lines on its surface. En Chun-un thinks that they look like traces of a heavenly demon. But his sensations became weaker than before. Seeing that a friend was opening his mouth, the guy reminds that he still cannot speak. Bek wants to answer. Now is not the time for this. And he asks the guy to come and see. Yun Chun-un, coming closer, sees some inscriptions. Bak Mu-hu considers it incredible. The guy stops his friend. Mentally, he turns to the master. Maybe it is worth dissuading the young man? What if something goes wrong? Bodhidharma believes that there is nothing dangerous about this, since this is just a vision obtained by the heavenly demon in time of enlightenment. Enchonon answers, good. Looking at the inscriptions, the guy says, he does not think that this is all. While the friend is busy, he follows. He notices wax from a candle on the wall. Trying him with a finger, he thinks, judging by his condition, most recently someone was here. No more than a day has passed. At the moment, he has a suspect, the person whom they met on the way here. Moreover, a strange energy emanated from him. He notices that wax traces lead inside. Yunchun unfollows them. He illuminates his way, looking for drops of wax. They lead him further and further. An unexpected find makes him stop. He illuminates the lines on the wall of the cave. Bodhidharma embarrassedly says that this is his hand. The guy says that everything is destroyed here. The master replies that he does not know well or not, but it is noticeable that the pogrom was arranged not so long ago. Enchonon agrees, and the truth. He thinks that this is quite strange. The inscriptions of the master of the Dharma are crossed out, but there is no heavenly demon? The guy thinks, there is a chance that they could not read them due to handwriting. The master laughs. Here is a boy. And Chunun considers that this does not mean that they must be touched. And why leave traces of a heavenly demon? The master agrees. He is right. The guy thinks, destroyed the traces left by the elder? Only one who despises his martial arts could do this. If he wanted to appropriate everything for himself, he had to destroy the traces of the heavenly demon. So this is someone from the demonic sect? What if he knows that the heavenly demon could leave here? This is possible if he has the notes of the master. And Chun-un asks the mentor, maybe, in addition to the traces of the sword, he left something else that should be released? Bodhidharma asks, left? He is not the one who will think about this. Then, catching up, he adds, well, yes, then he was not yet the same as now, but something really could stay in the cave. And Chun-un says something that you need to remember, that is, records or traces. If they are still discovered, it will not be clear why the demonic sect has done this. But what could it be? Is he like something missing? He is illuminated. Is it really? He is in a hurry to a friend, and says that they need to return to the Huashan sect. The guy demands that Bak come to his senses and follow him. Without waiting for the reaction of the young man, he rushes to the exit. A friend asks to wait for him. He complains that he wanted to see a little more. With all his feet, he rushes after another. On the run, Bak is interested in what happened. And Chun-un replies that he realized what those who attacked Huashan want. He explains, if the villages near the sect are attacked, then she will be forced to deploy her forces to protect, and the main part of the association will be defenseless. Beckmoles agrees, yes. Then he asks, do they really want to break into empty houses? What kind of psycho will solve this? Enchun Yuan briefly answers, a demonic sect. A friend says, even if so, then this is a Huashan. Outsiders will not be able to invade so easily. The guy asks, what if they do not have to enter from the outside? Among the members of the Huashan sect, there is a spy of demonic. They were silent for almost 20 years, and then they suddenly gave the order. A young man with an unusual aura holds a candle and a book in his hands. He says, it became disgusting. If now he returns to a demonic sect, it will be too late to study her art. He needs to look for a way to survive. If not for the restrictions of the demonic sect, he would not have done so. For almost 20 years he had lived in the Huashan sect, and even thought to die here. Raising the candle into the air with the help of Qi, he says that he wants to live on. He leaves the room in which the fire flared up, and says, his mentors kept repeating that only the Gorbata would correct the grave. That is why he believes he cannot be blamed. Screams are heard, fire, and people rush to the burning building. They wear water buckets, but it becomes clear that this is not enough. And Chun-un, seeing a glow, says that they probably were late, but calls a friend faster to move forward to help extinguish the fire. Bakmuho stops him. The guy is surprised to turn to him. A friend says, find him. If you look at how much the fire spread, it becomes clear that his culprit did not have time to go far. He believes that the art of moving Yun Chun-un is now better than him. The guy is interested. What will the friend do? He replies that he will go to extinguish the fire. Still, you need to repay for the fact that they were sheltered. Baekmu-ho wades his friend to go in search as soon as possible. The guy answers, good, and rushes forward. The priest, a desired fire, shouts indignantly, "Who did it?" He is asked to calm down, otherwise he can destroy the building. Enchunun decides that first he needs to go up. The heavenly demon is interested. Something has already happened. The guy asks, "What does it mean already?" He answers, according to the information that he got in hell. Yunchun-un interruptions, recalling that he had previously mentioned problems with the law of causality. He tells the master that he knows the culprit. This is a student of the Huashan sect. Therefore, he thinks he does not have to talk about it. The guy asks, can the masters tell him which way he escaped? He says that they will help him a lot, because the criminal knows this place like his 5 fingers. The heavenly demon is interested. Did he find nothing strange next to the inscriptions in the cave? Enchunun replies that there was nothing but his traces. The master answers clearly, so he will see something interesting at the arsonist. He explains that during his education, in addition to his print, he hid something else. The guy laughs. The seal in the middle of the orthodox sect? The heavenly demon is simply incredible. He answers, let it seem nothing more than a childish babble. But if you think perhaps the divine force could be sharpened in the cave. Bodhidharma believes that it was she who could encourage the arsonist to all these acts. The heavenly demon tells the guy, even though the strength is weak, but on it he will be able to find a criminal. Enchun-un asks, and what does he need to do? While the guy is in a hurry to overtake the fugitive, the heavenly demon explains that he needs to correctly calculate the space. He says that he will teach its basics of combat skills. The guy should not believe what he sees. He needs to read and feel. Let him read the world that wants to capture and knows what he is. This is the beginning of the path of the one who wants to follow in the footsteps of the heavenly demon. Yunchun-un exclaims, found it! He adds, he fled far, however. The guy mentally asks, what he feels now is the divine power. The energy received from the gorilla made him strong, but this one gives him something else. In this case, he cannot miss anything. Enchun-un accelerates. Let the guy from the demonic sect are waiting for him. The heavenly demon asks, the one he is chasing, the spy of the demonic sect? The guy answers, most likely. When he passed him, he caught a very strange and unclean energy. The man repeats thoughtfully. Strange and unclean, then. He says that the guy, although not for long, but still visited hell. If the fugitive studied demonic arts, then he would feel fear. But it turns out that Yunchun-un experienced only disgust. This means that he either did not learn to the end, or he has a connection with the apostle, and moreover, and very evil. The guy asks, what does he mean? The heavenly demon says one of the two. Or he was not sent from a demonic sect. After a little pause, he adds, or in the sect, everything is much worse than he appeared. Enchun-un answers, they will find out when they catch him. The young man pursued by the guy looks around warily. Suddenly, right in front of him on the path is landed by Yunchun-un. The guy asks, where is he in a hurry? He continues, the sect is burning in fire, so why does a young man not help to extinguish a fire? He replies that they have an emergency now. He thought that it would take a person who would warn people outside. Enchun-un says, it seems to him that everything will be clear in smoke. The interlocutor laughs confusedly. Suddenly, he quickly rushes on the attack. The guy rejects his head a little, and the blow passes by. The young man attacks again, and the guy just jumps over his head. Landing, he says, the wind? A good trick, but it is not used in an orthodox sect. Although he admits, the enemy could kill him. It's a pity it didn't work out, right? The young man grunts. How talkative. He again tries to strike, but Enchun-un easily evades. Making the next somersault, he thinks that the merger of the technician Jang Xianfong observation of force and the synthetic perception of the heavenly demon go beyond the imagination. He feels and can consider everything, and also foresee it. Having landed, the guy says, after all, this is not the Huanshan technique of owning a sword. The enemy shouts, what does he know? Enchun-un is interested. Is he afraid to sleep by using the luxurious sword of the sect? He tells the enemy that he knows more than he thinks. The heavenly demon laughs. He knows how to bring people well. Bodhidharma asks, does he provoke the enemy? Today he copes better than his friend. Enchun-un replies that this is a psychological attack. He rushes towards the young man. He believes that he easily blocks such attacks. The guy who managed to take possession of the demon's seal shows her and asks him, he stole it from the cave? The young man is amazed. How did he manage to pick her up? Then it turns to be surprised at the guy. Metal printing is absorbed into his body. Masters also cannot hide amazement. Bodhidharma says, living land. From it you can create metal. The guy answers, It seems clear that he feels a surge of new forces, but it seems that this is not enough. Can he use it for sure? The heavenly demon says that, judging by his face, the strength is extremely lacking. Bodhidharma believes that everything is in order. It is important that he was able to accept the very essence. And what is missing can be replenished. Since he has the power of the earth, this will not cause problems. The heavenly demon says that among the 5 elements, metal is most important. Earth, fire, water, wood are natural elements, and the metal can be created only by human hands. This is a force created by people. He explains that each element has its own interpretations. The tree means rising high. Earth, collect and spread. Fire, scatter. And the water is to be assembled. Iron means deform. Bodhidharma adds, since this is the energy created by people, the strength of the golden deity controls the element of the metal, and its true power lies in the embodiment of imagination into reality. The guy repeats with surprise. The embodiment of imagination into reality. The enemy shouts, "What is he chatting there?" and attacks him. Enchun-un says that he wishes stamina, which exceeds the sharpness of the blade, and concentrates the strength in the palm of his hand. The enemy is surprised. Was he able to beat off his sword with his hand? Yunchun-un says the time has come to put everything to the end. He strikes, and the young man departs far back, letting the weapon out of his hands. The guy approaches the defeated enemy. He asks, is it really a student of the main sect that loses consciousness so easily? Ahaya grief, he adds that he does not even know how to seal his acupuncture points. The heavenly demon asks, to tell how to do it? The guy rejoices, what, can you? The mentor clarifies, to teach a more neat way or more rude? Enchun-un chooses a more cautious way, and Bodhidharma says that in such a case, he will take training on himself. The guy directs his fingers to the enemy's chest. Leaning over him, he tries to understand if he was able to do this. The mentor says, it seems. Enchun-un thanks the masters. Suddenly, a young man begins to cough with bloody foam. The guy is alarmed. He asks mentors, what's wrong with him? Enchun-un tries to bring him to his senses. But the head of a young man falls limply, and a small muddy puddle is poured near the mouth. The guy asks, what is it? Looking at a lump that fell out of his mouth, the heavenly demon says that this is the guard of goo. That's why the guy was disgusted with him. It seems that he begins to act when suppressed with orthodox martial arts. He sighs. Well, and the mess in the demonic sect. The guy does not notice that someone is watching him. The heavenly demon says that the guy said that he would not listen to him. The one who made an offer to the bandits was already at the age. They were a long liver. The elder continues from afar to observe the actions of Enchun-un. The guy stands above the body of a defeated enemy. Suddenly behind him someone's voice is heard, and he looks back. An angry elder asks, is this his hand? The man finds in the pockets of the murdered paper. Looking through them, he says that this is divine art. So he stole him, and then poisoned him. The elder, after he found evidence, is forced to believe Yunchun-un. He pronounces, here is a shame. He asks the guy to keep secret everything that happened here. If someone finds out about this, then the sect will have problems. Enchun-un agrees to remain silent. The elder, bowing in a bow, thanks him. The man raises the body of a young man and takes him away with the words, the demonic sect crossed all the boundaries. Looking after him, the guy hopes that the war would not begin because of this. The elders gathered at the table. One of them says that now it becomes clear who stood behind all the curtains in the Huashan sect. He thought that it was someone outsider, and did not assume that the spy lived calmly among them. Another of the elders says, he heard that the young man was poisoned. He suggests that perhaps he was forced to collect information. The man sitting at the head of the table answers, what's the difference? All the same, he betrayed them. One of those present supports him. Even if the young man was afraid that he would be dead, he had to tell about it. Then they would be able to save him from death. The priest objects. He arranged a fire, and also stole divine art. He offers to close the topic so as not to cause trouble. The man sitting at the head of the table says, so he wants to say something else. He turns to the door at the door, Enchun-un and Bak Mu, saying that he has a request for them. He asks, do they know that part of the Chashan sect was discredited? Therefore, it would also be worth speaking. The guy thinks, it seems that they also think that the leaked news about the spy can attract trouble. He says that the elders act as they see fit, they will adjust to them. The man is pleased with his answer. He thinks, If the guy wanted to become famous thanks to this story, he would hardly have made such a decision. He asks the question, what does this behavior mean? Enchun-un says that it will be impolite to argue in such a place. It is enough for them that they acted correctly. The man grabs his hands and clarifies, he really thinks so? Hearing an affirmative answer, the elder thanks him. The men standing behind him also express joy. The elder, without letting go of the guy's hands from his own, says that only now he realized what he was wounded by people, and then healed by others. He promises that his words will never forget. While he crumbles in gratitude, Yun Chun-un unexpectedly recalls the great Master Gon. The man, meanwhile, says that now guys are their friends. He adds, if the injustice is overtaken by Yun Chun-un, then let him remember him and abandon the nickname, a white plum. The guy respectfully repeats the famous name of the head of the sect Huashan, the Osman of the Tao, the holy sword of the white plum. Friends leave the meeting of elders. But Yun Chun-un still cannot come to his senses from acquaintance with such a great person. Bak is surprised. He really did not know? He answers, of course, no. How does he know something? Then he, turning to his friend, is interested. And why did he talk? And adds +1 day. A young man in shock. What? He still had to be silent? Sitting in his room on the bed, the guy turns to the master of Dharma. He is interested. He wants to ask a question? Looking at his fist, covered by the weak radiation of the aura, Yun Chun-un says that the power of the golden deity is weaker than he thought. He asks, is there a way to pump her? Bodhidharma replies that his option will not help much, but the guy already has his own. He is surprised, and the master, reminding him of the fragments of the bracelet, explains. The defense crushed by the heavenly demon contains the power of the golden staff, which was cast from true iron. Nothing can surpass this element. If the guy takes possession of his strength, then the power of the earth will also become accessible to him. It remains only to find a way to call them separately. Enchun-un asks, and how can he master the power of iron? Inhale the energy? Bodhidharma answers, eat. The guy clarifies, what to eat? Bracelet fragments? Of course, he groaned before gnawing iron, but it seems to be somehow too much. The master interrupts it and offers to start to try to swallow one piece. Puzzledly examining the fragment, the guy thinks, so he does not lose anything. He decides, whatever happens, and throws him into his mouth. A friend passed by his windows, noticing an unusual radiance emanating from the house. Surprised. What happened? Alarmed, Baekmua looks into the room, and Chun-una through the window. Having made a friend for the absorption of pieces of the bracelet, he says, and he could just say that he was hungry. The guy tells him to shut up. The next day, friends are leaving the Huashan sect. The people who came out to accompany them wave after them. And Chun-un raises his hand in a response gesture. Walking along the mountain trail, he thinks, they caught a spy and collected everything they needed. But something still continues to disturb him. He looks back, trying to understand what he had missed. He asks the question, did it seem to him or not? The elder who looks after them thinks that there is nothing sad than life in a separate sect. Despite the crowds of people around, he feels lonely. The man thinks, you cannot find out in advance how the changes from above can affect people. Looking at the torn red bandage, which he squeezes in his hands, the elder says that he understands him a little. They are from different places, but he also keeps pain in himself, which he cannot talk about. He believes that peaceful rule is the death of the hero. Then, without turning, he asks the young man who approached, came? He tends his head in a traditional welcoming bow. The young man with a red bandage on his head says that he was returning. A palm with a loud knock hit the countertop, and the formidable voice asks the manager of the medical room of the Squai sect. Is he generally in his mind? The manager of the guards of the sect of the Udun, without restraining anger, screams. He cannot believe that the upbringing of Yun Chun-un, who is so talented in Shaolin, has come to naught. The man is trying to justify himself. Yes, there was such a student, but he is not included in the lists. This name is quite common. The interlocutor calms down a little. Namesake or what? He does not argue. This name often comes across, but here is the surname. The manager of the medical hall says that Yun Chun-un, whom he knows, did not even learn martial arts when he left their sect. The manager of the guards clarifies. Completely? Shinja Yen warmly assures him that he was also a vile boy who poured poison to his opponents. He continues, if the guy walked and seemed to be a member of the Udan sect, then it is not known what reputation they received. The interlocutor clarifies. They leave him, then he would denigrate the name of the sect, right? The manager of the medical hall says, that's why he kicked him out, for the sake of a boot. The manager of the guards asks, he can take responsibility for his words? Shin Jae-yoon answers, he swings his head. The interlocutor calms down and says, then he will believe him. When the man leaves, the manager of the medical room grabs his head. Cursing and accusing Yoon-si in everything, he expresses the hope that nothing will happen. He admits that the guy became stronger, but he could not crank this in Shaolin. This is impossible. He calms himself with words. That boy is just namesake. In anger, he knocks on the table with his fists, screaming that Yun Shi-hu had to return for a long time. He scolds the young man, complaining that he should puff here for everyone. He reflects on Yoon-su. Having left Shaolin, he became more silent and darker. He believes that such an ugly guy like him cannot be sad because of his brother. He is sure that inside him simply bursts with joy. The man sighs, and you cannot get rid of him, since he is the only heir. Holding his head with his hand, he sighs, to go crazy. There is a voice, you have to talk. Shin Ja-jun screams, how much can you? A man enters the room. The man, stammering and dousing with the cold later, is interested. How did he end here? At the same time, he feels that he will soon be sick of excitement. County Shanyan. On Chun-un, stretching, says, finally they arrived. Baek Muli assents that he has not been here for a long time, and rejoices that he came to an end to silence. The guy says he has mixed feelings. Bodhidharma asks, did he recall his return from the sect of the boots? He answers in the affirmative. The master says, but he will finally be able to see his brother. The guy suggests that he could be offended by him. Bodhidharma says that Jang Xianfong will regret that he had not seen him. Well, this is also cute, just in his spirit. The guy is interested. Is the master very busy? The interlocutor answers, yes. Apparently urgent affairs appeared, and it seems that he is preparing something for a guy. And Chun-un, it is very interesting what a surprise awaits him. A friend says that he can grumble further, and he will go. The guy stops him. He believes that it is better for them to do this together. Now? For what? And Chun-un explains, he promised that for every battle he would become a funny pose. A friend scaredly shies away from him and mentally curses. They approach the building where the security bureau is located. Baksalt A, reading the papers, thinks, what do they do? She does not think that bad things. But even if so, then only Baek is capable of this. The girl literally radiates an evil aura. She asks the question, and why is not the news from him after he said that he was going to the Huashan sect? She asked to send letters. A person who entered the room reports that a guest came to her. Baksalt is surprised. Light steps are heard. A girl appears in the room. She raises her hand and welcomes the hostess, saying that she and her sister have not seen each other for a long time. She pronounces in surprise, Chan and the will? She agrees, and really for a long time. And then he is interested in what fate. The guest replies that there were things nearby. She asks, does the girl know Yun Chun-un? She, in some confusion, answers, yes. And what? Chan and the will admit that he is very interesting to her. The girl mentally scolds her brother. She angrily squeezes paper in her hands. There is a voice Baek Mu-ho, notifying his sister that he was returning. The young man falls to his knees right in the yard and shouts about how he loves her. Girls hurry to him. All those present are surprised to look at the scene that played before their eyes. The young man pours tears and holds his hands on his head, depicting the animal. He fulfills his promise. En Chun-un, restraining laughter, says that he will probably go. The presence of Chan with the will surprises his friends. They welcome the girl. En Chun-un leaves, promising to go another time. Baksalt and offers his brother to go with her. He asks, just do not hit. En Chun-un goes to the parental house. The younger brother runs to him with all his feet. Mother is in a hurry to meet his son. Father and grandfather, standing on the spot, are waiting in line to greet the guy. He asks the boy if he behaved well. Chun-ao, hugging him, answers, yes. Then he demonstrates various movements to the guy, saying that he trained a lot. Yun Chun-un praises him. Yes, he is really good. Approaching his father, he asks, how are they doing? The man says, it seems he has grown a little. And he asks, he has not hurt anywhere? And Chun-un replies that he is not a scratch. Grandfather is interested. Did he see Yungon? The guy replies that he is the same as his grandfather remembers him. Father rejoices, what a relief. So soon everything will return to normal. While he is here, everything will be fine. NGEM continues to ask questions. Was he in Shaolin and Huashan? The guy is surprised. How does grandfather know about this? He replies that he has his own sources. He believes that Yun Chun-un is probably tired and invites him to go to rest. The guy does not mind. He thinks that grandfather, as always, knows everything. Going to his room, he says that he finally feels at home. He believes that it will be good to relax for a couple of days. But as soon as he reaches the door, the voice of Zhang Xianfeng is heard. The teacher reports that the time has come to learn new art. En Chun-un clarifies, "Now?" The master answers, "Well, yes. But, since he is at home, then so be it. Let him rest a little." He offers to start training from tomorrow morning. The guy thanks him, and Chun-un makes a warm-up near a large boulder, rejoicing that he will learn something interesting. Although he practiced Tai Chi, it will not help to surpass the lessons of the master Zhang Xianfeng. Compared to the heavy hand of emptiness and the divine art of the earth's essence, this will not be enough. There is a voice of the master. The guy of interest is ready? He solemnly replies that the student En Chun-un is always ready. The man says that he will teach him 3 concepts of Qigong. The guy clarifies, does the master mean the methods of enlightenment? Or is it about mastering the sword? They can also learn through books. They are so simply in mastering. Zhang Xianfeng asks, he is afraid that they will be engaged in benefits that can be found in any market? The guy answers, no. He promises that he will try to remember everything that he will tell him. The mentor says, yes, he believes that En Chun-un learned to be added. The master asks, he knows what 3 concepts are? En Chun-un answers, this is heaven, earth, and man. Zhang Xianfeng explains that in all martial arts there is a support on qi energy, and qi in turn is localized in 3 dantages, usually distinguish the upper, middle, and lower points. Their functions are different, as are the methods of use. Each of them has its own advantages, so you cannot hung up on one thing, the guy clarifies. But in Murim, the upper and middle danshanes is considered the best, since they are more functional than the lower. The master says that the divine art of the essence of the earth of Dharma focuses in the lower body. This is an art that allows you to go beyond its skills. The man asks, then can one who uses the upper point defeat the opponent with the art of the master of Dharma? The guy thinks, it is definitely able to defeat the heavy hand of emptiness. It is difficult to imagine how powerful art is. He believes that it will be difficult for him, what he reports to the master. He answers, not difficult, but impossible. But not in the case when fighters of the same level. As he already said, the divine art of the earth's essence is concentrated in the lower dani, which increases his strength. She is in that place that his flesh and spirit are filled. The heavy hand of emptiness is the power of air and emptiness, respectively. Since this martial art is associated with spiritual vision, it is located in the upper danthani, which contains the soul, thoughts, and imagination. Zhang Xianfeng asks, and where is the conscious cultivation then? En Chun-un is conceived. This technique is responsible for judgment. With it the mind is clear and cold. Her core is in the middle dani. The mentor says right. The average point is responsible for emotions. This is a center of joys and sorrows that people experience. That is why the heart is located here. The guy, applying his hand to his chest, answers, even in his place, but he still does not understand the system. The master says, besides, he has 2 divine forces out of 5. Having received the remaining ones, he will become the most powerful fighter, but now there is too much energy in him. Rather, its roots are too diverse. He believes that now they do not interfere with each other, but once they will begin, then he will stop developing and begin to regress. Therefore, now you need. En Chun-un finishes the phrase, meditate. Zhang Xianfeng replies, for sure. He tells the guy to sit in the lotus pose. He promises that conscious cultivation and 3 concepts of Qigong will become his body and skin. He believes that since they finished with theory, it is time to start the mantra. Sending his own power to En Chun-un, he calls him, listen. He tells, the divine art of the earth's essence belongs to the earth. The heavy hand of emptiness is to the sky. But the 3 concepts of Qigong are the art of man. He is the one who stands on 2 legs on the ground and looks at the sky. It is necessary to absorb heaven and earth. The power of the earth and the sky strengthens the vessels, and the force of iron fills the remaining place. Yun Chun-un follows the voice of the master. A flash of energy in the area of the solar plexus is a surprise for him. The guy falls from the boulder on which he meditated. He complains that it is difficult to manage 5 elements at the same time. The master is interested, and who said that it would be easy? He demands that the student begins again. He is trying to fulfill his requirement. Several times the result is the same: explosion and fall. But the master orders. Again. With tears in his eyes, the guy once again rises from the ground and dutifully fulfills the order of the teacher. Everything is repeated again and again. Finally, the face of Jang Xianfong lights up. Looking at Yun Chunun, he says, he succeeded. The guy continues meditation, concentrating energy in the heart. In the end, he lies exhausted on the stone. The master reproaches him because he is too slow. That's right. Does he really think that the opponent will stand and watch how he meditates? Jang Xianfeng proposes. Well, since he was able to, they can try to reduce time for practice. And Chun-un opens his eyes and asks, "It seems to him, or is it really mean?" Leaving, the man answers. He does not say that it is necessary to do this right away. Just let him set such a goal. The student agrees. The master tells him to train and notifies that he is leaving for business. He says that the guy tries and remembers that they are always watching him. The man departs from the spatial eye. Then he takes out a manual mirror from his belt. Zhang Xianfeng sees a guy in him, remaining unnoticed for him. He thinks that he studies faster than he thought. Immediately obvious, his student. He says that thanks to the heavenly demon, he can now watch a boy from everywhere. But his assistance will not overshadow the dissatisfaction with Zhang Xianfeng with an expression of his face. Every time he writhes such a mind, something happens. He decides that the time has come to talk with someone upstairs, and wonders to whom to go. No one dares to touch the heavenly demon, because he performs the most dirty work. The master thinks that even the strongest celestials avoid him. Due to the fact that many people worship him, it is he who leads the principle of causality. He overshadows him. He knows who to go to. He is in a hurry on the patterned bridge to the one who can keep the demon in the bridle. He is greeted with a question. "What's the matter?" The man replies that he came to the mentor for help. Zhuani, the spirit of the north, looking a little older than Yongjong Una, asks, "Did he call him a mentor?" Then adds dash for sure. They are from one sect. Now it is clear why he calls him that. He turns the gaze to the guest. Then, noticing the mirror behind his belt, he comes to life and jumps up from his place. Does Zhang Xianfeng have something interesting? In the sky. The main spirit in the form of the boy knows how terrible the law of causality can be. This guy is called differently. Both the master of the dark sky and the embodiment of pristine chaos. Now he took the place of the great Jade Emperor and became the master of the north and constellations. In his hands, the sword of 7 stars, who decides who to live and who does not. The Emperor of the North, the Lord of the Destinies and Stars, ruling from the heavenly palace. He is the heavenly Emperor Xuan Wei, who worship members of the Udan sect. So stubborn that it does not honor anyone except the 3 pure ones. The highest gods, Yuitzin, Shanxin, and Taizin, the rulers of the sky, the world of spirits, and the earthly world. He believes that the law of causality is not as simple as it seems. If he still takes place, then a large shift occurred in the earthly world. Heaven could not help but know about it. Most likely, celestials are simply observed from the side. He says, it turns out that there is someone else responsible for what is happening through this device. Standing at a spatial eye and raising his hand with his fingers with a shining aura, Xuan asks, "Well, will we have fun?" He lowers his hand, and the light floods the whole gazebo. Xuan says, "Of course, it would be nice to talk to the student." Hinging his fingers to the surface of the spatial eye, he admits that he prefers something more exciting. Having sent an impulse down, he freezes. Then he wonders, why didn't it work? He looks at the sleeping Enchun-un. Then he sends an impulse again. The face of Xuan is brighter, and a smile appears on the lips. He pronounces, "Look at him." Bakmur is creeping up to the Jun unit meditating on the boulder, thinking that this is his chance to catch him by surprise. When he already holds out his hands to touch the guy, he, without turning, is interested. He has not yet bit his tongue after he fluttered in front of his sister. He thought that his friend died with shame. Back Maosho associations ask, "Has ease on the nament in the new?" Then he responds to his remark. Such trifles are nothing to him. Yun Chun-un is interested in why a friend came. "Something happened?" he answers. "Mom wants to see him." The guy is surprised. His mother? But why? After all, she is leaning the unsociable. A friend explains, She believes that something is wrong with his battle technique. Now he wants to look at him. And Chun-un is surprised, but still tries to smile affably. He thinks that the methods of a friend can be compared with Shaolinsky, due to the complexity of the technique themselves. His mother is a good expert, since I realize that my son doesn't succeed. The guy is thinking, does she have experience? He is trying to understand a lot of things. He believes that it is necessary to find out if she knows more than necessary. Baekmu does asks, well what? He is frighteningly recoiled when his friend grabs his shoulders and looking at him with a burning look that they will go right away. And Chun-un and a friend, everyone in the security bureau is welcome from the small to the great, raising his hands up and imitating the pose of Baekmu, whom he showed when he returned home. The guy laughs, his friend exhales evil. Looking at the people parody of him, the young man grumbles. Well, the family. They are greeted by Baek, Salt A and Chan with the volume. And Chun-un reports that an aunt is looking for him. Sister Baekmu believes that she wants to see him because of her brother. Chan and the Will appear forward with the words, so they met again. The girl says she heard that he was here because of the sword of Baekmu. Then he is interested. Does he understand this? And she explains that in fact, she left Murim to expand her knowledge. You need a lot of experience and military equipment to complete the training with the father. She says that seeing his friend's sword, she realized that he was smooth, like a huashan, and a gentle one, like a bang. In addition, its weight is small, so it lies comfortably in the hand. She was delighted, learning that there was such a weapon in Murim. Chan and the Will continue. This is why the guy helped him master the art of owning a sword. That's why she asked this question. And Chun-un answers. He will not be able to completely take the solution of the problem, because he did not learn this. But telling some moments is please. The girl is delighted, true. She enthusiastically, frightening the interlocutor, thanks him. The guy thinks that if she is on his side, then this is only for the better. He believes that she needs to get to know her better. Yun Chun-un follows back Sol A. He is surprised. The sister is still silent. The guy is trying to understand he did something wrong. The girl says she is quite pleasant. Chun-un replies that he also thinks so. Back Salt and continues. She has a good character, and it's not bad in battle. Famous family. Always noticeable because of its beauty. Back Sultan asks, did he like her? The guy answers, like that. It is directly connected with Shaolin. The girl drops, clear. And Chun-un is hastily adding, if we are talking about sympathy between a guy and a girl, then he has no feelings for her. Smiling, he admits that he likes another person. The girl, having patted him on the cheek, looks into his eyes, saying that he became too emotional. The guy thinks, he is not jokes. Back Salt. A says that it will always be on his side. No matter what mother says, she believes him. Turning away from him to follow further, the girl says, something else. Turning to him and smiling slyly, she says, the guys seem cooler when they are serious. An unexpected rustle in the bushes makes them be alert. Baekmu looks out of the tree. He asks not to pay attention to him. An angry sister decisively steps forward. The guy looks somewhat embarrassed. He says, looking after her and touching his cheek, where he still feels the touch of her fingers, which will definitely remember her words. A friend who came believes that he is dangerous. Surprisingly, the guy, he jokingly touches him with his elbow, saying, a man. At the same time, the young man smiles meaningfully. And Chun-un answers. He said what he thought. Clutching a fist, he says, it seems that now he can be sincere. He can help him. Baek morally looks at him. That's how. Friends approach the steps leading to the closed gate. The young man tells a friend to walk alone. He asks, what about him? Baekma says, Mom said to send only him. And Chun-un opens the gate. A friend wishes him good luck. Due to the open wings on the guy smelled of powerful energy. He follows the courtyard further and feels that it was seemingly scattered. He hears the voice of the master Jang Xianfong. Does he feel that she is not so strong? This is because she surrounded herself from outside. A good way to control the space. The guy thinks that no one has received such high praise yet. He did not even know that his friend's mother was capable of this. And Chun-un hears a voice, noting that he has lost weight. A woman comes out to meet him. He recognizes her. This is Kan-san Volume. Welcoming her, the guy says that they had not seen each other for a long time. She answers. She knows that not even a year has passed since he began to study martial arts. He says, fortunately, he apparently had a talent for this. The woman repeats after him, Talonite then. She remembers a person who said the same thing. She asks, Soman Dason is familiar to him? She says that this is a genius that all 9 schools followed, despite the fact that now they are neither hearing nor spirit from them. Chun-un says, he, although not for long, but studied at the sect, and in truth this name is unfamiliar to him. The woman agrees. Well, yes, it is not so common. She asks the guy, he someday contacted someone who may be outside the human perception? The guy pretends not to understand what the interlocutor is talking about. He himself thinks, does she really mean masters? Zhang Xianfong, standing at the spatial eye, says, he knows that until that moment the heavens did not interfere in worldly affairs. Bodhidharma believes that most likely because it is simply impossible. The interlocutor answers, the law of causality would not allow. He believes, if this happened, they would not be in the current position. The guy thinks, the masters are sure that this is impossible, but is it so? What happened once can repeat it again, Confronting says. At that time no one recognized Soman Deesan, but she also knew that his talent was not innate, but acquired. Of course, not everyone could understand this. She has been keeping this story for so many years. In the Mosque of the Returning Sun, she saw traces of the other world. She explains, therefore you need to check Chun-un, walking in the footsteps of a brilliant master. The guy is interested, does she have any personal scores with him? The woman answers in the affirmative and adds, because the one who stands behind Soman Deesan, the enemy of their family. The effect of her energy on the guy is enhanced. Zhang Xianfeng asks him to be careful. Chun-un with difficulty stands in place under the pressure of her strength. The woman says, he himself could hardly guess. Or maybe he knew and could not tell about it because of the ban. But no one can hide their true essence. She demands that he let her look at him. Her power falls on the guy. An energy blow inflicted by a woman is so powerful that its surge is visible even at a great distance. Chun-un is trying to avoid the attack by Confronting. Her power, released, turns into huge crystals. The guy barely manages to bounce to the side, so as not to fall under their action. Having landed, he is trying to catch his breath. Zhang Xianfeng says, it seems the woman thinks that he is someone's pawn. And apparently, she has no best relationship with this. He explains to the guy who avoids another blow that Confronting does not spend a lot of effort. He just looks closely. But cold air will surely affect it. The master reassures Chun-un, she will be able to freeze the enemy only when she touches him. On the bark of the tree near which the guy was just located, an ice crust appears. The woman squeezes her hand into a fist and again attacks Chun-un. The guy manages to react in time. The blow again falls on a tree. Confronting thinks that this child is the same as Soman Deesan. Attacking a guy, she asks a question. Is this an accident or a trap? Soon she will find out for sure. It was because of the curse of the family that Confronting became obsessed with Soman Deesan. Her ancestors had a talent in martial arts, but they did not have the foundations. And one day, a stranger appeared, who engraved the ancient martial arts equipment on his body. It was called the Magic Sutra of the Cold Sky. Thanks to this, her family was able to get great power, but with her, a curse that sucks their energy. The force was transmitted from generation to generation, and the older child was always a girl. Cold air penetrates through the veins, and the masters from birth fought with force, which was too many. To survive, they had to learn the magical sutra of the cold sky. But those who could not control the element went crazy and began to kill people. Gray-haired witch or demonitsa was called the ancestors of Confronting, and they were remembered by people as something that instilled fear. Fortunately, after long research, there was a way to control the force, and there were no more such cases. But the resentment of a stranger, who granted the magic sutra of the cold sky, does not subside. Confronting recognized a terrible secret while looking for an enemy of her family. Orthodox, mixed, and demonic sects. It seemed that their power was the same, but behind their backs was lurking something much more powerful than all of their combined, a hidden sect. Nobody saw the faces of her representatives, but they always held out a hand to those who were considered capable. That is why Confronting tried to get closer to Soman Deesan. She believed that they made a genius out of him. But the master suddenly disappeared from Murim. After that, Confronting gave birth to 2 children, marrying Bakjin Sona, because of which she left her post. After some time, she used the whole strength of the family to find traces of a hidden sect. But everything became much more complicated. Seeing the traces of an unknown martial art on the sword of her son, she suddenly dawned on her. Bak Salt A, Bak Muho. They are skilled enough for them to become interested in the faceless. Judging by their actions, One can guess that her children are their new goal. That's why she was so anxious and angry lately. The cold cuts the cheeks in Chun-un. The woman tiredly attacks him. Bodhidharma reassures the student. Let him not worry, he will not get hurt. Zhang Xianfong warns that the guy is preparing. She is coming. Chun-un runs again, fleeing her attack. Pieces of ice fly in his back. The guy turns to face her. The woman says fast, but she is not intended to retreat, and prepares another blow. This time the guy's leg enters an ice trap. He screams and tries to free himself. Zhang Xianfeng tells him to recover. At an incredible speed, Chun-un dodges pieces of ice flying into it. The woman, having concentrated power in the palm of his hand, directs her to him. Ice fragments and incredible cold fall on the guy. At the place where Chun-un stood an ice block, San-vol managed to catch the guy in an ice trap. She smiles pretty, confident that now he will not go anywhere. Suddenly her eyes expand with surprise. Chun-un does not want to come to terms with his position. He follows the Council of Masters. Earth can defeat water. The power of cold air may vary, but the base will be the same as that of water energy. Masters believe that its greatest power is the divine art of the Earth's essence. They lead him to act, and the guy is easily freed from the ice bonds. Looking at him, the woman thinks. He quickly studies, like Soman Deeson. She asks a question. Maybe he is better than him? She tells the guy. It is simply incredible that he is still on his feet. He answers. Maybe enough? He is in no way connected with this by her Soman Deeson. She asks, not connected? She will still look. Energy is again concentrated in her palm. San-vol rushes to the guy. Her ice aura is faced with its fiery energy. He beats her hand with his hand, in which power is concentrated. The guy does not run away anymore. He decides to accept the battle. The woman's face expresses surprise. Shards of ice break again from her fingers. For a while they are circling in the battle. The woman strikes, and Chun-un departs far back. However, he lands on his feet. Pieces of ice fall to the ground. Behind the veil of the fog, only its silhouette is visible. Loosing his breath, he simultaneously gathers with forces for further confrontation. His face is concentrated. He is ready for battle. Bodhidharma says, the time will come, and he will have to throw out the received energy. He believes that now is just the time. He adds that the art of unity will open the road. Chun-un does it become more powerful as the divine art of the Earth's essence. San-will is surprised when he understands that the guy's strength is increasing. She says she will have to be more serious. In the direction of the guy, ice fragments rush again. The woman demands that he show everything he has. She promises to kill him if he does not try. Meanwhile, Bodhidharma explains. The center is the divine art of the Earth's essence, and the art of unity is branches. He tells the guy to stick his palm like a dagger and chop it to the end. Chun-un does it feel that he is full of energy, like a lifting dragon. Is it really the divine art of the Earth's essence is now the second level? No, even higher. The guy's strength incredibly grows. His aura blinds like a flash. He uses the technique of blow by halberda. A woman contrasts him with nephritic protection. The guy approaches San-vol without weakening the pressure. Their palms are about to contact. The woman pronounces, interesting. The guy feels the taste of blood in his mouth. He has to apply too much effort to withstand such a powerful opponent. He does not stop and puts all his strength into the blow. But San-vol has something to answer. There is an explosion that blinds both of them for a while. Smoke dissipates. Small pieces of Luda fall at the guy's feet. The exhausted Chun-un continues to stand, but his appearance is extremely battered. Feeling weakness, it falls on one knee. The woman says he was able to survive against her technology. She thought no one was capable of it. San-vol asks, what is this martial art that can surpass nephritic protection? The guy thinks that now he no longer has trump cards. She says he hides too much, and Chun-un replies that now he has opened everything. He continues, looking a woman in the face. It seems he showed everything he could. The guy asks, he can assume that his techniques differ from the skills of Soman Deeson? He asks a question. Now San-vol believes that he is not connected with him? She lowers her eyes. The woman is interested. He knows where the martial art of her son originated? The guy thinks he cannot tell her that this is the work of the heavenly demon. He answers. He knows that this art came from the west. They found his tracks in the cave of Mount Sunshan. San-vol says thoughtfully. From the west means. From there came the master of Dharma. But this art was not connected with him. But since the traces were found there, it was definitely he. Perhaps this is a prototype of martial arts studied in the western provinces. The woman says Yun Chun U now that he cannot trust him completely. Then, embarrassedly covering his face with his hand, adds, but if he really is in no way connected with Soman Dizan, then it turns out that she tormented him in vain. Looking at her, the guy thinks that she is very similar to Salt A. He is trying to joke, but she was not only tormented, but almost killed him. She asks to forgive her again. Smiling, Yun Chunun replies that everything is in order. He understands her. She is glad to hear this and asks, will they be able to explain to her children? Smiling and heading for the exit, the guy answers, why? He does not want to do it. Seeing a woman's bewilderment, he explains, she, as an adult, should solve such issues. Saying goodbye, he leaves. The woman is not very pleased with such a turn of events. She thinks, of course, the story has cleared up a little, but she still will have a lot to find out. The woman says that the guy's skills are no worse than her children. Therefore, it is likely that they will be the first to make contact. A voice is heard behind her. Doesn't it seem to her that she was too persistent? Kan San-wil is surprised. She obviously did not expect this. Seeing her husband, the woman asks in surprise, where does he come from? Baek Jin-song replies that he was missing, and is interested, gently running a finger along her cheek. How did you talk? She removes his hand with irritation. Kan San-vol dismally tells the husband that he acted recklessly, sending his son on a trip with a boy who could be a student of Samun Deesan. The man swings, she again for her. Deesan was his close friend. Baek Jin-song explains, if he wanted to harm them, he would have done it a long time ago. And where is the evidence that the boy is somehow associated with unknown force? The woman does not want to agree with him. He continues, if it is difficult for her to take his word, then let him look into his eyes and their children. And Chun-un would never have harmed their family. She knows what he is. Their son does not have a friend closer, and she guesses what feelings Sol A feels for him. The woman plunges into memories. 3 children play with the ball. The unexpected appearance of a fair-haired girl scares them. They scream, this is a gray-haired witch. They are scared, and they run away, leaving the ball. The girl is terribly upset. She so wanted to play with them. Suddenly, a little Enchun-un, surviving in front of her, he looks into her eyes. The girl scaredly covers her face with his sleeve, and he invites her to play. She is surprised. Is he not afraid of her? He asks, why? Then the boy says that she is beautiful and looks like snow. He holds out her hand, and calling the sister, offers to go with him. She dares to stretch her palm, and he squeezes it tightly. Holding hands, they run away. The woman, folding her arms on her chest, expresses dissatisfaction with all her appearance. The man sighs. Well, what to do with her? He says, although he knows one way to cheer her up. Multicolored hearts fly out of his mouth. Suddenly a clot of energy flies in his back, and he begins to cough. Having fallen to his knees, he tries to recover. The woman is excited his condition. Coughing, he says that their beauty has amazing accuracy. And Chun-un goes, plunged into thoughts. Thanks to a woman, the divine art of the earth's essence increased to the 3rd level. But it seems to him that it still loses the art of unity. Bodhidharma says that in this world everything is difficult than he thinks, so do not rush. And Chun-un agrees with the master. He addresses Jang Xianfong. The guy admits, if not for the art of unity, he would not be able to strengthen the divine art of the earth's essence. He thanks the master and expresses his gratitude. He grumbles something he praised him. Jang Xianfeng says that their student is now looking at the world differently. Together with Bodhidharma, he stands at the spatial eye, watching the guy. The master of Dharma replies. He remembers that the strength of the tree can be cultivated to the level of the sacred tree. But the question is, did the divine forces that capable of it still remain on Earth? Zhang Xianfeng offers to lose excess energy on some passerby, or use one of the offspring of the dragon of the South Sea. It seems that these creatures have a gift to become invincible when death looks into their eyes. And Chun-un is perplexed. What other dragon? He asks. How can they talk about it so calmly? Zhang Xianfeng says, if he had completed his studies, he would not have to affect this topic. The guy admits that he is to blame. Approaching the gate, he thinks that he may be able to cope with this if he is more hard. True, it seems that the masters will quickly get bored. Opening the gate sash and going inside, he says, apparently, home training is not enough. He is so immersed in his thoughts that he does not notice anything around. And JM, watching the grandson, is interested in, why is he so sighing? Did something happen? The guy says that he was in the fresh air for a long time. At home he breathes heavier. The old man agrees. He understands everything. It's stuffy, probably sitting at home to such a heavenly dragon like him. And Chun, unsurprised, heavenly dragon, and Jai explains that people call the guy a small copy. He says that it is only audible about his exploits in the sects of Huashan and Sunshan. The guy embarrassedly scratches the back of the head so on. Grandfather reports that he was not looking for him and asks, will he take the assignment? The guy is interested. What? NJE asks, does he remember the teacher Chvichuk? And Chunun clearly, without much joy, answers that he remembers. Grandfather tells him to get on the road and pass the letter from him. Walking along the forest trail with a clothing bag behind his shoulders, he grumbles. A teacher Chvichuk then? Zhang Xianfeng asks, what? Were there disagreements with him? And Chunun answers, if I may say so. Besides, he is strange. The master is interested, yes? And how much? The guy says that he was previously called Blue Bamboo because of high growth. He did not understand why people believed that the bamboo is ordinary green when his stems were painted in jade. He persuaded all his acquaintances to call him Chvichukok. Zhang Xianfeng believes that he is a fool. Bodhidharma is interested. What is the guy's task? Enchunun replies that he needs to deliver a message. The guy, hiding the letter in his pocket, says, Chun Ao is offended, but grandfather said that he himself would deal with him. Well, okay. Enchunun asks, be sure to take it with you, and looks back. In response, he hears, but you cannot think to himself? The guy asks for Bak Mu Ho. Why did he get tied up? He replies that he does not follow him. He just has a task from his grandfather. He explains that he must follow a friend. But he cannot intervene in his affairs, and accordingly, he cannot take responsibility for his actions. And Chunun understands that the grandfather makes them undercover and imperceptibly deliver a letter. The guy is interested in did Bak receive a permit from his mother? He answers. He thinks that his father will deal with this. He believes that if he lives as his mother tells, then for life he will remain a pairing boy. The young man says, just this time he will not be raging. And Chunun thinks, the problem is that in any case he will have to rake everything. The guy asks, are they going towards the Orthodox sect? A friend answers, most likely. Then he adds that their path lies in the Sachon. Sachon is located in the west of Murim, and it is believed that there is no longer found space. In the borderlands, the influence of the Podalgot and traces of bird rulers are intertwined. Here, core, mixed and even demonic sects have equal power. In the middle of this chaos are the sect of Ami and Chonson, as well as one orthodox sect. In a word, this is the largest combination of sects. Friends walk along the forest trail. They continue the path in silence, plunged into thought. The guys stop and carefully inspect. They were surrounded by some people. One of them says, now the world is full of dangers and such carefree fools as they. A man with a bandage in the eye asks, they are aware that the passage through this forest is paid? He demands that they give everything they have. But Yun Chun-un attacks him, not even allowing to finish the phrase to the end. The guy's fist, covered by a powerful aura, crashes into the face of the enemy. A man, surrounding him with growth and weight, departs far back, escorted by the surprised glances of his friends. Having hit his back on a tree, he slides to the ground, where he freezes motionless. A big man, armed with a sparkling mace, cursing, rushes at the guy. Fist Yun Chun-una divides his weapon into small pieces. Thunder looks with fear at a guy who easily straightened with his mace. The rest of the robbers are also unpleasantly surprised. Broke with his bare hands? And Chunun turns to men crowded in indecision. He demonstrates a fist covered by a power field and asks, maybe they will tell him that they've forgotten this forest? Men look at the guy with fear, sitting on the boulder and forcing the bandits to knelt and raise their hands. He asks, do they have any important things here? The leader who is opposite him replies that they simply fled. Yun Chun-un requires an explanation. A man with a bandage in the eye and a swollen face says that recently they are all on the platoon. The sect decided to arrange cleaning. They were given that several of their guys were killed. After what they heard, they fled, sparkling heels. The guy says thoughtfully, this is how... He suggests that sects will burn to the war. Bak Mu says, they suffered. Due to the attack of the demonic sect, the chief student died in Sunshan, and chaos began in the Hwasan sect from behind a spy. En Chunun thinks that 2 sects out of 9 are already ready to join battle. They will do the same as the Orthodox sect, which is their center. The heavenly demon believes that the case takes a dangerous turn. He says that he found out about this while he was dealing with the dead. He is sure that they will witness something interesting. The heavenly demon warns the guy about caution. He is already looking forward to the interesting development of events. And Chun-un understands that in the demonic sect a disorder. He asks the master what happened. He replies that a man who held a high post came to hell. The guy says, apparently someone killed him, since the mentor talks about him. He explains that the whole thing is a showdown, not for power, but for power. He was removed because of political views. And Chun-un suggests that the heavenly demon, probably because of this in anger. But, in his opinion, this is the best outcome. The mentor asks, is it because he is from an orthodox sect? While the guy is busy, his friend intimidates the bandits, and so not shining with special courage. And Chun-un answers, not that. Heavenly demon says, one knows, others, no. Funny. He is interested. How does the guy thinks what is the best way to prevent intern trackers? En Chun-un believes that for this you need to find a common enemy in order to unite everyone. The master asks, that's how? And then what? The guy thinks, a common enemy. Can this be tied to war? The heavenly demon replies, yes, he heard, it will begin in a Shikon. Something always happens there, so he is not surprised. The guy is interested in can the master share such? Because of this, he will not have problems? He answers, nothing to worry. He did not have a student for a long time, so he can make such concessions. En Chun-un thanks him. He does not know whether it is good or bad, but it seems to him that he is on his mind. He thinks the order of his grandfather, shadowing in orthodox and demonic sects, and also some thoughts of the heavenly demon. How many things? That's what it means to get into the trap. He understands that no matter what choice he makes, you still have to get involved in all this. And the task that his grandfather gave him cannot fail to fulfill. En Chun-un decides that he will have to go ahead, since there is no other way out. Jumping off the stone, he tells a friend that they need to go to the Sashon. He is interested. Did he deal with his thoughts? And then he asks, what to do with the captives? En Chun-un says that they, of course, are bad guys, but since they shared information, they will leave them alive. Those who are trained in martial arts, let the young man destroy the central dantian, and cut the tendons on the arms and legs. The frightened captives ask, and how do they live on? The guy answers, after all their deeds, this is the lesser that they can do. He decides that he will leave them alive, but he will no longer allow them to loot. The heavenly demon says, well, pity. All this is useless. The voice of Xianfong is heard. Apparently he is dissatisfied with something. The man goes to the spatial OQ, where the heavenly demon is located. He answers. He himself knows what it will result in, but still gives the bandits a chance. Of course, he doesn't like it. But he must admit his perseverance. The boy did not run away, hiding behind excuses. Xianfong agrees. Yes. The heavenly demon says this is the path to demonism. He asks not to forget that the guy has already touched him. He believes that demonism has no choice. Xianfong replies that he knows. He and Bodhidharma never denied this. The heavenly demon sighs. He says, that's glorious, and then leaves. Xianfong, looking after him, thinks that he is determined. Although this is for the better, he believes. He understands that the heavenly demon is ready to sacrifice many for the sake of the student. Looking after the removing man, he thinks that Yun Chun-un perhaps will cope himself. He believes that now the spirit of the north has become a greater problem. He wanted to admit about his plans and report to the higher. Xianfong thinks. And as soon as he decided on this, fortunately, everything returned to its own. The heavenly demon wonders, I wanted to check it? He believes that since you can't completely take control of the student, you will have to cooperate with them. You cannot deny the involvement of Bodhidharma and Zhang Xianfeng, so everyone can teach the boy. He thinks, it turns out to be the Kong Yuan native not only from the orthodox sect. The heavenly demon smiles. The student is involved in the demonic too. The gazebo, where the visionary eye is located, is illuminated by light. Paragoving through the bandits lying on the ground, Yun Chun-un complains that they only do, that they attract failures. He continues to complain that once again they stumble upon some villains. The guy thinks that the heavenly demon was right, he said. All this in vain. A friend believes that not everything that is in vain is bad. You can live differently. Bodhidharma says that sometimes back understands that it is really valuable. Yun Chun-un sighs, let it be so. A friend insists that he seriously says, The guys rejoice. Finally, they left the forest. Now the road lies through a field overgrown with tall grass. Their attention is attracted by some kind of sound, and Chunun says that perhaps there are even more robbers. The young man sighs, as the guy said earlier. Nothing has changed. They carefully make their way through high grass. Finally, they reach the place where they heard the noise. Having pushed the grass, they observe what is happening. A dead man lies on the ground. A little, they see another body. Several people are fighting. The rattle of their weapons attracted the attention of the guys. The young man repels the attack of the bandit. He is forced to retreat under his pressure. The young man applies his skills, and he takes away the sepionaire with a whirlwind from his path. Bodhi explains to the student that this is the art of a sword of clean wind. He is from the Chonson sect. The guy repeats his words. Bak Mo-ho asks in surprise, "How did he know?" And Chunun replies that ancient martial arts are already famous. The bandit falls dead to the ground. Two young people, standing back to the back, are examined in search of the following opponents. The young man from the sect Chonan looks at the guys. He asks, "Who are they?" At the same time, he holds the sword, ready to rush into battle at any moment. Bodhi believes that he lacks straightforwardness. If this is a student of the prestigious sect Chongon, then why does he keep the sword with such emotions? The second young man puts his hand on the shoulder of a comrade, saying that he is too excited. Their companion believes that the guys are not accomplices of these thieves, and it seems that they came to their aid. The young man, hiding the sword, asks, how did he understand where they were? And Chunun thinks that he is not particularly smart. The second representative of the Chonson sect folds his hands in a welcome gesture. Bending his head, he asks for forgiveness from his friends for rudeness. He says that his name is Lee Don-young, and they are from the Chonson sect. The second young man is the name of Sagon-pei, and the girl is Young-rae. And Chun-un is presented in response, and calls the name of his friend. He says that, as the girl said, they heard the sounds of the battle, and ran here. True, they did not think that the students of the Chonson sect would meet here. Lee Don-chan seems familiar to the name of the guy. Yun Chun-un, noticing the tension on his face, is interested is something wrong? But he replies that everything is in order. Recently they often had to hear this name. Sagon-pek casually throws, they must be namesake. The guy decides not to argue. Let him think so. He does not want them to have problems. He feels the presence of evil energy, and understands that besides them, someone else lurked here. But where? He screams carefully, and then it rushes from all legs forward, almost knocking new acquaintances from their feet. They are surprised by his speed. Lee Don-chung screams, Seiji-pei! He turns around and sees the rapidly approaching Yun Chun-un. He, joyfully flashing his eyes, says that he knew, and intends to hit the guy concentrated in his palm with energy. And Chun-un screams, dodge the same. At that moment, the young man is attacking a man jumping out of the thicket with a sword in his hands. The guy barely manages to take the enemy's blade with one hand, and with the other, the hand of Seiji-p, ready to strike. The guy makes a wave of his hands. The bandit flies in one direction and the same in the other. Lee Don-young is preoccupied with his friend's attraction, and with alarm watches the path of his flight. He barely manages to pick up a collapsed young man. Lee Don-jung looks anxiously at Yun Chun-una, not understanding what was happening. The young man asks the standing girl, she sees? They look at the battle of a guy and an unknown person. Yun Chun-un opposes the enemy armed with a sword. He fights only with the help of hands and his own energy. The observers are imperished. The guy retorts the blows of the sword with his bare hands. Lee Don-young and Lee Jung-rae are surprised to watch the battle. And Chun-un continues to fight, and he is not at all embarrassed by the fact that the enemy has a sword in the hands of the enemy, and at his disposal only skills. The guy holds his hand forward, using energy like a shield, and squeezes his fist to strike. People watching him cannot believe that he is able to defend himself from blows with his hands with a sword. The enemy already feels fatigue. He is going to strength, wanting to deliver a crushing blow. But Yun-chun easily evades and hits in response. His blow is so strong that the enemy flies far back. The guy freezes in a combat rack, wanting to make sure that the man will no longer be able to attack. The enemy's exclamation comes to him. He turned out to be dexterous and managed to grab with one hand by the tree branch. In the other, he continues to squeeze the sword. The man, smiling, pronounces, interesting. He jumps to the ground. The man is interested in the guy. Who is he? He asks in response. Why would he know this? The exclamation comes to them. The Dragon of Small Heaven. Bakmook shouts that his friend's name is the Dragon of Small Heavens, Yun Chun-un. The guy thinks, can beat him. Their new acquaintances publish exclamations of surprise. Is it really he? The man says. It means that he is. There are many rumors about him. The enemy continues. He knew that, having attacked them, he would attract unnecessary attention. I thought that I could see something interesting in a shikon if a person kills a couple. Well, he chooses the Dragon of Small Heaven from the Chonsan sect. Li Jung-rei warns the guy to be careful. If this is a white demonic sword, then nearby should be black. Sagon Peck says they will help too. Baek Mu-ho, with his hands behind his head, casually notes that the guy himself will cope, and they will only interfere. Lee Don-young does not agree with him. The young man asks his friend, he will cope with the enemy alone? Smiling, Yun Chun-un calls him a psychoma. Then, casting aside the shoulder bag, he answers, of course. The man, having closed his eyes with his hand, laughs. What a talkative carriage. He claims that or not alone, but the result will be one. He screams that he will kill the Dragon of Small Heaven, and then he rushes on the attack. And Chun-un, preparing to defend himself, feels the energy of another person. The enemy is rapidly rushing at him, but the guy is trying to understand where the one whose presence he felt. The man screams, "Die!" and two people are being brought down to the guy at once. One in a white cloak, and the second in black. En Chun-un understands that he was in the shade. The guy with his bare hands blocks both blades. Opponents continue to strike at the blow, but their attempts are unsuccessful. From the sword of a person in a dark cloak, a deadly aura flows. Yun Chun-un shakes him with his foot. The impact force throws it high into the air. His friend rushes to him. The hands of men are in contact. A man in a white cloak helps his partner carefully sink to the ground. The guy asks a question. Is this a demonic sword? The twin demons are surprised. Wow. On both sides, they attack Yun Chun-un. Men say that their merger technique is the best in Seishon. Opponents are circling around the guy. Bodhidharma's voice is heard. When a black sword begins to set the direction with a weapon, then white follows him. Most likely, this used to be a single martial art that controls the forces of yin and yang, and manifested in the technique of paired swords. A clot of energy flashes in the guy's hand. He raises his hand to strike. The twin demons rejoice, got caught. They attack Yun Chun-un in the jump. Then they increase the distance and stop, looking at the guy with interest. And Chun-un looks at his hand, which some substance has stuck. He pronounces, "Cold energy yin." The white sword is satisfied with himself. He says, "Energy eats him." Black sword asks, "Does the guy feel the fear that absorbs him?" And Chun-un is interested, and that's all? He says that they are dead if they catch the eyes of Aunt Han San Valol. He crosses his hands, activating earlier skills. He uses the technique of the divine power of the earth. The twin demons are amazed. Is this magic? Impossible. Even those who worked on their skills for several years were afraid to resist yin energy. Li Donjung is surprised no less than them. If the guy has the strength to fight yin, then it turns out his skills are at the level of elders? Sagan pies. Is he so strong? The girl is delighted. Wow. It turns out that it is true that he deceived the elder from the Huashan sect. And Chun-un asks, what does he mean, deceived? Bodhidharma explains, even though he simply with difficulty dodged then, but others recognize his dexterity. The twin demons decide to deal with the guy with the help of swords, and rush to the attack. If you analyze the trajectories of two swords, you can notice that the twins fill each other's empty places. And still, each of them is only a half of the whole. And Chun-un decides that with one hand he will repel them with the divine power of the metal, and with the other, the divine power of the earth. Bodhidharma tells the guy, no matter how hard they try to act together, each of them still thinks differently. There will be a gap between them. And Chun-un looks at the space between the opponents. They continue to attack. The guy decides that a convenient moment has come now. He uses extreme force. Its opponents are scattered in different directions under its influence. Men do not feel the best. A black sword, not even reaching the ground, throws purple balls. He says that they are filled with poison, and screams, "Die." The balls fly right on Yun Chun-un. A powerful explosion is heard. The twin demons sitting on the ground are bent below. A black sword, helping to get up to his brother, offers, "Let's run away." From the purple fog, the voice of Enchong-una is heard. Where were they gathered? Men swear, how is it? Bodhidharma laughs. His student already has 2 elements out of 5. You can't take him. The guy rushes after the opponents. A fist brought for impact is covered with powerful energy. He delivers a crushing blow, knocking down the twin demons. Back is a cocoil, then interested. Where did this curtain come from? His face expresses surprise. Their new acquaintances are rooting on earth. Violet smoke acts on them destructively. He does not understand what is happening to them. Chun-un. He still shouts from afar that this is poison and young people were poisoned. A friend is surprised. Poison? But is it all right with him? The guy, leaning over the students of the sect Chongon, explains. He should be grateful to Goril. Then he rushes a friend so that he acts faster. Otherwise, they will all die. Bodhidharma is satisfied. A good plan. There would be unkind rumors about the guy if he had not assisted the students of the Chanson sect. The twin demons lie motionless. They will not bother anyone else. Chun-un triggers on the shoulder of one of the students. The second takes under the mouse. A friend wants to help him, and take two, but the guy tells him to do the third student. Bak Mu-ho consolidates on his back Sagon Pek, thinking that he does not like him. Friends with burden accelerate. Chun-un says that you need to find a village doctor more likely. Bodhidharma thoughtfully says he will also come up with something. He decides to go to the world of shower. Friends with their burden rush along the street, not paying attention to passers-by. On the go, Yun Chun-un is interested. Where does the doctor live? The man indicates the direction he needs. The guys stop near the doctor's house. Bak Mu-ho shakes Sagonpek, saying that they almost came. He asks the young man to tolerate a little more. The guy hears the voice of one of the inhabitants of the heavenly kingdom. Did he finally woke up? Yun Chun-un is surprised. Is this not a master of Dharma? The man replies that his name is Bu. Then he explains that in the human world he is remembered as Hua Togo. The guy drops his jaw. Hua is telling Yun Chun-un to gather and first to drag the young people inside. Otherwise, they will be late, and they will die. Friends fulfill the order. Inside the house on the shelves there are many different potions, and Chun-un asks, "Is there a doctor?" A man in a white headdress is interested. Who are they? Seeing them, he is surprised. The students of the Chanson sect? What's happened? The doctor put patients on the observation table. He asks his friends. They know what kind of poison it would be? Chun-un says that he was purple, and he was used by twin demons. The doctor is amazed. Twin demons? Yun Chun-un, noticing his confusion, asks, "What's wrong with him?" He mutters some incoherent words. Bak Mu-ku asks him not to worry. His friend broke their heads, and they will not come here anymore. A man cannot believe what he heard. He is accepted frantically to bow, asking for forgiveness for not recognizing the great master. And Chun-un, a little frightened by his reaction, assures him that everything is in order, and asks to inspect young people. The man also accepts emotionally repent, and asks what to do to him. The guy sighs, "Go crazy." Hua then says, if they are from a Shikon, then he believes that the poison has restrictions on use. And Chun-un carefully listens to his reasoning. The guy plunges into thought. His face is gloomy. And Chun-un calls the doctor. He shudders frightenedly and turns to him. The guy says, "Half a kilo of fatini, 2 roots of morena, a little velvet and hot." He orders to prepare a decoction from these herbs, and as soon as possible. The doctor repeats the name of the herbs. His face brightens, and for sure, the man rushes to the racks screaming, how he could forget. Bak is interested. "A friend and understands in medicine?" He answers, "A little." The young man is satisfied. Since Yun Chun-un knows how to save them, then you should not worry. He says, "Let the guy understand himself here, and he will go shaking it, otherwise his nose will fall off because of the smell now." The door closes behind him immediately. The doctor prepares the desired broth, putting pots on the fire. And Chun-un, sitting near the young people lying unconscious, Hua says that he knows a lot about decoctions. "It is amazing," he answers. The guy thought he would rack his head for a long time. Bodhidharma and Hua are watching what is happening. And Chun-un says that he was told anything about him. Hana says, apparently everything except that he is a master in this matter, although it is famous for weighing all decisions and pulls time. The guy asks, "Is he a celestial too?" He answers, "No, of course, he is a doctor." And Chun-un is interested. While he ended up in the heavenly world, Hua says, "Is he?" Here the guy will be just as famous. Then he will also be able to get here. There are many lives to them. He explains that he is not entering the heavenly world, but helps celestials in the next world. And now he was here because Bodhidharma called him. Hua is interested in, the guy is now in the Sachon? He hopes that they will often see. Sachon is the best place to find out everything about poisons. The man wants to experiment while he will be here. He adds that this will also be a plus. Who will miss the chance to listen to the secrets of Hua that? He says Yun Chun-un, so that he would ask the Master Dharma more often to bring him here. Bodhidharma sparkles angrily with his eyes, saying, "Enough already." He puts his hand on the head of a man. Hua then asks to wait a little more. He screams to let him go. You can't ask already! But Bodhidharma is inexorable. Hua is cursing and screaming. Since it happened, then he also needs to turn to the law of causality and buy what the heavenly demon sells. Enchun-un does not understand. What is he talking about? He asks. He did not know. They say that only he can buy a mirror from him, through which it is clear what is happening in the human world. To spy on mortals, the most. He did not think that there are 2 such copies. Enchun-un says, so those who bought it are now watching him? He feels a little awkward. Is there a voice of someone who is interested, a doctor in place? The guy sees people crowding at the entrance. Someone pronounces left, or what? Enchun-un explains that the doctor is now preparing a decoction. The room includes guys. One of them has a hand on the bandage. The second, the head is bandaged. The third rests on the stick. Enchun-un thinks, it seems that they got it. A man with a club says that recently a mixed sect has been creating lawlessness. If something happens in Sashon, no one will be surprised. A man with his hand as a band of a guy asks the guy, is he too wounded? Enchun-un answers, well, yes. He believes that they look suspicious. He points to them to poisoned young people. One of the guys recognizes them. Students from the Chonsun sect? A man with a club exclaims their faces are purple. He has heard about this poison. The guy is surprised. Even the teacher Hua took time to understand the nature of poisoning. And he understood everything at first sight? A man with a club wants to inspect the girl. Yun-chun-un hears the exclamation of Hua that these are villains. They only pretend to be affected. The guy resolutely intercepts a person's hand. He notices the needle between his fingers and asks, what is it? Clutching his hand so that he, unable to withstand pain, falls to his knees. Yun-chun-un is interested. Who are they? The man whose hand he squeezes is screaming. He did nothing yet, and he is already beating. His companions rush to them. The man screams in pain and begs the guy to stop. And Chun-un throws him into a crowd of accomplices. Hua, watching the battle, envies. That's so lucky. Fun in people, however. He literally jumps near the spatial eye, screaming, come on, well done. The man standing at the door says, go crazy. The guy looking at him and not paying attention to the opponents lying around the body says that he was the last time he asks, who are they? The man is confused. He thinks that you need to get out of here. It is better to attack another time. The man, lugging his sword, screams, who else is he? And tells the guy to move away. He is trying to leave the room, but in the doorway he is met by the Back Mu-ho. The man flies back into the room and falls to the floor. Back is worthwhile, throwing his sword on his shoulder. He says that in a shekon it is so restless that there is not even time to wash. Yun-chun-un is indignant. He conducted an interrogation. A friend believes that uninvited guests are most likely from a mixed sect, or from a demonic one. The frightened doctor peeps out from behind the curtains, interested. Have they already finished? The guys apologize for the mess and ask, is everything ready? A man brings 2 bowls on a tray. He says that he himself will drink young people with a decoction, and asks the guys to remove a little in the room. A few days later, the students of the Chonsun sect, standing near the house, thank friends. Lee Dan-young says he heard that the guys helped them again when they lost consciousness. Enchun-un answers, come on. It's a pity it was not possible to find out about the motives of the attackers. Someone prevented. At these words, he shows his finger towards his friend. He answers, so, then how? He did not start it. Lee Dan-young asks, they are looking for teachers Chivichuk? The guy answers in the affirmative, and is interested in whether they know him? The young man says, of course. Glory about him spread throughout Murim. He heard that he lives in Gohan. The young man explains that this is the area of a mixed sect. He does not know if the guys can go there. Enchun-un replies that they have no choice, and asks to tell everything they know. Lee Dan-young says, if they are going to Goen, then they need to know about 2 personalities. The wandering master of Paik Pungurime and the demonic lord of the music of Kvak Tehen. Enchun-un thinks that he heard about the master of Pak Punmima somewhere. The young man warns that the second one must especially beware. If he could, he would have gone with them, thereby paying for their help. The guy replies that he understands everything and thanks for the information. They say goodbye, bowing their heads in a traditional bow. The girl thanks Yun-chun-un. Sagonpek says they are in debt to him. The guy hears him naughty. Fighter Chun-un. Lee Jung-rae asks not to forget her name until they meet again. And Chun-un agrees, calling her sister. She doesn't like such an appeal. Sagonpek says, even though the guys look adults, but they are older than them. The girl grabs her head and is interested. And how to contact him? Brother Chun-un? She believes that it sounds strange. Back Mu-ho, already moving away a couple of meters, drives a friend. He asks him to say goodbye faster. He believes that they will kill him at home if they get into another alteration. The guys leave, leaving their new acquaintances to watch them after. The girl screams, calling the guy a brother. They will still see yourself? Lee Don-young says. If fate reduces them. Sagon Pen grieves gloomily. And what is there? He watches how the girl waves her hand and screams, "Until soon! We are waiting for a meeting!" Then she embarrassedly lowers her head and thinks about something. The young man's hand clenches into a fist. He does not like it. So I want to crawl Yunchun Unyu. But his opponent is the dragon of small heaven. He is too tough for him, so you need to come up with something. The girl calls him, saying that it is time to collect things and go back. Smiling affectionately to her, he says that he will catch up with them now. The young man thinks, for sure, since the guy is going to the area of the mixed sect, you can try to dissolve rumors about him. He will have problems. Do not count. Rusty striding along the street, Sagan P.E. Pentif N. Chun-un will suspect something. He will say that he had not even heard about it. He hopes that their paths will no longer intersect. Mentally he gloating and says goodbye to the dragon of small heaven. Friends came to the gates of Goen. They walk along the street, looking around. En Chun-un looks at people drinking alcohol on the street. Then he looks at the girl who is having fun about something with a man. He asks, "And what is special?" A friend replies that people live here too. The guy says that he understands it, but he thought that the situation here would be much darker. Biki wants to answer. It is immediately clear that in Murim he is a young man. A friend admits that he is here too, but sees that the area is still slightly different from other places. Teacher Chvichuk is a great master, since he manages to maintain harmony in these lands. En Chun-un agrees. Let Gohan constantly attack other sects, but order reigns in society. He is interested. A friend believes that this is only his merit. He explains, as Lee said to Young. Here the master Pak Pungrip and the demonic master of music Kvak Tahan still live. He believes that it may well be that they also attached a hand to this. They pass by two men who suspiciously see their eyes. Bekmu says, but that there is only a beautiful picture in front of them is visible with the naked look. When they approach the gate, near which two guards froze, the young man tells his friend so that he goes further. He is interested in why he does not want to accompany him further. Bekmul explains that his task is finished. He will wait for him here. En Chun-un believes that a friend behaves strangely and asks him not to do noise here. A friend replies that he has a bad opinion of him. Approaching the guards, the guy says that he came to the teacher Chiwi-chuk. It is led along a long corridor lit by lamps. The guards go ahead, and Yun Chun-un follows them. The door behind the guy closes. He is inclined in a traditional bow in front of a man sitting at a desk. En Chun-un politely is interested. How is he doing? He says, he came. He asks, does his boyfriend remember? He recalls that although not for long, he was in their house. The man sighs. Right. 10 years have passed. Time flies so fast. The man says that the guy was completely matured. Then he offers to get down to business. He asks, Yun Chun-un brought him a letter from a friend? The guy gives an affirmative answer and puts his hand in his pocket to get a message. Chevy Chuck says that he is the same connoisseur of antiquity, and still stubborn. Sometimes he behaves even worse than him. Giving a letter, the guy agrees. His grandfather has such a character. The man is interested. Does he know what is inside the envelope? He answers, no. Chvichuk believes that he is probably curious and asks, to show? En Chun-un answers, no. The man says that he is a copy of his grandfather, although his father does not look like him at all. The guy replies that hearing such words is a great honor. The owner of the house pronounces, already goosebumps went. He reports that the guy can stay for several days until he prepares the answer. Yun Chun-un is surprised, and that's it? He thought that his grandfather sent him not only for this. He is not sure that he will be satisfied with such a small message. The man says that he can do everything he wants. The guy answers, excellent. So he will have a good rest here. He leaves, and Chvichuk says, it seemed strange to him that a fighter appeared in the family of his comrade. But now everything has become clear. En Chun-un resolutely walks along the corridor. The printed envelope lies on the table. The man delves into reading, muttering that he is not interested in how his deeds are. Part with I miss too, you cannot read. He believes that the old friend has not changed at all the same talkative and emotional. Finally he finds something seems interesting to him. The man pronounces 1, 3. If you count, it will turn out 64. And this is Wei Qi, hexagrams of the Book of Change used during fortune-telling. Not the end. So, chaos will come soon. Of course, activity is always good. He clicks a message in his hand saying that things are not going for the better. And he thought why a friend sent a dragon to Sashon. Not changed at all. Yunchun-un, having heard a call, stops. A friend says that he finished earlier than he thought. The guy replies that they understood each other. Bak is surprised. He said that he was stubborn? The guy answers. He has changed a bit, but a friend, not a drop. And Chun-un resembles. He asked to sit quietly. Bak Mu-ho, sitting on several bodies of opponents folded in a heap, replies that they were the first. He was too kind, and did not kill anyone. Looking at a man lying unconscious, the guy asks, "Well, is it possible?" Hua answers him, "Look." Their view, of course. The guy is surprised. Teacher Hua, then? Already returned? He says. He warned that they would often see him while he was in a shekon. And Chun-un answers. He did not think so. The teacher demands to stop the chatter and to deflect the liver of men. The guy is surprised. Why? Hua tells him to poke already, finally. He is outraged. How many unnecessary words? And Chun-un leans over one of the men lying on the ground. He fulfills the teacher's order. A man with a wild cry jumps, scattering a bue, up mu, a bunch of opponents, and dropping the young man to the ground. Under the surprised glances of friends, he rides on the ground, screaming, "It hurts." The guy says, "Good to grimace." The mentor demands that he start an interrogation. And Chun-un, not paying attention to the crowd gathered around them, asks men who came to their senses. Recently they have no neck? Or maybe the legs are numb? Those are surprised. How did he know? The guy explains. Judging by their veins, the liver is not able to process the poison. Hua then carefully looks at men. The guy, meanwhile, explains that they are dependent on the poison. Those are extremely surprised by such a statement. The guy hears how people are talking behind him. How did he find out? So young but already enlightened. Is he a doctor? En Chun-un thinks that he created a false impression. He thinks, perhaps it is better to hide the identity and continue to pretend? Then sighs. Hey, and what does he think about? Although, why not? He understands that you cannot attract attention, but thinks that the healer's status is much less impressive than the name of the dragon of small heaven. Yes, and Teacher Hua, if anything, helps. The guy asks, why did they attack his friend? One of the men replies that they just wanted to mock because they saw a stranger with a sword. The second adds that because of the sick body, he is constantly on the nerves. In general, he just wanted to throw out all the anger at him. The guy exhales with relief. They attacked a friend not because he is from an orthodox sect. Having clenched his fists, Yun Chun-un isolations on the heads of men, saying, since they are already sick, he will treat them with shock therapy. The mentor laughs, and he is not bad. Hana says that most likely, under the influence of a man's poison, for a long time, if they can still move. He believes if the guy left them as it is, then they could die. So for their salvation, they must thank Yun Chun-un. He asks Bodhi Dharma. Since he was lucky, then perhaps they should write a recipe? He agrees. And Chun-un says that he will prepare the list and let the men hurry up for medicines. They thank the guy. Looking after them, Bakma says that it was not worth doing this. Behind the guys are heard quietly, sorry, and they turn together. In front of them is a crowd of people, leaning in a respectful bow. A man standing ahead, he asks, is he a doctor? And asks to help them. Hua's eyes shine with happiness. He rejoices. It's good that they came here. Here you can learn a lot. A few days later, Bakmuko screams, stand in line. He tells people built into a column, not to push and adhere to a system. By accusingly poked a finger at one of the men, he declares, they do not treat those who go in order. And then he tells the offender to become at the end of the queue. He, ashamed, weaves at the end of the column. En Chun-un examines the old man. The teacher tells him to feel above. The guy thinks, all these days he did what he was told, and in the end he remembered a lot. He asks the teacher with such and such knowledge, is it not better to call him a master? Hua answers, no, what other master? Phi. He says, the guy as planned, will temporarily become a doctor, and he will treat people with his hands. This will be enough for him. And Chun-un finally finds the right point, and the teacher tells you to press it. The old man makes a slight cry, With amazing agility, he jumps up from his place and straightens his back bent to this moment. The old man is surprised. He was able to get up without a cane. He admires the crowd. The divine hand helped him stand up. Dancing, he retires, not forgetting to thank the heavens. Bak Mu-ho, clutching the chicken received to the chest for payment for treatment, looks after him. Having attached a knot with a chicken to other offers lying on the table, he says to the Enchun Unen sitting on a chair that today they will examine only those who are in line. The guy agrees with him. The young man is worried. But is it possible to turn this before the eyes of the teacher Chvichuk? Enchunun replies that he allowed him to do everything he wants. A friend, leaning towards him, asks, and he believed him? This is illegal. Enchun-un replies that perhaps he did not mean this. The guy says that a friend also called people. He replies that he knows nothing. Let him do what he wants. Yun Chun-un tells the old woman that he will write her a recipe and let him not forget to drink decoctions. An elderly woman thanks him. Hua then believes that the problem of Goen is that most people are dependent on the poison. The guy suggests that someone poured him into the well. Bak Mu-mu, meanwhile, takes a bowl filled with eggs from the old woman. The teacher says, if this happened, then half of the settlement would have been falling out for a long time. It seems to him that under the poison there are people from a mixed sect. The guy is interested. Why does he think so? Hua then explains that Chvichuk and officials are in perfect order. The goal was not all inhabitants, but a specific group of people. And Chun-un asks, the poison was intended for representatives of the mixed sect? But why? He thinks, if they really laid their eyes on a mixed sect, then the poison comes orthodox. Who just gave them the right? The long, richly decorated corridor is lit by suspended lamps. The elder of the sect, Jongsun Jung Pongja, asks, what did he say? The main manager of the family, sitting opposite him, Dan in Sachon, Dan Man OK, says, the secret medicine of the Chonsun sect. He explains that he needs an elixir of the great divine path. Young Punja explains that the elixir is almost impossible to get, and there should be a good reason for its use. The main manager says the elder asks something happened to him. The man says that the owner is poisoned by an unknown poison. Jung Pongja is amazed. He says that they will treat him with decoctions until they find another way. The elder adds, despite the fact that the owner himself comes from the genus of herbalists, now he is on the verge of life and death. He asks, will they be able to help him if they receive a medicine? It seems to him that this poison is not simple, since the clan was given to apply for others. The main manager answers, you have to try. He thinks if only a connoisseur of medicine fell from the sky. Yunchun-un reflects, if this poison is the work of the clan, then he is powerless here. Bak Mu-ho suggests a guy to fry potatoes. Looking at him, Yunchun-un says, it is probably good to be carefree. A friend answers, well, let him starve then. Doesn't he want fried potatoes at all? On the street, accompanied by warriors, a man goes. Passers-by are surprised to look back at him. What is he doing here? Towards him, a person walks, tossing playing bones in his hands. His retinue follows him. He is interested. The truth, then they say? Cure everyone with one touch? Seeing him, passers-by hastily run away. The man continues to speak, and they do not take money, but with food. Does it really cut his eyes that everything goes like clockwork? He grinds sharp teeth in a smile. People are too greedy to help freely. While Bak is counting the eggs lying in a bowl, the guy sits, plunged into thought. Accompanied by warriors, a man approaching his friends asks, did he cure those children? Yunchun-un raises a surprised look at him. The man says that his name is Paik Pungrip. The guy rises and is inclined in front of him in a welcome bow. He says that for him, this is an honor, and confirms, yes, it was him. The wandering master of P.K. Pungrip is surprised. So young, but skill like the divine healers? The guy is interested. Can this become a problem? The man, staring at him, answers, perhaps. Yunchun-un is wary of response. Paik Pungrip says that he is all in his grandfather and smiles. The guy answers, thanks. And he puzzled all his head, where he heard the name of the man. He recalls that earlier Paik Pungrip, along with the teacher Chvichuk, came to his grandfather. He believes that if these three are involved, but to add a letter from his grandfather to this, it becomes clear something very serious is planned that he does not know about. The man says, it's good that he revealed only the name. Then he adds that they already put his eyes on the guy. They already have such a place. Enchun-un replies that he understands this. Paik Pungrip offers to talk about more important matters, and at the same time drink tea. Tastier not to find them. The guy thinks, apparently they will decide what to do with poison. Suddenly a voice is heard. Have already made friends? Yun Chunun turns around. In front of him stands a man twisting playing bones in his fingers. He understands that this is a demonic master of music, Vak Taihen. The man says, Fu, barely managed. What is the meeting? And without it? En Chunun is amazed at the visit of such a famous person. He screams, Kvak Taihen! He brings his face closer to him. Oh, does the guy know him? En Chunun replies that he heard about him. Here, only one person can compete with PEKPUNGREP. The man laughs pretty. Pek Pungrip tells him to move away. He says the guy will go with him. Kvak Taihen replies, why rush so? He also has questions. He asks, or does he know why he is here? For some time they are bickering. En Chunun thinks, now Gohen is kept only on them. Old Man and Kvak Taihen complement each other and support harmony in these lands. The fact that they both came to him means that some of the scales were outweighed because of his intervention. He understands that except an unknown doctor, one of the parties and the balance will be broken. En Chunun is confusedly looking at the quarreling men. He claims that he is not going to choose between them. Kvak Taihen says he is a smart guy. He asks, En Chunun thinks that he will believe in it? He answers in the affirmative. The man, twisting between the fingers of the cubes, says, for nothing. These are all empty words. He offers to solve the dispute with the help of bones. Kvak Taihen says, if an odd figure falls out, then they will decide everything with a conversation, and the truth will remain behind him. But if even, then he will be beneficial by force. Pika Pungrip believes that this is stupidity. Throwing cubes, Kvak Taihen is interested. What does stupidity mean? Doesn't it have fun? Pek Pungrip answers. He still thinks that everything will be the way he said? With these words, he rushes forward. Kvak Taihen answers, how else? And repeats the actions of the opponent. The guy rushes between the fighting men. He manages to push them in different directions. But they do not leave the struggle for the bones. Holding his hand to the falling cubes, Kvak Taihen thinks, no matter what will fall first, hitting them and sending them to flight, he says. The main thing is that he will come out in the end. Pek Pungrip is trying to prevent cubes from touching the earth. He throws them upward with the tip of the boot. Men continue to act with energy on playing bones. Their hands almost touch each other in the struggle for cubes elusive. En Chunun thinks that you need to abandon the bones rather until everything is turned to dust here. Looking at the men, he understands that he is too far, that they will separate them. And how? After all, they beat closely. He thinks, looking for a way to prevent them from this distance and at the same time remain unnoticed. Bodhidharma invites him to use the martial art of 100 paces of the divine fist. But the bones are unlikely to withstand this. The master believes that the martial art of a heavenly demon will also fit. But recently, there is neither a hearing nor the spirit. But there are no other options here. En Chunun answers, they say they are busy trading. He thinks intensely, what to do. Suddenly illuminates him, for sure. He recalls how he acted on the falling sheet and understands what needs to be done so now. While everyone is trying to make out the clouds of the dust through the clouds of the fighting men, he concentrates the energy in the index finger. Then he acts on the subject of their dispute, and he obeys his will. Opponents on both sides rush to cubes, but they go to the side, slipping out of their hands. En Chunun thinks, it turned out, cubes fall to the ground. They are pumped from the edge to the line. Finally, one of them freezes. A unit fell. The second is still rolling. The second cube stops next to the first. The 4 fell. Pek Pungrip expresses the hope that this is not a palm by crushing air. His opponent believes that it looks interesting. En Chunun, looking at his finger, thinks, is this an occasion for surprise? Bodhidharma explains that men first see the path of a hardy sword. The guy objects. What is the path of a hardy sword? This is a state of infinity. Absurd. He answers. Apparently, he does not know what it means to touch hell. The master explains that the guy has already become his part, using a demonic hand. Therefore, Zhang Xianfong created the martial art of unit, so that everything was in one place. Looking at the figure of Yun Chunun, which is visible on the surface of the spatial eye, Bodhidharma says that until he reaches unity, conscious cultivation will protect him, and the divine art of the earth's essence to help. Therefore, the guy may not worry. Kvak Taihen comes closer to En Chunun. He says that the guy is much more interesting than he thought. He believes that today is enough. Pek Pungrip asks him to look down. The man looks at the cubes lying on the ground. Kvak Taihen begins to laugh loudly. Then he decisively unfolds and tells his retinue to follow him. They leave. En Chunun, looking after him, he thinks with surprise. And all because of the odd chick. He understands that otherwise the man would fight to the last. He believes that Kvok Tehen is a typical hedonist, a person who puts pleasure in first place in life. Pekpungrip asks, what happened to the bones? He is interested? The guy is not involved in this? Yun Chunun tries to explain. Here is such a thing, but the man impatiently interrupts him. He asks, did his grandfather put security for him? Pekpungrip asks the question. Since he does not show himself, then there is nothing to worry about. The master says, he probably believes that this is not his hand. Yun Chunun is happy. Excellent. Bak is interested. What did he do? Pekpungrip leads the guy, saying that no one bothers them anymore and they can calmly talk. The young man looks after them in surprise, not understanding anything. Yun Chunun and the man are located at the table in the gazebo. Clutching a cup with a drink in his hand, Pekpungrip says that he has long known about poison. He did not just want to spread about it, so as not to get so much more troubles. The man decides to ask him directly. He believes that people are poisoning the clan Dan from the Sachin. The guy in confusion lowering his eyes down. He thinks that everything happens as he expected. They think in one direction. He is sure that only these villains are capable of this. He asks for help from the teacher. Bodhidharma thoughtfully pronounces, the clan is given from the Sachon? He does not know what to say. He was not at that time. The man is interested. Why is he silent? And Chunun thinks, it turned out awkwardly, but what to say? He asks, can I think for a moment? The interlocutor agrees. Good. En Chunun orders himself to think rationally. On the territory of the mixed sect of poison, its warriors became prone. But all of them did not end. All the locals joined them. While he is thinking, Pekpungrip drinks his drink. Finally, the guy decides to speak. He believes that it's too early to judge the clan or not. The man asks, why? En Chunun explains that the poison does not correspond to its reputation. The interlocutor clarifies, is the toxicity too weak? The guy agrees. It is. The victims continue to engage in ordinary business, and the clan would not spread the poison among ordinary inhabitants. Pekpungrip agrees. Really. If it was true, all the resignations of it ended, and would cause a public outcry. That is why he thinks that completely different people pull the threads. En Chunun says, if people find out about poisoning, then they will definitely come to his interlocutor. He asks, the man is afraid of this too? The guy is sure. No matter who the enemy is, he will wrap the situation into his benefit. He asks, if the war between the mixed and orthodox sects begins, then who will be happy about this? Does man answer a demonic sect? En Chunun agrees with him. He believes that now she is too suspicious. The guy thinks, even if he wanted the interlocutor to express his guesses, but relying on the information received by the heavenly demon, this is very close to the truth. Rising from the table, Pekpungrip says that the worries were only increasing. He asks to convey hello to his grandfather. En Chunun promises to do this and says goodbye to him. Looking after the removing man, he thinks that if all this is a demonic sect, Gohen turns out not the only victim. Continuing to look into the back of the Pekpungrip, who was leaving, accompanied, if there is no person who can help him, then irreparable will happen. He plunges into thought about how to help a man. The guy believes that we need forces that will boldly move forward. Something like a clan is given from the Sachon. There is a man along the street who is accompanied by Li Donyung, Sagon Pi, and Li Jung-rei. He asks, is it true that the guy walks in the footsteps of Hua? Li Donyung answers in the affirmative. They heard about it when he treated them. They say that his grandfather got him the manuscript of the teacher Hua about medicine. The elder clarifies a blue-green scroll. The young man says that this is not for sure. Apparently his grandfather is a rather famous person if he keeps such a treasure with him. The man offers to find a boy. Sagon Pek is unhappy. He hoped that they would no longer meet. Something attracts the attention of the elders. He asks, will the students hear this? He listens to the conversation of men nearby. They talk about a guy who can cure with one touch. They are sure that the sky itself endowed it with the gift and report that it can be found near the council. They believe that he is a deity, and nothing else. The elder smiles, so they attack the trail. The next day, Yun Chun-un is immersed in thought. Baek Mol announces that today there will be no patients. Yun Chun-un is saddened. He has not a single clue. There is nothing that would make it clear what was the matter. He is trying to recall what the heavenly demon told him. He sighs. Lately the master has been investigating. The approaching Baek says that he sent everyone back, because no one needs urgent help. He asks, why does this friend sigh so hard? The guy answers, how else? A friend is interested in. And what will change from this? Not suffered or what? He believes that one can only hope for heaven. Bakmumo asked. How will he stop the mixed and demonic sect? Or did he manage to pocket 1 out of 10 great swords? The guy is interested in. And what does he offer? He, handing him a scroll, replies that they will begin with the little things that they can. Enchunun turns him around. This is Goshen's map. He asks, where does she get her friend? He answers, in the council they gave out when he named the name of the friend. Turning the card on the table, they carefully examine it. Enchunun wants to begin to destroy the source of poison. Studying the map, they decide to calculate in the area where people fell under its influence. Friends understand that the well has nothing to do with it. Then there would be much more victims. The poison spreads slower than water. They are wondering, what did they use? Enchun-un recalls what gifts were brought by the grateful people for treatment. He is sure that this should be some non-effective product. It overshadows meat. The guy points a finger at the point on the map, saying he thinks that it all started from there. Friends come to the meat shop. Bakmu-ho, looking at the situation, believes that it is quite unpleasant to be here. Enchun-un says they need to make sure. A man behind the counter welcomes them. The guy asks, is there fresh meat? The big man stretches his lips in a smile. They came on time. Just brought. He asks, take it out? Bak is in a whisper is interested. He does not speak about human meat. He laughs and asks to speak even quieter, otherwise they scare all buyers. Having put the meat on the counter, he asks them to take it quickly and go to the dark. Enchun-un believes that he looks nervous. The man continues to speak, holding out his hand to the counter. If they refuse, a huge test appears in his hand, which he menacingly dissects the air. In front of the surprised guys, he cuts a piece of meat lying on the counter. And then he pronounces menacingly, then they will die. Energy flashes break out of the meat shop. On the hill there is a man observing what is happening. His figure in the thickening twilight is barely visible. Yunchun-un interceptions the butcher's hand. Does he think a sudden attack? It seems that the man was waiting for the moment. Letting go of the enemy's hand, the guy inflicts a crushing blow to him with his elbow into the solar plexus. The man, dropping the weapon from his hands, falls to the ground. He can barely breathe. And Chun-un is interested. He knows them? He answers. At the pastime, the guy is especially popular. He failed twin demons. He is the hero of the orthodox sect, the Dragon of Small Heaven. And Chun-un is surprised. How does he know? Has someone dissolved rumors? A friend suggests. Maybe the doctor told? The guy believes that they have too little information to suspect him. It seems to him that someone deliberately blew about him, since they began to recognize him. En Chun-un asks the butcher, did he send the fighters to the house of the doctor? He answers, what is he talking about? He is generally from a mixed sect. The man says, to be more precise, than from the detachment of the murderers of Dahaikchong, and he was instructed to kill them. En Chun-un clarifies, does he serve Dahaikchong? He, hiding behind his back and his hand several balls, answers, no. He is from the Golden Guard and was sent to look after the teacher, Chvi Chukok. He demands that the guy cure him as soon as possible, and if he does not obey, then he will raise the noise. Yunchun-un is surprised. What? Bakmo says, he is funny, but talkative. But the owner is clearly hiding. Surviving near the butcher squat, the young man demands that he repeat after him. He wants a man to insult the heavenly demon, calling him a villain. The butcher tries to say this, but he does not succeed. Bakmu-ho insists that he repeats after him. The heavenly demon is a villain, but the man is unable to utter it. Bakma says he thought he was from the demonic sect. Bringing a fist in which he clamps poison, the butcher attacks the guys, wanting them to die as soon as possible. Seeing the aura emanating from his hand, Yun-chun-un screams, this is the poison! He barely manages to drag him away. The guy, clenching his hand into a fist, puts all his strength into the blow. The body of the Vigaria slowly slides down the wall. Bak wants to complain. In vain, a friend put him so. They really didn't know anything. And Chun-un answers, he is still of little use. He adds, besides, there are still someone here who can ask questions. Although it is not known from which sect he is, demonic or mixed. The person standing on the hill says, the technique of the boat and Shaolin. He made sure that rumors were not lying. The Dragon of Small Heaven in Goken. The guy thinks that the man is not local. In the meantime, he says that he came to check whether the poison of the demonic sect reached these lands. And here is such a good luck. En Chun-un is interested. He is from a mixed sect. And did he know that demonic was engaged in everyone? The interlocutor laughs. He believes that nothing will change if the baby from the orthodox sect recognizes the truth. Looking at the butcher lying near the wall, he says, "If everything works out, then the beard will be united. And if not, they will accuse the demonic sect in everything and conclude a temporary truce with Orthodox." Hawa calls a man a cunning snake using the enemy for his own purposes. He believes if he is alive, it is not known how this will affect the Sachon. Yun Chun-un thinks so too. The guy asks, apparently the man wants to get rid of him since he opened all the cards? He, having drunk the strengthening elixir and exposing the blade, replies that he is too smart for a native of an orthodox sect. The body of Yun Chun-un envelops a powerful aura. He radiates power. The radius of its impact with every moment is becoming more and more. The guy thinks, excellent. Here, besides them, there is no one else. We'll have to use a demonic hand to kill him rather. Covering his eyes, he turns to a demonic technique, which even with the artifact of the Master of Dharma barely managed to master. But now he is ready. He feels how a non-trained force is seething inside him. The guy concentrates her Vladi and directs her towards the enemy. He warns the mentors, let them wait for the signal that he will give if he goes wrong with him. He applies a demonic handle technique. Bodhidharma says it cannot be allowed to get out of control. He demands that the guy fight to the end. Let him ask for help, only reaching the limit of despair. Then he decides, spit on the limit. He tells the guy so that he does not limit himself only to a heavenly demon. Let him believe in the divine art of the earth's essence. The master is sure that Enchun-un will be able to control the demonic hand. Martial art, to which he taught him strongly. The guy agrees with him. An incredible power comes from him. The enemy, looking at him, understands that something has changed in the guy. He believes that it is better to end him as quickly as possible. The man attacks Yun Chun-un. Baek Mu-ho rushes to him. Parling the blow, he asks, "Does a man do not know that during the transformation you can't attack?" The enemy offends the young man. He attacks again, and he manages to injure Baek Mu-ho. He understands that he greatly underestimated this person. Meanwhile, the words of the master are sounded in the head of Yun. The words of the master, Zhang Xianfong fastened the heaven and earth in man. Therefore, martial art of combination can control everything in the material world. It is impossible for the force to completely absorb him. All streams of her rapid course will be turned into a weapon. The divine art of the earth's essence will strengthen the spirit of the guy, and the golden deity of the west will fill the voids. The transformation is over. It's time to join the battle. A man, fighting Baek Mu-ho, thinks that the situation is more dangerous and dangerous. Chi of a guy weakens him even from afar. He believes that it is better to avoid him. He says that he prefers to end their acquaintance on this and tries to hide. Baek Mu-ho asks, "Where is he going?" and then throws a sword into him like a spear. The man barely manages to bounce off, and the sword shakes him into the ground. At this time, Yun Chun-un strokes his hand compressed in a fist towards the enemy. Powerful fire flows come from it. The man's eyes open wide in surprise. What kind of martial art is? It was his last thought. The guy's energy makes a huge hole in his body and throws the lifeless body back. Baek Mu-ho, approaching a friend, is interested. "What kind of extracts are this?" the guy asks. "Is he okay?" He answers, "Is not visible or what?" And again he is persistently interested. What was it? Enchun-un is conceived, although not for long, but he used a demonic hand. Not without the divine art of the essence of the earth and the art of unit, of course. He responds to a friend, the art of combination, in which all power and soul are invested. He looks at him incredulously, then sighs. Well, the name. The master laughs. He did not expect another from the guy. Hua grins. Sucks. He believes that Bodhidharma cannot be called martial arts. Master Dharma believes that the guy coped perfectly. There are fewer problems now. He grabs Hua and says that they will lead their friend to the kingdom of the dead. This is not pleased with such an outcome of events. He protests. What? And all? No. But no one listens to him. Baek Mu-ho asks, what will they do? It seems to him that pretending to be a doctor from Yun Chun-un, the guy believes that they should leave. A friend agrees. They will hang up the teacher Chivi Chuk and leave here. The guy looks at the bodies of men who were struck by him in the battle. He believes, if you leave everything as it is, it will cause a lot of suspicions. He recalls Hua's words, a cunning snake that uses the enemy for his own purposes. Yun Chun-un calls a friend. He says that Baek wants to follow him. He came up with something. Arriving at the place already too late, the boys apologized with noticeable awkwardness for the late visit, explaining that circumstances had delayed them on the road, and asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience. while looking around as if afraid that the valuable moment for conversation might be irretrievably lost. The host gestured for them to come inside, himself admitting that he could not have imagined the meeting would drag on until such a late hour, and his voice carried a slight surprise and fatigue from the unexpected course of events that unfolded contrary to initial expectations. The hero, without any preamble, immediately confessed that he had come with an important conversation, having something extremely serious to discuss, and his tone sounded restrained but filled with inner tension, clearly indicating that the topic of conversation would concern matters far from trivial. Carefully examining the man's neck, the hero noticed a detail he might not have paid attention to before, focusing his gaze on the dark pattern peeking out from under the collar, as if unintentionally revealing a sign capable of explaining much in this unexpected meeting. Then he clearly saw a familiar tattoo, exactly the same as one he had seen before, and from this inside him tightened a feeling of anxious certainty, as there was almost no doubt that this symbol connected the stranger with people the hero had already heard about. Barely audibly, the hero said that he recognized this sign, reporting his awareness as cautiously as possible, as if afraid to sharply break the silence, in which tension was now felt, and every word could carry much more weight than it seemed at first glance. He recalled that not long ago he had met a man with the same tattoo, from whom he learned about the Bombgak squad, which, according to that stranger, consisted of intelligent and well-prepared fighters capable of acting prudently, even in the most difficult circumstances. From that conversation, the hero knew that these people were well informed about the situation inside the demonic sect, navigating internal movements and intrigues as if they were not outsiders, but part of a complex and dangerous game of influences. The man confirmed this and admitted that they had long been observing the hero himself, intending eventually to approach him with a request for help, as they saw in him a person whose involvement could tip the scales in the direction they needed. He hoped that the hero understood what kind of response should be prepared for that scoundrel they were dealing with, and his words revealed confidence, implying that the chosen ally would be able to independently assess the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences of refusal. After that, the man stood up and directly asked the hero for what exact reason he decided to come to him at such a late hour, carefully looking into the expression on his face, trying to catch whether the current visit was really limited to words only. The hero explained that he had a specific request and wished for open tension to begin to mature between the mixed and demonic sects, gradually growing into a noticeable confrontation that could change the overall balance of power in the region. He directly stated that he asks to cause a conflict between these factions, not hiding his intentions and not embellishing his words, as he considered such a path the only one capable of triggering a chain reaction of events that would bring the desired result. But the man immediately asked why it was necessary to deliberately incite hostility at all, marveling at the straightforwardness of the plan, and expressing doubt as to whether an artificially created conflict would not turn into unpredictable consequences for all parties. The hero replied that if the demonic sect is presented as a common enemy, then it would be possible to jointly drive out the troops that surrounded Sachon, using unity against a defined adversary as a pretext for cleansing the territories. The man listened to this answer, but warned the hero that he would hardly agree to such a radical step immediately, as involvement in a large conflict carries risks that would be difficult to predict or fully control. But the hero insisted, stating that he was confident in the interlocutor's agreement, because he believed that he would not be able to ignore the proposed arguments, and sooner or later would realize the inevitable benefit of making exactly such a decision. He added that he knew about the man's status as a close friend of his grandfather, and understood why teacher Chui Chuk was in Gohan, and was sure that there was simply no more advantageous offer than this under the current conditions. After these words, a smile slowly began to appear on the man's lips, indicating that the hero's arguments had affected him much more than he intended to show, and a certain internal agreement had already begun to form. Smiling, he asked a clarifying question, whether this meant that the death of uninvited guests would be more profitably blamed on the demonic sect, thereby using the tragedy as a convenient pretext for further accusations. Understanding the course of the interlocutor's thoughts, the hero gestured for the others to follow him, not delaying the conversation with unnecessary words, as the events demanded immediate action, not further reflection. He noted that now it remained only to silence Kwak Taehyun, so that the further development of the situation would not be complicated by unwanted testimonies capable of casting doubt on the prepared plan. After all, during the examination of the bodies, everyone would have to act coherently, because even lies require consistency, and the slightest inconsistency in testimonies could lead to the truth being revealed, which they sought to avoid. However, the hero himself was not entirely sure whether he could really convince the interlocutor to bring the intended matter to a logical conclusion, as doubts still did not leave his thoughts despite his outward determination. The man objected, saying that this was an unnecessary precaution, and there was no need to resort to complicated arrangements, since one could always simply make a bet, relying on the simpler course of subsequent events. And in the extreme case, according to him, any issue could be easily resolved by force, which would be easier than easy if the situation got out of control and convinced them of the inevitability of harsh actions. With such a firm intention, they set off forward, without hesitation and without wasting time on further disputes, because every delayed minute could work against them in an already dangerous and tense game. When they reached the specified place, ruins appeared before their eyes, where not long ago there had been a neat and beautiful dwelling, but now everything lay broken and overturned, as if someone had deliberately destroyed every sign of comfort. It became clear that someone had arrived here before them and left nothing behind except traces of hastily carried out destruction, which immediately hinted at the dangerous intervention of outside forces. Moving somewhat closer, they came across the very same guests whose unexpected arrival had become the cause of the unfolding events in this ruined place. The bloodied young man sat at the table, calmly tilting a glass of juice as if nothing had happened around, and his indifferent appearance sharply contrasted with the bloodstains on his clothes and the tense atmosphere of the ruined room. Having finished drinking, he lowered his head, and only then noticed the new guests before him, freezing in surprise for a moment at their sudden appearance, as if he did not expect anyone else to appear after everything that had happened here earlier. Not fully standing up, the boy gestured for them not to stand idly in the middle of the room, but to sit closer to the table, saying this in an unusually ordinary tone, as if inviting acquaintances for an everyday conversation, not people who had come to a place of slaughter. Meanwhile, the hero averted his gaze from the strange host and turned his attention to the corpse lying right on the table, carefully examining the motionless body, as if searching for details capable of shedding light on the motivation of those involved in this bloody scene. And it was then that he noticed on the neck of the deceased the very same symbol, painfully familiar, which finally confirmed the connection between the murdered people and those already mentioned earlier, forcing him to piece together separate fragments of events into a single gloomy picture. The man addressed his subordinates, and with a brief order commanded them to remove the bodies of the guests who had arrived earlier, explaining this without any emotion, as if dealing with a minor household matter rather than the consequences of a brutal murder. The hero was interested in something else, so he decided to find out the real reason for the massacre, and asked exactly why that man killed those people, feeling that behind the cold orders there was a strange logic that was still slipping from understanding. Instead, the man answered question with question, sharply and boldly saying that there were no greetings, and immediately interrogations, addressing the hero by the nickname Dragon of the Small Heavens, showing that he knew much more about him than it might seem. He added that he had already heard about those scoundrels, as it was rumored that they came specifically for the hero, having their own scores or intentions with him, which is why they ended up in this place that became their last stop. The man also admitted that he had learned the interlocutor's nickname, and understood how famous he was in certain circles, emphasizing this with a slight mockery, as if evaluating the hero not as a person, but as an interesting legend walking among fighters. Then the hero asked where they could have even assumed that he belonged to an orthodox sect, since such a statement seemed too bold, and he wanted to know what exactly those people were guided by when making such conclusions. The answer was surprisingly absurdly simple, because the man admitted that everything was decided by dice in a paired game, where an even number came up, and it was chance that determined whom they would consider the hero, without any evidence or verified facts. Realizing this, the hero mentally acknowledged that those scoundrels were even stranger than he could imagine, acting not out of calculation or logic, but as if obeying the absurd whims of chance. The next gesture of the man only confirmed his own eccentricity, taking the dice in his hand and demonstratively raising them before everyone, as if turning a deadly serious situation into a bizarre game with fate. He loudly announced the rules, explaining that an even number meant death, and an odd number gave the opportunity to talk, turning the very fact of conversation or survival into a consequence of a simple random throw. When the hero asked whether those people even knew what kind of help they were going to ask for, the man calmly replied that no, but he was convinced of one thing, that they came precisely for reinforcements, and the old man was only observing all these events from the side. He explained that he only understood the general intention of the guests, and did not delve into the specific details of their request, because he preferred the role of an outside observer, allowing the events to follow their dangerous and uncontrolled course. After that, the man began actively shaking the dice in his palm, intently looking at them as if this very moment was supposed to determine the further fate of everyone present in the room. Then he sharply tossed them upward, and they spun in the air, chaotically flipping, reflecting the lamplight and creating the sensation as if tension hung in the space before an inevitable verdict. The hero, raising his head, watched the flight of the dice with hope that this time everything would not repeat the same as last time, when chance turned into far worse consequences than could be predicted. Meanwhile, the strange man continued to mutter that if he was deceived again or caught cheating, he would kill the interlocutor without hesitation, repeating these words with such cold seriousness as if it was just another rule of the game for him. And then the dice fell with a clatter on the floor, finally stopping and revealing the result of the random decision, on which now depended whether this meeting would turn into a conversation or end with a new murder. Each of those present held their breath, having their own hopes regarding the rolled number, because this symbol determined not only the further conversation, but also the very lives of the people in this ruined room. When they finally froze, it became clear that an odd number had fallen, indicating the possibility to continue the dialogue instead of immediate death. The man sat down, carefully examined the result, and declared that this time they were lucky, saying this with a somewhat disappointed but still satisfied tone, as if expecting any development of events. Then the hero heard from him that he was ready to act as told, demonstrating ostentatious compliance, although from his facial expression it remained unclear whether this was genuine consent or another mask of the strange game. He reported that the poison spreading through Gokyeon was launched by the demonic sect itself, pointing to the root cause of the chaos and gradually revealing the hidden mechanisms of what was happening in this region. He also noted that the people chosen by the hero knew about this, so they arrived from another district of the mixed sect, having their own motives and a certain level of awareness regarding the rivals' plans. Next, the man admitted that he deliberately sought to spread rumors, fanning mutual suspicion and effectively pushing the sides toward war with each other, using fear and disinformation as the main weapons. Quan, however, saw a problem in this, since experienced and clever people from another squad could start cooperating with third parties, which could destroy the intended chain of events and make the situation even less controllable. He explained that those people came for support, because if Haikamunchan began to act openly, Sachchan would not be able to avoid catastrophic consequences, as large-scale clashes would rapidly engulf the region and sweep away everyone caught unprepared. After that, Quan clarified whether this idea was the hero's own invention or belonged to the old man, and in response heard a brief and confident admission that it was his personal plan, born of cold calculation, not inspired by outside influence. The interlocutor noted that a hot-headed teenager could never have proposed such a cruel plan, since directing knives against the demonic sect inevitably means rivers of blood will be spilled, and the number of victims in this war will truly be enormous. The hero was fully aware of both the risks and the future losses, but believed that this was still better than allowing Sachchan to finally collapse under the pressure of internal chaos and inaction, which leads only to slow death. Then the cold-blooded man asked sharply whether the hero was indifferent to the fact that as a result, the entire mixed sect might perish, since among them there are many people similar to that young fighter who had already become an accidental victim of the events. He added that during turmoil, it is precisely such selfless people who die first, desperately trying to protect others, not thinking about their own salvation, and becoming a shield where chances of survival almost do not exist. After that, he directly asked whether the hero would reconsider even now, when the cost of his plan had become so obvious, and whether he was ready to accept the consequences that inevitably accompany such a choice. The man emphasized that the hero comes from an orthodox sect, so he needs to clearly decide on a side, because in the subsequent events, there will be no place for those who hesitate or try to stand aside. He sharply added that the hero himself does not realize how close he has come to demonism, choosing a path where the thin line between righteousness and darkness is erased under the weight of necessary sacrifices and cold decisions. After this speech, the hero felt that he had completely run out of words, as none of them could fully convey the mixture of doubts and the burden of responsibility that had fallen upon him at that moment. But the man suddenly raised his hands, waved off his own words, and shrugged, calling it all just personal reflections, asking the hero not to take what he heard too seriously and to let the words pass by. After that, he agreed to act as the hero wished, formally accepting his decision without further objections, although internal irony was still readable in his indifferent gaze. To conclude the conversation, the man said goodbye to the guests, and even suggested having a farewell drink, saying it half-jokingly, as if trying to relieve the tension that had hung in the air since the very beginning of the meeting. But the guys did not feel like supporting this idea, because after what they had experienced and heard, any toasts seemed inappropriate and empty in the face of the shadow of upcoming events. At that very moment, the old man turned to Quack, looking him straight in the eyes, as if trying one last time to be sure of the sincerity of his future actions and the determination to fulfill the agreement. He quietly said that he believed Quack would keep his promise, uttering these words with such calmness, as if the matter had already been finally settled. Saying that this was the end of everything, the old man turned around and followed the guys, no longer lingering by the negotiation table, which had brought too many tense words. Quack called after him that he could only offer to play the game once more if anyone still doubted the correctness of the decision made, maintaining his strange habit of reducing even serious matters to a game of chance. Going outside, he asked the guys what they were going to do next, looking at them attentively, as if each answer could suggest a new direction for the development of events. The hero explained that it seemed all matters were concluded, so he intended to visit teacher Chikfi-chuk to say goodbye, and after that leave Goyon, admitting that he was unlikely to find answers to his questions here. In response, Quack simply wished him luck, adding nothing more, as if understanding that any words of support in this case would be just a formality. The guys bowed to him as a sign of gratitude and respect, thanking him for the help and for fulfilling the promises made during this difficult and dangerous meeting. After some time, the young man was again standing before his teacher, feeling how the long journey had brought him to another conversation, which might be the last within these walls. He announced that he was going to leave, admitting that it was long past time to move on, and added that he was unlikely to get the answers he so desperately sought here, despite all his hopes. The old man listened to him attentively and asked how the hero now sees Sachon, after all that he has experienced and seen in the city and its surroundings. The only thing the hero could answer was that Sachon seems to him a complete mess, where confusion, fear, and a hidden conflict reign, which is about to explode into open confrontation. The teacher sighed and remarked that the hero is stubborn like a wild beast, who does not listen to words and stubbornly follows his own path, regardless of the advice and warnings of the elders. To this peculiar compliment, the hero replied that the teacher himself has changed a lot since their first meetings, noticing in him a different outlook on life and the events around. The old man explained that when a person's position changes, their perception of things changes as well, because the truth always depends on which side you look at it from. Summarizing, he added that the higher a person's gaze rises, the less they notice what lies right under their feet. After a short pause, he addressed the hero once again, emphasizing that even holding a high position, one must not forget about ordinary people, because it is precisely in caring for them that the true meaning of saving the world is hidden, which is not measured by power or strength. Chun modestly replied that he does not understand why these words are addressed to him, an ordinary martial arts warrior who has never considered himself such a significant figure capable of bearing such responsibility. The teacher objected, stating that even while still young, he remains a dragon who will one day definitely grow and reveal his true power, regardless of how he currently evaluates himself. He added that even if he becomes a ruler, and his appointment will be great and difficult, atonement will arise more than victories. But the teacher only hopes that the hero will one day remember these very words in the hardest moment. At that very moment, the hero was suddenly enlightened, when scattered thoughts formed a clear awareness of the depth of what was heard, and the meaning of each sentence spoken by the mentor. He understood that teacher Chui-chuk is well informed about the real state of affairs in Sachon, and his words were not random teachings, but an accurate reflection of what is happening behind the scenes of great events. Asking the hero to keep his own advice in his heart, the teacher effectively confirmed the seriousness of his intentions, reminding him of the burden of responsibility that gradually falls on his student's shoulders, along with growing up. He even rose from his seat and bowed before the hero, calling it a personal request and a final sign of trust, as if passing on to him a part of his own hopes for the future. The hero quietly swallowed, feeling his body stiffen from what he heard, for the weight of the spoken words was so great that for a moment he lost the ability to respond or even move. After some time, he stood by the door and noticed that his companion had been nearby all this time, silently waiting for the conversation to end and not interfering in the events that were decisive. Going outside, the hero asked him if he had heard the entire conversation, looking with slight anxiety, because he did not know how exactly these words resonated in the heart of the person close to him. The companion admitted that he was in a kind of stupor after what he heard, stumbling over his answers, as if not lying, but at the same time feeling an inexplicable guilt, as if involved in events over which he had no control. The only thing Un could say about this meeting was that the teacher very much reminded him of his grandfather, since they think alike, and that is why the conversation seemed so heavy and at the same time painfully close. He suggested that it was precisely because of this similarity that leaving this place felt so difficult, as if saying goodbye not just to a city, but to a part of one's own past. Then the companion noted that the situation here had nothing to do with what they experienced in Shaolin and Huashan, because now the scale of the threat was much more serious and complicated. He sincerely admitted that he did not even understand whether it was right to interfere in these events at all, asking the hero if they really were capable together of turning the course of history, which had already gained destructive momentum. In the end, he suggested at least briefly analyzing the current situation, without rushing into action yet, but only striving to lay everything out clearly and assess the scale of the danger. He emphasized that at the moment it was not about solving the problem, but only about the desire to gain more information in order to understand exactly what they would have to deal with in the near future. Reminded that in Sichuan there are three main martial arts factions: the Orthodox sect, the Unorthodox sect, and the Demonic sect, among which hidden conflicts have long been smoldering. Recently, there has been turmoil in the Orthodox sect due to recent attacks on Shaolin and Huashan, which undermined its confidence and created a power vacuum increasingly sought to be exploited by opponents. Supporters are already beginning to raise their heads, while the actions of the unorthodox sect appear much more thoughtful and deliberate compared to the confused steps of the orthodox, who have lost clear direction. Some fighters, like Pekpungrip, are doing everything possible to avoid open conflict, hoping to maintain a fragile balance without getting involved in a war that could destroy everything around. Others act as they please, taking example from madmen like Kwok, who is guided by his own whims rather than common interests or cold calculation. Moreover, even those who are well aware that the demonic sect is behind everything use the general instability for personal gain, since unlike the orthodox, they lack a spirit of unity, although the power of the demonic side should not be underestimated either. To deepen internal divisions, the demonic sect deliberately provokes external disturbances, fueling hostility and drawing attention to itself, thereby feeding the chaos in which it is easier to mask its true plans. They discuss that all sects are a bunch of embittered fighters who are just waiting for an opportunity to start a bloody battle, while the Orthodox sect is full of disappointed warriors eager for a chance to strike first under the cover of high ideals. The overall conclusion was simple: if you want to fight, strike first, because despite the tense situation, all sides are ready to latch onto each other at the slightest pretext. At that moment, Un recalled the teacher's words that with a change of position, the perspective on things changes as well, and realized that it was precisely the seriousness of the situation that forced the Orthodox sect to act cautiously, because Sichuan has not yet sunk into chaos only because it did not make the first move. They concluded that given the interdependent goals of all factions, Sichuan sooner or later will still turn into a real battlefield, which is almost impossible to avoid. Both sighed heavily, because if there were a way to tame the unorthodox sect, the war could give way to peace, but for now they saw no such solution. However, the hero pondered more deeply, understanding that it was impossible to stop the orthodox sect alone, and that it was necessary to enlist the support of at least one influential group of Sachon, capable of truly influencing the course of events. At that moment, the boys involuntarily glanced to the left, feeling foreign gazes upon them, and the unexpected presence of strangers amid the general hustle and bustle of the street. They recognized people from Chonson there, but immediately questions arose as to why they were here, in what strange attire they were, and who was the man standing next to them who looked like the leader of this group. Meanwhile, this very trio was already purposefully searching for Chunun, carefully looking at passers-by and scanning the crowd as if having a clear idea of exactly whom they needed to find. The girl was the first to look to the left where the hero was standing, and in a moment she realized that the sought man was right in front of her, among ordinary people on the street. She immediately shouted at the top of her voice, urging the others to turn around and look in that direction, not hiding her emotional excitement from the unexpected discovery. With a smiling face, the girl exclaimed, "Here he is," pointing directly at Chunun, as if she had found a lost treasure after a long search. Right then, with open joy, she called him the Dragon of the Small Heavens, pronouncing the nickname in a way that attracted the attention of the surrounding passers-by. One of the companions grabbed his head, pierced by the thought that, damn it, no one could have imagined that they would be exposed so quickly and find the right person right in the middle of the city. The hero had no choice but to approach them, greet them, say that he was glad to see them again, and cautiously ask if they were not afraid to come to these lands, to which the girl sincerely admitted that she was afraid at first, but gathered courage because she knew that Yanchun-un was here. She confessed that she had considered these territories the domain of the non-orthodox sect, a den of outcasts and ruins, but upon arriving here, she realized that ordinary people lived here too, with their own worries and daily lives. Yanchun confirmed that this was true, as even in these lands there are cities where life goes on uninterrupted despite conflicts and the dark reputation of the region. The girl added that she now realized that the unorthodox sect was far from absolute evil, and her previous notions were dangerously biased and far from reality. At that moment, the hero suddenly understood something, and this instant enlightenment was reflected on his face, as if he had unexpectedly pieced together hidden fragments of events. Noticing the strange expression and gesture, the girl asked what had happened, and the hero, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, only replied that he had just understood something and was not yet ready to explain it. After that, he asked them if they had come here specifically to meet with teacher Chukvi Chuk, assuming that their appearance might be connected with the same visit he himself was planning. The boy standing behind the girl replied that the elder had previously maintained contact with the teacher, and, since they were already here, decided to send him greetings and exchange a brief conversation. He named the elder Chunpunja, emphasizing his high status and significance in his own clan. After this, the hero had even more questions, because too many strange coincidences had come together in such a short time and demanded explanation. He clarified that if the visit to the teacher was not the main purpose of their trip, then what really brought them to these lands, not hiding his surprise at such an unexpected meeting. The answer was brief dragon of the lesser heavens, and this only further confused the hero, as he did not understand at all why they needed him personally. All three momentarily took on a strange, restrained look, as if hesitating before announcing news that could change the course of subsequent events. One of them leaned toward the hero and, asking him to lean closer, whispered directly into his ear what they did not dare to say aloud. He informed that the head of the Dan clan had been poisoned, and his personal servant was now desperately seeking any possible help to save his master's life. This information was strictly kept secret to prevent panic and disclosure among allies and enemies. It was rumored that they were trying to find the elixir of the great divine path to buy time to find the real antidote and restrain the effect of the deadly poison. The hero clearly understood that it was precisely because of the isolation of the leader from the outside world that it became clear why his people reacted so slowly to the events in Sachon, and now he wondered whether this tragedy had become another conspiracy of the demonic sect. Even for their cruel methods, this seemed too audacious, because if they managed to defeat the leader of the clan himself, it meant that the conspirators could have been preparing the trap for years and acted with unprecedented thoroughness. The boy explained that this was why they decided to search for the dragon of the lesser heavens, hoping to get at least some medical supplies from him. But the hero shrugged, admitting that he had nothing of the sort with him. In response, they noted that rumors circulating throughout the land suggested that they had found exactly the person they needed, and, proposing to set out together, emphasized that the Dan clan always repays good with good. It turned out that if they could save the head of the Dan clan, it would benefit all parties, since the recovery of the influential leader could significantly change the balance of power and give a chance to restrain the outbreak of violence. At that very moment, another idea occurred to the hero, when the disparate events formed a clear plan of action that could offer hope for saving Sachon from inevitable bloodshed. He decisively stepped forward and declared that it was necessary to immediately meet with Master Cui and Elder Chong, because he had come up with a way to stop the war that was already looming over the region. The hero directly stated that, in his conviction, he had found a real way to prevent an open conflict in Sachon, and there was no more time to hesitate, as every delayed hour could cost lives. After some time, he stood before the door of the room where the mentor and elder were, feeling the weight of responsibility for the words he was about to speak. The master immediately allowed him to enter, carefully studying the serious expression on the student's face, as if he sensed in advance that the conversation promised to be difficult. Entering, the hero politely apologized for the unexpected disturbance, demonstrating respect to the interlocutors and acknowledging that he intruded upon them at an inconvenient time. He explained that the matter was extremely urgent, and it was precisely this that made him bold enough to interrupt the peace of the mentor and the guest. The teacher immediately inquired what had happened that required such immediate attention, intently looking into his face. The hero unexpectedly asked whether they had any connection with high-ranking individuals from the Black Demons of the Heavens faction, choosing the most direct approach to the essence of the matter. This very question sounded in the silence of the room, sharply changing the atmosphere of the meeting and steering the conversation into a dangerous course. The teacher became noticeably uneasy before the elder sitting opposite, as if the question touched on a topic that was not customary to discuss openly. The elder, however, pretended that nothing unusual was happening, maintaining a calm appearance and constant restraint, as if giving no importance to what was heard. Hearing the teacher's assumption, the hero continued and asked to find out whether they were ready to do everything possible to prevent war in Sichuan, if a real opportunity to influence events arose before them. After these words, the mentor suggested that he finish expressing his thoughts, and the hero did not hesitate, beginning to explain his own logic. He reminded that despite the truce concluded between the orthodox and unorthodox sects, minor clashes still flare up, but the agreement has maintained its force all this time, and has prevented the confrontation from escalating into a full-scale war. The reason why the clashes did not become catastrophic lies in the awareness by both sides that war is disadvantageous to anyone, and even among the leadership of the unorthodox sect, there are still reasonable people capable of weighing benefits and losses. So the hero admitted his own mistake, believing that they were guided only by brute force. He added that he understands the way of thinking of the orthodox sect is rather a consequence of their worldview, not stupidity. And during conversations with Li Chong, he constantly felt this hidden contradiction between principles and actions. At the same time, the hero emphasized that, despite everything, war is now almost inevitable, since the unorthodox sect can no longer count on the leniency of the orthodox, but if one of the three key representatives of the orthodox wing, particularly the Dan clan, can be swayed to their side, the chances for change will sharply increase. He explained that when the unorthodox sect begins hostilities, the influence of the Dan clan will allow the orthodox side to refrain from an immediate harsh response, buying time for further negotiations. Similarly, the support of the Chonsun sect, which is currently here, could become a significant factor in restraining escalation. If they openly side with peace, the entire conflict will most likely gradually fade away without turning into a bloody massacre. At that moment, the elder finally realized that before him stood not just a young man, but the dragon of the lesser heavens, the heir of the great Hua Tuo, whose opinion can influence the fate of entire factions. The teacher, however, asked the hero to understand that even such a plan is only a temporary measure, because if the unorthodox sect does not cease its actions, sooner or later it will simply be destroyed without any compromises. In response, the hero noted that it is first necessary to divert suspicion. It is enough to expose the true culprit of all the events to change the direction of the general hostility. He confidently stated that behind everything stands precisely the demonic sect, and when this is proven, the blades aimed at each other will be lowered, and war can be avoided. Hearing this, the teacher even slammed a glass on the table, acknowledging that this is a very bold statement, which has an explosive nature and can shake the entire structure of alliances. He reproached the hero, stating that he relies excessively on the rationality of opponents, underestimating the blind rage and thirst for revenge that often prevail over common sense. At the same time, the mentor admitted that if hostility continues to be inflamed, the situation could escalate into a grand battle that no one will be able to stop. The elder also agreed to support the hero's plan, as he saw no better way out at the moment, and hearing it made his blood boil, awakening a long-forgotten desire to fight for justice. He admitted that in order to convince the Dan clan to join, his own assistance would be extremely necessary, since without personal intervention, the matter would hardly move from a dead point, considering the influence and caution of the people of this clan. The elder explained that the current head of the clan was poisoned by an unknown toxin, and the very fact of his poisoning causes special concern, so he turned to the hero with a request to undertake the healing, placing great hopes on it. He promised that in case of the successful rescue of the head, their clan would definitely join the proposed plan and openly take the side of peace, providing the necessary political and military support. It was also emphasized that the Chongsun sect alone is not capable of calming the entire Orthodox world, and only if the Dan clan acts first and takes the initiative into their own hands, the chances of restraining the war will significantly increase, because if there is a teacher Hua Tuo, then there must also be a teacher Bian Xiao. After all, both of these legendary figures, according to legends, are capable of bringing any person back to life, even from the very edge of death, which makes their participation especially valuable in the struggle to save the head of the clan. Realizing the full importance of the situation, The hero firmly replied that he would do everything in his power to save the head and support the joint plan, not hesitating in his readiness to take on this burden. And after some time, the events moved to a gloomy, eerie atmosphere, where two men were having a quiet but tense conversation in a shadowed place, permeated with a sense of hidden danger. One of them spoke about the fact that Chunpeng had penetrated the territory of the non-orthodox sect, violating their holdings, in order to carry out an important task that could have far-reaching consequences. He added that he probably went there after hearing rumors about the appearance of the Divine Doctor, and apparently acted in the interests of the poisoned head of the Dan clan, trying to save his master. The black-haired man, hearing this, only smiled broadly, not hiding his satisfaction with the news heard, which seemed to him a convenient coincidence. He knew perfectly well that Chunpeng had long been famous for his fiery and fearless character, because of which he often got involved in the most dangerous stories without fear of consequences. The other interlocutor emphasized that for them, this is the best chance to carry out the plan, since such an opportunity may not arise again. He emphasized that the unorthodox sect might have already noticed them, so it was necessary to act immediately before they were completely exposed. The man proposed to eliminate Chunpunju directly on the territory of the unorthodox sect, turning this place into an arena for a future provocation. He expected that in case of success, the orthodox side would immediately demand explanations from their opponents, and their fierce denial of involvement would only intensify mutual suspicions and the fire of hostility. According to him, a large-scale war could be resolved with a single strike if they were truly lucky to kill Chunpunju, which would become a point of no return for both sides. And although Chunpun was not an opponent who could be easily dealt with, the black-haired giant declared his full readiness to enter the game and was convinced that if they acted, victory would remain with them. His emitted power was so strong that even the fire burning near him suddenly went out under the pressure of that incredible energy, filling the space with oppressive silence. He declared his readiness to act in the name of the great demon, faithfully accepting his role in the bloody spectacle that was about to begin. By this, he demonstrated the devastating power of the demonic sect, which unhesitatingly stakes human lives for its own goals. Meanwhile, another scoundrel sat on his throne, mockingly looking at the people below, full of contempt for those he considered nothing more than a helpless crowd. He called them worthless bugs, not even hiding his disgust, and emphasized his superiority with every word and gesture. By his order, he forced everyone to march to the abyss, treating human lives as expendable material to achieve his own dreadful intentions. He was convinced that this would be enough to accomplish the plan, and considered any further steps unnecessary. Having obtained the dark sphere, he whispered to himself that, it seemed, the time had come, addressing his apprentice as if giving a secret command understood only by the two of them. Slowly raising the sphere above his head, he paused it in the air for a moment, concentrating an invisible force around himself and filling the space with a sense of impending disaster. Suddenly throwing it against the floor, he caused a flash of light that spread in all directions, flooding the hall with dazzling light and sharply changing the sense of reality. The sphere shattered into countless tiny particles just as he had intended, triggering an unknown process for which everything had been planned. The atmosphere around him seemed to turn upside down, space distorted, and the force that burst out made the air tremble. All the people standing before him were lifted by an invisible wave and soared into the air, helplessly scattered by the powerful explosion of supernatural energy. He stretched his lips into a wide smile filled with cold delight at the observed result, as if finally convinced that everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned, and no force could stop the chaos he had initiated. Meanwhile, far away in another place, among a gloomy, mountainous landscape where rocky slopes cut the horizon with sharp lines, events unfolded quite differently, marked by strange anxiety and a sense of impending doom. A gray old man landed on the ground, stepping heavily on the stones after a swift flight, and paused for a moment, carefully gazing into the dark sky from which he was descending, as if trying to understand what was happening. He did not understand at all what disaster was unfolding around, and who had triggered this chain of events, but an inner feeling gave him no peace for a moment. The old man assumed the worst, that the heavenly demon, that cursed scoundrel, had planned something again, and just the thought chilled his blood, as it was the most terrible and undesirable assumption of all possible. Suddenly, a red lightning bolt shot down from the sky like an arrow, crashing into the ground nearby with a deafening whistle, splitting the rocks and making the air tremble from the wave of energy. At the sight of the strike, an amazing tree simply grew out of the stone, like a foreign body in the midst of a harsh mountain wasteland, emitting a faint and at the same time disturbing light. The boy who stood behind the sacred being asked her confusedly what this appearance meant, not taking his eyes off the incomprehensible vision that contradicted any logic. The Sacred One replied that this was a divine revelation, and at the same time their protection, uttering these words with absolute confidence, as if not allowing even a drop of doubt in her interpretation. She added that the one they were to meet was great, and at the end quietly spoke the most important thing. The heavenly demon is already waiting, and avoiding this meeting will not be possible. The gray old man immediately went to the Hell of Tasam, seeking to find traces of the demon. But upon reaching there, found no presence, which only intensified his inner anxiety. After that, he proceeded to the Hell of Kavatan, but there he found nothing except emptiness, which oppressed and evoked a sense of dangerous silence. He even reached the Hell of Kanbin, where an icy atmosphere prevailed. But even this eerie place turned out to be deserted, leaving him with an increasingly heavy premonition of inevitable disaster. The old man saw only traces of that senseless outrage that this fool had managed to commit. Chaos and distortion left after demonic interventions in the natural course of things. But suddenly the search yielded results, for he finally came across the one he had been so persistently seeking, realizing that this time there was no mistake. The heavenly demon was right here, not hiding, as if deliberately awaiting the meeting, looking straight into the face of his unexpected pursuer. Seeing Xianfong, the heavenly demon addressed him with a sneer, noting that he had found him extraordinarily quickly, as if testing the limits of his capabilities. Xianfong sharply asked if he had really crossed the line of the permissible, marveling at the audacity with which the demon had behaved lately. He continued, firing reproaches, that he rushed everywhere, fussing over trifles only to keep the disciple safe, while the demon betrayed, sold relics, accumulated karma, and all this ultimately led to nothing. Xianfong demanded an answer about what exactly he intended to do next, not hiding his anger and disappointment at the actions of the former ally. Scolding the demon, he grabbed him by the shoulder, repeating his question even more sharply, as if trying to force him to face responsibility for his own actions. But the heavenly demon did not want to report to anyone, and with a sharp movement shook off the hand, demonstrating complete contempt for the reproaches and pressure of the interlocutor. He stated that he had already paid a considerable karma for all his misdeeds, so now there could be no claims against him, at least from his own point of view. However, Xianfong insisted that his behavior had shaken the very heavens, since the immortals had already felt the energy of Chung Yun, and this would inevitably attract their dangerous attention. He asked if the demon understood that if the immortals considered him weak and decided to attack, then it would even be necessary to summon thousands of followers to prevent this, and Xianfong was not ready to allow that to happen. He directly stated that he was ready right here and now to finish off the heavenly demon to prevent an even greater catastrophe and protect those who might suffer. The heavenly demon perceived these words only as pathetic threats, which sounded to him like empty noise without real weight. The old man's opinion did not bother him at all, because confidence in his own superiority overshadowed any external warnings. He began to use his incredible power, slowly concentrating energy around himself, and the air became heavy, as if filled with molten lead. Everything around suddenly began to fly toward the sphere he was squeezing in his hand, drawn by an irresistible flow of demonic power, as if space itself obeyed his will. At that very moment, the heavenly demon finally went on the offensive, beginning to use true power without any restraint, and the space around trembled as if reality itself could not withstand the onslaught of unleashed demonic energy. His patience ran out, and he clenched all the accumulated dark might in his palms, compressing it into a dense, deadly concentration, from which even the air began to grow heavy and tremble in a broken manner. This condensed power would have been enough to sweep away half of an entire continent, leaving behind only emptiness and scorched earth. So destructive was the potential of what he held in his hand. He directed this entire avalanche of demonic energy straight at the old man, leaving him no chance to avoid a direct collision with this devastating attack. But Xianfong was ready to take the blow, not retreating a single step, for he knew that there was simply no other choice in this confrontation. The sphere before him, like a black hole, began to absorb the entire attack without a trace, swallowing the surge of charged energy as if it had no weight at all. The flow vanished inside it instantly, being drawn in with a terrifying inevitability that resembled an unstoppable suction into a bottomless abyss. Even the heavenly demon was forced to acknowledge this power, coldly admiring its scale and stability under such a load. He realized that this sealed might was in no way inferior to the void, and had existed since the era of the three origins, surviving centuries in a hidden state. However, the old man did not hesitate or stand idle, quickly moving, maneuvering, and maintaining his defense while simultaneously preparing for a new flare-up of confrontation. The entire appearance of the opponent suggested only one thing in this world. Ultimately, everything is decided solely by strength, and no convictions weigh against raw power. The heavenly demon accepted this challenge without hesitation, ready to prove his words with actions and not retreat before any threat. He firmly decided to fight by the rules of brute force, where the stronger wins, recognizing no compromises or agreements. The call descent of the heavenly demon Infinite Great Chaos sounded as he activated his next truly catastrophic technique. Along with this, a terrible monster arose behind him in a whirl of energy. It was this that he summoned, as the embodiment of his own destructive attack. Red lightning crackled incessantly around his body, weaving into a sinister crown of power and enveloping the demonic figure with a wild glow. Xian saw this monstrosity in all its glory before him. Yet he was not going to retreat, despite the danger looming over him as instant death. His sole intention was to defeat the heavenly demon, who at that very moment was rapidly advancing on him, devouring the distance step by step. Suddenly, a loud word enough rang out as both had almost crossed their arms in a strike that could have torn the sky in half. At the very millisecond their blows actually touched, both were thrown back by the explosive wave of the collision, as if simultaneously pushed away by an invisible wall. On the ground between them, a deep crack instantly appeared as a result of the clash of forces, scorching the stones and splitting the very firmament. But the word enough was not spoken by them, but by a third figure who suddenly appeared between the opponents and stopped the further attack. It was a legendary being, whose power is the subject of legends, for he sat astride a gigantic dragon that covered half the sky. The newcomer warned that if they did not stop the fight immediately, it would be considered a challenge to a deadly duel with direct consequences for both. Before them was the same immortal Tai, whose name was known as a symbol of power standing above all earthly confrontations. He sharply ordered these two madmen to immediately disperse and cease the senseless clash. He directed one of the dragon's heads so that it swallowed the gray one, forcibly removing him from the battlefield. He instantly aimed the other head at the heavenly demon, similarly depriving him of the ability to continue the fight. And so both enemies found themselves in the jaws of the giant dragon, powerless to change anything before Tai's authority. Someone said that since they had already plunged hell into chaos once, now the city lord would take everything into his own hands, establishing a new order after the destroyed confrontation. At that moment, Xian found himself in an unfamiliar place, looked around, and quickly realized that he was probably among the majestic Kunlun Mountains, where the cold air and silence evoked a sense of separation from the world of harsh battles and chaos. The ruler of this mountain, Immortal Tai, was also nearby. His calm figure radiated restrained power that unquestionably dominated this place, and made the surrounding space seem controlled only by his will. Xian immediately inquired where the heavenly demon had gone, expecting to hear an explanation about the further fate of the ancient enemy who had just sown devastating chaos. Tai calmly replied that he had sent the demon to another place where Master Yongdan would take care of him, so Xian should thank fate that the subsequent events would no longer fall on his shoulders. Sitting at the table, they moved to a kind of almost friendly conversation, during which Tai asked about his interlocutor's well-being, inquiring whether he felt the effects of the exhausting clash gradually draining his strength. He reassured Xian, saying that he understood his anxiety, but there was no need to worry, as they had far more allies than it seemed at first glance, and support came from the most unexpected quarters. Tai noted that the seeds of discord sown by the heavenly demon yielded an unexpected result. Many immortals perceived it not as a threat, but as a kind of blessing, so the number of supporters on their side only increased. He explained that there was nothing strange about this, because everyone was overly exhausted by constant fuss, lacking strength and hands, and at the same time he himself had a rather interesting idea regarding further steps. The immortal leaned closer to Xiang, and quietly said that he would definitely like this idea. A mischievous yet mysterious gleam flashed in his eyes. In conclusion, he added with a smile that the disciple Chun Yun was rapidly gaining popularity, increasingly becoming the figure around whom new events began to revolve. The old man remarked that the young man's fame seemed to have even reached the golden turtle Jiao itself, as she repeatedly mentioned him with strange admiration, confirming that the name Chun Yun was increasingly heard among the most extravagant figures of the heavenly world. He added with surprise that this creature shamelessly declared a desire to at least once lick the back of the young man, which sounds absurd, but that was exactly how her eccentric words were conveyed by those unfortunate enough to hear these confessions personally. Moreover, she also complained that there were too few scenes with a bare torso in his adventures, which finally makes one consider her somewhat insane and a completely whimsical being. And yet the old man honestly admitted that as strange as it sounded, there was a grain of truth in these rumors, since the boy's fame had spread far beyond the discussions of ordinary warriors and had already penetrated the circles of heavenly eccentrics. At the same time, both of them did not hide that the support of such an influential person as Shivanu was undoubtedly good news, because her favor could significantly strengthen their positions among the celestial beings. Tai generally tried to calm Xiang, saying that it was not worth worrying too much, even if the attitude towards the events among different beings was quite ambiguous, because it was better to keep a cool head than to succumb to unnecessary anxiety. He added that he himself had enough travelers and allies, so support for them was not limited to a few familiar faces. Then Tai spoke about conscious cultivation and the method of the three origins, explaining that currently the young man's skill level was still insufficient to attract undue attention from other celestial beings. But it was only necessary to sharply increase his strength, and he would inevitably encounter very dangerous opponents. He noted that the senior masters would not remain indifferent then, and the combination of martial arts passed down by the heavenly demon with the method of the three origins was too risky, and could bring upon the boy the harsh will of fate. Eventually, Tai half-jokingly, half-seriously asked Civi not to dig a grave for him with his own hands, hinting that excessive interference in the student's fate could lead to fatal consequences. After that, he declared that now it was time to return to business and get to work, leaving further reflections behind. Civi was left alone, understanding that sooner or later this frank conversation would have happened anyway, because avoiding such a confrontation would simply be impossible. That is why he decided no longer to interfere directly in the student's life, allowing him to follow his own path and gain experience through personal trials. Meanwhile, the boys rushed forward, not slowing their pace and sticking together like a coordinated squad moving toward a defined goal. They swiftly moved through the forest, jumping from branch to branch and from tree to tree with such ease as if the very air current supported their movements. Everyone closely watched the elder, who was breaking through ahead, pushing aside thick branches with his hands, clearing a path through the thicket, and leading the squad in the right direction. Among themselves, the brothers quietly exchanged words, wondering if the rumors were really spread by that very doctor, since everything looked as if someone was deliberately leaking information outside. Be that as it may, the culprit clearly knew their goal, because too many coincidences began to converge into a single suspicious picture. That is why they increasingly scrutinized the figure of the boy running ahead of them, subconsciously suspecting that he might somehow be involved in the information leak. At one point, one of the fighters suddenly asked to look back, as if he noticed something strange among the branches and shadows of the forest. There they noticed an unfamiliar bird, whose song sounded unusually pleasant, not fitting at all into the tense atmosphere of pursuit and suspicion. However, this find was not the main topic of conversation at all, as everyone's attention was distracted by other, much more serious events. Suddenly words sounded, hearing which the hero abruptly stopped, so unexpectedly that he almost lost his balance. He recognized the teacher's voice and involuntarily froze in place, listening to the familiar timbre that sounded as if directly from the air. Such a sudden stop turned out to be a mistake, as the girl who was rushing behind him did not manage to brake and knocked him down, throwing him into the snow and leaves. The teacher addressed his student, explaining that he was helping him with all his might from above, and literally taking care of his safety and development from the last possibilities. He only asked to accept this fact without doubts, to which the hero sincerely thanked, replying that he was grateful for all the mentor's efforts for the sake of his student. The teacher added that although he was not physically nearby, he never stopped watching over him, as he managed to obtain something extremely interesting and important from the heavenly demon. He advised the boy to try hard to accumulate as much bright, positive karma as possible during the upcoming events, because it will be the key to his protection. Finally, the student heard from the teacher that internal strife had sharply intensified inside the demonic sect, and this could have a serious impact on the further course of all events. The teacher noted that the anxiety was quite justified, as the militants of the demonic sect were already appearing in crowds in the Sagwa region, which in itself is a dangerous signal about the beginning of active actions on their part. He also asked to understand that the martial arts passed down by the heavenly demon had not yet been fully mastered by the young man, so his aura should remain insufficiently noticeable to serious opponents. Logically, it should not have happened that someone could feel the boy's energy at such a distance, since his level of control was not yet something that attracts the attention of powerful enemies. However, everything turned out differently. The hero suddenly felt the presence of dangerous types nearby, and a cold premonition immediately tightened his chest, making him wary. He rushed to catch up with the elder to warn him about the threat that was inevitably approaching from the thicket of the forest. But it turned out that the elder himself already understood everything perfectly, needing no explanations, because the warrior's instinct worked before any words. He had no choice but to draw his sword, preparing to deal with the attackers who were blocking the road and obstructing the further path of the squad. A single swing of the blade allowed him to cut through the tree roots and smash everything that came in the trajectory of the strike, demonstrating incredible power and control of strength. It was clear that the head of one of the 9 schools would not allow his reputation to be doubted and would not yield to some random threat. A defiant voice of the opponent sounded with a question whether this was really all the strength they were capable of, openly mocking the warriors who had stopped in his way. The big guy stepped forward, demanding to show real skills and boldly asking if they had already forgotten about him and the fear he once inspired. Seeing this figure before him, the elder could not believe his own eyes, as he did not expect to meet such a creature again after so many years. It was the same insatiable demon, whose size and strength frightened by mere presence, making the heart tighten with memories of past massacres. The elder remembered him from 10 years ago, but the monster's appearance had not changed at all, as if time was powerless over him. He involuntarily pondered how many people this monster had destroyed with the star absorption technique, but couldn't resist asking, to which Zdorovilo briefly and indifferently replied that the count was measured in many lives. The insatiable demon grabbed one of the warriors by the throat, doing it so quickly that he didn't even have time to scream. It was enough to just squeeze his fingers, and he sucked all the life forces out of the victim, leaving the exhausted body a soulless shell. This is how he quenched his own terrible hunger, turning human lives into fuel to sustain his demonic existence. Seeing this, all the guys grabbed their weapons, trembling for the elder and preparing to rush to his aid despite the mortal danger. But the elder raised his hand, ordering them to retreat, categorically stopping any impulsive actions. He warned that he wouldn't be able to fight at full strength if he had to think about their safety, because it would bind his movements and destroy his concentration. Therefore, the elder decided to face this super-powerful enemy alone and start a duel, taking full responsibility for the fight on his own shoulders. A battle was taking place in a forest clearing. A man with a sword, behind whom stood a young boy, was preparing to fight the attackers. Around lay the bodies of enemies, and in the middle of the glade stood a burly man in black. The big man, around whom dark energy swirled, called on the opponent to start the fight to finally put an end to the confrontation that had already dragged on for a long time. He promised that no one would interfere in the fight. The man with the sword listened to him carefully, and the opponent tried to unsettle him, reminding him of events that happened almost 30 years ago. It was then that one of the students of Chonsun and a student of Honjon engaged in battle. When the student of Chonsun fell dead, the follower of the Hejin sect decided to use this as a pretext for an attack. Even then, the burly man attacked the clan, and was just holding a child, a student, in his hand. Clan representatives ordered to abandon the small child and choose a proper opponent for themselves. A man named Chun Punja offered to measure strength with him and truly understand what revenge is. The attacker said that there is no talk of revenge, he just wants to feed. The men realized with horror that before them was a devouring demon, and he will not give up easily. People from the clan attacked him. They intended to finish off the scoundrel who dared to commit such an act. The demon was much stronger than an ordinary person. Even a trained warrior, hardened in many battles, found it difficult to deal with such an opponent. He captured one of the clan's students and used him as a shield throughout the entire battle in critical moments. He exposed the prisoner's body, from which he also drew energy, and the brothers did not dare to attack their own. Soon only 2 remained on the battlefield. The demon had fed well on energy, and therefore did not care at all what happened to his opponents. Only Punja remained before him. The elder did what the other clan members refrained from. He pierced his apprentice's body with a sword to reach the demon's body. But even that did not lead to a result. The blade simply was not long enough. The demon did not intend to end the battle. He reinforced himself and simply fled the temple grounds, leaving behind destruction and many victims. It was hard to believe that the sect suffered so much. Pun Chunja was left alone. He lost all his sworn brothers and remained solitary in this world. All his sworn brothers were killed by the demon devourer. This made it even more painful. Now the man was about to correct his past mistake. He gathered all the possible energy of CI in his case and slowly approached the enemy. He reminded himself that prolonged technique was ineffective against him, but Pun was not sure about this. He decided to end the fight with one decisive blow and rushed at his enemy. The latter stood still, ignoring the opponent whom he considered harmless. The demon dodged the man's attacks and tried to exhaust him and drain a lot of energy, but this time his plan did not succeed. He pursued the opponent and tried to reach him. The demon mocked the opponent and teased him. The man held himself back, knowing that such behavior was meant to provoke him and make him attack in anger, which was supposed to end badly. For a moment it seemed that Pun had indeed reached his enemy and was about to strike him with his sword. But that was only at first glance. The devourer avoided direct contact, having become more cautious over the years. He praised the enemy again. But comparing his abilities with his own, he emphasized that he was simply a weakling, as he had been many years ago, which is why he could not protect his brothers from danger. The enemies rushed towards each other. Fury overwhelmed both. The demon grasped the sword blade with both hands and held it in front of him. Elder Chun could not believe he would not be able to defeat the enemy. The Master's students understood that he could lose to the demon now. Chun watched this fight and thought about the possibility of using the demonic palm technique to come to the aid of the master and mentor. But the obstacle was that there were too many extra eyes around. Someone could recognize the equipment usually used by the worshippers of the dark cult, so it was not worth taking such a risk. Starigina could not get close to the enemy. He blocked the weapon with his hands and gradually drew energy from the man. And the elder was not going to retreat, although he guessed what threat it posed to him. The demon stood over the elder and asked what other interesting techniques he had in reserve. As there was still a chance to demonstrate and boast about them, no one wanted to believe this was the end. The devourer had already reached out to the man and assured him that this time he could arrange a meeting with the brothers inside himself. The elder was confused and prepared to accept death at the hands of this demon. Young Chun stood in the way. He stopped the demon at the last moment. His master in the heavens assured that against the boy's skills, the devourer had no chance to cope and absorb his own chi. The boy managed to stop the attacker's hand and assured that something worse could happen next, so it was worth getting out of here. The demon mocked him, believing that the student could not resist him. He suddenly attacked the devourer, but he timely stopped the young master's assault. He emphasized that today, graduates cannot compare at all with those who were once. The demon tightly gripped the boy's hand and did not allow him to move. However, he could not extract all the energy from him either. But over time, a strange feeling began to overwhelm the devourer. The young man gradually pushed him back. On the demon's face, one could see surprise and partly fear, for it was the first time he had met someone who managed to resist his power. Meanwhile, the students approached the elder and asked how he was feeling. The man assured them that he was fine. Now he was more troubled and frightened by the fate of the sky dragon. The boys were about to defend their comrade, but their mentor stopped them in time, assuring them it was not worth interfering in the duel between the dragon and the opponent, as it could harm the young dragon more. The demon dealt with Chuna's powers. He hinted that soon he would lose all his strength and become part of his story. The boy was not going to give up so easily, and emphasized that no one would stand in his way. Time passed, but nothing changed in the fighters. The devourer began to get nervous, as he could not understand what had happened to his opponent, who should have long since turned into a mummy and died. The boy received support from his heavenly master, who strengthened his inner energy and assured him that the demon alone would not have enough strength to contain all the energy inside. The devourer lost his confidence. From the very beginning of the battle, it seemed to him that inside the boy there was only a drop of strength. But now it simply overwhelmed him. He felt defenseless against such an enemy. Time was now working against him, and he had to finish this fight once and for all. For the first time in many years he began to be afraid. The devourer knelt down. He felt tired and overfull. Meanwhile, the young man was talking with his master, who assured him that everything was actually fine, and he was following the teachings of Dharma. The old man supported his young apprentice. He promised that the new energy would help him improve his already known combat skills and make him simply invincible to the enemy. The demon was frightened by Chuna. For the first time, he felt fear and horror before his opponent, which had not happened to him for a very long time. The devourer suspected that someone was behind the boy. The demon attacked in despair. However, it happened that the young man anticipated all his moves and strikes in advance. The man was about to destroy him, but now he had no opportunity to do so. The elder's blessing made it so that, having learned the 8 paths and 8 changes, the young man could see 64 principles of combat, allowing him to anticipate the opponent's move. The battle lasted very long, The opponents fought fiercely, knowing that their lives and future existence depended on it. The demon began to think about fleeing the battlefield but did not dare. The turning point came. Chun held a mana bullet before the enemy, which glowed brightly and pulsed. The devourer was confused that the boy had managed to hold on all this time, and now he had him backed against the wall. Energy descended from the sky in the form of lightning. Everyone around was amazed. Chun himself thanked the master for such generosity and promised to fully use it to destroy the demon. Meanwhile, the demon himself guessed that it was time to put an end to the boy. He even forgot about his promise that his followers could not interfere in the fight. The ninjas attacked Chun from all sides, but the technique his mentor taught him was unique. It allowed the boy to break through enemy ranks and attack him. The devourer was already halfway to the young master. Efforts to defend were in vain. The lightning strike from the very heart, which Chun had learned just seconds ago, pierced his enemy through. The demon could no longer use his own advantage. Master Chun rushed to his student. After the strike, everything around him and the opponent was shrouded in fog and dust. In the midst of it all, he saw that the demon was kneeling before Chun. The young man looked at his master, who had been teaching him, and from the beginning of the battle, thought that he had made a very unwise move, and now was suggesting to the mentor himself to put an end to this battle. But the master promised that only Chun himself could put an end to this. The young man understood everything perfectly, and had already raised his hand for the deadly duel with which he was to finish off the demon once and for all. But he changed his mind. Now there stood before him a completely normal, defenseless man who had no way to defend himself. But he was actually just trying to buy time to hide all the evidence. From him across the bodies of his ninjas spread a red lightning that was meant to destroy them to ashes. The young man asked what he intended to do, and worried whether it would harm his comrades. The man struck himself with his thumb right in the heart, and said that he did it all to glorify evil and the cult of his master demon. His body began to fill with heat and fire. Inside him shone a bright red orb. It was too late to stop him. No one could do anything about it in time. Master Chun ordered the disciples to capture at least one of the demon worshippers, but they all vanished right before their eyes. Not a trace of them remained. Talking about persecution was out of the question. Soon, an empty glade remained before them, where only bloodstains on the ground could remind of the battle. Not a single trace of the bodies remained. The master believed this would cost them dearly. The girl in the pool carefully examined the mirror. It was not ordinary. This artifact had the ability to absorb the power of its opponent. Xianfong did not reveal this item's ability, and the boy rushed into battle openly. The maiden called her assistant and ordered to gather more information about Chuna, for she intended to help him and protect him from hostile intentions, as much could depend on it. The master and his disciples carefully examined the battlefield. They thought about how the demon worshippers deliberately destroyed themselves and annihilated their own bodies so that no one would learn about their involvement. The man ordered to find any traces of their presence. After all, there was chaos all around, and every object could help, at least to serve as evidence for their allies against the demon cult. Everyone thoroughly searched every centimeter of the land, but their efforts were unsuccessful. The mysterious fire destroyed everything, and took not only the bodies, but also the weapons, and everything related to them. The only thing left was a scrap of fabric. In fact, the boy was surprised by such madness. He could not believe that warriors were capable of such a vile act. Chun realized that there is almost no difference between the cult demon worshippers and the orthodox warriors. The matter is only in the ideals of the sides. But it is not worth looking for easy paths in this life. Friends were looking at Chun Yuan, who was talking to someone unknown. The boy was actually speaking again with his heavenly mentor. The comrade emphasized that he had a truly difficult fate. Friends listened attentively. They could not believe that the dragon of the heavens could behave in such a way. He could not be as simple-minded as he seemed at first glance. But everything was really so. The comrade asked not to pay attention to the oddities of his best friend, and to accept him as he really was. But these words were heard by Chun Yuan himself. He was grateful for the help and support, but did not like mockery. Soon the boys were playfully wrestling in front of the other students. It was really funny, and everyone around did not rush to break them up or stop them. The teacher emphasized that it was time to set out on the road. The path ahead of them was long and possibly dangerous. The boys decided to postpone their foolishness and hurried after the group. Chun Yuan said that after he mastered the martial arts, he truly became an older brother. But his comrade assured him that this even sounded funny. The girl and the boy from the group were impressed by how these two boys, who were not really brothers, got along with each other. Chun said that they had been together since childhood, and could even read each other's thoughts. Soon the road led them to a huge city that stretched out in the valley. It was the main fortress of the Dan clan, a place where another difficult trial awaited them, which they had to pass with dignity. The group of travelers was entering the main gates of the city. They were tired, and their clothes bore signs of a long journey and traces of blood, indicating their participation in a serious fight. The young man was impressed by the scale of the city. His comrade told him that this is exactly how a city should be, a refuge for outstanding chemists who specialized in making poisons and various kinds of extracts. A group of men was walking toward the travelers. They were representatives of the Dan clan, who rightfully owned this city. They were not very happy about the appearance of uninvited guests on their territory, and were hostile. Some of them were hostile because they thought these were new opponents, new sons-in-law, new contenders who, with the help of the clan, would rise in the hierarchy and achieve their goals. The manager of the Dan clan met them. He bowed and asked if this could be the elder of the Chonson family. For him, according to his words, which were more lies, he was glad to welcome the guests. The man did not give the impression of someone ready to welcome guests. A bad energy radiated directly from him, and he himself looked at the newcomers from under his brow, assessing their capabilities as fighters and possible opponents. The young man standing behind the group watched the master who was greeting the guests attentively. The boy did not expect that his comrades and he himself would be gladly welcomed. But this greeting upset even him. The host's reaction surprised the boy. Even more, he was surprised by the absence of familiar faces. But the Dan clan was indebted to the elder of Chosun. So it is worth paying attention to this fact. The arrival of the elder could be seen as a partial repayment of the debt. It is worth recalling when something similar last happened, and the thought about the poor state of the clan arises by itself and requires no proof. The leader of the travelers greeted the host. He was glad that finally there was someone with whom he could talk normally about the situation that had developed. A smile did not leave his face for a second. The man emphasized that Chonson had found a reliable support in the person of this young man. So the idea that he would help the Dan clan arose by itself. So it is worth greeting the current hero, Yan. The man continued talking with the city hosts. He was interested if there had been any recent information about magical weapons that were supposed to be in Sichuan. The young man thought that now was the right time. The host looked carefully at the guest. In his thoughts, he began to despise himself because with such an assistant, he would clearly be embarrassed in front of everyone. He really did not want to accept help from the young man. Meanwhile, the boy was introduced with all his titles. He was called the New Dragon of the Small Sky and the Hope of the Righteous Path. He was also considered the second incarnation of the great Dr. Hua and possessed his art. The house owner was surprised. Then he began to shout loudly, because before him stood the one who caused a stir in the Shaolin monk's sanctuary, and such a person he now had to receive in his home. His comrades also could not believe that before them stood such a legend at such a young age. It was hard to believe that such a level of mastery could be achieved at that age. But the master would not lie. The boy, meanwhile, stood shocked. He was more surprised by all the surnames they called him than by the fact that he possessed the art of an outstanding doctor and healer. But the image must be maintained. He decided to play along with his companions and take advantage of the fact that they attributed such a status to him. The young man said that he, Yon Chun-un, was actually a respected and worthy disciple of Shaolin and a successor of its traditions. After this acquaintance, his affairs went much more smoothly. The great lord of the Jade Dragon, who made a rather unpleasant impression at their first meeting, became more compliant with him. His attitude changed completely. Now there was absolutely nothing left of that man who looked like a snake preparing to attack. On the contrary, he began showing the city and treating the guests. He led them to rest in luxurious, beautiful chambers. The young man and his companions did not expect that the head of the Jade Dragon would give them this room entirely for living and resting. Finally, he addressed the young dragon of the skies. He asked that if needed, he should immediately turn to him. In this house, they would not lack anything. So there is no need to be shy or restrained. Yan thanked and bowed to the host. He simply waved his hand, indicating it was not necessary. The boy thought that maybe it was mercantile on his part, but it was very pleasant and advantageous to live in a foreign city this way. The young dragon and his companion decided to go for a swim after a hard journey. It was worth washing off the dust and refreshing themselves before starting important tasks. he noticed that someone was watching them. It was the girl he saw when he turned around. She was carefully observing the guests, and it was clear that the young dragon had caught her attention. The young man felt a little uneasy under her gaze. Sam Yan also looked at her carefully. From his side, it might have been impolite, but since the girl did not run away or scream, she did not take it as an insult. The comrade asked what made him stop. The girl quickly walked away when both boys started looking at her closely. But despite everything, she did not look frightened. The boys agreed that the girl was truly extraordinary and beautiful. In the guest hall, the boys were performing the final procedures after bathing in a warm tub. Comrade Yona held a decorative bottle in his hands. He emphasized that it was truly a work of art, albeit of a utilitarian purpose. The boy emphasized the value of such an item. He told John that if they decided to sell this bottle, they could easily buy back their estate with the money earned. The young dragon did not share his enthusiasm. The conversation shifted from how great it was for them to be in this place to that quirky girl. Yona's friend was considering taking a walk around the city to look at other beauties, as there were simply too many to count here. John personally thought that her look was definitely not out of interest in love or feelings. It seemed she was more interested in settling things with him in an open fight. But his friend was certain otherwise. He emphasized that true love is a matter of a single moment and should not be denied. Jan skeptically agreed and called his friend a master in matters of the heart. John asked if his comrade wished him to tell his sister whom the Danish lady ruler would receive as a bridegroom. The latter did not expect such treachery, and immediately his dust settled, and all his mood vanished. During the conversation, Jan did not notice that someone was watching them. They were his loyal teachers, Master and Teacher Hua Tuo. They were glad that the boys were discussing love affairs, which are so pleasant to discuss in youth. The boy heard men talking about him. He was considered the one who started his path in medicine and ended it as one of the best and most talented Shaolin students. Jan recognized another voice. A third old man was added to his familiar mentors. His name was Ban Shui. At first the boy was surprised, but then he agreed with the idea that if Hua Tuo was here, then Ban should also be by his side as a loyal companion. John rejoiced. After all, when the two most famous medics and healers can now combine their efforts and help each other, they will easily be able to help the elder of the Dan clan cure his illness. An old woman interrupted the conversation, asking to forgive her sudden visit without warning. She just thought that after a warm bath and procedure, a warm tasty tea would not be a hindrance. John thanked the woman. He looked carefully at the cup of tea, where he saw his reflection, and decided that it was worth trying this pleasant drink. But something was bothering him. Grandma was watching him. Comrade Yona did not want to take that tea but was forced to do so in order not to offend the old woman, who continued to look at him just as attentively. She wanted the boys to drink all the tea to the last drop. The old woman asked if the guests liked the tea. They replied that the tea was very tasty, but it would be better if no one added poison to it. The woman guessed that her plan was discovered and got confused. Grandmother asked why they decided to call her lady, and there could not even be any talk of poison. Why insult a poor woman with such words? But her smile promised nothing good for the guests. John felt unwell. He felt the reaction from the poison starting to spread through his body from the stomach. The boy knew what to do and what to avoid. The teachers had taught him well. The boy bent down. He felt that he was being poisoned with components familiar to him. And it was not a deadly poison. Most likely they just wanted to make fun of him. But he guessed what it was. And he guessed who. He turned to the lady and said that when she planned to do this, she was very wrong, and if someone directed her, that someone was just mocking her, because the poison would most likely only cause stomach problems. The young man stood over the old woman and said he acknowledged her joke. It turned out very funny, and now it was time for her to leave their room. Otherwise, the consequences could be much worse for her and her master. He also emphasized that it was preferable for today's incident to remain a secret, and she herself no longer used the mask, which, moreover, was made very poorly. With that, she said goodbye to the guests. Behind, the comrade was holding a kettle full of tea, and was wondering if he understood everything correctly, since according to his friend there was poison in it. The latter reassured him, and assured that the worst thing would be visiting the toilet. Suddenly the boy jumped up and began drinking the beverage straight from the spout of the teapot. His friend tried to stop him, but the teapot was already almost empty. The young man tried to find out why he was doing such a thing. It even turned into an open fight jokingly, when the insatiable boy insisted that if the result of the poison is frequent visits to the bathroom, he would turn the whole house into something that smells bad. The old woman tore off her mask, and beneath it was the same young girl the boys had seen when they were going to their room. The girl wondered how they could have guessed that it was she who brought the poison. The boy turned out to be much more clever than it seemed at first glance. On top of that, he was quite handsome, and the girl was angry with him because he intended to mock her and the clan as history. The desire to take revenge and repay such contempt did not give her peace. She must take revenge and repay for the contempt at any cost. In her thoughts, she did not notice how two men approached her and looked at her attentively. The man in the green suit asked what she was doing here. The girl assured him she just came to say hello, but his facial expression showed he knew the little girl's character and behavior very well. He took in his hand a piece of the mask that remained on the girl's hair. After all, he was right in his suspicion about her and reminded her of it. But the girl had no intention of listening to his lectures. She ran down the corridor. The guest laughed and his companion Daiso became worried. He began to guess what might have happened here and what role his pupil could have played in what occurred. Both men entered the room where Chun and his comrade were deciding that they had drunk enough tea and needed to attend to important matters. The boys felt embarrassed to stand before the elders in such a state. The man in the blue suit introduced himself. He was an elder and leader of the Dan clan in Sichuan. He was pleased to meet such an outstanding young man, whose skills were already legendary. The man's name was Dan Man OK. He was glad to meet them. The boys, in turn, also greeted him. The swordmaster, Chun's comrade, bowed low, while the boy barely nodded his head and greeted traditionally. Dan Mak-on asked if his friend was really such an outstanding swordmaster as everyone around said. The friend smiled, for he did not consider himself as such. He did not think he deserved his titles and awards. The elder addressed Chun. He asked to forgive him for the immodest request, but could he help him in resolving an important matter? It was not worth distracting him now, but the urgency could not wait. In a moment the boy was ready, and they walked down the corridor together with the elder. The man walked silently. The young man learned no explanations from him, and for some reason, this made him wary and kept him on alert. The place seemed strange. Steam hung in the air around. It seemed like the perfect spot for such ceremonies. Yet despite all hopes, there was not a single living soul nearby. Chun began to get even more nervous. His greatest surprise awaited when they came face to face with a dead end at first glance. The man did not hurry to open the secret passage that was definitely supposed to be behind the wall. Instead, he said he had some doubts about the young man. The young man asked why he had taken him to this place. Then this could only indicate that the elder had stopped doubting him and fully trusted him. He asked if the devouring demon had really died at the boy's hands. Moreover, the masters said that Chun was ready to work around the clock only to save the kingdom from possible problems and cataclysms. But in reality, it is worth casting aside doubts and starting to act. It was worth healing the leader, or at least trying to buy more time. The task was clearly too difficult for an ordinary student or healer. Only Chun could help in this situation and heal the elder. Chun said that the elder would definitely recover. The young man would surely justify the clan's trust and do everything on the verge of a miracle to help the leader. The man was satisfied with his answer and placed all his hopes on him. The door opened and a whole whirlwind of air burst out from there. The young man stood stunned by the fact that he would have to enter this room, which at first glance looked more like a burial vault. After hesitating a little and gathering his strength, the boy went to the center. He was filled with hopes and intentions to help the old head of the family, to heal him and return him to his rightful place. The voice of the master in his head promised that they would handle everything. The young man hoped for this, as his determination was not as ironclad as at the very beginning. He wondered what he would see behind the screen. There lay a man. He was not old, but illness had done him harm. He was the head of the Dan Qianzi clan. The master's voice in the head hinted that it was worth checking the patient's pulse first. Chun never studied the art of feeling a heartbeat, but he understood perfectly well that a man's heart was beating too hard and very fast, giving the impression that it would soon jump out. The boy informed his masters that it seemed to him as if there were various poisons in a man's blood that made the blood boil and stir. The masters wondered whether a master of such a level could have made such a mistake. The masters carefully watched their student from the hill. They thought and consulted on what to do in this situation. After all, this person's life was very valuable to the kingdom, and a mistake could not be allowed. One of the mentors advised to use chi energy and apply it during needle pricking. Therefore, it is worth concentrating the energy now and directing it to the man's face, then spreading it through the body. Energy swirled around Chun's hand and the sick man's face, but it produced no tangible result. The boy was confused, but the teachers calmed him down, as they had even expected and prepared for something like this. In contrast to such an influence, he gave a chance to identify the main toxin that had been poisoning the clan elder all this time. The old man reported that they were dealing with corruption, a hybrid of poison and curse influence. These components perfectly complemented each other. But it turned out that this was the fruit of black magic, which someone used against the elder. This is a unique technique of poison curse used by true masters. This case was a vivid example of what happens from the fusion of poison and curse. The boy understood this perfectly. He had even once seen something similar, and the memories were not pleasant even after the victory. Chun asked if there is an antidote. The old master assured that even without it the man's body fights the infection in his body, but he should be helped to cope with it and recover completely. The elder's consciousness was unclear, but the desire to fight far outweighed it. The man's willpower was truly colossal. He held out alone against the poison curse for such a long time. For this, it was necessary to prepare a special decoction to neutralize the poison. The master assured that this time it would not be so simple. Decoctions alone would not suffice, and ordinary spells might prove powerless. If the demon cult put a lot of power into the curse, then he could have easily died many days ago. It is worth using the skills of the masters of Mount Mo. After all, only they could have come up with what to do with the man. One of the masters assured that everything was correct. But this mountain stands on the very western border, and it is very far for an ordinary person to travel to it. Delays and time expenses can become very bad for this. In the end, they decided that the boy's magical power and energy would be enough to try to remove the poison and curse, but they would have to act very carefully, because they could make the patient's condition even worse. One of the masters said that there is a more humane solution to this issue. While everyone was guessing what he meant, he explained that it is possible to cut open the patient's skull and thus help him. The current elder entered the room. He asked the boy what he had managed to find out. Chun told about the poison and curse that were used against the elder. The treatment requires a lot of time and effort, and nothing can be guaranteed. The man rejoiced. After all, he began to believe that the boy had inherited all his abilities from Hua Tuo. So the master would soon stand on his feet, despite the demonic nature of the disease. He was very grateful, and bowed to the youth. The elder asked what they would start with. Chun pondered and fell silent. He inquired how much time he had for treatment, to which he received the answer that there was no need to rush. After all, they would not have to resort to trepanation of the skull. Silence prevailed. The youth decided that it was not worth keeping silent about this. He squeezed out that they would indeed have to deal with the patient's skull, and possibly even his brain. The man did not like the idea. The elder hoped until the last that it would not come to this. It was hard to believe that they would be in such a state, but the situation could not be considered hopeless and without options. In fact, everything could be resolved. The master on the mountain began consulting with his comrades. He assured that there was a way out of the situation. His friend did not want to believe that they could have betrayed their student, but the master calmed him and told him something. One of the elders looked again at their student. He emphasized that it was worth considering using his option. He, however, acted only in 6 out of 10 cases, but it was worth trying. They could not risk the elder's life like that. However, the situation demanded decisive actions on their part. And the number 3, when it came to a person's life, was not so small and insignificant in reality. The man emphasized that when Hua Tuo's method required extracting poison from the patient's body, it was worth trying to extract it from the brain of the injured patient. But for this, special preparations were needed. Chun informed the man, who was waiting for the youth to come up with something. The boy promised that there was an option to do without trepanation, but for this, a special elixir was necessary. And therein lay the problem. The man promised that he would find everything necessary, since the boy was on the territory of the Dan clan, and there were specialists in poison and antidotes. So the required elixir would definitely be prepared by the best masters. The boy said that he would need ingredients from the Black Forest, which was under the jurisdiction of the Emerald Pearl. Also, from there he needed to take mushrooms, moss, and bark of some trees, which he would indicate. The current deputy elder promised to do everything possible, but they definitely did not have supplies from the Black Forest at the moment. The road there would take a lot of time, but they would try to get there. But he still decided to choose a harder path than immediately opening the skull of the clan leader. The young man took advantage of the moment and asked for something else, knowing that in this situation he would definitely not be refused. The elder spoke with the clan leader. They decided to try to manage as much as possible without the help of guests regarding the matter of the Black Forest and the journey to it for the ingredients. It is worth using your own volunteers to identify a traitor among their ranks, as nothing can affect the enemy like the idea that their plan may soon fail. Thus, they will conduct a revision within their clan. When the enemy learns that the antidote will soon be found or synthesized, he will inevitably give himself away. The idea was partly the creation of the heavenly dragon. The men talked about this young man. He was very smart and clever for his age. After all, boys his age usually do not ask such questions. Both agreed that it was worth trying to recruit him into their clan. Both considered a wedding a good solution to this issue. It was worth finding a girl his age, a beauty, and a smart one. Both agreed that it was worth trying their mutual acquaintance in this role. Xian was perfect to suit a guy in the role of a bride. For a dragon, only a phoenix would be a match. One that would fly beside him in the skies they would rule exclusively. Meanwhile, the boys traveled. Comrade Chuna promised that next time before such a trip they would definitely rest first, and only then start doing something. Otherwise, they would soon get tired. Chun said, who else would he go on a mission with if not his comrade in arms? After all, only he can come to his aid at the most critical moment, and the great dragon cannot refuse him. By evening they really arrived at the destination. They decided to spend the night in this place, and then in the morning head to the middle of the forest. Now it was necessary to decide what to do with the mysterious traveler. From the very beginning of their journey, they noticed that someone was following them. They could not just leave him like that. After all, he could be the one who poisoned the clan leader and would now try to interfere with them. Although no specialist could do anything as he watched them. Perhaps he was really just pretending to be someone who knew nothing. But losing vigilance was absolutely not allowed. They distracted him with conversations. Using their secret skills, the boys found themselves on both sides of the mysterious stranger. He had nowhere to run or retreat, but he himself was not going to do that. After all, there was nowhere to retreat. Comrade Chuna lunged at the stranger, trying to immobilize him with a strike to a pressure point. But Chuna himself guessed something. He looked at the stranger, and everything fell into place. The young man rushed to the stranger and loudly ordered his comrade not to do it. It seemed that it was too late to change anything, and with a quick move, Chunu managed to toss the stranger's body high up the mountain, thus saving him from a powerful and quite painful blow. The boy as companion did not fully understand what had happened to him. When she held the stranger who was chasing them in her arms, he asked why she was chasing them and why she hadn't joined their group from the very beginning. The girl simply remained silent. She had no choice but to keep quiet. She told that when her plan with the poison failed, she wondered why not try them in another situation. And then everyone around started talking about the upcoming trip of the newcomers to the Black Forest. Comrade Chuna asked his friend if it was the first time the girl was telling everything about herself and her aspirations and motives. He asked his comrade to keep quiet and not distract him from an important matter. The boy guessed that it was the same grandmother who tried to poison them. They were also curious about how she found their trail. She said that she immediately followed them to the place. The girl took off her cloak. She showed everyone that she was the granddaughter of the great elder. Her name was Dan Xian. It was hard to believe that she wanted to deliberately harm her grandfather and put the entire clan at risk. It was possible to try to determine what exactly made the girl follow them. But she behaved in such a way that any suspicions about her intentions had no basis. Chun suggested that since it had come to this, they should start acting together to avoid various kinds of problems and issues. The girl was delighted because she thought it was a proposal to travel together, and that she would not be driven away. The comrade watched his friend closely, who most likely was simply in the spotlight of a girl for the first time. It was pleasant for him to see him in such a state, as if he had finally managed to relax. On the way, the boys told that the elder was actually under the influence of a curse. Not poisoned as many in the clan, said Chun asked the elder's granddaughter, who she thought could have done such a thing. Dan replied that there are actually many suspects. If you start listing them all, the question will be very long. Although if you think about it, the circle of suspects can be greatly narrowed down. The Dan clan was known for rarely giving their girls in marriage to foreign houses and clans, but now sons-in-law usually join their clan and become loyal servants of the latter until the end of their days. Usually they are divided into two categories: those who truly married their beloved person, and those who decided to use the clan's services in their ambitions and plans, and rely on it completely. The young man recalled that they once spoke of an entire era when the sons-in-law of the Dan family were part of the clan, and nothing good came of it, as they were all far from the ideal of clan worship and serving its interests. These boys and men fell into a trap because they abandoned their clans and tribes to become more powerful and influential, but in the end gained nothing in return, so Dana's granddaughter decided to resolve the matter herself. Many wanted to change the power structure in the clan, even if it meant changing their attitude towards the cult of demon worshippers. It was with their help that one could overthrow the clan and gain supremacy in it. Chun somehow expected that the Dan clan would become the foundation in the future war with other clans, but inside it, not everything was fine either, and all because of sons-in-law with an excess of enthusiasm regarding their own goals. While talking, they arrived at the entrance to the Black Forest. The place seemed quite gloomy, and the boys understood why the forest was called black. They did not really want to go in there. The comrades teased each other. The girl could not understand why they called him black. After all, everyone actually called him great. Chun asked to forgive him, as he was studying from old written records, so he calls him exactly that. The girl realized that she had heard about this name about 100 years ago when it was used, of course. When studying everything through the works of Hua Tuo, it all fits together, and it was about a boy, a god. One of the great masters was watching his student closely. He thought that the student probably had nothing to do if he was flirting with the girl all the time, so it was worth giving him a task within his abilities. His comrade approached the master. He asked if he regretted that they had recently gone against his decision to save the elder using trepanation. Everything would have been ready long ago. A company of 2 boys and a girl decided to split up in order to explore everything around. Chun showed mushrooms and moss with bark, which they must definitely acquire during their search in the Black Forest. It was necessary to be careful during the search, as many spoke of strange creatures that had lived in this forest many years before humans arrived here. But still, it was worth finding the ingredients as quickly as possible. The masters helped the boys in searching for the necessary components. Overall, this was going very well, but sometimes it happened that the old familiar places changed so much that they could not orient themselves there. Where the trees had grown into a single wall and the teachers ordered to bypass the obstacle, Chun used his power and simply cut a way through. The mana around his hand shone with a bright blue glow, and the boy slipped through. He easily overcame all obstacles and asked the teacher how he liked such a maneuver. The teacher advised practicing more, and then skill and mastery would truly come to him. The master advised the boy to look under his feet. There he would see the remains of a tree. They were left by the girl who was also going straight through. There was something similar and common in these two. The girl was supposed to be his partner. The elders and masters ordered the boy to follow her and collect what the girl missed. They joked among themselves that the apprentice had to go deeper into the forest and chase the poor girl. Suddenly Chun stopped. He felt that someone unknown was approaching him. A strange premonition of danger overwhelmed him again. It was clearly not a beast, as no sound was heard. Soon, mercenaries appeared among the trees. They were dressed in black suits, which allowed them to stay camouflaged in the forest, as they were hard to distinguish against the background of black trees and the complete darkness in the forest. The hired killers suddenly began fighting among themselves. The one behind threw a shuriken at his companion, knocking him off course as he was aiming at the boy. The boy thought about what was happening. A person in a dark suit fell into his hands. He was confused, as he did not know what to do with him. He could not say for sure who among them was his enemy, and wanted to prevent him from completing the mission. When he managed to pull the hood off the victim's face, it revealed the face of a young, beautiful girl. He wondered who she could be and why she was chasing him, but there was no time. Another killer attacked Chuna. The boy no longer doubted who was really hunting him and trying to catch him. The confrontation was going to be difficult because the girl who was hindering him was in the boy's hands. Chun could only defend himself using his leg, and at the moment he was doing very well. The opponent did not dare to approach the boy and kept his distance. It was also wise not to dismiss the idea of his accomplices. While the hired killer kept his distance, Chun tried to bring the girl who had fallen into his arms to consciousness. He held her in front of him and shook her body, for their lives together depended on it, so it was no time to rest. The best solution in this situation, the boy considered retreat and escape from the enemy. He put the girl on his shoulders and was going to run away from the attacker, who understood the victim's plan and was getting closer and closer. Everything turned out not to be for nothing. The girl opened one eye and looked around at what was happening. She understood that Chun was carrying her, and now it would be difficult for him to engage in a duel with the opponent on equal terms. The stranger activated something using her mana. The young man did not immediately understand what was happening. He was clearly burning with mana energy. Energy swirled around him, and he felt a surge of energy and vigor. Chun and his pursuer struck simultaneously. The boy felt his legs buckling and gradually losing strength, but at the same time he could now resist the enemy. A real explosion occurred between their hands. The force of the explosion scattered them in different directions. The opponents did not expect this, and clearly did not even manage to regroup. It was quite painful and unpleasant for them to feel that each of their plans would fail. Chun was sitting with the wounded girl on his back. He carefully examined the hand and tried to understand what had happened. After all, it seemed to him that the very divine power had burst out of him and was giving support. Teacher Xianfong was furious. He felt he might lose control. He was embarrassed by what was happening. The plans of the heavenly demon at the moment seemed known and now clear to him. The young man still could not get rid of his pursuer. He was already approaching. The girl on his back was definitely not going to regain consciousness anytime soon. She barely tried to say something to him in a whisper. She said that before them was a demonic guard of a demonic cult. No explanations for the attack should be expected from him. His main goal now is to get rid of both of them as quickly as possible. The stranger finally said that this opponent should be feared. After all, they were all of quite high rank and the highest level of training. From early childhood their tongues were cut out and they were taught martial arts. Thus, the highest officials of the state could order them to carry out the bloodiest orders and directives, and did not worry that compromising data would be collected on them. Such an opponent was very dangerous. After a series of attacks and escapes, Chun understood that negotiations were not to be hoped for. So it was necessary to prepare for confrontation. Although with the girl on his shoulders, besides escape, he could not yet think of anything else. The enemy did not retreat a step. He was confident in his advantage, and believed that the opponent with a girl hanging on his back was incapable of anything special in terms of a duel. But the opposite happened, and pride was punished. Chun lured his enemy and deceived him by cunning, destroying all his plans. With a powerful blow from above, he struck the mercenary in the head, smashing him into the ground. The idea crept into his heart that the fight was over. Finally, there was a moment to rest. The boy decided to find out what was the reason for the girl being pursued by demonic assassins. Clearly, she did not want to tell, but there was no choice. She was already ready to tell when she looked behind Chun's back. There was some strange sound. The boy did not want to think that it was the same mercenary assassin. His regeneration was surprising. He turned and rushed to attack the opponent. The young man's intentions were quite serious, as he finally wanted to put an end to the enemy's pursuit of him. Otherwise, the elder would not recover. To help himself, Chun wanted to call down thunderous wrath with this very technique. He wanted to resolve the issue once and for all. The enemy did not expect such from the pursued victim, but Chun's attack was parried. The mercenary assassin seemed to have bound the boy's hand with dark mana and did not let it go. No matter how hard the boy tried, he really could not succeed. The enemy held firmly and did not release. Chun decided to turn his defeat into a victory. He pulled the opponent closer and suddenly attacked him. But the latter was clearly ready for such a turn of events and counterattacked him. A powerful blow struck the young man's chest and threw him very far away. He was clearly unprepared for such a turn of events, facing such an enemy for the first time in his life. His strength began to leave him. But it is worth fighting until the very end. Behind him stood a girl. She was ready to help him, although Chun himself was about to drive her away so she would not get hurt. Her hands tightly wrapped around his chest, and a bright light flared there. The girl promised that now he would begin to feel something unusual for himself. The divine power of fire filled him again. Soon flames were already raging around him. The girl still held on to him the same way. Now he no longer opposed her presence. After all, he felt a considerable surge of strength from her presence. She had asked him to hold her tighter. The enemy also activated an unusual combat technique. He attacked using an ice river. Hostile energy gathered around the boy. It seemed that against such an enemy, he definitely had no chance left. But by the power of will, and with the help of the mysterious girl, Chun felt such a surge of strength and energy that he simply could not hold back. With one blow, he made a breach in the enemy's defense. He carefully studied the opponent. The decisive moment of the duel has come right now. The opponents rushed towards each other, their gazes met and their fists flew towards each other. But the mercenary, to his misfortune, missed. The decisive blow, surprisingly, was delivered by a stranger. Her fist blazed with fire, and she simply could not resist striking directly at the heart of her opponent and probable killer. He clearly did not expect this. Chun finally finished him off. He brought his strike down on the enemy, thus ending the matter once and for all. The thunderous blow turned out surprisingly powerful. He had never felt like this before with a girl on his back. Their joint efforts united not only bodies, but also mana. Fire and lightning became a harmonious combination of each other. They rapidly approached the enemy and wanted to finish him off once and for all. Something flared up high in the sky that at first glance could have seemed like a new star. In reality, it was a mighty strike that hit the attacker like a lightning arrow and scattered him like ash in the sky. Finally, the battle was ended with a decisive victory. The young man sat on the ground. He wanted to rest after everything that had happened to him. The girl was nearby and asked how he was feeling, but he did not want to talk right now. Only later did he emphasize that he was very lucky because the combination of these techniques worked very well. The impact from the strikes was incredibly painful, but they defeated an enemy far superior to them. But he could not shake the impression that he was well acquainted with the secret technique of lightning and fire. It not only repels her, but seems to subjugate her and force her to obey his will. The boy remembered the first time he used the technique of the heavenly demon. Now he wanted to learn more details from his mentor, but he was not answering. This made him feel awkward. The masters carefully watched Chun and said that his main mentor was not nearby now. He disappeared somewhere when an unfamiliar girl appeared before him. It seemed like quite a peculiarity. Chun thought about the stranger. Who was she, if even his famous master left him alone when she came? And he felt incredible energy for the first time now. So Chun asked who she was. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Yi Hua, and it was a great honor for her to meet such an outstanding warrior. Chunu felt embarrassed by her praise, but there was no time to listen to compliments either. Suddenly she placed his hand on her head and promised that she would remain a faithful servant of the heavenly demon. She swears eternal service to him and will be a loyal assistant. The boy could not believe what was happening. He asked if from now on he would be a celestial demon. The girl responded approvingly and said that with her he would reach unprecedented heights in his development. For this matter, Chuna and his new girlfriend were caught by a comrade. He watched attentively the scene that unfolded before his eyes. But even more, he was surprised by the conversation about the heavenly demon. The young man held a bunch of mushrooms, moss, and bark in his hands. He completed the task. Behind him stood their old new friend from the Lan clan. She also could not figure out what was happening and who this stranger kneeling before Chun was. Friends demanded an explanation about who this stranger was. Chun could not tell them who she really was. He hesitated and hoped the master would give him a proper instruction so that he would know how to explain. The old man ordered to take her with him. He did not want to explain more, as he already had a headache. The boy began to suspect that the mentor had once again planned something without his knowledge. Affairs in the celestial spheres are actually very complicated. The mentor spoke with a mysterious man. He said that he might have even deliberately arranged the meeting of Chun Yun with the elder. But it could have been otherwise, since the great forest is very vast, and meeting there is difficult. The old teacher inquired whether he really wanted to place the young man on the throne. To which the stranger assured that his role in the boy's life was indeed insignificant and almost unnoticed by an outside observer. Although his greatest achievement was actually the work of the stranger himself. The mentor agreed with him. He fully shared this opinion. For there was a grain of truth in the stranger's words, although he did not want to admit it. The elder was assured that the stranger had already achieved everything he sought. So now was the time to engage in a joint endeavor. It seemed that everything coincided very successfully and timely. The man told that before the journey to the forest, a great celestial demon pointed to the great forest. He also told that someone among the great mentors had revealed the boy's future plan to go to the forest. The mentor understood that it was about Ban Shui. He could not suspect it in any way. But the picture formed in his mind. Dan Jianqi was trying through the celestial demon to become a great immortal healer. The elder recalled that the great clan were renowned healers. And now the leader was in a severe condition, but his consciousness was active. and soon he would be able to become an immortal healer of the highest category. Dan carefully examined the stranger. The girl asked her if they might have met before, for the appearance of the latter seemed somehow familiar. The behavior of Chun and his companions seemed pretentious to her. The boy assured that if it were not for this girl, he probably would not be able to speak with them now. He even felt that beside her he managed to meditate and relax, and the magical fire inside was growing. The story of this girl seemed to him quite simple, and at the same time classic. Her family was slaughtered by demons after they attacked the clan. She escaped into the great forest. It turned out that Chun saved her from a cult servant. Chun saw how the girl began to cry. She did not want to separate from him. It seemed that it was painful for her to do so, but the girl was either very smart or very cunning. Chun's companion warned that if they intended to take the girl, then all responsibility for her would be entirely on him. He had no objections, since the great teacher also ordered to take her under his wing. Chun said that he would also take her to his home. So it is worth thinking about how the friend's companion will get along with the living girl in the same room. This was supposed to become a cause for a scandal in the future. The elders in the sky began to get angry. They were waiting for the disciple to finally go to treat and help the sick old man. After all, he himself pushed his friend to the great forest and hoped that everything would succeed. In the city, a drunkard and a young man sat at the same table and drank. The man asked the boy if he was the one whom the demon twins recently tried to poison. The boy asked how the interlocutor knew that. He assured that his clan is considered the first in the matter of reconnaissance. And it is also worth knowing about the great doctor who recently came to their city. He was the one who had the opportunity to develop an antidote for the sick man. The boy was glad that his interlocutor was very talkative. Thanks to this, he would be able to spread rumors that the great doctor and healer is also a great heavenly dragon who deserved to be punished. On the city streets, rumors spread very quickly about who the great doctor and healer was, whom the current clan leader gladly accepted. But the interlocutor asked, "Isn't it about the great heavenly dragon?" The young man could not believe that despite his efforts, Chun Yon remained so popular and so needed by everyone. Against his background, many were considered worthless and unworthy of attention and respect from others. An unfamiliar man approached the boy. He asked if the young man also felt annoyance and was unpleasant to himself. The boy asked who was speaking to him and why he should be frank with him. He assured that he wanted to meet with Chinchin. The young man was surprised because he did not even suspect that someone wanted to talk to him about business. Meanwhile, the man asked why they could not talk about something important, since the school of the righteous path is very ancient. The man played on the young man's feelings. He insisted that the heavenly dragon achieved everything only because luck followed him. He himself was worth nothing and was just an ordinary master. The young man had felt these same thoughts for a very long time. But he had no comrades in this. After all, everyone around simply idolized Chun. After all, he was pleasant to everyone and became famous for his skill as a healer and heavenly dragon. The boy asked his interlocutor if he could finally introduce himself. After all, it was pleasant to deal with him, and it would be even more pleasant to know with whom he had the honor to communicate and talk. The man introduced himself. His name was Dan Yonjin, and he was the righteous path of his entire clan. But no one valued this or considered it necessary to place his merits alongside those of others, thus offending him. The man placed his hand on the shoulder of his new companion and assured him that they would become friends. After all, their common interests were very deep and very respectable, and such two brilliant people could not live apart. Dan Yon suggested going somewhere else to talk about life. After all, their views on this were supposed to coincide in many ways. These two people were truly brilliant and had much in common. The manager learned late in the evening about the arrival of the heavenly dragon. This news upset him, and he ordered all the clan's subjects to be gathered. Soon, they all stood near the supreme palace and temple. Everyone around was only talking about the return of the great heavenly dragon. Some had not seen him for several days. Others were surprised by his company. Besides his companion, there was the elder's granddaughter and an unfamiliar girl. Meanwhile, Chun reported to the manager that he had found everything necessary for the elixir. Soon, the best masters of the clan were to take up the task. The man promised that he would soon give the appropriate order. His attention was drawn to the young, unfamiliar girl who arrived with the heavenly dragon. The boy promised to explain everything in detail later. For now, he had to start preparing for the treatment. The man agreed, as the priority now was the elder's life. But the girl, the elder's granddaughter, had to go with him. The man promised that he would resolve all issues with her finally. Meanwhile, Chun was examining all those present. It seemed that not everyone liked the news that he currently had everything necessary to treat the great elder. Some began whispering behind his back. The companion of the heavenly dragon received clear instructions to stay alert. After all, some were completely displeased that the newcomers would treat the elder. They did not want to share clan secrets at all. The elder's granddaughter nevertheless promised her own support to the boys, and would ensure their full loyalty and assistance. Military cunning was now in place, and she would adhere to the doctrine of victory over the enemy. A man separated from the group. He was clearly upset. He did not like the idea that the medicine for the elder would soon be ready. The heavenly dragon was not supposed to find the necessary ingredients instead. He was supposed to get into trouble. This also indicated that the manager was prepared for the fact that there were traitors and rats among his ranks. It was impossible to allow the conspiracy to be revealed. After all, then the heads of many people would roll. Already in the evening he was sitting with his interlocutor and talking about the fact that hard times were coming. It was worth focusing entirely on this issue, because when the world plunges into chaos, then their time will come to act and take their place. The man with the beard said that their ambitions had not advanced much since the time when they specifically joined the clan after the wedding for this purpose. On the contrary, since then, they have been living under the pressure and control of the elder and the manager. The men turned out to be brothers. They conceived a plan to jointly overthrow the power of the current clan leader and become more influential. It is through their efforts that the current order will be changed. Now the idea of poisoning the old man did not seem so good. The only option to avoid retribution was to flee. As soon as the uprising rises, he will definitely escape and hide somewhere until everything calms down. For the man, the main thing now was to preserve his own life, since family was not a value for him. He entered into marriage under pressure of circumstances, and never loved either his wife or, even more so, the children, whom he also did not want. His brother interrupted his thoughts. At first glance it seemed that he had been exposed, and now the time for retribution would come. But the brother only emphasized that they now had to kill the elder and start overthrowing the regime. The man also emphasized that from now on, his brother would be the main one, and all paths to solving this difficult issue now converge on him. He really did not want to get involved in this, but it was too late to turn back. The manager was now receiving guest travelers. He was talking with Chun and his company about whether they really thought that a traitor had slipped among them. After all, no one was behaving strangely. The man emphasized that it would be unpleasant for him personally if he found a traitor inside the clan. However, it was still too early to make hasty conclusions. The young man suggested using another method to identify the scoundrels. The boy suggested dividing the stock of ingredients in half. Part would be given to partially cover the need and attract the attention of possible criminals, and the other part they would prepare themselves. The scoundrels would definitely not miss such a chance. The man thought for a long time, but finally decided that this would really be the right option. It was hard for him to believe that a rat, a scoundrel, and a traitor of the common cause had appeared inside their clan. The manager specifically announced in the presence of all the clan's main figures that he trusts the novices to prepare the medicine, intending to draw the scoundrel's attention and provoke him into acting rashly. When they finally came to the room where the elder was supposed to be, the man asked if the girl, Chuna's companion, really knew so much about the herbs gathered in the Black Forest at first glance. He doubted it. He opened the door to the room with the patient, and urged the two to hurry so as not to miss the chance to help the old man who was suffering from a prolonged illness, not only in spirit, but also in body. Preparations for treatment soon began. The manager also helped. He was famous for his skill in preparing medicines. Despite all the praise from Chun, the girl stood aside and took little part. When the medicine was ready, the boy decided to try it on the old man. He was still lying motionless and barely reacted to what was happening around him. From that moment, Chun needed constant concentration of will. The old master emphasized that the elder's body fights the poison by virtue of having independently developed the circulation of blood and energy, and now it is worth trying to direct it into a new flow that will expel it. The masters emphasized that he should carefully listen to their advice and cautiously insert the needles in the right places. He had to concentrate. He had enough strength for this, and he had to cope with it all. The young man stood over the old man's body and slowly performed the necessary manipulations. He was using the forbidden Hua technique. Even the masters were surprised that he was performing this very difficult and poorly suited technique. Eventually, only 12 needles remained, and the fight was supposed to be impressive. Chun carefully executed every move. He concentrated as much as possible on what he was doing, fearing unnecessary movements and even sounds. An explosion of enormous force distracted him from the task. He did not expect something like this to happen. He could not afford to be distracted, as the Elder's life now depended entirely on him. He must not lose vigilance. He rightly believed that this should be handled by the manager, who most likely had not carefully inspected the crowd of servants before someone deceived him and forced him to be distracted from what was happening in the clan. The man himself understood what was happening. He completely relied on the young man. He had to cope with the fact that all the clan's hopes were placed on him, and the unfamiliar girl would help repel the enemy's attack. A stranger just came out of the smoke, who was hard to make out, who had become the traitor. His astonishment knew no bounds when he finally saw the scoundrel. The battle began. The manager attacked the traitors who tried to assault the elder by sneaking into the room where the sick man lay. He repelled the attack and counterattacked. The man was a skilled warrior. In the end, he was exhausted. His enemies were far more numerous, and it was quite difficult to face them all alone. But even more oppressive to him was the thought that there were so many traitors and deserters within the clan ranks. Some of the rebels still doubted whether it was worth joining the ranks of the dissatisfied. Most of them were sons-in-law who had come to the clan only for their wives. One of the leaders of the rebellion ordered to gather forces and attack the manager, after which the path to the elder would be open. But they saw contempt in the enemy's eyes. The man was not afraid to stand alone against the crowd. The only thing distracting him now was the girl. She stood motionless beside him, as if everything happening around her did not interest her at all. For some reason, this made him quite scared. On top of that, her eyes unsettled him. Suddenly, she activated a technique unknown to him until then. It became very dark around. The hems of her kimono looked like the wings of a night demon, and her hands shone with fiery light. It was quite frightening to look at the girl. Most of the opponents immediately disappeared when a firestorm caused by the mana of the unfamiliar girl raged in the room. Even the manager himself did not expect such from her. The rebel could not move. The girl was completely and entirely focused on the enemy. The man suspected that fire magic played an important role in this matter. After all, the fire dispelled all bad intentions. The enemy also guessed that he was not facing an ordinary girl. Her level of mastery of fire magic was very high. The girl was definitely a priestess of her cult. She very quickly destroyed the Black Serpent's magic without leaving a trace. The man was about to surrender, but he still wanted to find out who she really was. He was about to ask if she was a priestess of the celestial fire or a servant of the demonic cult. The girl got ahead of him. She activated the fire seal, which she used to cover his mouth. It was not allowed for the manager to find out who was currently under his roof. Besides, Chun himself was also at risk. The rebel grabbed his mouth and screamed in pain. Whoever had their mouth on fire could not hold on and fell to the ground. He had no chance to resist such an opponent at all. But there remained one last chance for salvation. He used a secret potion to awaken the power inside himself. Green mana swirled around him, and he felt an unusual surge of strength. Rage overflowed and became his essence. He stood before the girl and asked how she had gotten here from her temple. After all, he was beginning to understand perfectly who she really was. The girl wondered if she could cope with such an opponent. The rebel was going to use the treacherous technique of poisonous fog, but magical fire dispersed him to the last. The man was confused. He did not expect such a turn of events and was completely bewildered. Fire raged around the girl. The only way out of the situation the man considered was to grab the girl by the hand and stop her magical movements and hold back the magic of fire. And only then to use poisonous magic. His plan partially succeeded. Soon he was holding the girl by the neck and trying to strangle her so that she would lose consciousness. The controller saw all this, and he could do nothing about it. After all, he did not possess magic. Despite the fact that everyone around witnessed this, and no one dared to protect the girl, the man launched an attack. He understood that it could get even worse. But he could not allow the defenseless girl to be mocked. The elder rushed into the fray. He understood that this was partially very dangerous for him. But he could not allow an innocent girl to be killed before his eyes while he did nothing to save her from scoundrels. The poor girl had already begun to suffocate in the opponent's hands, and he squeezed his hand on her neck even tighter. Suddenly he felt the air nearby stir as if someone light as the wind ran past. Suddenly Chun materialized in the air before him. He attacked the man who was holding his young friend by the neck with one hand. The boy could not allow the scoundrel to harm his acquaintance. With a strong kick, Chun struck the opponent in the head, causing him to fly headlong far into the room, spraying blood from his nose. Everyone watched him attentively, and Chun stood before the girl, demonstrating his readiness to protect her to the end. The opponent looked carefully at the new rival. The man partly became scared because he did not fully know how to counter such an enemy. The elder asked Chun if everything was all right with the head of the family. The boy assured that everything was fine, as he had managed to complete the procedure on time. So now it was worth switching to the defense of the clan leader. Meanwhile, the young man activated mana and promised that he would handle the attackers and rebels on his own. The man believed him, as the boy's appearance left no doubt. He had a determined look. Older brother O stood next to his people. Some of them asked if the man still intended to just stand there and do nothing. He assured them that he was ready to avenge his brother. He gave the order to his subordinates to attack the boy. They were to kill the sky dragon and deal with the girl who had caused trouble for his brother. Chun looked carefully at the opponents who were quickly approaching him. He activated mana and prepared to take the hit himself. However, fighting against the superior forces of the enemy was not part of his plan. With one move, he dodged the enemy's strike, and the opponent simply flew past him, failing to reach the young man. Another opponent threw several shurikens at him, which flew towards Chun. But this attack also failed. The boy skillfully dodged all the shurikens thrown at him. None reached their target. However, Chun himself landed a powerful strike with his knee directly into the attacker's stomach and chest, forcing him to drop his weapons. Older brother O watched his opponent carefully, who was slowly approaching him, promising nothing good for him personally. The brother tried to attack the young man, but he failed. Instead, he received a powerful punch and realized that this opponent was not simple either. His strength began to leave him. But the main thing was that even his hopes were fading. The boy's movements were very fast. The opponent clearly understood that he would not be able to withstand his onslaught and speed. All that remained was to wait for the next strike and gather strength. The man tried to understand what strange energy was swirling around the boy and why he was so calm. He even withstood his poisonous fog and managed to scatter it to the sides. The boy's strength reminded him somewhat of a demonic sect against which he had once had to fight. Such an enemy was dangerous to try to defeat. Meanwhile, Comrade Chuna fought other rebels with the help of a sword. He proved that he deserved the title of Swordmaster. After all, his opponents could not even keep up with his movements. Together with the manager and the elder's daughter, the three of them held the defense against the enemy, who pressed from all sides, for a long time. Yet they managed to withstand and overcome the enemies. The boy asked when the clan guard would arrive, to which he received the answer that the guards had been ordered to evacuate the elderly and women first, and only then return to assist the clan warriors. The stocky rebel addressed his comrades and ordered them to attack the enemy altogether to suppress his resistance, and finally put an end to it. The man was confident of his future success, but it happened quite differently. They themselves were attacked by a powerful whirlwind of throwing knives. None of them even expected mercy or anything like that, as everyone understood that retribution awaited them. On the worn-out parade ground, a man in a blue kimono landed. He was the one who saved the trio of defenders by coming to their aid just in time. He asked for forgiveness, as he was delayed on business, destroying the rebels. The man addressed the rebels who were still alive and not attacking, asking what exactly made them go against the clan and why they made such a poor choice. They explained that he did not know the whole truth. They talked about the fact that, being just sons-in-law, they suffered various oppressions and humiliations from other clan members who considered themselves more worthy. One of them hinted that enough talking was enough. After all, for them, there was simply no other way. The entire crowd of traitors rushed into battle in their final attack. The defender repelled all attacks. A whole hurricane of knives and shurikens was flying at him, but around him, it was as if a whirlwind formed, deflecting all attacks and all objects aimed at him. Meanwhile, Chun found out where the emanations of the demon's energy and his sectarians among the rebels came from. Since there was nothing around infected with corruption, the conclusion suggested itself. Meanwhile, the young man thought about all the encounters with those infected by demonic emanations of sect and clan servants. It turned out that all orthodox sects were full of followers of the demonic cult. Meanwhile, the brothers themselves were deciding an important question among themselves. The elder brother O inquired whether his brother really worshipped demons and where his combat skills came from, since it was not the martial art of the Dan family. The man only became angrier at his brother O because he could have avoided asking unnecessary questions and simply taken his side. By doing so, they could have gotten rid of the clan leader and become its rulers. The son attacked the scoundrel who used poisonous spells. However, his brother stood up to defend him. He shielded him with his body. He tried to protect him with all his might. The youth's fist crashed into Bharat O, throwing him off his path. He realized he was finished. After all, there was little chance of escape from such technique. When the older brother saw what happened to brother O, he became very angry. He developed a desire to attack to avenge him. Chun did not give in to him. The young man avoided direct confrontation in every possible way. The man tried to reach him to deliver one devastating blow, but he failed. The opponents fought each other with their last strength. Both understood that only one would come out alive from this battle. Therefore, they exerted themselves to the maximum. The young man aimed a bullet of fire at the enemy. He put out his hand because he could not dodge the projectile. The man believed that in such a case it was better to get hit by the bullet with his hand than to risk his whole body and die. In despair, he took small explosive balls in his hands and decided to escape after blowing up the house and causing trouble as a final act to his former oppressors. Soon, an explosion sounded, and the man fled from the house where Chun and everyone nearby were coming to their senses. The adept of the demonic doctrine hoped that he would manage to save his life. The young man did not intend to leave the enemy. He was preparing to pursue him, and was gathering mana reserves so as not to fall behind the fugitive, as the latter had significantly outpaced him. Soon the young man was catching up with the rebel, who realized that he could not avoid the final duel. No matter what plans Chun pursued, the traitor himself knew that he had to prepare for a deadly duel. In his hands he clenched a piece of something resembling a bamboo bottle. It was actually a very formidable and serious weapon. You just had to throw it far away and say the activation words. When the bottle exploded, a whole swarm of needles and sharp shells formed around it. The young man had no choice but to activate the special protection technique. Soon he was before his enemy and told him that there was no attack or assault technique he could not repel. He did not want to kill the rebel he intended to spare him.
Dan Xianzi unleashed a devastating emerald aura. The dark spike pierced through the enemy's forehead, scattering splashes of blood. The mangled body fell into the abyss, leaving a bloody trail. The youth in blue swiftly dived from the sky for the final strike. The heavy landing raised a thick cloud of dust around the survivors. Behind the boy, the green lightning of the old master flashed. The elder dryly inquired about the fighter's condition, receiving a brief thanks. A sharp noise made the youth instantly turn into a combat stance. The master's emerald whirlwind swept past, sweeping away everything in its path. Dan Xianzi landed in the very center of the enemy encirclement. A bloody massacre began to the accompaniment of steel and screams. The blue warriors skillfully cut through the enemy ranks, clearing the courtyard. The surviving enemies watched in panic the collapse of their squad. The elder formed a magical seal, cursing the traitors. From the terrible pressure of his aura, the enemies began to drop their weapons. The master soared into the sky, unleashing a rain of energy meteors. The scorching beams left the enemies no chance of salvation. The woman, with tears of joy, recognized her grandfather in the formidable warrior. The young man silently watched the massacre from the height of the tiled roof. Cold sweat appeared on his face from realizing the power of the head of the clan. Meanwhile, the old healers in the rear were wildly celebrating the success. The elders demanded wine, rejoicing in the triumph of their medical school. The stern mentor rudely interrupted the festivities, reminding them of the cost of a mistake. The boy watched with irony the comical quarrel of his teachers. His thoughts again returned to the greatness of Dan Xianzi. The intervention of such a monster promised stability to the entire region. The enraged master swore to erase the traitor's name from the face of the earth. Amid the agonizing cries of the enemies, the young man felt the approach of a great storm. The elder reminded him of a certain mad master from Shaolin. A gloomy figure in a black cloak cut through the rainy street of the city. The stranger walked alone across the bridge through the wall of water. A drunk man with a bottle in his hand stumbled towards him. The accidental collision provoked the insolent drunkard to shout. The killer silently adjusted his hat, revealing a scar on his chin. The drunkard grabbed the cloak, trying to stop the traveler. The extortionist began brazenly demanding money for an invented injury. The cold voice of the stranger foretold death, recalling the broken neck. The victim froze, never understanding the seriousness of the moment. A horizontal swing of the sword instantly split the drunkard's body in half. The killer walked indifferently along the fence, ignoring the mutilated body behind. His dark aura grew thicker as he approached the massive gate. The stranger stopped before the estate, where two guards blocked his path. From beneath the straw hat flashed a cold, murder-filled gaze. The guards in the illuminated quarter did not even suspect that death was already near. The master of the house in green robes anxiously flipped through reports of recent events. The old man sighed heavily, realizing the scale of the rebellion throughout the province. Among the pile of scrolls, his attention was drawn to a strange sealed envelope. He bitterly recalled his debt to Grandfather Chunun. Opening the letter, the man immediately came across a mysterious mention of the crane. The cipher about the bird that moved from its place made his heart beat faster. Comparing the facts, he realized the organization Crane was not virtuous at all. In his imagination appeared the image of a predator cold-bloodedly watching the world. One precise strike of the beak, and the victim found itself in a deadly trap. The ruthless creature completely consumed the prey, leaving no chances. Cold sweat appeared on the old man's forehead from the realization of the power hidden in the shadows. A sudden voice from the darkness interrupted his thoughts, making him shudder with horror. The master recalled a friend's warning about the inevitable danger. The killer in the cloak was already standing in the room, brazenly hinting at his involvement in the chaos. Fresh blood on the guest's blade confirmed the old man's worst fears. The executioner casually reported the death of all soldiers to simulate a sect attack. Clutching the scroll, the man resignedly prepared for the final fall into the abyss. The sinister smile of the killer confirmed he was enjoying the victim's helplessness. The old man asked in a trembling voice about the true purpose of this bloody terror. The killer's sword pointed straight at the victim's heart, declaring the order to sever Muram's connection with power. With a wild cry, the executioner rushed forward to complete his bloody mission. The old man tightly closed his eyes, accepting the inevitable death. A commanding shout suddenly broke the silence a moment before the strike. The space filled with shining yin-yang symbols of the secret technique of the Cloud School. A dazzling flash of energy instantly dispersed the killer's deadly attack. The shocked executioner retreated, trying to see who dared to interfere with him. The mysterious savior briefly replied that his name did not matter now. Through the smoke emerged the silhouette of a majestic master in white who shielded the old man. Before the killer stood the legendary Taoist Pseudo, one of the 10 great swords of the Celestial Empire. Two guards froze by the gate, forever calmed by the killer's blade. A dazzling flash tore through the mansion's roof, covering the hall with debris and dust. The blast wave threw the old official back, causing him to groan in pain. The swords of Zudo and the mercenary clashed in a fierce clinch under the enemy's daring smile. The enraged Taoist promised to force answers with strength, not lowering his shining blade. The killer coldly cut off, saying the elder overestimates his abilities. A powerful thrust separated the swords, sparking and splashing raindrops. An acrobatic kata lunge met a wide blue stroke of the steel blade. Zudo put all his fury into a swift lunge, aiming straight at the enemy's hat. The master demanded the truth, trying to break through the opponent's deft defense. The mercenary easily rolled back, blocking heavy blows with a broad sword. The figure of the killer blurred. His speed seemed supernatural. The attacker delivered a vertical strike from the air, leaving a bloody trail in the atmosphere. A white flash of energy concealed the frantic maneuvering of the fighters. The technique of the heavenly walk shook the ground beneath the master's feet. Zudo timely intercepted the killer, shielding the official with his own body. The enemy mockingly squinted, enjoying the tension of the duel. A barrage of Taoist attacks forced the mercenary to retreat under the protection of energy arcs. The old master froze, watching the epic clash of auras. From excitement and horror, the official could barely breathe, unable to keep up with the master's movements. The blades met in the center, causing a dazzling explosion that tore through the darkness. The mercenary gracefully landed in a puddle, maintaining a combat stance. The killer's calm exhale emphasized his complete control over the fight. A sudden proposal to cease fighting aroused only suspicion among the defenders. Cat sheathed his sword, explaining that in this stalemate there would be no bloodshed. Shuido asked with a heavy gaze whether the legendary crane stood before him. The figure shrouded in mist only smiled mysteriously in response. The killer hinted that the appearance of the true crane would give the world hope. The enemy's silhouette instantly dissolved into the haze, leaving the Taoist with nothing. The master realized stopping such an organization would be almost impossible. The rescued official recalled Mu, who had foreseen this assassination attempt. The old man apologized for his weakness, but the Taoist gently stopped his vigilante justice. Zhudo assured his friend that his contribution to the cause was invaluable. The master scolded himself for his recklessness, understanding that Chunong was in great danger. The frightened host clarified whether it was really about the young Chunong. Leaving the official alone was suicide, so the Taoist decided to take him. Zhudo rudely rejected the request for a meeting. There was no time left for things. With one movement, the master caught the old man, tossing him into the air. Amid the cries of the stunned companion, the Taoist swiftly headed towards the goal. Zhudo raced through the downpour with giant leaps, while the official on his back screamed in terror. The old man's face twisted from the speed, and the master confidently flew over the wet roofs. The action shifted to a luxurious mansion that stood majestically under the clear blue sky. The gray-haired head of the Dan clan enjoyed his lunch, ignoring the seriousness of the moment. The young man in blue silently watched his master's appetizing meal. Swallowing the last piece, the old man warmly invited the guest not to fear him. The master noted that he liked the young man, so he did not intend to harm him. The boy laughed and admitted that he had previously thought the clan head was a much worse person. Putting down the sticks, the elderly warrior suddenly became serious and spoke about a reward. He offered the guest any weapon or treasures from the great Dan family storerooms. Despite the spectacle of gold and swords, the young warrior remained indifferent to wealth. The old man hinted at the beauties of the clan, but the boy sharply interrupted these conversations. The youth made a single demand. The Dan clan had to personally restore order in Sichuan. The audacious statement made the clan leader freeze in surprise. The old man's face instantly paled, and a deadly boredom sounded in his words. The room filled with a heavy green aura, and the host reminded of the responsibility for words. The tension rose to the limit, but the boy firmly confirmed his intentions. The old man continued to press with authority, testing the young guest's will. He sternly warned the youth against empty talk, casting an icy glance at him. A powerful burst of energy lifted the table into the air, blinding everything around with green light. Under the colossal pressure of the aura, the boy barely restrained a groan, acknowledging the monster's power. The clan leader enjoyed his authority while the youth sought a way to survive in this chaos. Clenching his teeth, the boy activated the divine art of earth essence for protection. Every second was worth its weight in gold as he feverishly searched for a way out of the trap. Suddenly, he felt a surge of foreign white energy that began to nourish his own powers. Deciding to take a risk, the youth focused on the new sensation inside himself. A powerful wave in response scattered the remains of the dishes and threw the old man backward. Master Dan looked at the boy with considerable interest through the smoke and glow. The youth mastered the art of gentle suppression of hardness, following the enemy's movements. His calm became absolute, allowing him to conquer brute force with finesse. This was the true essence of the Udan teaching, unattainable for most ordinary mortals. The elemental power in his hands was ready to smash any obstacles and seals. He reached the highest point of the formless spirit, where the entire power of the universe was concentrated. Despite the idealism of his path, the boy felt complete tranquility and confidence. The enraged old man rushed into attack, promising to tear the head off the audacious youth. The boy instantly reacted to the strike, preparing his most perfect technique. A sphere of blue energy flared in his hands with a shout about the art of 3 elements. The explosion of rainbow power threw Master Dan back, scattering furniture fragments around. Landing, the old man only smiled in amazement, acknowledging the opponent's talent. The night landscape was illuminated by a magical gazebo, pulsing with blue light among the trees. Healers inside watched with delight the awakening of the boy's incredible power. The senior master smiled warmly, feeling pride for his exceptional student. The youth meditated amid the wrecked room, calming the turbulent, golden energy under the elder's watchful gaze. The glow around the focused boy gradually faded, leaving only isolated sparks of power. The energy sector finally stabilized, and the fighter exhaled with relief, not opening his eyes. The head of the clan smiled approvingly, acknowledging the considerable skill of his guest. The boy only awkwardly joked, hiding his fatigue behind a modest smile. The old master tapped his fingers on the table, moving on to the issue of stabilizing the 4 provinces. He slyly warned that success depends only on the young man's further persistence. The fighter's gaze instantly became steel. He was not going to retreat first. In response to the question about choosing the difficult path, the boy calmly referred to his rebellious nature. The elderly master sighed ironically, noting that idealistic people always bring trouble. Hearing the long-awaited agreement, the young man jumped up, almost overturning the remains of the table. The boy showered gratitude while the host calmly observed his joy. The old man grumbled that because of this decision, he would have to personally clean up family betrayals. The host kicked the fool out the door, frankly admitting that he had voiced his thoughts as a lesson to him. At the last moment, the elder stopped the young man with a brief call. With a sinister smile, he reminded who really controls this game. The young man respectfully bowed, accepting the rules of this dangerous deal. Under the watchful eyes of the students, the boy confidently walked through the inner courtyard of the estate. His focused expression left no doubt the negotiations were successful. Meanwhile, on another field, a muscular student warily dragged a heavy beam under the supervision of a girl. Seeing the guest approaching, the girl in green respectfully bowed in greeting. The young man asked if he had been waited for long, receiving an offer to drink tea. Hearing the formidable title Lord of Darkness in his thoughts, the boy froze in sudden horror. He instantly grabbed the girl's hand and fled, away from prying ears. The calm yard with lanterns contrasted with the main character's panicked escape. The heavy door of one of the rooms thunderously opened before them. An exhausted young man begged the girl to change his nickname, to which she suggested the option, Master. The youth rejected such formality, making the girl wait for another proposal. After painful reflections on a new name, the boy finally found an idea. A joyful smile lit up his face. He decided to become simply a brother to her. The girl silently weighed the unusual proposal of her companion. Chunung nodded with satisfaction when she first called him brother. In a cozy hall, the boy invited her to a conversation, preparing for a serious tone. He was interested in the real state of affairs and the split within the mysterious demonic cult. The girl was surprised by his awareness, confirming the worst fears. She began the story about the four great factions tearing the cult under the bloody sky. The main confrontation was between the followers of the heavenly demon and those who denied his power. Swords and whips of the fanatic factions seeking power and forbidden arts appeared before the eyes. They were opposed by a huge crowd of neutral warriors who stayed aside from the internecine strife. The boy spread his hands in surprise, doubting the absolute authority of the heavenly demon. The girl looked intently at the successor of the Wu clan, amazed at his ignorance. She revealed the bitter truth. The current demon had lost power and was not a direct heir. The young man realized, without the transmission of martial arts, the cult leader's power was doomed to decline. Frowning, he stated that the lack of respect for the weak leader was only a matter of time. Chunung drew a parallel between the chaos in the cult and the degeneration of orthodox sects. A shocking suspicion about someone's secret plan to weaken the masters made him shudder. In the illusory space, the elders gathered around a radiant figure, discussing these suspicions. The gray-haired Taoist decided to test the conspiracy theory, despite a pile of other urgent matters. With a sinister smile, the master grabbed his colleagues by the heads, promising to use them as labor force. Returning to reality, the young man jokingly promised to send the enemies to the world of the dead. Clutching his head, the boy suddenly realized how strange he looked from the outside. He awkwardly asked if he didn't look crazy talking to emptiness. The girl's unwavering calm and her understanding sincerely surprised the young warrior. She wisely noted that she had no right to judge her sworn brother. Despite her words, the internal discomfort continued to torment the tense boy. He cautiously asked about the possibility of changing her behavior, receiving a submissive agreement. The girl only warned that such a transformation would take a lot of time. Genuine laughter eased the atmosphere. They decided not to rush the changes. A sudden voice from outside made both instantly turn toward the entrance. Chunun jerked open the door, sensing the approach of troubling news. What he saw on the threshold made him freeze in extreme astonishment. Before him stood the exhausted teacher, Chui, accompanied by the legendary Zudo. The young man stammered from shock, examining the mangled beard of the mentor after the attack. Chukvi calmed the student, thanking the immortal sword for his miraculous salvation. The sky was illuminated by the majestic yin-yang symbol, welcoming the arrival of one of the 10 great swords. Exudo proudly noted the incredible progress of his protege in recent times. The boy respectfully bowed to the master, receiving a good-natured laugh in response. The Taoist reminded about the importance of the purity of the Wudang style, despite the youth's successes in Shaolin. It turned out that the recommendation to the Wudang school was prepared secretly to protect the Wu family. Exudo smiled and admitted that the student's fame in another school caused him envy. Chunung fell into a stupor, realizing that the master did not know about his shameful exile. It appeared that due to Mu's fears, the news from Wudong never reached the teachers. The young man understood. His grandfather hid the truth to avoid disappointing an old friend. The boy gathered courage to confess, provoking Judo's ironic remark about etiquette. Smiling tightly, he uttered the bitter truth about his expulsion from the list of students. Judo froze in shock, refusing to believe this terrible joke. The enraged master boiled over. The veins on his body tensed from the inevitable explosion of anger. Judo exploded with rage, and his purple aura filled the room after the news of the student's expulsion. The young man guiltily justified himself, recalling the mentor's words about his failure to meet the school's requirements. Old Shui and the girl were stunned by the absurdity of what they heard, not believing their ears. Master Shuido inquired about progress in science, but the boy only sighed dejectedly. He was not even entrusted with a sword. When asked about the lack of talent, the young man only awkwardly remained silent, referring to mysterious circumstances. Shuido clenched his teeth, realizing that the exile from Wudong was an extraordinary and suspicious event. With a sudden movement, the master drew a luxurious black and gold blade, causing everyone around to flinch. The elder decisively declared himself the boy's new mentor, demanding only a sincere desire to learn. The young man's face was illuminated by a happy smile. Wielding a sword was his cherished dream. Zudo ordered the apprentice to follow him, and they set off together into the depths of the estate. Chunung silently followed the teacher, immersed in deep thoughts about his future. The action shifted to the pavilion above the night clouds, where the breathless Shui was rushing. The old man grumbled about the heavy burden, trying to keep up with the young fighters. A sudden blue flash from below made Shui stop mid-sentence. From the height of the bridge, he saw Zudo and the apprentice on the glowing lotus-shaped arena. Zudo issued a devastating battle cry, unleashing all his suppressed power. A pillar of dazzling energy tore through the night sky, shaking the very foundations of the pavilion. Mighty waves of light spread in all directions, illuminating the mountain peaks. When the dust settled, silence reigned on the arena, filled with extreme combat tension. The master noted that the Shaolin base in the boy's movements would hinder the acceptance of the true teaching. He sadly admitted that direct transmission of knowledge now could only harm the unstrengthened body. The young man caught every word of the mentor, realizing the importance of the moment. Clenching the golden hilt, Shuido promised to personally resolve the conflict with the elders for the sake of the student. The Taoist took a stance with a shining blue blade, preparing to lay the foundation of a new technique. Shikavi watched this with a kind smile, recognizing in Shuido a true Wudong knight. He was finally convinced that such a mentor could be trusted without hesitation with the boy's fate. The student warmly noted how quickly the teacher moved from words to action. Shuido's eyes flashed in the darkness. He ordered the boy not to miss a single move. The master's sword traced black marks in the air, resembling masterful ink strokes. Before the boy's eyes unfolded a gigantic whirl of energy in the form of the sacred yin-yang symbol. The enchanted youth could not take his eyes off the legendary purification by the primal sphere. Shikvi noted Shuido's deep understanding of all the flaws of their current martial arts school. However, he sadly noticed that the pursuit of perfection had become an insurmountable obstacle for his friend. While Shuido was drawing perfect circles, the student sincerely marveled at the flawlessness of his technique. The master suggested the boy try to repeat the movements, causing an awkward laugh from him. Under the endless sky, the first instruction sounded, simply to take the correct stance. The young man focused, lowered his center of gravity, and froze with a wooden sword in his hands. He began a smooth movement, feeling how the inner energy filled every muscle cell. Shuido turned around in shock, seeing that the student instantly mastered his complex technique. Black whirlwinds instantly enveloped the wooden sword, obeying the will and thoughts of the youth. Illuminated by a bright aura, the boy made a lightning-fast forward strike. He completely surrendered to the flow, putting explosive power into every swing of the training weapon. Shuido realized with awe the student's technique had already surpassed his own years of mastery. The perfect spiral of energy sliced through the air, impressing the master with a flawless trajectory. In a jump, the young man intuitively created a complex sphere within a sphere, finally shocking the mentor. Landing, the fighter released a wave of light, securely fastening the outer layer of protection. Shuido bitterly realized the boy created the technique with his heart, while he himself had only copied an empty form all his life. The old mentor humbly admitted that it was the pursuit of perfect visibility that made his movements constrained. In the air, dozens of phantom energy blades materialized with a sharp whistle. Illuminated by new determination, Shuido proclaimed that true learning has no end. The master rushed into attack, leaving behind a thick black trail of agitated power. The youth boldly met the onslaught, firmly gripping the wooden hilt before the strike. They collided in the center of a giant hurricane tearing space into pieces. From a bird's-eye view, their battle outlined a perfect yin-yang symbol on the arena. A powerful explosion scattered the fighters in different directions, plowing the stone floor beneath their feet. Exhausted, Shuido breathed heavily, while the boy behind him maintained amazing calm. The master recalled rumors about the boy's lack of fencing training, and the boy confirmed it. Bewildered, Shuido demanded explanations on how such luxurious technique could be achieved without training. The student candidly replied that he only added familiar Wudon moves to ordinary swings. The master smiled nervously, finally convinced of the boy's incredible natural talent. Indignation flared again in the old man's soul due to the criminal incompetence of the school's leadership. Shuido pierced the boy with a serious look, preparing for a fateful act. With deep respect, the master extended to the student his personal, priceless black sword. The boy froze in confusion, unable to believe he had earned such a high honor from a legend. Shuido assured that their spiritual connection was higher than any official lists and formalities. The elder humbly asked to accept the gift, for which he had for the first time in his life yielded his own pride. Moved by the teacher's sincerity, the youth closed his eyes, accepting his new fate. He respectfully accepted the luxurious weapon with both hands, bowing his head before the master. Having accepted the sword, the boy instantly straightened into a military stance, expressing readiness. Pressing the blade to his chest, he called Shuido his heavenly lord for the first time. Shuido promised no elder would prevent the return of such a genius to his native walls. The master embraced the disciple in a friendly manner, not noticing the shadow lurking on the mansion's roof. The spy in green watched with surprise as the great sword of the Celestial Empire personally recruited the youth. The gray-haired observer nervously wiped sweat, unable to believe he had witnessed such an incredible scene. The pagoda on the flying island majestically towered in the middle of the world of the dead against a cloudless sky. The scale of the wooden structure was impressive, and its roof sparkled with magical sparks. The golden light of the lantern tore through the darkness of the room, along with the rustle of magical particles. In the dim archive, hundreds of scrolls swirled in the air, obeying an unknown force. The old man in green watched in fascination the amazing fall of magical parchments. The master's hand pulled from the drawer the scroll of memory, an artifact that preserved the history of the soul. With a sharp movement, he unrolled the scroll, where the entire life of the deceased person was engraved. Instead of the expected, the old man saw scenes of other people's fates and sighed in disappointment. Two tired archivists sat among piles of paper, complaining about endless searches. The long-bearded man advised his partner to check the upper shelves, meeting only a stern look. The mustached old man with the mirror in his hand irritably cut in that he was not in the mood for work right now. After a brief argument, the mustached man suggested to his colleague to look at an amazing find. The mirror indicated serious problems in Xianfong, which made the elders tense. The reflection of the gray-haired sword master in the magical glass shocked the archivist. The mustached man confidently stated that this swordsman had a better chance of immortality than their lord of poisons. The elder was outraged that the perfect candidate was walking the earth while they searched for a successor in the archives. The angry mustached man cursed the injustice of fate and the exhausting assignments of Xianfong. The long-bearded man called to stop whining and focus on finding the needed scroll. Someone returned the scroll to its place with a worried thought about losing the chance for new students. Panic gripped the mustached old man. He was feverishly searching for ideas to get out of the dead end. Suddenly, the long-bearded man's gaze stopped on a golden scroll that gave a ray of hope. A cunning smile appeared on the mustachioed man's face. He sensed the scent of a profitable deal. The old man proposed to sell the find at a higher price, hoping for the value of the discovered information. It turned out that the scroll concerned Yanchunun, although it was not exactly what the client had requested. The archivist thoughtfully read the text, trying to assess the true value of the manuscript. After a few days, the lonely figure of a young man appeared on the roof of a traditional building. Chunun sat on the green tile, completely immersed in his own anxious thoughts. The boy analyzed the course of negotiations of the elders with the influential schools of Chongsun and Imei. He understood. The involvement of the demonic cult would force the orthodox sects to abandon the war. The figures of great masters appeared in his imagination as a guarantee of the retreat of unorthodox forces. The support of the sect leaders promised Sichuan long-awaited stability and peace. The young man sighed with relief, believing that he had done everything possible to save the region. Chunung suddenly opened his eyes wide. A premonition of trouble would not let him rest. He was tormented by the question, who was really behind the attempt on teacher Shui, the unorthodox or the cult? The young man's consciousness was transported to a mystical space, where his blue projection appeared before the deities. The boy's avatar looked around confusedly, trying to understand where the voice was coming from. The mysterious voice advised to let the hair down to dispel all doubts about the connection. Returning to reality, the bewildered young man did not understand the strange order of the invisible mentor. Trusting his intuition, the boy obediently untied the ribbon that held his hairstyle. When the hair scattered over his shoulders, the unknown interlocutor gave a satisfied exclamation. To the playful compliment, the young man responded with irritation, demanding explanations and a meeting with the teachers. The boy froze in shock when he heard the voice of the heavenly demon himself. Before him stood the majestic demon with red eyes, ready to reveal an important secret. The teacher announced that someone had revealed secret information about the internal affairs of the demonic cult. The blue avatar panicked and covered his ears. Magical obstacles prevented him from understanding the words. The celestial demon irritably fell silent, marveling at the weakness of the connection with the mortal world. Master Xianfong only mocked the chains of causality that blocked the direct transmission of truth. The deities explained, interfering with the fate of mortals requires paying an exorbitant price to the heavens. While the gods argued, the young man once again tied his hair into a ponytail, having no patience for their quarrels. The demon grimly warned, revealing this secret would result in severe punishment for him. Chunyun doubted the logic of the higher powers, as their current conversation seemed safe. A playful female smile confirmed that the boy was looking in the right direction. The mistress of the West appeared. She decided to personally take on the burden of heavenly responsibility. The young man realized it was the goddess who allowed this conversation to take place, despite all prohibitions. The mistress told about the existence of a secret place, the Celestial Flower Hall. She reported the mass death of warriors of this hall after the alleged invasion of the cult. Scenes of atrocities, where people were skinned alive, appeared before the eyes of the startled boy. The young man asked with disgust about such inhuman cruelty, not believing his ears. The goddess explained, cultists use masks made from human faces to discredit the flower hall. Chunun finally understood the reason for the heavenly demon's panic. The reputation of the cult was at risk. When asked about the enemy's goal, the boy cautiously suggested the worst-case scenario. He imagined a group of killers in bloody masks acting on behalf of the demonic cult. The young man made an accurate conclusion. The enemies seek to destroy the truce and ignite a new war. Despite his determination to stop the monsters, the boy's heart was still gnawed by doubts about his own mission. The deities tried to encourage the disciple, but his anxiety proved to be much deeper. The heavenly demon sternly demanded to reveal the true reason for his worry. Chunun timidly inquired whether destroying his own traitorous followers would harm the teacher. The enraged demon proclaimed that these murderers defile the great path and deserve only death. With contempt, he ordered the apprentice not to spare the parasites who hide behind his glorious name. Shrouded in a crimson aura, the god of demons commanded to erase the traitors from the face of the earth. The mentor's words dispelled the last doubts. The young man felt ready for the sacred duty. Rising to his feet, the boy decided to demonstrate to the whole world the true power of his master. He announced the beginning of serious preparation for the campaign to the Heavenly Flower Hall. Unwavering determination froze in his gaze under the parting words of the heavenly mentors. The Lady of the West promised, after victory, he would receive what his soul desires above all else. The gray elder in green greedily bit into a candied fruit, asking the apprentice about the Heavenly Flower Hall with surprise. The young man explained that he must find the relative of his ward there, while the guard respectfully bowed before them. Unwavering determination froze in the boy's gaze. This visit was a matter of honor for him. The master closed his eyes, thoughtfully humming under the crunch of sweets. Chunung recalled the bloody events of the past, realizing that the flower hall became a victim only because of its impeccable reputation. With pain in his voice, he added that the warriors of this sect sought only a peaceful and dignified life. Imagination painted the silhouette of the killer who tortured defenseless people, flaying them alive. The chilling screams of the mutilated victims echoed in his memory against the backdrop of crimson splashes of blood. When a stick with treats appeared before his face, the boy flinched, returning to reality. The elder insightfully remarked that all the young man's thoughts were now occupied by his little ward. He reminded that the upcoming Congress of Orthodox sects was the best moment for action. The boy awkwardly declined the treat, assuring that he had already fulfilled his duty to the clans. The master smiled slyly, hinting that the real game was only beginning. The reflection of the surprised young man froze on the surface of the lollipop, while the old man emphasized his merits. The crackle of caramel broke the silence. It was time for a new stage. The master sternly asked if the apprentice really wanted to disappear just when it was time to reap the fruits of his efforts. Chunung admitted that he felt superfluous at this celebration of life, where no one noticed him. The young man blossomed in a playful aura, noticing that everyone avoided him except the master himself. At farewell, he only warmly asked the old man to wish him success on the dangerous road. The impressed elder silently watched the boy, finding no words for such sincerity. Sighing heavily, the master finally gave in to the stubbornness of his protege. He decisively stepped forward, ordering the young man not to lag behind even a step. The boy briskly followed through the spacious courtyard of the residence. A traditional lantern in the bamboo shade lonely illuminated the path to the secret zone. Two stern guards with drawn blades steadfastly guarded the massive gates. The security closely watched every movement, blocking access to the estate's secret. The focused gaze of the bearded guard studied the approaching guests. The elder and the young man stepped into the sunlight of the stone path, approaching the goal. The master authoritatively ordered the guard to open the heavy wooden door. Before them opened a dark descent to the dungeon, where the confiscated weapons of the Dan family were stored. The old man kindly reminded that the promised royal reward awaited its hero. In the cave, the master friendly patted the boy on the shoulder, allowing him to choose any artifact. He ironically recalled the impudent companion of the youth, because of whom this visit had to be hastened. Leaving the apprentice alone with the treasures, the master calmly headed for the exit. The youth sincerely thanked for such generosity, preparing for a serious choice. With a determined look, he began the descent into the very depths of the shining treasury. Before him stood a gigantic mountain of gold and magical weapons, dazzling the eyes with its brilliance. Among countless valuables, the boy's gaze stopped on a modest wooden chest. The youth carefully lifted the find, examining it in the magical glow of the treasury. Suddenly he froze, feeling a familiar and at the same time strange energy emanating from the object. The boy realized in shock. The old things radiated the aura of his teacher, the heavenly demon. Among the mountains of gold, he spotted a pair of dark combat gloves, not believing his own luck. In the spiritual space, the heavenly demon confirmed the value of the artifact and briefly ordered the disciple to put them on. Coming to his senses, the young man put on the black gloves, studying his palms with distrust. He clenched his fist tightly, noting the softness of the material, which resembled perfect armor. The teacher ordered to stop doubting and immediately test the technique of the demonic palm. The young man asked fearfully if he should unleash such destructive power right in the middle of the Golden Mountains. He nervously looked around, fearing to lose control over the colossal energy. The space around began to vibrate, filling with a dense red-black aura. The boy focused, and his hair stood up from the powerful surge of dark force. In the center of the treasury, a gigantic black-red storm of demonic energy swirled. Opening his eyes, the young man felt his own chi begin to change violently. Energy flowed freely throughout the entire body, obeying the will of the glove's master. In his consciousness, the last magical barrier shattered with a crash, releasing hidden power. The ancient power of metal in his chest awoke, responding with a dazzling flash of lightning. White energy instantly flowed to the hands, perfectly merging with the artifact. The boy lifted off the ground. The gloves took on the full destructive pressure of the technique. He majestically hovered in the center of the tornado, feeling a complete energy exchange with the object. The red light on the fingers indicated the creation of a flawless circulation of power. The clenched fist radiated such might that the boy's combat potential increased by tens of times. With a sinister smile and burning red eyes, the youth enjoyed his might. Under the influence of magical pressure, golden chests and swords began to rise into the air. The apprentice hovered in the epicenter of chaos, while the entire contents of the cave spun around him in a wild dance. Coming to his senses, the boy tamed the power, and his eyes returned to their usual appearance. The aura faded and all the treasures crashed to the floor with a rumble when he gracefully landed. The young man admired the gloves with delight, realizing the value of this accidental find. The demon spirit remembered that he had used them in his youth, until he outgrew their limited power. Satisfiedly adjusting the cuffs, the boy agreed that he needed nothing more from this treasury. The next morning, the bright sun illuminated the roofs of the residence before the long journey. A large group of people gathered near the city gates to see the heroes off on their expedition. The girl in green asked sadly why the young man was once again taking his own separate path. The boy only smiled awkwardly, trying to encourage his friends before the farewell. Brave John accepted the respectful words of gratitude from the man in blue attire. The comrades barely held back tears, saying goodbye to the one who saved their lives. The proud warrior only snorted, reminding everyone of the importance of survival. The dispute between the young fighters flared up instantly. No one wanted to yield in audacity. Chestnut-haired youth fiercely responded to insults, provoking a new quarrel in front of everyone. The senior master quickly stopped the noise by awarding the brawler a heavy blow of the sheath to the back of the head. Members of the Dan clan bowed low to the youth, swearing never to forget his kindness. Friends ran away cheerfully, not noticing the gloomy figure watching them from the roof. The gray-haired master in green pondered whether this boy was a madman or a true hero. Watching the students back, the elder recognized in him a rare combination of talent and nobility. With a sly smile, the mentor mentally blessed the youth for any feats. Crossing his arms, the gray-haired warrior promised to always cover the back of his brave ward. The red-haired warrior with a sword in hand froze on the shore, gazing through the fog at the majestic residence. He slowly turned to the two approaching elders, while reconnaissance reported on his secret preparations. The gray-haired master in white warmly greeted an old acquaintance, and his companion in green wished a good evening. The plaque introduced the confident man as Gunsun Do, the heavenly lord of the Black Mist. The master assumed that the negotiations with the four sects were successful since the overlord arrived at the meeting. The elder in white clarified that he had only made an agreement with Ime, and the alliance with the others was not his merit. Gongsun Do was genuinely surprised, trying to understand who managed to tame the stubborn leaders of the sects. It turned out that it was the work of the grandson of Mu, the very dragon of the lesser heavens, about whom the whole world was talking. The overlord burst out laughing, admitting that the young man inherited the wild character of his grandfather. Suddenly, Gongsun Do became serious and asked the great sword of the celestial realm about the fate of his legendary blade. The master's empty hands and the anxiety of his companion eloquently testified to a significant loss. The elder calmly confessed that he had given the sword for training, which caused a real shock to the overlord. Gongsun Do could not believe his ears. The legendary master had become the student of Mu's grandson. Intrigued, the overlord demanded to hear this incredible story in all its details. The master agreed to the story, considering it a fair price for preserving the fragile peace. The overlord suggested drinking tea, enjoying a rare moment of calm before the storm. In response to the question about Mu, the master replied that he remained just as stubborn and troubled a loner. The night residence under the full moon buzzed with a crowd, filling the air with the noise of conversations. Life was bustling in the corridors while a group of heroes purposefully moved through the clamor. The gray-blue-haired youth was humming about a hot bath and dinner, anticipating the long-awaited rest. He rushed down the stairs, and the dark-haired Chunun hurried after the energetic companion. Joyful singing about food and washing echoed in the night corridors of the second floor. In the room, the youth was the first to take his place in the shower queue, jokingly calling Chunun a stinker. Suddenly, the playfulness disappeared. The boy's gaze became intensely focused. With a drop of sweat on his face, he asked about the strategy for confronting the Heavenly Flower Hall. While the weapon lay on the bed, Chunun recalled the teacher's advice about the impeccable reputation of the hall. The youth grimly stated, an open declaration about the demonic cult in the hall would only provoke distrust. He shuddered, realizing that revealing such a secret now would be a fatal mistake. A girl named Ihua appeared at the door, quietly addressing her elder brother. Chunun awkwardly stepped aside, promising to be free in a few minutes. He froze by the railing next to his sister, immersed in searching for a way out of the dead end. A dispute raged in his thoughts, whether to wait for the imposter's attack or act immediately. The tense silence reflected the full complexity of the choice facing the heroes. Shunan's comrade opened his eyes in shock at the risky idea of posing as cultists. The atmosphere heated up before the revelation of their audacious disguise plan. The image of a warrior in crimson lightning confirmed. Chunun already possessed the enemy's demonic art. The presence of a true fire priestess in the team only added credibility to the plan. The team's strength allowed them to perfectly embody the role of sinister invaders. The young man nervously smiled at Ahua, acknowledging that such a legacy of the heavenly demon was their main trump card. Chunun proposed a paradoxical plan to defeat the cultists pretending to be righteous by the forces of the Orthodox, who would wear demon masks. The young man self-satisfiedly acknowledged his own idea as brilliant, without waiting for the approval of his comrades. The gray, blue-haired partner supported the plan, urging to immediately proceed to work out the details. With a sly smile, he noted that they only had a few critical minor points left to agree on. Chunun appeared after the bath with damp hair, tiredly suggesting a break for dinner. The heroes decided to postpone strategic disputes to restore their strength before a hard day. The atmosphere at the table for a moment gave them the illusion of peace and coziness. Chewing food, the main character asked in surprise whether magic is a real power, not a skillful illusion. The comrade laughed, admitting that the abilities of their companion and himself once stunned them. At the request to demonstrate power, Ihua briefly agreed, preparing to summon the flame. The girl's red eyes flared, and the room was torn apart by the sound of magical fire breaking free. A sudden burst of magic filled the space, causing those present to freeze in awe. Chunun stared in shock at the fiery spectacle, unable to hold back an emotional exclamation. The enchanted youth began wildly applauding, impressed by the composure of the young priestess. Having recovered, he seriously acknowledged the girl's strength and suggested returning to the discussion of the mission. A brief pause allowed everyone to focus on the troubling news that awaited its time. The hero complained to Ikva that he had stopped feeling the presence of their goal, as if it had disappeared. The girl anxiously confirmed, even the magical mark that indicated the way suddenly dissolved. The youth assumed the worst, a murder inside the sect, but could not comprehend the motives for such a crime. Ikva read the last letter, which stated that the Heavenly Flower Hall had already been seized by imposters. A heavy silence fell in the room. The content of the message left no room for doubt. The companion only asked in amazement, trying to grasp the scale of the threat. It became clear. Behind everything stood the demonic cult, and Chunun grimly repeated this verdict. The youth assumed that the cult had simply exterminated Ikva's family to appropriate their unique magic. The comrade agreed with this version, forcing the hero to feverishly search for a way to retaliate. In tense reflections, the team began to formulate a plan for a swift and devastating strike. Chunun whispered to his partner to play the role of cultist and strike the enemy from behind. The gray, blue-haired youth boasted of his cunning, although Chunun took it with a touch of irony. However, enthusiasm eventually prevailed. The plan seemed truly flawless to the hero. Joy was overshadowed only by the fear of exposure. The Huashan style could betray their comrade completely. The partner reminded about the find in Sunshan, but rejected the version about Shah Dharma's treasures. He explained that the cruel aura of the found blade was the best disguise for the demon. With a sly smile, he assured no one would doubt their role, knowing whose weapon it was. The night sky above the residence trembled from a resolute shout. The assault would begin at dawn. Above the gate of the Heavenly Flower Hall, the clear sky shone while the guard received gifts from peasants with false friendliness. The elder thanked the warriors in blue for peace, and a little boy dreamed with admiration of becoming the same kind of hero when he grew up. One of the self-proclaimed sectarians gently stroked the child's head, skillfully hiding his true beastly nature. Bidding farewell to the villagers, the killers in masks of the righteous grabbed baskets and headed deeper into the residence. The idol instantly vanished. Apples and broken eggs flew into the mud as a cold voice demanded immediate work. The residence courtyard was filled with armed men in blue, confidently dispersing across the territory to prepare for a bloody action. In the closed rooms, the bodies of the true masters of the hall rotted, and the guards gloomily complained about the stench that was already impossible to hide. The gray-haired leader with an icy gaze declared, "The massacre will begin tonight." Subordinates reported a forged suicide note intended to shift the blame for the leader's death onto the pressure from cultists. Rank-and-file fighters were nervous, as they had begun acting without direct orders from above, fearing the consequences of unauthorized actions. One of the cultists, washing away cold sweat, expressed fear of harsh punishment instead of the expected reward. The leader authoritatively took all responsibility upon himself, recalling the failure of the operation on the lands of the Orthodox and the death of the insatiable demon. In his memory emerged the image of a dead ally, from whom after meeting the enemy only a talkative mouth remained. The leader raged, if Chunpunja had not survived, they would not now have to desperately hide under other names. A heavy sigh was interrupted by a sudden shock. A sense of danger instantly froze the leader's body. Blood-red streaks of energy cut through the air, sweeping the guards off the stairs with a single devastating blow. The massive wooden gate cracked under the pressure of an invisible force, covered with deep fissures. The blast wave completely shattered the gates into pieces, filling the courtyard with dust and wood fragments. The impostors in blue fell into panic, not understanding who dared to make such a bold attack. Through the fog and ruins, 3 figures in black cloaks stepped impressively into the courtyard, surrounded by a menacing aura of death. The leader of the attackers flashed a red eye from beneath his mask, ordering the hypocrites to prepare their necks for execution. The gray, blue-haired youth commanded to clear the neighboring building, and his partner instantly vanished into the shadows. Chunun in black camouflage fell upon the heads of the guards, causing them to freeze from the unexpected appearance of the enemy. A dark silhouette flashed past the guards, ignoring their belated orders to stop. One of the cultists was outraged by the audacious invasion, but fear was already beginning to show on his sweaty face. A strike of dark energy scattered the enemies, giving them no chance for organized resistance. While the guards tried to understand what had happened, Chun-un was already standing on the balcony of the 2nd floor. He jerked open the forbidden door, ignoring the hysterical shouts of the guards below. In the darkness of the room, dozens of tortured members of the True Flower Hall appeared before the hero's eyes. When the giant guard brazenly grabbed him by the shoulder, the young man only coldly asked if he had lost his hearing. Flashing a bloody gaze through waves of destructive power, the boy reminded he is the messenger of the heavenly demonic cult. The ringing of steel pierced the air. Chunun's blade began to come out of its sheath, releasing darkness. A lightning strike of black-red energy tore the giant's body in half. The blood-soaked opponent fell dead, and the young man in black froze above him like a true demon. The gray leader of the impostors shuddered with horror, feeling the inhuman pressure of the stranger's aura on himself. He recognized the attacker's movements as the martial art of the ancient masters of the cult, and could not believe this was reality. Panic seized the ranks of the enemies. They begged the leader to remove the disguise, but he ordered to hold out to the last because of extra witnesses. Imagination painted for the imposter leader the ashes of a burned village. He understood that revealing faces would force them to exterminate all witnesses, for which they were not yet ready. Nervously wiping sweat, the leader realized excessive cruelty would only lead the seekers to the trail of their true cult. He feverishly weighed the chances against the demons in black, understanding that defeat would brand them as unprovoked aggressors. A glance at the frightened peasants suggested to him, expelling the attackers without evidence would only spread rumors about their hostility towards the Orthodox. Clenching his teeth, the leader resignedly admitted that the sudden visit of these scoundrels had ruined years of careful planning. Suddenly, a wild idea illuminated him. If the enemies pretended to be another sect, he could go all in on their territory. With a wild shout, he stretched out his hand, commanding in the name of the heavenly flower hall to erase the uninvited pests from the face of the earth. The crowd of impostors instantly bared steel, surrounding the dark-haired hero who stood motionless on the stairs. With a sharp movement, the boy threw off his cloak, releasing a storm of sparkling red energy and demonstrating full combat readiness. The air trembled with tension as he froze in a fighting stance, concentrating chi to meet the enemy. 3 killers soared into the air with a victorious cry, but the youth met their blades in the very heart of the bloody whirlwind. A lightning-fast block grew into a devastating counterattack that scattered the attackers like dry leaves. Leaving behind a crimson trail, the hero rushed forward swiftly, forcing the enemies to fall into panic and agony. The boy's red eyes blazed with confidence as he threw an icy challenge to all who still dared to hold weapons. The sectarians froze. Cold sweat and panic fear gripped their bodies before the face of insurmountable power. The gray, blue-haired partner enthusiastically noted that the boy's swordsmanship was already approaching the level of the heavenly demon himself. Acknowledging the student's talent, he commanded Aikvi to retreat to a safe place, preparing to personally enter the battle. With a decisive step, the young man stepped to the front line, confirming to the teacher his full readiness for the slaughter. A serious gaze flashed from under the mask. He decided to use the demonic palm, consciously limiting auxiliary techniques. Crossing his arms, the boy activated the power, preparing for the inevitable pain from the recoil of his own destructive energy. The chi explosions scattered debris around, and the young man braced himself to endure physical torment for the sake of victory. Breathing heavily, he compared his stubbornness to a child who repeatedly reaches for the scorching fire. The words of the red-eyed master surfaced in memory. Excessive caution is the enemy of true harmony. The teacher gently reminded that the warrior's path begins with self-knowledge, and asked the boy about his true essence. In memories, the student despairingly admitted he was a fool, completely consumed by the thirst for his own sword. The master advised to relax, emphasizing, "The true master of the world is yourself, not your weapon." Turning back to reality, the young man repeated these words as a vow, feeling his aura ignite with new strength. A gigantic flash of blood-black energy engulfed his silhouette, transforming the boy into the embodiment of a true demon. With fury and confidence in his red eyes, he declared that he no longer knew fear. The space darkened from the concentration of magical whirlwinds, and over the battlefield sounded the verdict, "Advance of the heavenly demon." The sectarian impostors watched the unknown warrior in panic, trying to understand whose martial art was scorching the air around them. Two of the bravest guards, with wild screams, rushed at the dark silhouette standing motionless in the very heart of the crimson flame. The gray-blue-haired youth took a fatal step forward, releasing devastating waves of magical energy from his body. A heavy black boot struck the ground, discharging a colossal impulse of red lightning into the stones. The shockwave tore through the space, scattering the attackers like dry leaves amid their death rattles. The hero authoritatively stepped on the face of the fallen enemy, radiating primal terror and absolute dominance. His foot pressed the opponent into the mud amid the crackle of sparks, while a vow to conquer this world echoed over the yard. Enveloped in fire, the boy challenged the crowd, swearing never to stray from his bloody path. The red aura exploded with an aggressive storm, destroying walls and sweeping away the remnants of resistance. Cold-bloodedly surveying the piles of bodies, the hero declared, "From now on, every life here belongs only to him." Yekva, holding her breath, watched the flash of demonic power, not believing her own eyes. The girl's red eyes widened. She recognized the legendary advance of the heavenly demon. She reminded the captain that this technique could bring entire armies to their knees, and he grimly confirmed her words. Among the impostors, hysteria began. They shouted about the appearance of a monster, urging the faithful to immediately gather forces in Sonyang County. One of the elders in the crowd suggested escorting the respected one to the cult, hoping for his patronage. Yekva sharply cut in. The heavenly demon chooses his own path, and no one dares to lead him by force. The captain tried to object, but his voice trembled under the girl's icy gaze. Gleaming ominously with her eye, Yekva suppressed any attempts at dispute with her formidable aura. The obedient "I obey" drowned in the noise of the crowd, which in despair rushed to flee. The impostors screamed as they scattered through the forest, leaving behind only dust and abandoned weapons. Meanwhile, the apprentice swordsman skillfully cut through enemy ranks, leaving pink streaks of energy in the air. His dance on the stairs was flawless. Every strike found its target, causing silent shock among the enemies. A dazzling flash of energy killed two guards against the stone wall, shattering it to pieces. In flight, the youth brought down his blade, slicing the air with crimson power under the agonizing screams of the victims. A devastating blow tossed the enemy above the pagoda roofs, leaving a bloody streak in the sky. Suddenly, the apprentice froze, feeling behind his back something far more terrifying than an ordinary fight. Through the mountains of corpses, the gray-blue-haired leader marched majestically, ordering all living beings to fall prostrate. The hero's eyes blazed with red fire as he declared himself the sole lord for all present. Heavy energy waves literally pressed the surviving guards into the ground throughout the courtyard. Spreading his arms, the hero unleashed a black and red aura that spread behind him like the wings of a monster. The gray leader of the impostors realized with horror, before him was a warrior whose power was beyond human understanding. Two madmen tried to attack, shouting about violations of prohibitions, but their courage was in vain. The leader in panic begged his subordinates to stop, realizing that they were heading to certain death. The cold gaze of red eyes fixed on the attackers. The verdict was inevitable. The young man concentrated all magical energy into a single destructive vortex around himself. With a sharp gesture, he unleashed the aura downward, grinding the attackers to dust and ending his threat. The legs of the gray-haired leader trembled. He wanted to flee, but the trap had already snapped shut. A depressing dark force paralyzed the old man, leaving him helpless before the face of a true demon. The young man in black slowly moved forward, cutting through the air around him with heavy demonic pressure. Under the colossal weight of this aura, the paralyzed leader of the impostors emitted only a strangled wheeze, unable to withstand the presence of the monster. The powerful force literally drove the old man into the stone floor. He helplessly coughed up blood, sprawled under an invisible oppression. Holding his hands behind his back in the very center of the energy vortex, the hero proclaimed his will to be the sole and unsurpassed ruler. He majestically towered over the enemy, demonstrating the chasm that separated their true power. The silhouette of the young man in dazzling radiance dominated over the ruins as he promised the world his proud and solitary reign. Flashing a contemptuous red eye, the hero forbade anyone even to dream of equality with him, forcing the victim to choke with horror. The aura reached its peak. Beneath the body of the crushed leader, a deep crater thundered open, crushing solid stone. When the tension suddenly vanished, the young man relaxed, raising his gaze to the sky, and behind his back, Yikva and the captain appeared silently. The sword apprentice quickly ran up to the woman in the hat, glancing back at the surviving buildings of the residence. With a drop of sweat on his face, the apprentice demanded explanations about the witness madness, forcing the master to feverishly choose his words. The gray-blue-haired young man smiled tensely, complaining about fatigue, which only caused outright skepticism in his partner. Crossing his arms, the apprentice remarked that this fight could hardly be called an easy walk, seeing how the master's legs trembled. The hero silently studied the mutilated leader, realizing such destructive power without full control would inevitably destroy even himself. The tired look of the young man revealed bitter understanding. From now on, he must be 10 times more careful with his own strength. He feared that the unstable demonic chi could affect even his loyal companions standing nearby. The trio gathered over the crater, and the apprentice, businesslike, reminded, "According to the plan, witnesses of this execution must not be left alive. Only the death of all enemies could confirm the version of the demonic cult attack." And under this pressure, the old man began to pitifully beg for his life. Bleeding, the leader called himself a worthless servant, Gusihuan from the sect. 8 banners of demons. With panic in his eyes, he swore allegiance to the true demon, acknowledging his worthlessness before the face of true greatness. The old slave tearfully promised to become a useful puppet just to save his miserable skin from retribution. The hero listened to these pleas with icy contempt, while the traitor tried to bargain for his life with secret information. Suddenly, the young man quickly leaned forward and with a steel grip squeezed the old man's shoulder, cutting off that he would learn the truth even without his help. Gusuhuan trembled, perceiving this gesture as a ghostly hope for sudden pardon. However, the threat in the young man's voice only intensified. He confirmed that Gu Sihuan would indeed be needed by him. The hero's face twisted into a gruesome smile, and his eyes flared with hellish fire. "You will be useful to me, but only in hell." Mangled Gu Sihuan desperately reached for the glowing sphere, shouting that he would not perish in this hole while the crimson aura squeezed his body. Chunun watched the enemy's agony with icy contempt, disdainfully commenting on his loud last words. A black-gloved hand gripped the sectarian's face with an iron grasp, causing him to freeze in wild horror. With furious strength, the hero slammed the enemy into the stone, aggressively demanding he repeat his words to his face. In the center of the destruction, where dust and debris settled, the dark silhouette of the young man continued to mercilessly press the fallen to the ground. A close-up of Gu Sihuan's distorted face with a frozen, empty gaze testified to his final defeat. Straightening up, Chunun thoughtfully asked his companions whether they should reveal the whole truth about the impostors to the local residents. The masked partners standing near the corpse asked in surprise about the advisability of such an open step. Holding a torn mask made of human skin in his hand, the hero acknowledged that both sides of the conflict in Sichuan had already branded the demonic cult as the culprit of the chaos. The young man sat down beside the body while his partner pondered that the news of the raid would only increase internal pressure in both camps due to fear of traitors. Against the backdrop of a symbolic handshake, he explained that fear would make the sects forget about external enemies, increasing the chances of a conspiracy. The tall partner suggested that the news of cultists being killed by their own comrades would sow chaos even within the demonic cult itself. A final glance at the distorted face of the dead enemy confirmed readiness for the next stage of the plan. The hero ordered his companions to start from the entrance, leaving as many traces of demonic techniques in the buildings as possible for credibility. Turning his back, Chunun resolutely approached the temple entrance, preparing for work. Once inside, he disappointedly noted that the room had already been turned into complete chaos. The boy sighed with relief, glad that he wouldn't even have to smash anything in this mess. Suddenly, something unusual among the shards of broken furniture caught his attention. Among the ruins lay a cracked golden statue of a deity in front of a massive stone pedestal with a bird figure. The boy carefully stepped over the broken boards, approaching the fallen altar. Stopping before the shattered statue, he asked aloud whose memorial plaques were here. With curiosity, the youth reached for the wooden plaque faintly lit by a candle to decipher the inscription. A gloved finger pointed to the engraved words, Golden Mother of Turtle Mountain. Puzzled, Chunun guessed incomprehensibly that it was just some strange nickname of the deity. A sudden revelation struck the boy, making him cry out from the unexpected realization. In his imagination appeared the majestic image of the goddess Xianfong, the sovereign of the immortals, who commands giant blue birds and nine-tailed foxes. A delicate female hand holding a glowing peach of immortality symbolized her divine power. His gaze returned to the broken golden statue, confirming the title of the Holy Mother of the Immortals. In complete shock, the hero grabbed his head when an invisible female voice confirmed that it was she who had asked for help. For a moment, silence prevailed, emphasizing the young man's speechless fear of divine intervention. With a drop of sweat on his cheek, Chunung nervously and respectfully addressed Lady Xianfong, trying to compose himself. The goddess's refined profile expressed slight incomprehension of his sudden confusion. The boy slyly rubbed his hands, reminding about the promised generous reward for saving her sect. The goddess coldly asked again about the promise, making the hero instantly regret his audacity. Frightened by the tension, the young man began to panic and retract his words, begging to forget his request. The goddess calmly assured that she always keeps her word, while the boy inwardly rejoiced that he had almost died of fear. In the mystical space, Xianfong majestically stood on a giant lotus, noting that she first needed to sort some things out. The goddess's delicate finger lightly clicked on the glowing paper talisman, indicating the source of her concern. A flash of magical light from the talisman instantly filled the space, confirming the transition to divine actions. Goddess Xianfong assured the young man that the current difficulties were temporary and promised to soon grant him a true divine gift. Suddenly, in the mystical space, projections of a gray-haired elder and a dark-haired god appeared, who spoke approvingly of the boy's noble manners. The deities, shining with starlight, expressed a desire to communicate more closely with the hero, and the elder fervently promised his support. However, Xianfong's gaze suddenly became stern. She stated that certain things in the celestial office had begun to greatly irritate her. She reproached the boy's mentors for their narrow-mindedness and promised to ask the Jade Emperor to overload them with work as a lesson. Chunong, closing his eyes, smiled maliciously, mentally wishing his strict teachers success in future trials. The magical vision dissipated, transferring the action to a completely different, peaceful place. A little sparrow chirped calmly, perched on a smooth, rounded surface. The bird had chosen the bald head of the young monk He Won, who diligently observed his vow of silence in the lotus position. The monk tried to ignore the cheeky sparrow pecking at his crown, focusing on deep breathing. Opening his eyes, He Won sadly recalled that after his friend's departure, his life had turned into complete chaos. A series of memories revealed to the viewer the harsh reality of his recent training in the temple. On the screen flickered scenes where he, with incredible effort, dragged boulders while other monks hung from the ceiling. In a training spar, He Won flew several meters, accompanying his fall with a desperate battle cry. Returning to reality, he heard praise from the bearded mentor for his amazing concentration. From surprise, He Won almost shouted, but at the last moment covered his mouth with his hands, saving his vow of silence. The teacher ironically remarked that the meditation was over, and the student, stammering, accidentally broke the silence with a confused reply. The mentor instantly awarded he won with a painful bump, stating that he was still too weak in discipline. Holding his head, the student learned that the great mentor was urgently calling him for an important conversation. The teacher smiled mysteriously, leaving the reason for the summons a secret until the very entrance to the pavilion. The temple, surrounded by a dense bamboo forest, greeted them with the silence and grandeur of traditional architecture. At the entrance, the teacher respectfully announced the name of his ward, waiting for permission to enter. Inside, they were awaited by a formidable elder with long mustaches, whose displeased grumble made he one shudder. The great mentor doubted the reliability of the youth, despite the teacher's assurances about his strong connection with that very boy. He one only smiled awkwardly, not understanding at all what connection and what secrets were being talked about. Suddenly, the old man interrupted all doubts with one word, announcing his final decision. The stern verdict sounded like thunder. He one is sent to the heir of Sanyang, where from now on he must arrange his life. The apprentice froze among question marks, not believing that his own fate had changed so abruptly. Above the quiet temple courtyard rang out he one's silent scream of despair. He was convinced that he had simply been expelled. The gray-haired hero in a black mask adjusted his glove and dryly asked his companions about the completion of the cleanup. The muscular partner in red and black attire silently nodded affirmatively, standing still next to the priestess in the hat. The squad leader seriously surveyed the battlefield and gave the order to immediately leave the territory. The majestic pagoda, built right into the rock, shone in the night darkness with the warm gold of lanterns. The man in green sighed with relief, noticing the woman's shadows that the negotiations ended sooner than they expected. With a confident smile, he reminded that for disclosing this secret, he would leave no trace of them. The interlocutor in the shadow of the hat only briefly clarified whether they agreed to such a risk. The stern bearded man irritably tore off his hat, taking these words as an inappropriate joke. The green-hatted master smiled slyly, calming his partner with a lenient gesture. He asked rhetorically if there was a madman in the world capable of joking before the Lord of the Secret Heavens himself. Closing his eyes in satisfaction, the man explained, the transferred artifact would make the boy from Chonsun their obedient puppet. Accompanied by laughter, he admitted that the arrogant Mei Gaon Pun from Huashun had always annoyed him with his success. A predatory gleam flashed in the intriguer's eyes. He finally saw a chance to step out of the shadows and make a name for himself. The bearded man's eyes filled with blood from anger, and under the pressure of a red aura, he asked sternly if his partner was taking on too much. Instantly losing his pride, the man in green coughed awkwardly and hastily changed the subject to the reason for their meeting. The bearded man grimly reported about Choi Chuk, an old man who had managed to uncover dangerous truth about him. The news of the information leak made the green-hatted master seriously worry about the consequences. Overcome with cruelty, he proposed a radical solution to immediately eliminate the old witness. The bearded leader refused, suggesting that a much more serious figure stood behind Choi Chuk. Looking at the full moon, he ordered to first identify the puppeteer, while his partner anticipated a career rise. The gloomy silhouette of a bearded man in a hat majestically froze at the edge of the roof, cutting through the night sky with his presence. Throwing a stern glance over his shoulder, he coldly warned his comrade against unnecessary chatter. The next moment, the bearded man disappeared into the night abyss, leaving his interlocutor alone with his ambitions. Breathing a sigh of relief, the man in green grumbled irritably about his colleague's arrogance. He discontentedly refused plans to return to Sanyan, realizing that the time for the big game had come. Standing on the balcony, the master resolutely declared his intention to climb the career ladder on his own. With a confident smile, he promised himself that their next meeting would take place at new heights of power. The scene changed to a night landscape of ruins, where a commanding voice ordered an unknown person to bow. The attacker's icy gaze promised swift retribution in case of disobedience. The dark-haired youth aggressively rushed forward, threatening to melt the enemy with his fury. A comical punch to the crown instantly cooled the brawler's ardor, making him scream from unexpected pain. By the campfire, the gray-haired hero calmly surveyed the beaten opponent, who was already smoking unconscious. The young man disappointedly covered his face with his hand, but later acknowledged the remarkable progress of his protege. With a drop of sweat and noticeable nervousness, The boy addressed his spiritual mentor, the heavenly demon. The image of the demon gently smiled, praising the student for the first successes in controlling the fragment of his great power. The hero's fist flared with bright magical fire. The divine element finally began to obey him. With a determined smile, the young man clenched his blazing hand, feeling new strength fill every cell of his body. In the halls of the mine, the heavenly demon greeted the student's successes with majestic laughter, promising that now the young man was capable of duels with masters of the highest rank. Coming to his senses, the boy respectfully bowed to the void, sincerely thanking the mentor for the new bit of power. The quiet night enveloped the ruins. By the campfire, Chun-Un shared peace with the priestess, while their battered comrade snored amusingly, blowing bubbles in his sleep. Ihwa silently watched the hero, and in her red eyes was genuine curiosity about his strange behavior. They sat side by side, mesmerized, gazing into the bottomless starry sky, momentarily forgetting about blood and battles. A warm smile touched the young man's lips as he noticed that the girl looked at the stars as if seeing them for the first time. Ihwa admitted with slight sadness. After endless training and pain from internal energy, she had long forgotten how to admire the world. The young man sympathetically assumed that the priestess's duties left her no time for simple joys, and she sadly confirmed his guess. The girl frankly admitted her body had served for years only as a vessel for an immense power that burned her from within. Looking at Chun-Un through the tongues of flame, she added that only beside him did her turbulent energy finally quiet down. The youth was stunned by the news that his presence brought the priestess peace, and a sincere, gentle smile blossomed on his face. The two travelers continued their quiet conversation under the silvery glow of the full moon, while the night guarded their brief rest. Dawn met them at the gates of Sanyang. The bustling city responded with a joyful shout from a comrade about the long-awaited return home. Walking through the crowded streets, Chun-Un suddenly stopped, noticing a familiar figure ahead. While the hero tried to recall the face, his companion shockingly pointed at the dazzling shine of a stranger's bald head. The sun comically reflected off the perfectly smooth head of the monk, who indignantly responded to the offensive nickname. Before them, in a prayerful pose, stood Bombgak, cheerfully demanding a proper greeting from old friends. Chun-Un was surprised by the meeting, as the monk had sworn not to appear again, but he excused himself with a thirst for studying sutras. Bombgak blissfully explained that he had come to master Yong-Jae-Yem to fill the gaps in his spiritual practice. The suspicious look of the young man forced the monk to confess. His mentor, Sin Sun, personally communicates with the hero's grandfather. Chun-Un only sighed wearily, resigning himself to the fact that his grandfather's connections extend even to the closed chambers of Shaolin. The monk refused hospitality, promising to settle separately in order to honorably demonstrate the power of his school to the whole world. The hero slyly suggested that Bombgak was not going to sit in the shadows, and he confirmed this by recalling his mentor's request. With an awkward smile, the monk revealed the true purpose of the visit. Teacher Sin Sun desperately sought to regain his former glory in Murim. Chun-Un instantly saw through the game. The old master was simply looking for an excuse to remind others of himself through his ambitious student. In the young man's imagination appeared the formidable bearded mentor, before whom he once trembled, obediently agreeing to all conditions. The heavenly demon cunningly suggested in the hero's consciousness to whisper time for the novice, which caused real horror in Chun-Un. The warning about dangerous time slowdown in the future made the boy turn pale with panic and internally beg for mercy. In reality, Chun-Un began feverishly whispering mantras, frightening Bombgak with his habit of talking to emptiness. Mighty deities ominously loomed over him in a vision, demanding to fill the world of the dead and with new souls without delay. The harsh ultimatum about survival forced the hero to swallow saliva convulsively, hiding his eyes in the shadow of his hat. Overcome with anxiety, he abruptly turned around, trying to flee from his friends so as not to bring trouble upon them. Bombgak tried to stop him, but instantly recoiled, feeling the icy and deadly aura emanating from the youth. Suddenly, Chun-Un rushed to embrace his companions, begging them for peace, which aroused their suspicion of serious poisoning. Although sweat was streaming down his face, the hero's eyes blazed with fanatical determination. He was ready to carry out any will of his heavenly mentors.